One thing the miner suits were not, Foley thought, was buoyant. Hold your breath, man of mine. He realized suddenly that Hannah was not stopping either. He took a deep lungful as she jumped and they sailed through the air, then hit the water with a splash and sank to the bottom. Giving up on their distant shots, 4 squad cars converged on the river. 2 raced ahead and swung around, and 2 swooped in behind Willie. All 4 opened up on full auto, sending one massive bolt after another into his suit. His visor cracked. The old man's eyes went wide as the fusillade continued unabated. He tried to keep running to the water, but the motor systems malfunctioned under the onslaught. Oh no! With a sharp crack, his suit split open like an egg, and the huge bolts scrambled his body. The suit collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, his blood leaking out. The cop cars swooped over the river, cannons aiming down, the police desperately searching for another target. Nothing but a few bubbles disturbed the surface. 5.39. Foley could barely see, and he dared not open his eyes for long anyway. The woman, Hannah, held him securely. Evidently the power suits were just as good for surviving underwater as on an asteroid. She clumped along the bottom of the river, and it registered in the back of Foley's mind that this entire thing was really just a beautified concrete trench. Right about the time his lungs started to ache, something moved ahead of them. Foley realized they had walked to the other side of the trench, and some kind of door slid open at the bottom of the concrete wall. Both power suits walked into a room underwater, Hannah still carrying Foley. The door slid shut behind them. Foley stifled a deep sense of claustrophobia as all light from the outside shut off with a concrete thud. But then he heard gurgling sounds. Seconds later, the water level dropped below his face, rapidly receding. He took in a deep breath of fresh air as all the water drained away. Another door slid open in front of them, and artificial light flooded the tight space. We're through the airlock. Time to put you down, man of mine. Hannah bent at the waist and gently set Foley on the floor, on his feet. He turned and looked back up at her, sopping wet. She smiled at him, then glanced at her remaining partner. Time to abandon the suits, Joey. They'll be looking for the signature on these things. And 10 to 1, Player will be listening for the footsteps too. They're not exactly easy to sneak around in. She flicked some internal switches and her suit powered down. The skin in the back slid open, and she carefully came out of it by stepping backwards. Joey powered his suit down as well. She looked up at Foley. He stared down at a relatively short woman, now that she was outside the suit. She struck him as attractive, despite the buzz cut. Hannah pulled out a backpack and dug in it for a moment, retrieving a pneumatic syringe. Without asking, she popped it up against Foley's neck. Nanobots. You should be able to walk without limping in no time. He nodded, feeling his flesh repairing as they spoke. She put the backpack over her shoulders while Joey picked up a second one and handed him a third. This one was probably for the dead guy, Foley thought. Hannah said, "Follow us. This is an old evac tunnel from the days when Tetrarchs still worried about palace coups. It's lead-lined and completely secure. We scouted it out earlier, but we need to boogie before the coppers figure out we're no longer in the river." She turned and strode away, heading down a large square tunnel lined with softly muted lights. Joey did not even look at Foley, following her immediately. He's like a trained dog, Blackmark thought. Then he dismissed the negativity. These two obviously put a lot of effort into springing him from the local jail, and one of their teammates lost his life in the process. Foley should feel some gratitude. He went after them, jogging lightly to catch up. Already his leg felt much better. "Where are we going?" "To the city wall. We won't be able to go underground the whole way, but where we come up should be clear of coppers. The sensors shouldn't be an issue either." "I imagine players had time to put in a lot of sensors all around this city." Hannah grinned. Despite himself, Foley found her enthusiasm infectious. He smiled back. She said, "Our group took out all the sensors along the route, especially where we'll come out. Won't the municipal crews just replace them?" "Eventually, but our guys took out the last one about half an hour ago. I think we'll get where we're going without any difficulties, Agent Blackmark. Just stick close and let us do our job." With that, she stopped talking and hurried down the tunnel. Foley found himself admiring her professionalism. He really couldn't argue with anything in the way this operation was being handled so far. Joey ignored him, walking a bit faster to pull up even with Hannah and leaving him walking behind them both. Foley suppressed a grin. Aha, jealousy. He likely wouldn't need it. These people were on his team after all. But Foley filed the fact away for later. Joey had a thing for Hannah. Probably most men who met her had a thing for Hannah, he decided. She had taken out a powerful Republican senator after all. Joey, a local softshoe, would be peanuts for her to manipulate. He stopped suppressing his grin and hurried to catch up. 5.40. What just happened? The clone of Tetrarch Chu glanced up from her desk as Remington Renison walked into her office. Of all the people on Euripides, Remington had unfettered access to the clone, and by extension, the AI running the planet. "The guy that I had to break into a prison to nab just broke out of our Mooney jail. With help, obviously. I presume you've got this all figured out." A room holo turned on, and a diagram of a miner's power suit appeared, rotating slowly like a futuristic version of Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. "I know the how, Agent Renison. I do not yet know all the other details." She waved a hand and the holo disappeared. "We have been infiltrated. Agent Blackmark, of course. And voice prints outside the prison indicate Hannah Debussy led the force going in to retrieve him." Why does that name sound familiar? She is an SSI asset involved in the public humiliation of a member of Parliament on Diego a few months back. Oh, and now she's here? Yes, and there are possibly more. I am reviewing entry logs of all recent visitors. There is also the probability of others being called up, who are already here. Sleeper cells? Precisely. It appears lead Tetrarch Jade Thrall is intent on not letting her old quadrant slide into Republican hands so easily. Well, I guess there'll be no clandestine missions to Clarion for me, at least not right now. The Chu clone looked up and locked eyes with her. That is correct, Agent Renison. Right now, you remain the best asset I have in this quadrant. Kenji knocked twice on a door in a working-class neighborhood. The hand-painted sign read, 513 Wallside. He thought it seemed very crude, since holosigns were much more modern. They were certainly cleaner in appearance. This sign could have been painted by a child, he thought. The door opened suddenly, and a young man held a long knife out, ready to slip it into his ribs. Kenji stared down at the blade and smirked, wondering how close to death he might be at this moment. Then he locked eyes with his would-be murderer. "Let him in," a voice inside called out. The blade wavered a moment, then the young man lowered it and stepped aside. Kenji walked in. When his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he found a simple room filled with cheap furniture. A young woman stared at him, seated on a flimsy sofa. She had very short hair. Kenji recognized Agent Blackmark, seated next to her. The young man with the knife kept his eye on Kenji, still gripping the weapon in one hand, but letting it dangle loosely by his side. The last person in the room was the man Kenji met at the gaming tables. He stood up from a flimsy chair. "Welcome, Mr. Takeyoshi. Now that you are here, we will leave the city. While the sensors are down right now, Tetrarch Chu's people will rapidly replace them. And I have it on good authority the next round of sensors are arriving on a cargo ship from Diego this week. These will likely be much harder for our people to destroy. At any rate, I suggest we make good on our departure from Central City, post-haste." Kenji frowned at the man. "You seem perturbed, Mr. Takeyoshi. Is anything the matter?" Everyone in the room stared at Kenji. He said, "First, how do you know my name? Second, who are you?" "Yeah, I'm kinda curious about that too," Foley said. "Nominally, I'm in charge here. Led Tetrarch Thrall appointed me as SSI Director in this quadrant. Personally, I might add. That appointment was made under restricted conditions on information flowing back to her. I'm afraid this quadrant already has an SSI Director, Agent Blackmark. and during apocalypse code conditions, the existing organizational hierarchy remains in place. He reached under his shirt and touched an amulet hanging there. Instantly, the molecules on his face rearranged. Everyone stared at a much older man standing before them. "My name is Dmitry Lebedev, and I am SSI Director for Euripides. All personnel report to me, and all assets are retained by me." Kenji's face dropped. He said, "We did not know you were alive, sir. We have not had contact. Our communications blackout is one of the reasons I'm still alive, Mr. Takeyoshi, and it's why we retain what assets we still have. But now it's time to leave. We will join a ground convoy to Marlborough, which is a far safer base of operations than here in Central City. This place is crawling with Republican sympathizers right now, and they are all looking for us." 2 knocks came at the door once more. Joey tightened the grip on his blade and went to open it. He relaxed when the driver of the truck walked in, followed by the H-Lad unit. The H-Lad and Kenji locked eyes for a moment, then it scanned the room and noted every other person present. "Good, we're all here," Lebedev said. "It's time to go. This way, please." He opened a back door to the place and motioned for everyone to exit. Joey led the way, and they left in single file. Kenji went last. He stopped before stepping through the door and stared at the older man. "Are you sure about those apocalypse code rules, Director Lebedev? Tetrarch Thrall?" "I'm absolutely sure. But I tell you what, Mr. Takeyoshi, I will let you re-establish contact with Clarion for further guidance, once we get to a safer place. Our facilities in Marlborough have an emergency comm link you can use. We have refrained until now because of the risk, but under these circumstances I will allow it." Kenji raised an eyebrow and nodded. "That does make me feel better, sir." "Good. When you talk to her, be sure and tell Lead Tetrarch Thrall that her old quadrant is not lost. Not yet. Tell her we're doing everything we can to get it safely back in her hands as quickly as possible." "In one piece, Director?" Lebedev's lips curled up. "No, probably not in one piece. We're under an apocalypse code after all. That gives us a certain leeway toward violence, which I'm almost positive we'll need to exercise before all is said and done. But I doubt she will mind. You never know. She may well need people like you to help put things back together once the dust settles. You're likely to be a key player in the days ahead." Kenji sighed. He said, "You're a gamer. I feel we are all parts of a greater whole here. Tell me, is the chess piece responsible for the player's moves?" Lebedev grinned. He said, "In this quadrant, I am not a chess piece. I am the Grand Master." Kenji looked in the man's eyes. They glittered with raw intensity. Here stood a man used to being the second most powerful person in the quadrant, he thought. And now, with the Tetrarch gone, in some ways, he was the most powerful. He certainly has the most authority, if his claims on the directorship prove true, Kenji thought. "I believe you," he said quietly. Lebedev smiled and followed him through the door. End of Book 5. Apocalypse Code 6.1. 2 businessmen stood in a small vestibule, staring at a Euripides customs officer. One of them stifled a yawn. They had been standing in the same place for half an hour. "And where did you come from?" The other one, the one who did not yawn, answered, "Petra Row. We've told you 5 times. We're bot parts salesmen, specializing in agricultural drones. We're here for the convention." The officer's eyes drifted to a side hollow displaying the contents of their luggage that had been ported down. It waited in a different room, and although Player had examined it thoroughly, 2 humans sifted through it as well, looking for anything suspicious. The yawner smacked his lips. "Look, what's this about? You'd think we were criminals or something. Are you treating everybody who visits Euripides like this?" The customs officer's lips quirked up in a smile. "No, only those who've been in League territory recently." Both men stared at him silently for a moment, a trace of shock evident in their expressions. The first one said, "Petra Row is not part of the League." The officer snorted in derision. "It's not for their lack of trying. All right, you're free to go." All visitors must stay within range of a municipal sensor at all times. Your every move will be monitored. Please do not try to avoid detection, as that will immediately raise suspicion that you are up to no good. The planet is under severe threat at the moment, and our AI is on edge, along with Tetrarch Chu and everyone else. We plan on visiting some of the farms in the Greenbelt. Will that be a problem? Are there sensors out there as well? I think the convention will have several field trips to various places around the globe. Sensors cover all outlying agricultural zones. Please check in with our office before booking any private trips, such as through a rental car. You are going to want to stay close to civilization for the most part. The people buying your parts are mostly headquartered here in Central City, the largest settlement. Stay with the convention and you won't go wrong. The customs officer waved his hand, dismissing the holo. With his other hand, he made a gesture and recorded their entry through the spaceport. Then he smiled at them with the bland and expressionless smile of a lifelong bureaucrat. Welcome to Euripides. Enjoy your stay. A few minutes later, the men walked out of the spaceport, their luggage in tow, floating along behind them. They had chosen a hotel nearby, so they avoided the line of autocabs waiting to pick up passengers and headed down the sidewalk on foot. One of them stifled a yawn again as they scanned the other side of the street for the entrance to their hotel. He said, "That guy was a jerk." The first man shrugged and said, "He was just doing his job." The yawner frowned, but he decided not to argue about it. He was too tired from the time change. At last they walked past the spaceport. At an intersection, they crossed over into a commercial district, and several nice hotels appeared on their left, canopied doorways opening to the street. They stopped across from their hotel. A service bot dressed in a tuxedo stood at the door. It nodded at passers-by who acknowledged its presence, and tipped a tall black top hat to those entering the hotel. "That's more like it," the yawner said. "Especially after that backwater, Petra Row." The first one tensed at the choice of words and glared at the yawner, who apologized with his eyes. "It's not Epsilon or Diego," the first man said after finally relenting from his glare. "But it'll do." He put one foot in the street to cross over when a loud whining noise in the air made him stop. A cargo truck dropped from the sky, heading down at an angle. In that split second before it hit, both men could see the driver fighting with someone in the cab, their fists swinging as the truck rushed down. The vehicle slammed into the street, digging a long furrow of pavement as it crunched to a stop. Both men jumped back and stared at the sudden wreckage. Smoke drifted up. The men in the truck looked stunned, the driver's face covered in blood. The one fighting him pushed open a broken door and straggled out. As a crowd gathered to gawk at the scene, he pulled out a blaster from behind his belt. "For the Tetrarchy!" People screamed at the sight of a gun. He squeezed off several rounds, knocking pedestrians down one by one as the throng rushed to get out of the way. Alone in the middle of the street, he paused and looked all around. On the far side, he saw the two new visitors staring at him. One of them yawned. The other gave him a very subtle thumbs up and nodded, almost imperceptibly. He ignored them and ran down the street, chasing and shooting fleeing spectators. 6.2 Mr. Chauncey, Mr. Ristovic, I have your reservations for connected rooms. Is that correct? Chauncey nodded while Ristovic yawned. They heard a rolling gun battle continue outside. Evidently police vehicles were on the scene, hovering in the air, because they heard the unmistakable heavy thups of car cannons firing down on the street, followed by eruptions of pavement. "What's going on out there?" Chauncey asked the receptionist bot politely. It smiled, presenting a very attractive feminine face, but he could see the machine remained permanently positioned in a seated position. Below the waist, a metal arm connected it to the floor. So, a less expensive model, he reasoned. A top hotel on one of the wealthier planets would have a fully autonomous model, a more lifelike displaying considerable range of motion. And legs. On the other hand, he could not fault the hotel for installing one of these so-called seat bots. They never tired, never took a break, and just sat there waiting on people day and night. Really, a full droid was overkill. despite the fact they kept one out front at the door in a tuxedo. Perhaps that one is just window dressing to make people think they're in a finer hotel, Chauncey thought. Sneaky. It was more for appearances, probably. Please place your palm print on the lighted pad, Mr. Chauncey. He complied with the bot's request, and a thin red line ran up and down the length of his hand. Ristovic followed suit, suppressing a yawn with his other hand. Will you quit that? You're making me yawn too. Sorry. This time change from the ship is really getting to me, you know. I'm going upstairs and hit the sack. Outside they heard another loud crash. Everyone turned to look out the front windows where a police car had fallen out of the sky, landing near the truck. A gaping hole in its side showed evidence of a missile strike. What is going on out there? Chauncey said again. It's like a freaking war zone. Currently, Euripides is engaged in some minor civil unrest. We recommend you stay inside until police have cleared the area. This should not affect the agricultural convention you are attending. Extra security will be provided there for your convenience. Chauncey stared at the receptionist bot, wide-eyed. Then he shared a glance with Ristovic, who shrugged. Won't bother me. I'm going straight to sleep. Chauncey turned from the other man before Ristovic yawned again and addressed the bot. How's your restaurants here? Any good? I think you will find dinner quite delectable should you choose our hotel restaurant, Mr. Chauncey. We have a 5-star rating on social media. He nodded, and they left the front desk, their suitcases trailing behind them on floating carts. How would she know? Ristovic whispered to him conspiratorially as they headed for the elevators. Bots can't eat. That one can't even stand up. She has no idea what delectable really means. She's just repeating what she's been programmed to say, Solace. The other man snorted as he palmed the elevator. A door opened, and they entered the pod. About an hour later, the elevator door opened again, and Chauncey walked out alone. He headed toward the restaurant, finding it on the ground floor with entrances in both the hotel lobby and on the street. A human hostess greeted him, which he thought was a nice touch. His waitress also was a real woman. Glancing at the hollow menu hovering over his table, he selected a steak from a local bovine variant. The guidebook he had read said this was particularly tasty beef. The waitress, a cute young woman about 18 or 19, heartily confirmed the tourist info when he queried her about it. For sides, he had a baked potato, grown from old earth tubers imported here generations ago, and a local salad made from some sort of edible seaweed. He struck up a conversation about the potatoes with the waitress. These was not uncommon, he said, because most potatoes throughout the galaxy were grown from the same ancestral stock imported on the first colonial starships. They were easy to grow, even in alien environments, and provided valuable food stock for the early colonizers. His tossed salad, on the other hand, consisted of entirely domestic variants, except for the tomatoes, which, like potatoes, were so far found to be unique to Earth. He continued talking. There were few others in the restaurant, and the waitress seemed willing to listen. One of the easiest things to grow, tomatoes. They'll go gangbusters just about anywhere, even in a colonial ship's hydroponics farm. The young woman smiled and seemed genuinely intrigued by what Chauncey had to say, although he suspected, like practically all good waitstaff and bartenders down through the ages, she was good at feigning interest in what others had to say. That always helped with tips. The leafy parts, including what passed for lettuce, he ate with considerable more introspection. The taste was unique. Not bad, but certainly different than any other salad he'd had. After she brought out his steak and he had a couple bites, seasoned only with sea salt, pepper grounds and butter, he had to admit the beef was exceptional. It practically melted in his mouth, bursting with flavor. I can see why you were rated so high. The girl flushed, beaming with pride. No doubt she would expect a tip matching the high praise, Chauncey thought. When finished, he sat back with a cup of coffee. After assuring him the desserts were all locally sourced, he selected a cream tart, which he felt should be light enough after such a heavy meal. Sipping on his coffee while waiting on her to bring it, another man stepped into the restaurant and surveyed the mostly empty tables. Also dressed in a suit, this man wore a bright red bow tie, which seemed entirely dated and out of place. He saw Chauncey, said a few words to the hostess, and approached the table on his own. He smiled when Chauncey looked up, pulled out a chair and sat down across from the man. "Sampling our produce, I see." Chauncey smiled back, setting the coffee cup down. He said, "Guilty. I like to see what a planet can deliver. And I must confess this is my first visit to Euripides, but I am impressed. I'm Kimon Nafer. I work as a representative for the United Euripides Agriculture Cooperative." "Blaze Chauncey. My partner is upstairs, asleep. Bad case of space lag, I'm afraid. We're with Galactic Producers, as you know. And we'd like to see if we can strike up some deals, as you probably also know." Outside, blue and red lights lit up the windows. Both men turned and watched a cop car race down the street, flying about 2 meters above the pavement. The bow-tie-wearing man turned back to the conversation. "I regret you are visiting in such times as these." "Think nothing of it. One must go where one must." The code phrases thus properly delivered, Chauncey took another sip of his coffee. "You know, this is quite good. The beans are actually grown on a small island several thousand kilometers from here, according to the waitress. They're not imported from off-world. With the right connections, someone could make quite a few tokens selling this back on Diego, now that the markets have opened up somewhat. And elsewhere, for that matter, not just in the big Republican population centers." Nafer nodded, his bow tie bobbing along with his head. "If you'd like to visit the Bristow archipelago, I'm sure I can arrange it. There are several coffee farms out there where proprietors might be interested in a contract like that. Mind you, they're all used to league rules, so you would have to explain things a bit. They need to make sure they understand what they're signing." "I'd like that, and any other farms, ranches, or agricultural production sites you think I and my partner would benefit from visiting would be great to see. We will accompany you to wherever you see fit." "Very well. I do have some places in mind." Chauncey raised his coffee cup in a mock toast and took another sip as Nafer continued. "I will pick you both up at 8 in the morning. We'll go in a convention bus. I hope you don't mind long flights with little to do. Some other conventioneers will likely join us, so at least you'll have people to talk to." "Getting there doesn't bother me, Mr. Nafer, so long as I get what I came for once we arrive." "I think this trip will be quite profitable for you both, Mr. Chauncey. You and your partner." The look Nafer gave Chauncey carried considerable unspoken weight. They both nodded at one another, and Nafer stood then headed for the door. Chauncey signaled the waitress for another cup of coffee as more blue and red lights flashed outside the window. 6.3 The following morning, a private bus settled down on the street in front of the hotel. Chauncey and Ristovic walked out the door, nodding at the bot tipping its top hat at them. 2 other men, also convention-goers, walked out with them. The side door opened and Nafer waved everybody inside. An additional 2 men sat in the van, morning coffee in hand. Come in. We've got 4 farms to visit, and we'll be gone all day. But don't worry, there will be food. Lots and lots of local flavor. We'll have breakfast on the bus." The 4 newcomers joined the others inside. The door slid shut and the vehicle lifted up in the air to merge with a traffic stream for a while, before streaking out over the city walls on its own. The men made casual conversation, dining on Euripides fowl eggs, locally produced ham slices, and a variety of fruits and nuts. Some fruits were recognizable, others were not. Nafer had a small card next to each dish indicating what the food was, where it was grown, and other pertinent details such as local variants or old earth stock. The men ate together, then broke up into smaller groups to discuss topics of mutual interest. A couple of the more introverted types, including Ristovic, withdrew into their personal holos, seeking private entertainment to pass the time. Conversation remained light. Chauncey found himself standing by the scenic window opposite the door with a seed and fertilizer company rep from Octavia and Nafer. The 3 discussed local politics. "Hard to believe a planet with this much barren land could be so prolific in ag," the other man said, staring out at the rocky desert sliding by below them. "Everything's liberalized under our new leadership," Nafer said with a smile. "But even before, with strong central management, Euripides has long been a major agricultural producing planet." Chauncey said, "The League's version of Pearl, eh?" Both men glanced at him with sharp looks of disapproval. He shrugged and took another sip of coffee. "That's usually what they say of Seneca, another planet in this quadrant," neither said. "But we are trying to encourage additional output and secure food delivery contracts between our farmers here, on Euripides and others. I think you will find much of its vast landscape is underutilized presently. That is in part thanks to the former government." Nafer glanced at the front. The bus was driverless, operating on a subroutine, but there could be little doubt Player had some sort of presence here, with so many off-worlders on board. Nafer said, "Our output is nowhere near Pearl's, but I think we have plenty to offer both systems now that the war is over. That was one of the reasons the UAA put together this conference for major companies like yours. We wanted you all to see what this planet has to offer." Chauncey nodded, sipped on his coffee, and the conversation drifted to safer, less political topics. Close to noon, the bus began a slow descent. They had travelled over water for some time, but a warm and verdant island chain promised a tropical bonanza below. The bus landed near a small set of simple buildings. One man waited to meet them, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. A dog stood nearby on its haunches, tongue hanging out as it watched everyone step off the bus. The man introduced himself as Chad Og. When everyone had exited the bus and gathered around him, he said, "You've heard about that factory with one man and a dog. Well, I'm the man and this is my dog, Leroy." The dog barked at the sound of his name, making everyone chuckle. Mr. Og and Leroy gave the men a short tour of the facilities. They were indeed the only humans present. "Where are all the people?" one of the visitors asked. "Pardon?" "The people. I thought the League had communal farming." "Oh." Og chuckled nervously when he realized the man was serious. "Communal farming doesn't really work, long term. The entire island's output comes to this facility for initial processing. Automatically I might add." In the last building of the tour, he pointed out 4 different coffee makers and invited the men to sample a cup from each. Everyone nodded as they sipped and agreed that all the flavors were quite good. Finally, Mr. Og and Leroy led everyone back outside, and he showed the men row after row of 2-meter shrubs surrounding the buildings and stretching off in the distance. All the harvesting is done by drones, of course. Delivery in season is by air for rush orders, of which we do get some. The rest goes by boat. Cheaper that way, don't you know? Chauncey stared down the rows and noticed some sensors mounted on poles, spread throughout the crops. "I presume the sensors are there to control the drones?" Oh yeah. Used to be Star Ken watching over everything, but we've got it all swapped out with Players now. She covers the whole island, don't you know?" Chauncey and Ristovic shared a glance, but said nothing. Minutes later, Nafer herded everyone back on the bus. They waved goodbye to Mr. Og and Leroy, thanking him for their gift bags filled with coffee from his farm. Everyone settled down in their seats as the bus gained altitude and headed back toward the mainland. No one said anything for a while. Nafer smiled at the men. "We'll get lunch at the next stop. There'll be lots of wide open spaces to explore over there, don't you know?" He winked and everyone perked up. A sense of expectation seemed to permeate the bus's interior, and their conversation picked up. 6.4 A while later, the bus landed at a large local fowl processing center. A dozen windowless buildings stood outside a small town. Again, one man waited to greet them, but this time without a dog. They were led on a tour of the facilities, which housed both live birds and a processing plant. They saw how the birds, a local turkey variant, were hatched, raised and prepared for consumption in a quick 1-hour tour. "We're no posh bird facility," the man said, referring to the famous Lucian bird known as the chicken of the stars. "But we do all right." When finished, Nafer gathered everyone together and said, "Gentlemen, before we head back to Central City, let me invite you to visit Terryton, the local village. It's about a kilometer walk, but I'm going to bet that after being cooped up in a bus all day, many of you are ready to stretch your legs. I'm afraid we're somewhat isolated out here. There will be no sensors between here or there, but you will get to enjoy all the beautiful scenery. We are south of the Kaminki River and in the planet's verdant zone, and it is quite nice out here. After agreeing to pick them up in a couple hours near the town square, everyone headed for Terryton on foot, following a gravel road leading through some woods. They waved goodbye to Nafer and the foreman and chatted amiably amongst themselves as they walked. About halfway to the village, Chauncey stopped. Since he and Ristovic were in the lead, everyone else stopped along with him. The two men traded glances, and Ristovic pulled out a lead-lined wallet. He extracted a small spectrometer and took a reading, slowly turning in a circle. The area's clear. Everyone sighed in relief. Step into the trees, Chauncey said. Be mindful of satellites and long-range reconnaissance. Quietly, all the men complied, stepping under the thick canopy of the forest beside the road. To an observer, it would appear as if the group went off to investigate something that caught their attention. Chauncey said, "Those of you with activators, use them. We want this to go as quickly as possible." Ristovic retrieved a second item from his lead-lined wallet, a tiny rod ending in a cone that reminded many who saw it of a toy blunderbuss. He aimed at Chauncey and activated the device. A red line scanned Chauncey head to toe, then pulled the molecules off his skin, creating a human simulacrum. All around them, other men repeated the procedure. "Lad 2.0, Ristovic said with a smirk, activating the blunderbuss once more on his partner. The other man shook his head. "Don't talk about it, even out of sensor range." Chastised, Ristovic pressed his lips tight and continued working, pulling the molecules for the second simulacrum off Chauncey's body, then a third. Around them, others did the same. Moments later, 30 simulacrums stood under the trees. "Let's give them some room," Chauncey said. The real men nodded, and everyone carefully walked deeper into the woods. Ristovic handed over the activator to Chauncey, and they started over again, producing 3 more simulacrums from Ristovic's body while he stifled yawns. At last, 30 additional HLAD units stood motionless under the trees. Chauncey nodded to Ristovic, who retrieved a handful of control chips, about the size and shape of an old nickel coin. He gave half of them to Chauncey, and the two walked among the human-like autonomous drones, activating them. The other men followed suit. Now it seemed 66 men stood under the trees. 60 stared back at the real humans. Everyone remained silent, looking at the simulacrums, who returned their gazes wordlessly. Chauncey cleared his throat, breaking the spell. He addressed the 60. "Remain here until tomorrow. Do not be seen by anyone on the road. Stay out of satellite and sensor range. In the morning begin making your way into the village, which is in this direction, on the gravel road in groups of 2 or 3. Arrive at random, spaced apart over several hours. It may take a while to get all of you inside the village without attracting attention, and that's okay. From there, take public transit to Central City. Don't everybody go at once. Sky buses fly out 3 times a day, so space yourselves out. We will give you enough credits for the trip." The men around him nodded, and everyone dug in their pockets for tokens. They distributed these to the crowd of HLAD units, who took them without saying thanks or anything at all. When the money had been distributed, Chauncey said, "All right, gentlemen, let's continue on our tour. The rest of you, good luck." The HLAD unit closest to him, one of the ones created from molecules stripped off his own body, said, "Good luck," in a perfect imitation. Chauncey grinned. The men tromped through the grass and underbrush and emerged back out on the gravel road. They continued on toward the village as if nothing had happened. But everyone walked in higher spirits, as if something had been lifted from their shoulders, if not their entire bodies. They looked at each other with knowing smiles, but nobody said a word as they approached sensor range again, all their illicit items carefully stowed away. 6.5. A ground van stopped along Nuremberg Boulevard with a local fertilizer company's logo emblazoned on the side. It parked illegally on the street in front of Traders Square. The man behind the wheel looked at the crowds milling around the stalls in the marketplace, many entering the open-air pavilion by simply turning right off the street. Families shopped together, as well as individuals going to or coming from work in the business districts connecting to residential areas via Nuremberg Boulevard. All sorts of wares were for sale here, things one could not necessarily order online, at least not easily, and the crowd seemed eager to take advantage of this retail paradise after living under socialist oppression for so long. In many ways, Traders' Market epitomized old earth capitalism, offering buyers and sellers a place to meet and exchange goods, something that had happened since the dawn of creation. But it was also representative of activities suppressed, or at least tightly regulated, under the Tetrarchy. The resurgence of a free market, no matter how localized, under a nominally republican form of government, stood as a symbol of how free markets could benefit the common folks, from retailers to customers. Many of these shopkeepers used to live in the shadows under the old government, either in low-wage positions or as beggars and thieves. Now they attended to their neighbors, selling desirable items at a reasonable profit, making everyone happy. They served a higher calling than cogs in a collectivist machine. Traders' Market illustrated the superiority of allowing people to choose their own way in life, rather than having a central bureaucrat decide for them. It was a powerful example, sitting right off a major street for all to see. And it was something in which all could engage in, as either a buyer or a seller. It also posed several uncomfortable questions to this former League planet's population. What if someone could better themselves without help from the government? How would those individuals respond to that? What if they discovered they did not need to rely on the government in order to make it in life? What if they did not need the government to improve their situation in life? Self-sufficient citizens of average means remained a novel concept in old League territories like this one. These quiet hypotheticals surely disturbed those in the halls of power back on Clarion. The government controlled practically everything in Star League, from the economy down to the careers individuals were assigned. This sort of free market experimentation remained dangerous to everything an authoritarian regime held as true. Of course, Market Square was not completely free of government control. It was not anarchy, but this was a lesson apparently lost on the driver, currently parked illegally. A cop strolled up to the van and removed a billy club from the loop around her belt, a symbol of threatened violence for those unwilling to comply with the rules. She rapped on the window with the end of the rod and looked at the driver square in the eye. "Hey, you can't park here. Move along." The driver stared back at her with a blank face. As if on cue, he held up a fist, gripping a grey cylinder with a thick red plunger on top. With a simple squeeze of his thumb, the plunger sank, and a huge bomb detonated in the back of the truck. The cop's flesh and blood instantly vaporized, her skeletal remnants thrown backwards several meters. Everyone nearby died instantly, with 88 souls perishing as the bomb blew out a crater in the pavement and knocked down stalls in a wide arc from the curb. 3 ground cars passing by at that moment were also obliterated, one driver dying immediately. The other 2 vehicles were autonomous and had no one on board. Windows in buildings across the street shattered, and a huge plume of black smoke drifted up in the sky. In the stunned seconds after the blast, survivors peeled themselves off the ground. Those closer to the bomb's radius patted their heads, wiping blood away from blown eardrums and crushed noses. One person could not see, blood covering her face from a cut on her forehead. The first screams of horror and dismay rang out, drifting up in the air along with the smoke. Nearby police officers and a handful of pedestrians ran toward the site of the blast instead of away from it. Players' municipal sensors alerted Central City's emergency services. 5 ambulances staffed by human medical personnel and docbots swiftly departed from their stations, on the way in, under a minute. They flew in from different parts of the metropolis, circling the bomb crater and smoke plume once, before settling down on the street one by one. When the third one touched down, the 2 EMS personnel in the first ambulance jumped out and ran with their docbot toward Traders' Market. The doors to the second ambulance opened right behind them. One of the few pedestrians running toward the blast instead of away from it stopped and pulled out a fistful of egg grenades from his jacket pocket. He tossed one at the paramedics and docbots and 2 more at the other ambulances before turning around and running off. A new series of explosions sent people and bots flying, popping open emergency vehicles like broken eggs, 3 officers running toward the danger slid to a stop. 2 came from one direction up Nuremberg Boulevard, the third from the other way. They saw the grenade attack. As one, all 3 drew their sidearms and fired on the fleeing assailant. He ducked and rolled as the 4th ambulance climbed sharply back up in the air, its navigation taken over by Plaire to shield it from danger. Blaster bolts peppered the pavement underneath it. The grenade lobber rolled again and came up running. He turned and headed inside the outdoor market, gripping one last explosive in his right fist. All 3 officers continued firing, but at a distance, with small arms and a moving target, most of the bolts missed their mark. Finally, one landed dead center in the back of the man's head. He stumbled and fell, instinctively squeezing the egg's plunger before his skull popped like a bubble. He fell just beyond some stalls just outside the blast radius. A few merchants looked up, heads peeking warily above their counters. The grenade rolled away on the concrete, tracking deeper inside the marketplace. Then it exploded, knocking down 6 stalls and killing 10 more people. 6.6 Joseph Strambone sat at an outdoor cafe, nervously chewing on a sandwich. Kenji Takeyoshi sat at the table, sipping tea. "Calm yourself," he said. "Your days will not lengthen with worry." Joey glanced across at the older man and allowed some of his emotion to leak out in a vitriolic tone. "Shut up. You're just an outsider. You didn't grow up on this planet like I did." Kenji merely took another sip, completely unperturbed. He neither acknowledged nor disputed Joey's statement, nor did he probe underneath the layers of resentment for the true reason behind Joey's emotional outburst. A drone buzzed by, and their heads jerked up to follow it, the potential argument forgotten. About the size and shape of an old washtub, but made of gleaming white plastic, the drone paused at a municipal sensor mounted on a nearby light pole. A newer design, this sensor appeared to be slightly larger than its older cousins. It featured a corporate logo with an eye and the letters EUP, for the company that designed the new vandal-resistant models. A nozzle peeked out from the plastic and the drone sprayed the sensor, covering it with a thick black coating that stuck like glue. The drone made a neat circle in the air while spraying, black liquid covering every centimeter of the sensor. Then the drone zipped away, heading down the street towards its next target. Kenji downed his tea and smiled. "We may speak freely now, Joey. Our partners will be taking out all sensors in the city this way, save the ones in the government district. Those are a little harder to get to, as you might imagine." Joey nodded as some of the worry drained from his face. "Yeah, they have anti-drone measures over there, don't they?" "Indeed." Kenji pulled out a credit token and left it on the table as a tip. Their waitress was human, and he felt it always paid to look out for the common people. He stood and walked across the street, brazenly jaywalking. Joey hurried to follow. Both men looked up at the sensor as they neared it. Joey said, "What did they spray on it, the gang we hired?" "It's a lead-based paint. Very rare these days for health reasons. I believe it once was quite common on old Earth. I think they make it themselves following some old recipe. It completely coats the sensor, rendering it useless. And if you'll note, those drones were controlled by people. So you see, Joey, once again low-tech trumps high-tech. It always does in the end. Provided, of course, the lower technology is administered effectively by an intelligent human." He pointed to his head with a finger. "This is the highest technology we have." "Yeah, I'm not sure I buy that idea, as much as you're selling it." The statement summed up an ongoing argument. Kenji took the opportunity to press the initiative for his side, under the circumstances. The real-life application of his convictions proved too hard to pass up. He pointed up to the sensor, covered in a thick black coat of paint, drying now and no longer dripping. "Look at that, Joey. The most advanced sensor in the galaxy. Impervious to vandalism. Almost indestructible, at least by conventional means, by the means afforded to the typical criminal element. And we just rendered it useless with a simple coat of paint. So you see, low-tech always triumphs against our adversaries when it is applied appropriately." Joey frowned up at the sensor. On the one hand, he could see Kenji's point. But on the other hand, He firmly believed that higher technology typically won out over low tech in life, war, and everything else. He just could not think of any good examples off the top of his head to promote his side of the discussion. Also, arguing for his position now made it seem like he was rooting for the Republic, which he definitely would never do. They had the superior technology and they were in charge of the government at the moment, at least on Euripides. So he resorted to saying the only thing he could think of at the moment. "Shut up." Kenji smiled in victory and began walking. Reluctantly, the younger man followed, hurrying to catch up. When he drew near again, Kenji said, "Think of your repurposed asteroid mining suits, Joey. Those served wonderfully in breaking out Agent Blackmark." That statement did nothing to elevate Joey's mood. He frowned, reminded of the fact that Merrick Foley was with Hannah Debussy at this very moment. Alone. He hated how she looked at Foley, the famous SSI agent, and smoldered with resentment toward the man. "Yeah, well, we should have just left him to rot in his cell. That dude has been way more trouble than he's worth." Kenji smiled again, as if indulging a child throwing a temper tantrum. "Jealousy is unbecoming, Joey. It's not professional." "Shut up." Kenji did not respond. Instead, he turned suddenly and walked through a nondescript entrance off the sidewalk, the door silently sliding open. Joey followed him into a lobby surprisingly ornate, gilded with gold and silver opulence. The building's interior did not match the plain entrance leading in at all. High ceilings with carved patterns in the dark wood and elegant chandeliers floating above gave the place an even more spacious and wealthy ambience. A very attractive receptionist walked up to meet them. Both men noticed immediately she was human, rather than a bot. She smiled at them, tucking a strand of long dark hair behind one ear. "Gentlemen, what can I do for you?" Kenji said. "We would like to open an account." "I see. And will this be a personal account or—" She trailed off, and Kenji recognized it for what the question really was, namely a chance for him to indicate he understood the nature of this place. In response, he launched into a more detailed explanation of their needs. "We would like to set up an import business here on Euripides. The focus will be agricultural in nature, one involved in facilitating deals between local groups and those on Diego and elsewhere. So, a business account, if you please, or whatever best fits our needs, using your existing nomenclature. You will have to pardon us. We're just getting started in entrepreneurship, and we're not entirely certain of all the proper terms involved." He said the last part as if speaking in a foreign tongue, acting like a tourist ordering strange dishes off a menu in a different land from their home. The young woman smiled politely in response. "I understand. Follow me and I will introduce you to our new accounts representative. This way, please." She walked deeper into the lobby, past large open-air desks staffed by people wearing expensive suits. Joey soaked it all in, his head swiveling to the left and right. He sped up a bit so he could whisper in Kenji's ear. "This place reeks of money." Kenji raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement, focusing on the woman's back. Her dress dipped down low, showing skin almost all the way to her waistline, with no bra strap. She moved sensuously through the lobby, guiding them on like some siren of old, beckoning lusty sailors to jump in and swim for the rocks. Toward the rear of the spacious interior, several doors stood at attention along the wall. Most were open, showing people seated behind even more expensive desks, hollow screens floating in the air all around them with important-looking graphics. Brass plaques near the doors indicated these were vice presidential offices. She stopped at the second one to the left and poked her head in. "Sir, these gentlemen wish to open a new business account." The man behind the desk wore a mandatory suit, imported from Italia. He glanced up and smiled at the men and stood to greet them, reaching out to shake their hands. One of the hollows flashed red at that moment, drawing all eyes in the room. "This is a Central City news alert. Market Square has been bombed." 6.7. After a few minutes of watching the emergency broadcast, Joey shifted nervously, scuffling his feet on the floor. The vice president noticed, and he muted the hollow sound with an embarrassed gesture. "Let's get on with it, shall we?" I'm sure the news will wait. I'm sure. If it's okay with you, Kenji said, we'd like a tour and maybe some background on what you do here. We're all new to doing big business on Euripides, as you might imagine in light of our recent regime change. Absolutely. Come with me, and I'll show you around. We're getting a lot of people like you right now, after our new alliance with the Republic. Chu is doing a wonderful job. Wonderful. Shorter than the other two and considerably more rotund, the well-dressed and well-fed banker led them back out into the lobby, heading toward the far left side of the open space. Our formal name, of course, is the Star League Exchange Depository, Euripides branch. We are part of a league-wide financial network known informally as the Sled Bank. Informally. But everyone around here just calls us the Diamond Exchange. Mainly, we work with asteroid miners, many of whom are headquartered in the Clarion Quadrant, and the agricultural communes, most of which are based here on Euripides. Euripides. Kenji ignored the man's odd habit of repeating words and remained on task. And what would be the purpose of using your institution, rather than one of the more traditional banks? Well, we are indeed a bank. We are just one that specializes in dealing with capital-intensive projects. Our former system of government, as you no doubt know, had certain regulatory strictures on the flow of capital, particularly through the traditional banking system. We are unique in that we offer a physical space for assets that is immune from regulations, and also, most importantly, from undue confiscation. How is that even possible? Joey said with a frown, his irritation instantly transferring to this man. I mean, before the change in government. Star Ken would know everything. The state has rights to everything, even your money. He said this with the firm conviction of a die-hard leaguer, though he was pretending to be a Republican capitalist at the moment. The banker did not notice Joey's sharper tone, nor his subterfuge. Yes, but outside of an official league bank, the AI has, shall we say, more limited powers. More limited. Kenji smiled, as much at Joey as the man dancing around his words. He said, "Are you inferring, sir, that confiscation of physical assets is much more difficult when they are stored in here than elsewhere?" Aha! There you have it, sir. I'm glad you follow the drift of my words, as it were. Step through here, please, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. They walked through another entryway into an outer room. On the far wall, a giant round vault door stood wide open. It looked big enough for all three men to go inside at the same time, walking next to one another inside. Row after row of safe deposit boxes peeked out at them. You see, there is some history, and it does involve the needs of certain high-level league officials who needed to hold onto assets that remained untraceable for one reason or another. These individuals were allowed certain privileges within the league. Typically, they were high-level government people. Is that a stutter? Kenji wondered. The constant repeating of words started to annoy him. With a trace of awe mixed with exasperation, Joey said, "They were allowed to manage their own capital as they saw fit?" Kenji hid a smile. The look on Joey's face was priceless as he suddenly met the oldest paradox in socialist systems of governments, and it slapped him in the face. Those at the very top of the pyramid are allowed to avoid the rules foisted on everyone else. If they were trusted and high enough in the government, then yes, sir. Yes, sir. They could manipulate assets without oversight by Star Ken. And this is one of the places they use for doing that. We were set up for just such exchanges. Hence our nickname. Diamonds are just as good as credits, in the right circles. And here is where most of those assets were stored on Euripides. Some still are. You guys were a Swiss bank for the league, Joey said. Well, that's certainly one way to look at it. Kenji laid a hand on the short banker's shoulder, making the man turn away from the vault and back toward him. You wouldn't happen to have the time, would you? I'm afraid I haven't been able to get an updated implant just yet. Certainly. It's... The banker paused to stare at his internal clock, shifting attention inward. Kenji raised his eyebrows at Joey expectantly. Joey nodded and slugged the man in the back of the head as hard as he could. Ow, that hurt. Joey danced around, rubbing his knuckles as the banker slumped to the floor, unconscious. Good job. Hurry, help me slide him into place. Take his shoulders. Kenji reached down and lifted the man's feet while Joey put 2 hands under the banker's armpits. Together they lifted and carried him over to the vault door, placing him down half inside the safe and half out. "Are you sure this will work?" Joe said. "I thought we could jam the door open with a brick or some such." "It would take something massively strong to hold it open. Maybe a bar of some kind, made of solid metal. At the same time, it would have to be wedged open wide enough that we could still pass through, carrying things with us. We would have had to try and sneak the metal in here somehow, without raising suspicion. They may not have AI eyes and ears, but they still have guard bots in the lobby, Joey. No, putting a person in the door should trigger the vault's safeguards, and that's all we need. It's much more efficient this way." "What if the door closes on him anyway? It's a local system, right? No outside AI? So what if it says, 'Forget it. I'm shutting this door'?" Kenji shrugged. "Then it will make a mess." The exchange's alarms went off then, as if on cue. Red lights flashed in the ceiling, and a klaxon blared. They heard screams out in the lobby, along with the unmistakable sound of rapid blaster fire. A light flashed on the wall outside the round vault door, and it started to swing shut. The outer edge arced toward the banker's body. Then it stopped, 1/4 open, and an artificial male voice sounded from speakers in the ceiling. "Please evacuate the area. Emergency closing initiated. Please move clear of the door. Please evacuate the area." Both men held their breath as the voice tonelessly repeated the message, while the door remained open. 6.8. Why do we need the visors again? Hannah Debussy raced after Marek Foley, also known as Agent Blackmark. He registered very little emotion, but she knew men. The fact that they were out in the field on this assignment bothered him, and she could guess why. SSI, Euripides director Lebedev personally assigned them to this task. The problem with that was, Led Tetrarch Thrall had designated Foley the new SSI director for this quadrant. But that happened back when everyone thought Lebedev was dead. Foley did not argue about his sudden change in fortune, nor did he act disrespectful in any way toward Lebedev. But Hannah knew the situation bothered him. Who wouldn't be upset at a change like that, she thought. It amounted to an unexpected demotion. So now they were on the ground while Lebedev remained safe back in Marlborough. The director had the prerogative to stay behind and direct things. Kind of like a general in battle staying behind the lines while the enlisted men fought. But Foley was not a man who shared his thoughts and emotions with others. He kept them bottled up. And Hannah knew men. She knew that when men bottled things up, eventually everything exploded if they were shaken up enough. So she watched and waited to see if she could use something to her advantage. And maybe do a little shaking. Director Lebedev said all the sensors should be down by now. "Never take chances," Foley snapped. Plus, he forgot that implants can still record, even when they're not connected to anything. Her eyebrows raised under the visor. That was a good point. She left her visor down. They came to the nondescript door of the Diamond Exchange, and Foley took out his blaster. "Follow my lead." She retrieved her own gun and went in after him as the door slid open. Inside, Foley shouted, "Everybody down! This is a hold-up!" He turned and shot the nearest teller in the chest. The man gasped and slumped in the chair, blood staining his imported suit. Screams erupted throughout the lobby and somebody swiped an alarm button. A klaxon blared out while the floating chandeliers turned red and began flashing. "On the floor, now!" Foley aimed at a woman who stared at him from behind another desk, frozen in fear. The bolt blew off half her face, splattering blood everywhere and knocking her over like a bowling pin. "Why are you shooting them?" Hannah whispered, nervously. The bloodshed seemed unreasonable to her. "To establish authority," he whispered back. "Now, beware the bots." 2 security bots activated along either wall to the right and left. These were pre-war models, but not terribly old. More likely, the bank simply could not buy newer bots during the war, and nobody got around to upgrading them after the ceasefire. Not that these needed replacing, Hannah thought. They certainly looked capable. standing 2.5 meters tall with nothing adorning their metal bodies to help humanize them. They'll be on a separate subroutine than players, but will still attempt to minimize casualties, Foley said. As if overhearing him, the one to their left shot off a round with its sidearm. Foley and Hannah ducked as the bolt sailed overhead. Another one exploded on a desk, obliterating the furniture. We need protection. 2 more tellers cowered on the floor nearby, trembling in fear. Foley nodded toward the man, indicating Hannah should take that one. He grabbed the woman by her hair and stood, placing her between himself and the bot. The woman screamed, hands flailing, trying to loosen his grip, but he lifted her off her feet so she blocked his front and his visor. The bot had no clear shot. Shut up, slut. Suddenly, Hannah realized just how he would release all those pent-up emotions. Already he had killed 2 people. This would likely be his third. He wouldn't wait for some unknown catalyst to pop the cork on his anger. He would just kill everyone he could during this assignment. With that thought in mind, she aimed the gun down at the male teller's forehead. Stand up. This guy is bigger than me, Hannah thought. Nice meat shield. She stood behind him, completely covered from the bot's sight. Foley growled in his woman's ear. Put your hands down. Do it. Now reach back in my jacket pocket and grab what's in there. Do it, or I'll shoot you now. Reluctantly, the woman brought her hands down. She reached behind awkwardly, flapping his side until she found a jacket pocket. She slipped her hand in and came out holding a small drone the size of a hockey puck. Toss it toward the bot. Do it. She squealed in terror as he pressed the muzzle hard against her scalp. She tossed it, clumsily and underhanded, toward the bot still aiming its gun at them. The drone caught itself before it hit the floor, lifting up vertically until it was the same height as the guard bot's head. Then it shot across the room, making a beeline for the unit. The bot lifted its free hand, intending to swat the makeshift missile aside. But when it came within reach, it exploded in a small cloudburst of heavy liquid. The bot's head turned black, instantly covered in thick lead paint. 6.9 Remington Renison floated above Central City in Virago, her car. Nuria Serda sat in the passenger seat. Both stared below at a wreck involving ground vehicles. What's going on down there? Nuri said. It looks like a car deliberately rammed that truck. 2 men jumped out of the car and drew sidearms, shooting through the windshield of the truck. People on the sidewalk scattered like ants. Almost simultaneously, the distant boom of a giant bomb reached them. Both women turned and looked toward Nuremberg Boulevard and Traders Square in time to see a giant cloud of smoke and debris rise in the air. Oh no, Claire, tell me that isn't our outdoor market. Even as she said it, Remington felt her stomach sink with the knowledge that it had to be Traders Square. The site had been attacked before. She knew the general direction of its location from the air. The AI's voice came over the car's speakers, through the clone of Linda Chu back in the administration building. We are under widespread attack. My sensor field is rapidly diminishing. Drones are spraying it with a suppressive coating. I have reports of multiple incidents throughout the city. Please tend to what you can and I will try to assist through Virago's built-in sensors. Both women stared at the column of smoke rising higher. Do we need to help them out first? Nuri said, her voice shaking. They watched as emergency vehicles streaked through the sky, heading toward the smoke with red and blue lights flashing. Remington shook her head. No, I doubt there's much we could do, but if the city is coming under widespread assault. She looked down at the scene below in the busy intersection. The 2 gunmen stood on the hood of their wrecked car now, shooting into the crowd indiscriminately. People screamed and scrambled out of the way as bodies fell around them. Virago, take those 2 out. The car emitted an enthusiastic beep and swooped down in a long arc. It angled between buildings, then banked hard right above a street leading to the intersection, leveling out and picking up speed. Both women involuntarily tensed as the car sped up, angling down at a perfectly calculated rate of descent, racing straight toward the wreck. Too late. Both gunmen turned and saw the car fast approaching. They raised their guns to squeeze off shots, and Virago's bumper clipped them. 2 blasters flew up in the air as Virago ascended and slowed. The car turned in a tight pivot, giving the women a view of the intersection below. "They're gone," Nuri said. Indeed, no bodies lay on the street besides those shot. Remington spied one of the guns. "Virago, set us down in the intersection. Be on the lookout for additional threats. Relay everything to Claire, and allow her to take over as needed." The car beeped in the affirmative and flew back to the wreck before settling down gently on the pavement. Its canopy popped open. Remington climbed out and inspected Virago's bumper. Nuri sidled up beside her. "Do you see any blood?" Nuri shrugged and said, "Would there be blood?" "I've hit people before. Yes, at this speed there should be something to show for it. At the very least, there should be 2 dead bodies here. But I don't see even a drop of blood anywhere." The women stared at the perfectly unblemished front end of the car. They turned and looked at the accident scene. Remington walked a few paces, bent and picked up one of the blasters. She glanced around but still found no trace of the men Virago hit. Something's not right. She tucked the gun into her waistband and looked around some more. The intersection seemed strangely quiet with the gunmen gone. Pedestrians who had been hiding cautiously poked their heads out for a look. Others rushed over to help the fallen. "Claire, you didn't teleport them away, did you?" The response came through Remington's implant. "I did not, and I no longer have operative municipal sensors in this area." Remington glanced up at the nearest cube on a light pole. She frowned, noticing the black paint. "I found the other gun," Nuri said, several meters away. She held it up so Remington could see. All the pedestrians nearby ducked and yelled at the sight of it. "Put that away. Come on, we've got to figure this out." "What about the wreck?" "The police will take care of it. Claire says there's more going on in the city. Let's see if we can find another incident." The pair jogged back to Virago and climbed in. The canopy lowered and the car shot up vertically, rising above the buildings. All around the sky, red and blue lights of emergency vehicles flashed in random patterns, lighting up the buildings below. 6.10. With the bots disabled, the machines holstered their sidearms in keeping with safety protocols. To the subroutine's credit, they immediately began trying to remove the lead paint blocking their sensory inputs, but to no avail. The expensive security bots stood there useless, futilely wiping their faces with metal hands. Black Mark shoved the bank employee down to the floor. She fell on her hands and knees, crying. Hannah pushed her man away too. He bent down and wrapped his arms around his fallen co-worker, angrily wiping away a couple tears of his own. "Come on," Marek said, his voice slightly distorted by the visor to help prevent identification. "Let's go help the others." He marched toward the side of the lobby, not bothering to look back. Hannah glanced around at all the cowering tellers, many peeking out from behind their expensive desks. When she turned to follow, those closest to the door bolted for the street. A muffled explosion sounded from deeper in the building, and Black Mark picked up his pace. Hannah quickly followed him into the vault room where smoke drifted from the round metal door, still 3/4 shut. The prone body of a bank employee draped across the gap, preventing its full automatic closure. Black Mark ignored the fumes, stepping over the portly vice president and into the vault. Kenji and Joey stood inside, waving off the thick smoke and inspecting everything. All the safe deposit doors were cracked open, their slide boxes visible and vulnerable. Joey held a thin spool of explosive line in one hand, mute testimony as to the source of the explosion and all the smoke. He had evidently strung it around the safe. Black Mark knew the line came from their stash of equipment for asteroid miners. Sticky, the miners could wrap it like spider silk around an obstructing rock and simply blow it away. The charge was strong, but produced a very localized explosion. And it proved just as effective when repurposed for opening safe deposit boxes. Kenji swung open a damaged door and retrieved a large metal box. He opened the lid facing the others, revealing hundreds of sparkling diamonds. They reflected back the light as if white flames burned within the stones. Everyone smiled. Joey eagerly opened another one, pulling out a box filled with credit tokens and small gold bars. We don't need no keys. Not when we have miner's cord. Less talk, Black Mark said, his voice snapping away the other man's giddiness like a bullwhip. Empty everything out, fast as you can. We only have a few minutes. Hannah joined the men, pulling out cloth duffel bags wrapped around her middle under her shirt, and throwing them on the floor. Each man grabbed some bags and went to work. Quickly, all four emptied the contents of the boxes into their bags, zipping them up when filled. Credit tokens, old silver and gold coins, bars of precious metals, and thousands of diamonds made up the bulk of the loot. When 2/3 of the boxes were ransacked, and all but one of the bags were filled, Black Mark called a halt. Grab them. Let's go, before the pigs show up. Joey flung the door open for another box and pulled it out. I got one more bag. Leave it. There's some good stuff in here. Leave it. We can knock over another bank later. Let's go. Black Mark picked up 4 bags and grunted under the weight. He put them back down and adjusted the straps on 2 so he could sling one over each shoulder. Then he grabbed the other 2 and headed toward the vault door, squeezing through the gap. Kenji followed suit, mimicking Black Mark by slinging 2 bags over his shoulders and carrying another 2. He stepped over the bank's vice president on his way out of the vault. Joey opened yet another box and poured its contents into the last duffel bag. Hannah glanced at him from behind her visor. Come on, Joey. There isn't much time. This is going to waste. We've got lots more stuff here. I'm not going to leave behind all this money. We're going now. Come on, Joey. You know he will leave you behind if he has to. She reached down and grunted with the weight of just 1 bag. Awkwardly, she slung it over her shoulder. She reached down and grabbed 1 more, deciding that was all she could carry. Hannah headed toward the door and the outer room where the lights continued flashing red. The executive groaned as she stepped over him, stirring back to consciousness. Joey, if you don't come now, you're going to get locked in there when this guy moves out of the way. The vice president came to, pushing himself up with his arms. What is this? What's going on? Hannah heard Joey curse inside the vault. The sharp thoop of a blaster shot echoed from inside. The man jerked, then slumped back down inside the gap. The distant sound of wailing sirens reached Hannah. I'm going, Joey. Right behind you. Just need to grab this last box. Screams drifted in from the lobby, along with the sounds of more gunfire. Hannah snorted in irritation, then hurried toward the door, struggling with the heavy bags. .11 A blue police bot with a big yellow badge painted on the front stormed through the front door, just as Black Mark and Kenji ran back into the lobby carrying bags of loot. The bot sensed the men immediately and swiveled its head, taking in the entire scene. Citizens, take cover! It raised both arms, outfitted with 2 heavy blasters, and fired multiple rounds at the robbers. They dove behind desks as the bolts obliterated furniture and burned holes in the wall. Men and women alike screamed. Some employees still hiding close to the door made a break for it, encouraged by the presence of the police. Others in the back of the lobby or stuck in their offices stayed put, hugging the floor and shaking in fear. Kenji risked a peek above the desk he dove under. The bot noticed him immediately and squeezed off another series of rounds, blowing up the furniture. He rolled behind a marble pillar, squatting behind it. From this new position he could see Foley, behind yet another desk. The assassin had stacked up his 4 bags of loot between himself and the furniture, adding another layer of protection. Kenji's face dropped in a "Why didn't I think of that?" moment. Attention! Throw down your weapons and approach with your hands up. You will not be harmed. Both Kenji and Black Mark ignored the bot's command. They heard the outer door open as human police officers swarmed inside. One of them headed to the back of the lobby where more bank employees cowered, intent on getting them out. Kenji risked a glance around the side of the column, watching as 2 more officers raced inside, crouching low and carrying rifles. He looked back at Foley and said in a low voice, "No armor." The bot heard him and unleashed a fresh round of bolts. They hit the column, scorching the stone. Kenji tensed, but remained unscathed. He caught Black Mark's eye again. The assassin smiled and pulled out another paint drone from his jacket. He lifted up his visor and mouthed, "Always carry a spare," his lips moving in an exaggerated way to make sure Kenji understood. Foley tossed the puck straight up, above the desk. The drone caught itself before falling back down too far, then shot toward the bot in a black streak. The police unit had time to fire 2 shots. The first missed by scant millimeters, the blast pocking the far wall as it sailed over Foley's desk. The bot adjusted ever so slightly for the second shot, and this bolt connected, making the small drone explode in a mist of black paint just before it self-detonated. Kenji risked a quick look, poking his head around the column. The police bot staggered backward, its cylindrical head covered in a light coat. "It exploded too far away," he whispered. "It's only partially disabled." "That'll have to do," Foley murmured. "Let's grab somebody and get out of here." Both men stood up and rushed forward. Kenji fell in behind Foley. The robot flailed mechanical arms, whacking its cylindrical head. But the thin layer of black paint covered its front, and enough spotted the top to disrupt visual sensors. The copbot's guns were either permanently attached, or the unit refused to drop them, so any efforts to remove the paint blocking its sensors proved fruitless. Its head whirred back and forth as a few more employees desperately rushed for the door. Black Mark ran to intercept an older man running from the back offices. He tackled the fellow wordlessly and pulled him off the floor, grunting and wheezing. He held the employee close, pointing his weapon at the cops over the old man's shoulder. The bot homed in on the scuffle and aimed both guns at them, but it lacked full sensory capacity and safety protocols kicked in. It wordlessly held both weapons steady, but did not fire. Black Mark smirked and nudged the older gentleman toward the door, crab walking to keep the man between himself and the bot, as well as the human officers. Kenji fell in behind Black Mark with bags of loot, keeping a watchful eye on everything. Hannah cautiously peeked out the door leading to the vault. She carefully made her way into the lobby, straining under the load of her 2 bags. She quietly scurried over to Kenji's position and followed him as he followed Foley toward the front door. One of the cops yelled out, "Stand down. Do not fire." 2 other policemen showed their faces, one rising up from behind a counter and the other leaning out from an alcove near the front. They kept their sidearms trained on the trio heading for the door, but no one shot. Black Mark positioned the old guy between himself and their guns, the other 2 criminals pulling in close. They all walked slowly toward the door, carrying their loot and the old man along with them. "Dispatch, 113. We've got a hostage situation at the Diamond Exchange." The door to the vault burst open, and Joey stumbled into the lobby, staggering under the load of 6 duffel bags overstuffed with loot. The bot, with its limited senses, could not see very well, but it could hear flawlessly. A curse emitted from under Joey's visor, electronics scrambling his voice. Old-fashioned gold coins clinked at the bottom of one of the bags as he jostled them into a better position on his shoulder. The robot circuitry performed several calculations simultaneously. It moved the permanently attached guns from the group heading for the front and swung them toward the vault room door. The bot fired a single shot from both barrels. Credit tokens, old coins, and hundreds of diamonds burst into a shiny monetary cloud as the energy bolt slammed into the bags before ripping open Joey's chest. .12 Hostage situation at the Diamond Exchange. Remington and Nuri shared a glance as the officer's calm voice came over the comm. Player piped in the police channel to Virago and let them listen in on the chatter. Nuri grimaced. "That's not good." Remington nodded and pushed the steering wheel in, making the car's nose dip. She scanned the building tops and streets below. "Virago, take us to the Diamond Exchange." The car beeped, heading off at an angle. "What are we going to do when we get there?" "Foil a bank robbery, I hope." "Can't the boots handle it, Remy?" "I think they can use all the help they can get right now. That's just something the cops don't normally need help with. Shooting and robberies and violence and stuff. In a republic, citizens help law enforcement when needed. It's their civic duty. We're not. Oh, I guess we are kinda part of the planetary republic now. Not everybody down there is going to have a gun to go help out the boots, though. No, but we do. Remington reached over the seat into the back and pulled out 4 rifles and 3 handguns. She smiled and said, "In fact, we've got several." The officers at the front slowly stepped backwards out of the doorway, keeping their guns trained on those walking forward. Of the trio approaching, Hannah seemed most distraught. Tears flowed at the sight of Joey's body, slumped up against the doorway leading back to the vault, his extra large load of loot lying in disarray all around him. She had no doubts Joey was dead. The smear of blood all over his chest showed the police bot's guns had taken out all vital organs below his neck. She knew that he could not still be alive. As they passed the bot, aiming its guns at them now, she could only hope its senses remained occluded and that it would not risk trying to shoot them so long as they dragged their hostage along. Tense silence reigned in the lobby. Employees of the sled bank too far from the door cautiously watched them from behind cover as the police retreated and the group advanced. At last, they stepped out the door. Cop cars blocked traffic, terrestrial and in the air. Civilians had been evacuated, although a handful watched carefully from nearby windows. "What now, Black Mark?" Kenji said softly, his gun aimed at the closest cop. "We'll have to take a terrestrial vehicle that has local control. Head for that car over there." He yelled at the officers, "Stand back, or the old man gets it." Together they stepped out into the street, angling for the nearby car. Nearby, a flying car cut in between the police cruisers and dropped horizontally to park in the middle of the street. The canopy popped open, and 2 women jumped out, holding rifles. "Who is that?" Hannah asked, watching. Foley said, "Don't know, don't care. Get into the car. One of them's lining up a shot. I don't think they're as worried about our hostage as the cops are. Get into the car. A distraction's coming. Should have been here already." As he spoke, a truck careened around a corner and picked up speed. It crashed through 2 parked police cars on the other side of the block, sending the heavy vehicles spinning. All the officers and everyone else turned to watch. The driver threw on the brakes several meters from the bank's entrance. When the vehicle stopped, both doors burst open and 2 men stepped out with heavy rifles. They sprayed the street, aiming for cops and cop cars alike. "Now, into the car!" Kenji and Hannah hurried to climb in while Foley shoved the old man down to the pavement and calmly shot him in the head. Then he got in behind the wheel and slammed the doors shut. They raced away from Virago, heading back in the direction of the newcomers. The 2 gunmen ignored them, continuing their non-stop assault on police officers. They drew return fire now, as officers struggled to shoot back from behind cover. Nobody watched from the windows anymore, hiding from all the red and green energy bolts littering the air. Foley drove for the space between police cruisers opened up by the truck. He burst through the damaged barricade and punched the accelerator. 6.13 A storm of shots fell on the truck, as every cop on the block shot at once. Those inside gave as good as they got, though, for a moment. Then the officers' shots hit home. The driver disappeared while taking a bolt to the chest, his rifle clattering to the street. The passenger lasted a little longer, running at an angle away from the vehicle and making for a harder target to hit. But when he stopped near a light pole to set up return fire, a police sniper on the roof shot him in the head from 80 meters out. He too disappeared, popping away and leaving behind his rifle. The street lapsed into sudden silence as all the shooting stopped at once. Remington and Nuri slowly stood up straight, aiming their weapons down at the ground. They joined everyone in a futile search for dead bodies. But the gunman was simply gone. Remington had a sudden realization, instantly turning into a premonition. She said, "Player, is that truck similar to the vehicle that exploded near Traders Market?" "Affirmative, Agent Renison. They are identical." "Do something. Everybody. Attention. There's a bomb in that truck. Take cover." The police looked at her with apprehension. Some closest to the vehicle began backing away. Others, heading over to check it out and collect the fallen weapons, stopped in their tracks. The truck detonated without further warning, instantly blowing a crater into the street and shattering every window on the block. A handful of officers unfortunate enough to be in range were knocked over, killed instantly. Remington and Nuri ducked instinctively, although they were too far away to be harmed. The shockwave from the bomb washed over them along with a strong blast of heated air and scattered debris. Claire, be on the lookout for similar trucks. Maybe you can port them all into a secure facility or something. May I remind you, Agent Renison, nearly all my municipal sensors outside the government district have been compromised. Remington grimaced. Well, put out an APB to the police then. Have them keep a lookout for suspicious vehicles like that one. Already done, Agent Renison. Great. She looked over at Nuri and said, Come on, while climbing back inside Virago. Where are we going? Nuri said, hopping in as the canopy swung down to lock into place. We're going to catch that getaway car. Virago, fly up and find that vehicle they stole, then get us down near it. The car beeped enthusiastically and levitated above the rooftops before rushing down the street. It diverted around the column of smoke rising up from the latest truck bomb. They're hitting everywhere, Nuri said. It's like a war or something. Remington did not respond, keeping her eyes on the streets below. Then her face lit up and she pointed. There. Do you see it, Virago? Get me in a position to shoot at that car. A beep sounded in response, and they angled lower toward a terrestrial vehicle racing along the streets below. It swerved past slower cars while pedestrians in crosswalks scrambled out of its way. Virago rushed up behind and above it, dipping below the rooftops and maintaining the trajectory with a tilted nose, giving Remington and Nuri a clear view of the fleeing vehicle. Pop the top, Virago. I'm going to try and disable them. Virago beeped and the canopy cracked open several centimeters. A brace of wind rushed inside the car's interior, blowing the women's hair back. Remington carefully aimed her blaster over Virago's steering wheel and squeezed the trigger, sending bolts into the back of the car. The driver jerked left, then right as shots rained down, peppering the back and top. He jerked left again and slammed into another car, stopped at an intersection, crumping the front and bringing the chase to a sudden halt. That's good, Remington said. Now hover here, Virago, and let's wait for someone to get out. Shouldn't we wait for the police, Raven? They'll be gone by the time the cops get here. The driver's side door popped open suddenly, and a man jumped out, aiming a rifle up at Virago. He squeezed off several rounds, splattering energy bolts across the car's canopy. .14 Both women ducked, covering their eyes. Remington dropped her gun as blasts splattered through the canopy, narrowly cutting over both women's heads but leaving the windshield intact. Virago quickly tilted up, absorbing the remaining blasts and shielding the women. Deadly bolts splattered across its underbelly, leaving marks. Are you all right? Remington said from the floorboards. I'm okay. Are you all right? Yeah, that was a close one. An alarm sounded inside as Virago continued taking shots. Some bolts punched through its outer metal. The car took evasive action, flying away fast. It skimmed over rooftops, putting structures and space between itself and the gunman. Insistent beeps sounded in the cabin as Virago angled down, heading for a flat rooftop and an emergency landing. Hang on, Nuri. This might be a little rough. Something's wrong with Virago. The car's feet popped out, and they came down on the roof with a hard thud. The car slid a few meters before finally coming to a stop. Remington pushed open the canopy and hopped out, rushing to the front. Virago's nose was covered in scorch marks. She looked underneath at even more damage on its belly, biting off a few choice words. Nuria crawled out and came around front to look with her. There's holes here and here, Remington said. They were distant shots from a regular rifle, not a heavy one, thank God. Bad enough for people, but Virago was able to handle it, mostly. Can you fly, Virago? Nuria asked the car with a note of concern in her voice. A mournful wail sounded from inside the cabin, instead of one of the cheerful beeps they were used to hearing. Remington said, All right, I think we're stuck here. At least Virago is, for now. I'll call a repair shop to come get him. Him? I always thought of Virago as a her, Nuria said. No, he's clearly a male. But all ships and things that fly are female. Nope, he's a car, and a male. Nuria looked into Remington's gravely serious eyes, and backed away from the topic. Okay, I'll just adjust my thinking or something. Good, see that you do. Now come on, grab some guns and let's lock him up. Virago, I will send help and get you back in the air again as soon as I can. For now, don't let anyone break in. I'm going to leave some weapons behind, and you need to guard them for us. The car beeped, in a non-committal tone. Just don't let anyone get in without my authorization. Player, do you know where those guys in the ground car went? Can you point us in the proper direction? Negative, Agent Renison. Beyond Virago, I do not have any sensors in the area. I know. Okay, I hope you can at least stay in touch through our implants. Of course, Agent Renison. Implants operate on a different spectrum altogether. I just will not necessarily be able to see you or your surroundings once you leave the vicinity of your vehicle. But I will have enough range with your vehicle's comm to at least communicate. Right. Remington strapped on 2 heavy rifles, one on each shoulder. She handed a third to Nuria, then stuffed 2 more pistols in her belt. Then she gave the younger woman a backpack full of egg grenades and yet another handgun. Lock it up, Virago. We'll be back. A beep sounded and the canopy lowered. Remington turned back in the direction they came. She sighed and said, They're 3 buildings over and we're not in the air anymore. We're going to have to do this hard way. Hey, at least they can't shoot us from over here, Nuria said. We've got that going for us. That's true, Nuri. But we can't shoot at them either. Come on, let's get down to the street. Both women headed for the roof access door and the stairs leading down. 6.15 This is perhaps not the best of circumstances, Kenji said, crawling out of the back seat of the stolen, now wrecked car. To her credit, Hannah said nothing despite the deep well of irritation flaring up inside her at his words. Foley ignored them both, swinging his rifle up and down the street, looking for threats. People yelled at the sight of his gun and ducked for cover. Come on, we need to move. He reached into the back and grabbed bags of loot from the bank. Hannah followed suit, grabbing the 2 she took initially. After a slight pause, Kenji grabbed his as well. Together they traipsed down the middle of the street, leaving the wreckage behind. The driver in the car they hit forced his door open and crawled out. Hey, where do you think? Foley turned, leveled his rifle at the man and fired point blank. All of his frustrations came out in a quick squeeze of the trigger as deadly energy flashed out of the muzzle. The driver flew backward, arms and legs wide, a hole in his chest gushing blood. For an instant, Foley felt deep satisfaction. Where are we going? Hannah asked, fear and concern edging her tone, snatching away his briefly fulfilling emotions. She glanced up at a pole with a sensor on top, only to see it covered in thick black paint. Foley stifled the irritation welling up at her questions, replacing his brief contentment. He was used to working alone. He sighed, weighing if he should ignore her, kill her, or answer her. The last option won out in the end. We need to get out of sight quickly. If one car found us, more will follow, with or without Blair's help, especially after that wreck. He walked through the intersection, but no other cars were present. He continued down the middle of the street, the other 2 following. At the intersection ahead, a light changed and a ground car turned toward them. Foley stopped and dropped his bags full of diamonds and tokens. He aimed his rifle carefully at the passenger side and shot through the windshield. The bolt sizzled through and the driver slammed on the brakes, alarmed. Foley ran up to the car, keeping his gun aimed at the driver. Astonished, the man lifted his hands up off the steering wheel. When he reached the door, Foley pointed in through the window. Get out! His mouth gaping open in astonishment, the driver complied. The door swung up and he stepped out then away from the car. Foley took the butt of his gun and slammed it into the man's jaw, knocking him down. Then he jumped in and drove the vehicle to where the other 2 stood, along with his 4 bags of loot. The passenger door lifted up. Throw it all in. Hannah frowned at him. She was the weakest of the three, but she helped Kenji get all the bags inside the car. Then the two of them climbed in. This was a larger vehicle, styled more like a classic car, with 4 gull-wing doors and a trunk. They managed to stuff everyone and everything inside. Foley made a U-turn around the unconscious driver still sprawled out in the street and stepped on the accelerator. He ran the light and turned left, heading away from the scene. Minutes later, Remington and Nuria jogged into the intersection with the wreck. People gathered around the driver who had been shot. Someone took their jacket off to cover the dead man's face. "I don't suppose you see any sign of them, player," Remington said. "Negative, Agent Renison." "Great. Hey, look down there. Somebody's lying in the middle of the street." Remington glanced to where Nuria pointed. "Aha, 10 to 1, that poor guy just got carjacked. Come on, let's go check it out." Unlike the crash victim, this man was alive. He had a huge bruise on his jaw. By the way it looked, Remington suspected the bone was cracked. "We'll get you to a hospital as soon as we can," she said. "Right now, all emergency services are swamped. It might be easier to make your own way there instead of waiting for an ambulance. But first, tell us what happened." As he launched into the tale of how 3 people ran down the street toward his car carrying bags full of stuff and armed with guns, then took his ride away by force, the 2 women shared a glance with one another. Remington said, "All right, give us a description and the plate number for your car. Player is down across the city, but we can at least have emergency dispatch put out an all-points bulletin." They walked the man back to the first crash site. At last, a lone police cruiser touched down near the 2 cars, lights flashing. Remington handed the fellow off to the officer so he could file a report and help find the guy a ride to the hospital. She and Nuria started walking back toward the building on which they had parked so abruptly. Remington looked down at her feet, clenching her fists in frustration along the way. "Is there anything we can do, Raven?" "Not now. Best thing we can do is line up repairs for Virago and see how long it takes for Player to get her eyes and ears back online." 6.16 A drone flew up to a municipal sensor in Central City. Unlike the previous flying machine that approached the top of the pole, this one bore a city seal on its exterior. A nozzle extended, and for a moment it looked like a hovering mechanical bee inspecting a metal flower. Then it sprayed a mixture of solvents Player had determined to be best suited for dissolving the lead-based paint. Black liquid dribbled off the sensor's exterior, leaving it several shades lighter while darkening the pole and sidewalk. A service bot stood below, watching. When the drone left, it reached up and magnets in its hands activated, clanking to the pole. Magnets in its legs activated next, and it quickly scaled up the pole to the sensor's base. Here it pulled out a radial buffer, along with some soft cloths, and began the final part of the job at cleaning away the paint. The same process repeated itself dozens of times across the city, limited by the number of municipal drones and service bots at Player's disposal. But her eyes and ears were slowly returning to full capacity as the day continued. Several blocks away, at 513 Warside, Blackmark sat with fewer people than before. Of those present, Hannah Debussy looked the most upset about losing Joseph Strambone. Kenji Takeyoshi stayed mostly silent, keeping his opinions and his feelings to himself. But Hannah processed her emotions by talking through them. Why? Why did Joey have to take more loot? I mean, we've got plenty. We've got more money in those 10 bags than I could ever hope to earn in 20 lifetimes. Why did he want more? What possessed him to stay and put himself in more danger? Was it really worth it? Was it worth his life? After suffering through several minutes of this, Marek Foley had enough. Can it? The sensors will be coming back online and their scope of operations may have changed. This place is secure, Kenji said. It should remain secure regardless. It has lead-lined walls, unusual for the poorer districts, but very convenient for us. Foley gave the man a blank stare, conveying his disgust. Kenji's eyes widened at the sudden realization of what the SI agent was trying to do. He glanced back over at Hannah. On the other hand, Kenji added quickly. It would not do to test the theoretical limits of our protective sensory barrier. Voices do have a way of transmitting, despite electronic protections. I agree with Agent Blackmark, Hannah. We should limit discussion on these events in light of the increased risk. Kenji glanced at Foley again, but the man looked away now, seemingly losing interest in the conversation. Kenji doubted that, but he thought perhaps his comment helped. He was wrong. Hannah kept talking. It's just, I really liked Joey. I hated that we lost Willie. William Knowlton was his name. Even though he saved us when we broke you out of that prison cell, and I hated that we lost him. But he was old. He had a good life. But Joey, I could have had something more with him. And now he's gone. Forever. She burst into tears, shaking and burying her face in her hands. How in the world did this woman ever get involved in SSI? Foley stared at her impassively, with that very thought racing through his mind. He was far more used to being near the type of women who trained with him in his cohort in the famous assassin school on Epsilon. Those femme fatales schooled their emotions, learning to hide them and channel them into far more productive pursuits, like weeding the government's garden of undesirable elements. But this woman is just losing it, he thought. Briefly, he considered weeding her himself, right then and there. Whatever rudimentary defenses this dwelling had against censors, wailing and gnashing of teeth over a recent bank robbery suspect's death, would surely attract the wrong kind of attention, one way or another. But then he cut those thoughts short. They had indeed lost 2 of their number recently, with Knowlton and Strambone gone. He did not need to take another. That would leave only Takeyoshi to assist him during this ongoing apocalypse code. The so-called director of SSI Euripides, Dmitry Lebedev, certainly was of no help. He simply stayed behind in his secure hideout in Marlborough and directed them to participate in the apocalypse code. Foley had his suspicions about Takeyoshi. The man never said it out loud, but he carried himself as if he held rank over everyone else. That almost never happened to Foley, unless he was speaking with someone higher up in SSI. The fact that Takeyoshi continued to act like it spoke volumes. It was not something one pulled over on people. Not in SSI, not on SSI agents. Either the man really was higher up in the organization, or he was some kind of Uber agent. Foley did not know, nor did he particularly care. But he suspected that the man would be harder to kill, if he had to, than this hysterical, sobbing woman before them. Unless he could catch him off guard. Foley looked at Hannah again and found himself reassessing her worth to him personally. He had to leave his maid bot behind when he was transferred from Station 0 and brought to Central City. In a way, that had worked out nicely for him. The locals here would probably not have been able to free him so easily from the most secure penitentiary in the quadrant if he had still been locked up over there. On the other hand, he had not been incarcerated in Station 0. He had walked in on his own volition, eliminated all those who were politically incorrect in their thinking, both guards and prisoners, and he took over. One female guard in particular, Beverly Knowles, had a good shot at replacing his maid bot in receiving his affections. But then, that other woman showed up, the one with special skills and training. Somehow she got inside and captured him. He woke up in a cell for real inside Central City. He also had lost his new potential mate, and even worse, his maid bot. The bot was ideal in his opinion, because she never said a word unless he asked her to, quite unlike this emotional basket case before him. On the other hand, he thought, beggars can't be choosers. No, he would not be eliminating this pest just for crying for hours on end. She still might hold some carnal value, if nothing else. Having thus reached a decision on her life, he dismissed thoughts of the crying woman from his mind. He made a motion with his head toward Kenji, and the pair withdrew to another room. Here the bags of loot were stacked up in a corner. Foley went over and opened the top of the nearest one. Credit tokens and coins spilled to the floor. He said, "We should have enough in tokens alone to move forward with the next part of our plan." 6.17. Foley and Kenji walked together in the warehouse district. They were used to walking. Earlier, they had ditched their stolen car several blocks away from their hideout and walked in, carrying all their loot. Now they made their way slowly to another destination. On foot, yet again. Hannah had been left behind. Foley did not completely trust her to run off with the loot. Fortunately, there was an old-style safe in the house. Kenji knew the combination, having procured the information from Joey before he died. This led Foley to wonder if Hannah knew the combination too. When confronted, she insisted, through tear-stained eyes, that she did not. Foley slapped her a few times, hard. This led to a new round of tears. But he was growing tired of her histrionics. He put a finger in her face and quietly informed her there were tracking chips mixed in with all the loot. If she took anything and tried to escape, he would come after her and personally kill her in the most painful way imaginable. Visibly shaken, Hannah nodded that she understood, and moved to a corner of the room where she tried to shrink down into as small a space as possible. Foley sighed lightly, not loud enough for Kenji to hear. Sex and money, he thought. Those are the primary motivators for most people. That's what he had been taught in the Assassin's Academy. Indeed, all SSI agents were schooled in that principle, to help manipulate people. Men, in general, could be manipulated by sex. Even the promise of sex was a strong lure. For many men, their sex drives dictated a lot of their decisions. Women, again generally speaking, could be manipulated by money. Sometimes, with some people, both motivators worked equally well. But one or the other would usually do the trick. Hannah he pegged as someone who used sex to secure money, power and prestige for herself. This dual nature of people coloured Marek Foley's outlook on the universe. For him, it made killing people easier. It certainly provided the tools to help line up his hits. It also made him prefer the company of his maidbot. He briefly considered the feasibility of flying back to Station Zero and retrieving her, by force if necessary. He set the thought aside when it occurred to him that his motivation for doing so was purely sexual. At last the men arrived at their destination, an old hinged door on the corner of a dilapidated warehouse. They saw no one on the streets, only some litter blown by the wind, dancing across the pavement. A painted sign above the entrance read, Dreadnought Mining Company. Kenji rapped on the door, then pointedly looked up at a tiny round nodule planted on the wall to the right. Despite its size, it was a rather prominent security camera. They waited in silence. Finally, the door opened. A muscular man wearing a sleeveless t-shirt looked them up and down, then held the door open. Kenji and Foley walked inside. The dimly lit warehouse was filled with giant titanium augers that looked like they weighed as much as a ground truck and were almost as big. Racks of power suits stood shoved against a wall, like sleeping yellow giants on closet hangers, waiting to come to life. Laser drills and other heavy equipment piled up in stacks stretching beyond their line of sight as the muscle man led them down a path through all the equipment. Eventually they came to an office and another hinged door. This one was open, revealing a wooden desk with several holoscreens floating around it. Someone had taken a marker and scrawled, Dennis Arnott owner on the door over a lighter patch, where a previous sign had fallen away. Foley realized the company was a play on the man's name. Behind the old desk, a tall and rough-looking man, completely bald and sporting a 3-day beard, glanced up at the newcomers with a look of total indifference. Foley guessed he must be Dennis Arnott. The room had no other chairs besides his. Kenji and Foley stood before the desk, both looking and feeling slightly awkward. The man at the desk did not seem to care. Their escort stood at the entrance, leaning against the door jamb with his arms crossed. "What do you want?" Foley respected the direct nature of Nort's request. He was a man used to getting right to the point. He responded in kind. "We want 3 more power suits like the kind you sold our colleague a while back. We also want a ride to the asteroid belt on one of your transports. Soon, like the next ship out." Nort twirled his fingers and one of the floating hollow monitors turned so that they could see it clearly. The volume was low, but it showed a breathless reporter on the street before switching away to optical recordings made earlier. Playback started from someone who witnessed Foley's recent jailbreak. They watched as Joey, wearing a big yellow power suit, knocked over a light pole and used it like a giant bat to swat down police officers. Their sidearms were useless against the enhanced suit. The recording cut away to a different one taken from another angle, showing 3 power suits running to the concrete river snaking through Central City. They watched Foley get hit by stray fire. Hannah picked him up and kept running. Then massive bolts from the police cruisers overhead ripped open the back of Willie's suit, pulverizing the older man inside. Nort dismissed the news channel hollow with a flick of his wrist. He gave Foley a flat stare. "I am not getting set up. You the cops?" "6.18. Kenji wore a look of confusion on his face. Foley remained silent, waiting for Nort to continue. After a moment's pause to gauge their reactions, he did. "Yeah, the police came by after that fun little incident there. They traced the serial numbers on that old suit with the dead guy in it to this warehouse. I had to come up with records to prove to them that it was no longer in inventory, and that we went through a purge of old equipment some time back." He looked at the 2 men standing in his office with an emotionless stare. It was obvious he was lying. He knew it, and they did too. Perhaps he thinks we're trying to entrap him? Foley thought. Or maybe he's worried about sensors picking up his words. That seems possible. If they ever find those other 2 suits that jumped in the river, and I guess the police are a little busy at the moment with all the excrement hitting the fan lately, then I suppose I'll have to talk to the nice detectives a second time, assuming those 2 pieces of equipment were once in my inventory too. Foley and Kenji exchanged a glance. They both knew the suits indeed came from Dreadnought Mining Company. This is where Joey bought them after all. So, in short, no. I am not going to be selling anybody any old power suits right now. I don't need the headaches if something happens later on, and they're used to blatantly break the law like that. I don't need that kind of trouble knocking on my door. He waved in the general direction where the news hollow had been displayed. As for a trip to the mining zone, it takes 2 months at Standard Drive. We leave in 2 days and it's 100 thou per passenger. We've got room for 2 extra people. That's expensive. Take it or leave it. If you want to get back to Central City from there, it's cheaper on the return flight, when we're loaded with ore. That'll cost you only 50 each. A round trip will take almost 5 months. Few people do it other than employees, and they usually stay longer on our orbital station out there for a shift or 2. We'll have all the paperwork showing you are employed by Dreadnought Mining Company, of course. Whatever names you want on the passenger manifest. No questions asked, no messing with customs. I would hope not, at that price, Kenji said, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Like I said, take it, leave it. We depart from the Shanghai drop-off point in less than 48 hours for the next trip out. I'll take half up front now to reserve your spots. Kenji glanced at Foley, displaying a subtle look of astonishment at the man's audacity. For his part, Foley remained calm and seemingly complacent. If you won't part with a power suit, I'd like another tool. We need a handheld laser drill. One that's light enough it can be handled without a suit, obviously, but still powerful to cut through most anything. Nort thought about it, sharing a glance with the man at the door. He said, "We've got an old one around here. Serial numbers might be worn off, and there's no chips in it. Minimal electronics. I think several companies have owned it over the years. I'd be willing to let you have it for 15. 10? 15 thou. You won't find untraceable heavy equipment like that anywhere else. Not on this planet." Nort and Foley stared at one another silently. Foley broke eye contact first, sighing and looking up at the ceiling. Nort said, "Half for the ride off planet today for 2 people, half at the drop-off point. All of the drill's payment." He held out a hand, somewhat imperiously. Foley stared at him a moment longer. Nort said, "Take it or leave it. I don't really care." Finally, Foley reached into a pocket and pulled out 10 tokens with 10K engraved on one side. These he deposited in Nort's outstretched hand. Then he handed over some smaller ones for the laser tool. "Get that old drill on aisle 7 and hand it over to them. You know where it is, then show them the door." The young man in the muscle shirt nodded. He turned and they followed him out the door. "Nice doing business with you," Nort called after them as Foley and Kenji walked through the cavernous warehouse, following their guide. A short while later, the two men carried a large flat box between them as they made their way down the sidewalk. "You could only buy 2 tickets off-world," Kenji said as the Dreadnought mining warehouse receded behind them. "I know. What about Hannah? Will she not be coming with us?" "Probably not." Kenji dropped it and inquired no further. Or you won't be coming, Foley thought. But he kept that to himself. If he couldn't get his maid bot back, Hannah Debussy might make for a good substitute, at least for a while, especially if she had learned her lesson from earlier. 6.19 Kenji and Black Mark made their way inside 513 Wallside, struggling at the end of their long walk with the heavy box. They managed to get it through the door and put it down on the kitchen table, where Hannah sat. Gone was the happy woman, the one who had laughed so hard while rescuing Foley from prison, calling him "man o' mine." She looked utterly remorseful, fresh bruises swelling on her face as she stared at them with a blank expression. Kenji asked how she was doing and offered to get her a glass of water from the kitchen, which she refused. For his part, Foley ignored her. Black Mark pulled out a small digital spectrometer from his lead-lined wallet, holding the wafer-thin device in front of his face for a moment. Watching the little holoscreen with a graph to double-check, they were secure from Blair's distant sensor. "We're safe." Kenji reminded him of the house's lead-lined outer walls. Black Mark reached down and unclasped the latches on the big box, lifting up a heavy lid to open it. This is also lead-lined," Kenji said, watching. "I see now why it was so heavy to carry. And here, I thought it was just the piece of equipment inside." They stared down at a large handheld device bearing some resemblance to a giant handgun. 1/3 of a meter long with a thick, heavy handle, it looked worn but serviceable. The device used to be painted red, but over time much of the original paint had worn off, or had been scraped off, leaving the raw metal underneath exposed. A patina of rust covered several of those exposed spots on its exterior. "This thing must be 50 years old," Foley said. He picked it up with both hands and flicked the on switch. The unit made a whee sound as it powered up. He pointed the nozzle down at the metal table, adjusting the output with a dial on the side, setting it at the lowest level. Then he briefly squeezed the trigger. A burst of red light emitted from the nozzle and a clean, round hole instantly appeared in the tabletop. Another one marked the floor underneath. A rare smile crossed Foley's face. He glanced at Kenji and continued to ignore Hannah's swollen face. "Imagine what this will do to locks, doors, and people. Maybe we don't need those power suits after all. We can always try and go retrieve the 2 that were left behind, under the river," Kenji suggested. Foley shook his head. "I wouldn't doubt it if somebody set a sensor nearby to try and trap us if we did that. I met someone out at the big prison, Station 0, who had remarkable skills and training very similar to ours. If I were in her shoes, I would try and do something like that. It still might be good to retrieve those suits. They were quite useful. Perhaps the new AI would not think of such a thing." Foley gave him a level glance. "These people seem to think on their own better than our people do. The Republicans are not as dependent on their AI to come up with ideas or receive directions telling them what to do. I've always hated that about the other side. Free thinkers are much harder to control. They're generally messy and troublesome in society." "You prefer robots?" Foley glanced at the older man sharply, a rare uncontrolled reaction. Then he calmed down as he realized there would be no way Kenji knew about his bot wearing a sexy French maid outfit. "Let's just say I prefer compliant citizens, who do as they're told, and who don't get any rash ideas." Foley turned the mining drill off and put it back in the box. "All right, it's time to move on. This next assignment should disrupt things considerably and help us fulfill the Apocalypse Code directives. Then we'll see about leaving this miserable place." He looked down at Hannah, still sitting at the table and staring at him in stony silence. "Are you going to help us, or what?" "Just tell me what I have to do," she said, speaking for the first time since they arrived. Her voice was flat and inflectionless. Foley smiled and said, "That's what I like to hear. Compliance." He reached out to lightly touch her face, but she pulled away, showing a small but stubborn spark of bitter non-compliance. He smiled again and let it go. Black Mark turned to Kenji and said, "Come on, let's get ready." 6.20. The sun dipped below the horizon, steadily taking its light away from Central City. Fires still smouldered, set by arsonists or the result of bombs, and the waning rays hit the streets filtered through smoke. A tow truck slowly settled into place above Virago, still parked on an isolated rooftop. Smart cables dropped from above and wrapped themselves around the car, firmly linking it to the larger vehicle. They ascended as one and flew away to a garage in the warehouse district where the car could be repaired. Remington Renison and Nuri Acerda roamed the open-air corridors of Market Square. A ground truck pulled up, loaded with plywood, followed by another one carrying tarps. They parked to either side of the crater, blocked off with holotape. A pair of loadbots jumped out and began stacking the cargo in a cleared area. Men from the stone wall gang appeared, many carrying hammers and other tools. They would be up all night, but the booths destroyed with bombs would all be replaced by morning light. Market Square would be open for business tomorrow. The door swished open into Teetering Chu's office and Central City Police Chief Selma Yamamoto walked in. Relatively short with a mix of Asian ancestry, Yamamoto felt her years, especially today. Retirement looked especially appealing right now, with this mess in the city. Her people were running ragged. She had called in every cop she could find, including from her reserve force and those on vacation. She had even asked some recent retirees to come back in, at least temporarily. That's how desperate for manpower she was. Fortunately, there was nowhere to go while off duty, due to the isolation of this city in the middle of the rocky desert. People were either gone, really gone, or still within the walls. It made calling up those off-duty easier, and today she had needed all the personnel she could muster. "We had a slight breakthrough, ma'am." The office was dark. After the new privacy shades the Tetrarch had installed, natural light no longer filtered in. At all. Personally, Yamamoto did not care for the new low-light ambience this created in the Tetrarch's office. But fortunately, she did not have to appear here in person very often. Of course, thanks to the wave of terror attacks today, she had to make an exception. "Come in, Chief. I am ready for some good news." Yamamoto sat down in one of the chairs facing the Tetrarch's desk, sitting on its edge. She touched the implant under her right ear, and her personal holo sprang to life in presentation mode so Chu could see it. "So we had the mystery of these terrorists just disappearing as soon as they were shot, or something else happened, like falling off a building or whatever. Here's an optical recording from about 10 this morning from one of our guys." They watched through the eyes of an officer chasing a suspect down the street. The man stopped and turned suddenly, pointing a pistol. The officer, his gun already drawn, fired first. The suspect disappeared when the bolt hit him, popping away like a soap bubble. "Yes, I understand all of them went down like that." "That's right. We finally captured someone acting suspicious who did not evaporate, and we got some credible intel. He was a visitor to this ag convention in town. We caught him trying to sneak explosives into a public building. According to this guy, when we questioned him, what we just saw was the latest gizmo from Thespar. He called them Holo Lads. The official acronym is HLAD. Essentially, it's a thin layer of molecules controlled by a chip." "That's it?" "That's all. I guess it's literally hollow. It acts like a droid. It is a droid. It's something of a glass cannon, though, because the second the construct meets any kind of serious resistance, or gets shot or whatever, the electrons holding everything together disintegrate. There's also a self-destruct mechanism to atomize the chip controlling things. Once it's neutralized, it goes away, as if it was never there." "You found all this out from that one man?" Yamamoto nodded. "Once we relayed our findings to Claire, she adjusted her senses to try and pick these hollow guys out of a crowd. She's getting better at it. We found one preparing to strike a supermarket with egg grenades. She had a security bot intercept it before it could walk in the door. What we know, Claire knows, and she's actively searching for these things. Chu nodded. Since Claire controlled Chu's clone, she actually was following along with the investigators at this very moment. But she maintained the pretense of Chu being a real person. Very good. I'm glad our subject was so cooperative in what he revealed. The chief's eyes crinkled with a trace of humor. Let's just say his cooperation was coerced. I hope we didn't violate too many Republican rights while securing it. Chu waved a hand dismissively. Part of their fleet is in orbit as we speak, to seal the treaty marking our formal entry into the planetary republic. I have had an offer from the Admiral in charge to place Marines down here to help keep the peace during our current emergency. But I assured him you had the situation well in hand. Thank you, Tetrarch Chu. It's tough, but I think we are holding it together, for the most part. As well, I do not think an effective outside force would mesh well with your people under short notice and under duress. At least, not out on the streets at large. You're right about that, ma'am, and many folks would think it was martial law. Even though we voted to join the Republic, for a bunch of their Space Marines to show up with guns, that would freak out the populace, I'm sure. Most likely, although it is encouraging to know I have them as a resource if needed. But for now, they are not needed in the city. Claire is telling me all hololads she has detected have been neutralized. That should leave only human terrorists. And all indications are they are far fewer in number, despite being more difficult to detect. That's what I understand as well, ma'am. We've tried to locate all off-world members attending that convention and detain them for questioning. We're still seeking a few. Chu nodded. Maintain vigilance, Chief Yamamoto. We will round up the remaining terrorists soon enough. And then we will host the signing delegation that is standing by in orbit. I imagine several ships will remain in place to provide us with some protection in case Jade Thrall gets any more ideas about trying to win us back. (6.21) We have complete plans for the admin district from before the Pugs took over, Foley said. He held up a data transfer unit next to Kenji's ear and transmitted a map to the implant. Then he repeated the procedure with Hannah. As you can see, Foley activated his personal holo, which floated now in front of his face in view of the other two. The old location for the main AI core was in a sub-basement directly underneath the administration building. This is old-school architecture, which makes sense. Euripides is one of the first planets colonized, and that's the way they did it back then. The core was close to the center of power. Kenji nodded. Anna's face remained neutral. At some point, Foley realized she or Kenji had found some kind of health nanobots and injected her with them. All signs of bruising on her face from where he had hit her earlier had disappeared. Now she just looked sullen, or carried no expression at all. He liked the new Hannah. She stayed quiet. At the start of the war, agents working for Petra Rho attacked the AI on the pirate planet Lut. Now Lut, as you know, is a cattle gap planet out in the middle of nowhere. Petra Rho is the closest civilized settlement to it, and that's not saying much. How do you know Lut is so rustic? Kenji asked. Foley gave him a sharp look. The question was asked in an innocent tone, though. I was stationed on Petra Rho. That place was a backwater and Lut is worse. So you visited it? No, I never went to the pirate planet, okay? Are you happy? I know about it by reputation because it was right next door. I see. Please continue with your story. Foley stared at Kenji for a moment through squinting eyes. Hannah's stock suddenly rose substantially. If he had to spend weeks aboard some old rusty system hopper, she would be a much more compatible companion to bring along than Kenji. He already had been thinking up ways to eliminate Kenji after this job was done, or at least figure out a way to leave him behind. Now the former option began percolating in his mind. He set those thoughts aside for now. So, as I was saying, the Lutians only had one real core up and going for the whole planet, and that was in the basement of their admin building, just like here. A couple of operatives from Petra Rho were able to infiltrate the basement and toss an egg grenade in the server room, and the pirates were left without their full AI for months. Obviously that will not work here. The Republicans have cores across the planet. especially now that the fleet is here to help supply them. I'm aware of that, Kenji, but here's where it gets interesting. I'm going to bet that they are still in the process of installing the new cores and don't have everything in place. I'm also going to bet that destroying the core under the administration building is going to cause Claire and her Republican stooges a whole lot of trouble. Trouble that will make it worth our while to sabotage it. Kenji rubbed his chin in thought, staring at the floor. It is true that the destruction of any AI core is problematic to the system's network. You could be right that the other cores are not all online yet. This may well be a worthy goal in line with the directives of the Apocalypse Code. Thanks for your approval, Foley thought, mentally sneering. But he did not say that out loud. He still granted Kenji a modicum of respect, not knowing the full nature of his status within SSI. It will be difficult to blast our way in through their security perimeter, Kenji said, studying the map floating in the air. Especially without those mining suits. We won't do it with raw force, Foley said in a confident tone. The pugs have left the tunnels around Chu's old escape route unguarded until you get deeper inside the walls of the district. Even then, if we can get past the guards above ground before going under, we should be all right. Kenji looked where Foley pointed, tracing a subterranean route from the district to the city walls. Why would they leave anything underground unguarded? Obviously, that's a security risk. Foley shrugged. Limited resources, I'm sure, and there will be a bot of some kind guarding the door to the server room. That's SOP, but I know this. Chu's honor guard tried to kill her when she exited her subterranean escape pod. Somehow, they failed in that directive. But I think she's leaving the underground routes open just in case someone tries to take her out again. That's my personal theory. Once bit, twice shy. Kenji rubbed his chin again. It could be. People have been known to set aside reason based on past experience, after all. In logic, what she has done is called the anecdotal fallacy. Right, and we're not taking the route she used. We're just going through an unguarded corridor. Then when we get to the bot guarding the door, we'll neutralize it, break into the room and take out the core. He traced a finger through the air, leaving a yellow trail leading under the administration building. .22 Later that night, Foley made his way carefully inside the city. He kept his head low as he walked. At last he came to a pub about midway between the warehouse district and the government sector. The door swished open for him and he walked in off the street. Those sitting at the polished wooden bar glanced at him for a moment, then resumed their conversations. The bar nestled against the far wall of the small place, shaped in a C pattern. Along the back wall, ale taps squatted under shelves holding whiskey bottles. On the left from the door, a lone man of Chinese descent nursed a beer, paying scant attention to the many discussions around him. He sat on the top of the C, near an opening allowing bartenders access, with only one empty stool nearby. In short, this was the very worst place to sit at a bar, unless someone wanted to be alone. Foley ignored the antisocial vibes the fellow emitted, and took the one remaining stool. He noted the man seemed short, although he could not completely judge height while sitting. But the fellow certainly seemed to be of smaller stature than the large assassin. Foley grinned at the man and said, "I like to sit with my politics, on the left. Location does not dictate the true nature of the heart." That's right, actions do. With code phrases successfully exchanged, the man opened up a bit and seemed to become a little more social. He waved at the bartender, who was human, and jerked a thumb at Foley. The man nodded and pulled a frosted mug out, filling it from one of the many taps along the wall. "Start a new tab or put this one on yours?" he asked, bringing the beer to Foley. "Put it on mine." When the bartender left, he stuck out his hand. "Stag. Are we shielded?" Foley asked, shaking the hand. "Nice name, by the way." "Thank you. I would ask yours, but under the circumstances it's probably better I don't know. Yes, this place is ideally positioned. Someone used lead paint on the interior when they remodeled, and that further dampens surveillance." "Good." Foley glanced around the room. No one paid them any attention. The location at the bar was a good one, he noticed. No booths were behind them, only a door to the kitchen, which could not open without them noticing it. This spot was about as close to having one's back to the wall as possible, he decided. The hum of voices served to obscure their own exchange, provided they spoke softly. Speaking low in a sea of voices would help thwart electronic eavesdropping as well. All told, the location was a good one for a public meet-up with another deep cover agent. There weren't many animals left when I came along. For code names, I mean. They were encouraging people to switch to plants. But I wanted one that was an animal, so I got creative and used the old term for a deer. Nobody calls a deer a stag these days. Foley gave Stag a sideways glance. He was familiar with this type of operative who had spent years undercover. When they finally met someone they could freely speak with, they often blabbed way too much. Stag would see Foley as a fellow agent. He had no idea Foley was Agent Blackmark, one of SSI's top assassins. Fortunately, the man shut up after that. He took another sip of beer, letting Foley think some more in blessed silence. Blackmark did not touch the alcohol himself, sticking to his rule of not imbibing while on the job. That was another sign of softness with this deep plant, he thought. As to code names, his own was based on a water moccasin variant found on Italia. Blessed with particularly deadly venom, the black-mark snake waited patiently in the shallows for other animals to drink before striking. Foley had been delighted no one had yet claimed the name when he graduated from the assassin school on Epsilon. Of course, older agents, some now legendary, predated the move to animal-based code names. Echelon stood above them all. Foley also held some grudging respect for whoever took out Chancellor Cole. He knew very little about that person, other than what was shown on the news, of a woman wearing a personal camo unit suddenly becoming visible after shooting the leader of the Republic. Then bolts from every gun carried by every policeman in the area slammed into her. The Republicans were less than forthcoming about who she was or what exactly happened. Their cover story remained frustratingly vague on details. So what can I do for you? The question brought Foley back into the present. I need access to the government sector for 3. As soon as possible. That's going to be difficult right now. We're in a bit of a lockdown situation in light of all the terrorist activity. You can't do it. Oh, I can do it all right. I've been in place since Tetrarch Gao, who preceded Chu. It's just going to be difficult, that's all I'm saying. But I've been waiting to play my part in this whole apocalypse thing. I'm glad you showed up. I've been here every night for years, you know, waiting to be activated. Foley nodded, wishing again the man would shut up. But he needed Stag to talk just a bit longer. He said, "Tell me what to do to get in." Stag smiled and said, "The admin building is going to need a plumber soon. The whole government sector will. Be ready to move when the call comes." 6.23 Robert Coe, codenamed Stag, showed up for work in the morning as usual. Part of the maintenance team for the Euripides governmental district, a group predating the use of bots for many things, he was almost always punctual unless something outside of his control prevented him from showing up on time. The collective needed willing workers, and he did his part. Coe did not talk much, and he certainly never complained about his job. Simple bots could handle things like crawling through sewer tunnels and removing blockages of tree limbs and litter down there. But finer tasks requiring more detailed work, like replacing 100-year-old original wiring in the older parts of the administration building, required autonomous units that were considerably more expensive. Or a human. The war effort not only pulled away monetary resources, but the whole planet suffered from a persistent lack of gold thanks to a rather brazen robbery of all the main banks at once toward the end of the war. That left a mark, or a lack of marks, as it were. All of these circumstances resulted in much of the drudge work in the government sector and elsewhere often falling to humans rather than bots. But in truth, Euripides always had a human worker corps. Coe kept his job long after the war was over, in a nod toward the maintenance team's socialist origins, combined with the simple matter of expediency. There was no money to buy any bots to do his work anyway. Coe checked in, iris and palm scans assuring Player he was who he portrayed himself to be. Doors opened. He went down a flight of stairs, and he was in the basement of the administration building. He nodded at his supervisor in the maintenance office, a man with even more pro-government leanings than Ko expressed. The boss consistently showed up 20 minutes early for work every day, always the first one there. Ko respected that. In a socialist system that rewarded employees based on who they were, more so than meritocracy, his superior acted like the work mattered. In truth, the man would remain in charge, even if he never showed up at all. "I'm going to check the pipes on sub-level 2 today," Ko said. "Been hearing the water's draining slow in some places." His supervisor nodded and said, "That's a good idea. I've been seeing some reports of slow toilets too. Could be a sign of clogged waste lines. Take a Sonox unit with you and check it out." Ko nodded and made his way to the tool closet, picking up a handheld scanner used to inspect pipes. "See you at lunch," he said, before heading out the door and back to the stairs. At the sub-basement level, he underwent a second round of security scans before the door opened and he entered a T intersection. To the right, a solid metal door barred the way to a secure area housing the primary AI core for the planet. By now, Ko felt certain the Republicans had seeded the entire planet with cores. They were almost certainly tucked away in every major city, just as the League cores once were before the war's end. But this was the big one, and the one most closely aligned with all government functions in Central City and the entire planet. Or so he had been told. It was also, he suspected, the most heavily guarded. Despite a lack of money for maintenance bots, a new X-99 guard bot stood on duty here. Never tiring and never taking leave, the deadly machine stood guard, armed and ready to defend that door, the only entrance into the core's server room. He looked at it briefly. The bot's metal, expressionless face stared back at him. Then he turned to the left and entered the service tunnel, leaving the bot and its secured door behind. Before him, a seemingly endless subterranean tube stretched away, bands of light growing ever smaller in the distance. Here marked the entry point for the service tunnels from the administration building, the only breaks in the pattern indicating intersections with other passageways through airlocks. Ko started walking. He had room enough to stand up straight, but a much taller man might have to stoop. Also, he could stretch his arms out fully and brush both sides of the concrete tunnel with his fingertips. The designers did not waste space. 100 meters in, he came to the first entrance leading to the old electric and waterway tunnels. This door was hermetically sealed, but required some elbow grease to open. No automatic doors down here, he thought, as he turned a wheel and pulled. He stuck his head through the door and looked to the right and left. This new tunnel was damp, danker, and darker than the clean, sanitized tunnel he was leaving. Pipes and conduits stretched the length of the new tunnel. Ko stepped through and pulled the door shut behind him, sealing it as per regulations. Then he walked another 20 meters or so. Here, he came across a spot on the main sanitation pipe leading away from the government district. Anyone passing by this area would likely not notice the slight brush of a finger on the pipe, one of 8 large diameter ones crowding the tunnel. The lack of dust in that particular spot might have occurred when a worker passed this way. Ko had taken pains to make it look casual, not deliberate. He knew that this far from the nearest sensor and underground that player could not see or hear him, but he still fought down a case of nerves. Slowly, in this very spot over the course of several trips down here, he had been slowly sabotaging the septic line. He followed the pipe to the next vertical shaft, where 2 of the tunnel's electric and communications pipes headed up at a 90-degree angle. The septic line and others continued straight. Ko bent his knees and peered into the shadows. Here, a circular electromagnet he had placed around the main septic pipe days ago remained unperturbed. A soft green lead glowed in the gloom, letting him know it remained operational. He held up the Sonox, which used a combination of sound waves and electronics to peer into pipes and walls. Its hollow came alive, showing a nice blockage of debris in a radius inside the pipe. Ko smiled, thinking of all the metal flakes he had flushed down the toilet in recent days. Slowly, the system was clogging up as the small pieces remained in place, attracted to the strong magnet. 3 more flushes ought to do it, he thought. That should restrict the flow enough to start causing serious problems. 6.24. After the fourth toilet overflowed in the administration building, calls down to maintenance increased exponentially. Something was clogging the pipes, and they needed to fix it. Co's boss tried placating the woman on the line, griping over his implant, but she was having none of it. This needed to be fixed, and now. To think that in this day and age we have to suffer from a primitive plumbing system. I think we must be using the original pipes brought in by the settlers. Well, maybe our capitalist overlords back on Diego can spare a little money to upgrade our aging infrastructure, he said, unable to contain an edge of sarcasm in his voice. Well, Euripideans have always been self-sufficient. My ancestors came over on the Stellar Pioneer, and we have always been able to take care of our own problems. Now get on this right away. Hire a plumber if you have to, but get it done. The supervisor rolled his eyes and dismissed the call. He looked at Co standing at attention on the other side of their underground room. You see any troubles with the septic lines lately? Toilets are backing up everywhere. What did you find on your inspection tour earlier? Co shrugged. Everything's sluggish. The pipes are old. They get restrictive when stuff clogs the lining. Best I can tell, we're probably going to need a section of pipes replaced in Sector 3. Unless you want to try to get a drainage bot or something. His supervisor frowned. You know we don't have one of those. It'd probably damage those old pipes anyway, going in there and reaming stuff out. No, let's blow some of our budget on a plumber. Want me to do that, boss? Would you please? Just pick one of the approved service providers. I've got to go upstairs and talk to some other bigwig who wants to fuss at me in person about their toilet backing up. That's why you get paid the big bucks. His supervisor snorted, but did not disagree. He walked out the door and headed for the stairs. Knowing that a call log would be made, Co opened his contact list and picked a plumbing company he knew would not be able to handle the job. He placed the call on his implant. Hey, this is Robert Co at administration. I'm just checking to see if you can replace 30 meters of primary septic pipes for us today. Yeah, this afternoon. It's a priority rush. No? Okay, thanks. No, I'll try somewhere else. Bye. Next, he chose a newer entry, one that had not yet been used. The call went to a node in Marlborough, where a dummy relay sent it back to Central City. Everything was outside of Claire's direct control, since she did not hold all of the communication systems yet. Agent Blackmark picked up the call. Hello? Hey, we've got an issue with some septic pipes that need replacing over here at the administration building. Could you handle the job on short notice? We think we're going to need about 30 meters of pipe replaced. You think, or you know? We think so, I guess. We can handle something like that, but I'm going to need to look at it first before calling my suppliers. Where can we meet? Okay, yeah, that's not a problem. I'll meet you at the southwest entrance, and we'll go through security. Then we can get down into the tunnels from there. All right, we'll be there in 30 minutes. Co dismissed the call, satisfied the entire conversation had been recorded by Claire without her having routed it. A relay down here in this room was used to pick up his implant. Smiling, he headed upstairs. In a perfect world, he thought, he would just meet Blackmark and his team down here, then show them where to go. But the government district was a secure compound, the most heavily guarded blocks in the city. There were armed guards everywhere and a secure entryway on the streets to be dealt with. But once inside the perimeter, Co felt confident he could get the team underground quickly. Out loud he said, "First things first." 6.25. Foley would have preferred to arrive on foot, but approaching the government district as a pedestrian laden down with plumbing supplies would have looked ridiculous, not to mention suspicious to anyone paying attention. Fortunately, Joey had procured an old van before he died. Foley thought this one fact made Joey more useful in death than he had been while alive. As an older model, the vehicle had nothing Claire could commandeer. What connections she could have made were thwarted by the fact its receptors were still aligned for Star Ken. The old truck had not been upgraded to work with Claire yet. Foley felt fairly confident they would not be immediately flagged as suspicious in the old van. Euripides, for all its age, was not the most advanced planet in the League. This was partly due to severe limitations on its population based on the old misguided ecological mandates under which the planet was colonized. The entire quadrant remained more agriculturally oriented than Clarion or Heventes or even Sporades. Another planet in the Euripides quadrant, Seneca, was considered the League's answer to Pearl, feeding millions with their agricultural output every year. There was not exactly an advanced society there either, he thought. He made his way from the deteriorating warehouse district to the government sector, Hannah and Kenji accompanying him in the van. All three wore dungaree uniforms with a logo for Joe's Plumbing embroidered on the chest. Foley found paid parking near the southwest entrance of the secured perimeter to the cluster of government buildings. This, he knew, was a recent development. Movement had not been so strictly monitored before the Apocalypse Code was fully activated a few days ago. Now, after his dramatic prison break and multiple bombings and mass shootings in the city, everyone was on edge. All three exited the van and Foley went around back to open the cargo area. Here, he handed a toolbox to Hannah full of plumbing equipment. For a moment she looked shocked that he would load her down like that. Foley ignored her and reached in to grab the mining company's laser drill, still in the yellow lead-lined box. Grunting, he pulled it to the two-door. From there, Kenji helped him haul it out of the van. He closed the back door and locked everything up. Then the three of them headed for the southwest entrance. An X-99 guard bot stood in the middle of the street, heavy rifle in hand, preventing anyone from entering the sector this way. A metal rectangle with rounded edges served as its face, built-in sensors monitoring everything in the vicinity. On one side of the street, 2 Republican Marines kept watch as well. The humans could not fight off the boredom of the job. Despite her earlier desire to not instill martial law with Republican forces, Claire had nonetheless requested a detachment of Marines to shore up the government sector. Certainly the latest model battle bots were a welcome addition to her planet-side resources as well. The Marines were happy to be off the spaceship and breathing open air again, but of course the trade-off meant things like highly boring guard duty. Here too, the X-99ers were relied upon, since they never grew bored. They were extremely intimidating to civilians. So the human Marines and the battle bots complemented one another well. The bots scared people off while the Marines took care of actually dealing with people needing to enter the compound. A Marine corporal noticed the trio approaching, laden down with equipment. Hannah struggled with her toolbox, holding it in front with both hands. Kenji and Foley each held one end of the lead-lined box. The corporal put up a hand, politely but firmly, and they stopped on the sidewalk in front of him and his partner. "What's in the boxes? Put them down and open them, please." His partner nonchalantly aimed his rifle in their general direction. It was pointed down, but his finger stayed near the trigger. Both men touched their belt buckles and a translucent blue force shield popped into place. If there were bombs in the boxes, they would survive the blast. Hannah put her toolbox down first, happy to be relieved of the burden for a moment. She unlatched it and opened it to reveal wrenches, a soldering iron, plumber's tape, and other sundry items. "Spread them out on the concrete, please." She complied, taking each item out of the toolbox until it was empty. Meanwhile, Foley and Kenji had placed their much bigger box down. Foley unlatched and opened it, revealing the big contraption inside. "What is that thing?" the other Marine said, looking at it briefly before continuing to scan the area for threats. "This is a laser drill," Foley said. "We understand there are several meters of pipe to be replaced. Fastest way to cut through old pipes is this thing right here." It seemed plausible. Neither of the men were professional plumbers and had no reason to doubt the story. Truth be told, their primary skills were battle-related, not home improvement. At least not yet, at this young age. "All right, let's get you scanned. Do you have an appointment?" At that moment, Robert Coe appeared. "Hey, Coe with maintenance. These people are with me. Come on, we need to hurry. The Tetrarch, Ms. Chu, is very concerned about the sewage backup." "Thank you, gentlemen, but I really need them to come with me right now." The Marines exchanged a look and nodded, stepping out of the way. Foley closed the box, then he and Kenji lifted it again. They waited impatiently while Hannah scrambled to throw all the tools back in her toolbox. She grunted and picked it up. Then the three of them hurried past the guards and followed Ko inside the perimeter. The door to Chu's office opened and Remington walked in. She plopped down in a chair and stretched, her hands clasped behind her head and legs sticking out. "My car is still in the shop. I don't know when I'm getting it back." Chu's clone looked at her, then her eyes went blank. "We have a problem," Player said through the clone. "What's that?" "3 people have entered the government sector without being scanned. I do not know who they are." 6.26 "We need to move quickly," Ko said, glancing nervously back at the Marines and their bot guarding the street. This irritated Foley, trained in subterfuge. One never spoke where enemy sensors could pick up one's voice. But he was also trained to be patient and not allow emotions to dictate his actions. Besides, in this instance, the words could be interpreted as a need to address the clogged septic line, the job for which they were ostensibly here. So he let the comment pass and followed the maintenance man inside the nearest building. They headed for the stairs and descended to the basement, awkwardly carrying their heavy loads down the steps. Ko palmed open a door and it opened into a foyer. From there, a metal ladder led down to a platform, which had more steps going into the tunnel proper. Old-style LED lights lit up the dank concrete, but did nothing to alleviate the mildewy smell mixed with rodent droppings. "This way." Ko rapidly descended down the 2-meter metal ladder. "Go," Foley said. "I'll hand the box down to you." Kenji nodded and climbed down the ladder. He held his hands up as Foley transferred the heavy box down. Then Foley descended, leaving Hannah alone with her toolbox. Her mouth opened in disbelief. Then she closed it as realization sunk in that she was expected to get the heavy toolbox down the ladder without help. In actuality, Foley did not care about the toolbox, she thought. It was just a prop. It would make sense if someone saw them down here, or if Player had eyes in the tunnels, for them to have the same toolbox with which they came in. So, awkwardly and with more than a little struggling, she managed to clamber down the ladder with one hand while holding onto the toolbox with the other. When she reached the floor, the men had already descended the steps and started walking down the tunnel, seemingly not caring if she were left behind or not. Irritation creased her features, but she bit her tongue. Using both hands to carry the heavy set of tools, she took the concrete steps down to the tunnel and hurried after them. "We've got a ways to go," Ko said up ahead. "But it's better to get there from down here. Less traffic to bother us, you know." Foley let himself frown at the man when Ko looked over his shoulder at them. Blackmark did not want to have a conversation, even down here where it might be safe to speak freely. His look conveyed his displeasure. Ko saw it, and his face fell. He turned around and quieted down, hurrying onward in silence. The men followed while Hannah brought up the rear, grunting softly with the heavy toolbox. They all turned at the next intersection. Ko followed painted signs and seemed to know where they were going. For a moment, claustrophobia hit Foley hard. This would be a perfect place to trap the team, with little recourse if the maintenance man wanted to betray them. But Ko kept going, resolutely following his nose through the labyrinthine network of tunnels. And no Republican Marines jumped out of the shadows to attack them. At least they had that going for them, Foley thought. At long last, the tunnel seems to change, perhaps growing older while bearing the mark of recent traffic as they neared the center of the district. They came to an intersection of sorts, a sort of airlock where 2 parallel tunnels connected with one another. Ko held his hand up and they plumbers stopped as he stuck his head through the lock. When he pulled back in on their side, he said, "This is as far as I go. Follow the tunnel here about 30 meters, then take the next lock on your left. That tunnel will go straight to core. You'll see a new guard bot in front of a door, armed and watching out for anything." Foley nodded. Without saying a word or looking back, he slipped through the lock, carrying his half of the heavy box. Kenji stayed in line right behind him. Hannah waddled through the lock, grunting softly with her heavy toolbox. She gave Ko a look that tried to convey an apology with an expression of thanks for leading them this far and pointing them in the right direction. Her hands and fingers were bloodless white under the strain of holding onto the toolbox's handle and bearing all its weight. Foley trudged ahead, pulling Kenji and the box along behind him. Distances seemed exaggerated underground, and 30 meters was hard to estimate. Ahead, he could make out a lock to their left, the one they wanted, presumably. Another 10 meters beyond that, a different lock opened into a small alcove with a ladder leading to the surface. Somewhere high above, the unmistakable sound of a manhole cover scraping against metal echoed through the tunnels. 6.27. Hannah set her toolbox down with a resounding thud, the noise flooding the enclosed space. Foley's face jerked toward her. The sound of steps tromping down the metal ladder increased. A look of annoyance briefly clouded his eyes. Then it passed, and he put down his side of the box before hurrying to the lock with the ladder. He put his shoulder into it, closing the heavy watertight door and sealing off the manhole exit room. He twirled the handle shut just as someone slammed into it from the other side, trying to open it. He raised his chin at Kenji and said, "Bring the drill." Kenji quickly popped the latches on the yellow box and pulled out the heavy laser drill. He trotted over to the lock where Foley held the handle tight. Someone on the other side fought to open it, struggling with the wheel on their side. "Low power. Go in there and there." Foley took one hand off the wheel lock to point briefly at two spots on the door, speaking softly. Kenji nodded and switched the drill on. "Fouillez." He carefully pointed it at the first spot Foley indicated and pulled the trigger. The unit hummed as a red beam sunk through the metal door, melting the lock mechanism. Kenji released the trigger and aimed the drill at the narrow watertight seam around the door. Here, he squeezed off another quick blast at low power. The metal of the door melded with the frame, making a crude seam. "That should do it," Foley said, letting go of the handle. The banging continued as the person on the other side grew frustrated. "Let's go." He let Kenji lug the heavy drill while he hurried back to the box and Hannah. He closed it and lifted the container, now not nearly so heavy without the drill. "Grab the toolbox and let's go." Hannah frowned, but she reached down and lifted up her assigned load with both hands as Kenji came up with the drill. Together they followed Foley as he raced for the center tunnel. Remington grunted, struggling with the handle. "Claire, can you open these airlocks, or are they purely manual?" No response. "Claire?" She looked around at the tiny concrete room and decided it was far too deep underground. If Star-Ken had sensors down here, and that was doubtful, she decided, then they were not yet replaced by Claire's. Sighing, she gave up and turned back to the ladder, going up to street level as quickly as her arms and legs would take her. At the manhole, her head popped back up to the street. She looked around before pulling herself out with her elbows. "Claire? I need another way down. The quickest. Whoever is down there doesn't want visitors, and that's bad." A map appeared in her inner vision, a blinking green light flashing one block over. "You can get down through this building's sub-basement. I have control of the entrances there and have opened them for you." "Thank you, Claire." Remington ran down the street, following the map in her mind. At the next airlock, Foley pulled out a tiny mirror, attached to a telescoping rod. He extended the rod around the corner of the intersection. There, in the reflection, they found the tunnel's terminus. Waiting at the end, in front of a heavy steel door, stood an X-99 Republican battlebot. He sighed, ever so slightly, glad to at least be at their goal. Foley withdrew the mirror and sat back against the wall. He held his forefinger to his lips, silently indicating to the others they should not talk this close to the robot. Then he made a twirling motion to Kenji, asking him to open the box. As quietly and quickly as possible, Kenji opened the empty box, laying out both halves on the concrete. Foley reached in and peeled back a lead liner, revealing a false floor. Here, he grabbed 4 metal sticks connected to one another by smart cords. With the sticks, he repositioned himself by the door with his back against the wall. Pulling out the mirror, he took another quick glance at the battlebot. It had not moved from its location by the secure door. Nodding, he pulled the mirror back. Foley turned a switch on the sticks, twisting the end of the last one in the chain. They made no noise, but seemed to rustle together in his clenched fist, as if checking where they were in relation to one another. He stood with his back still against the wall and took a deep breath. Then, in a single smooth motion, he reached around the corner of the lock and tossed the sticks down the hall as hard as he could. They hit the floor and scattered apart, still bound by their cords. Sensing the battlebot, they raced toward it, sliding on the floor like filings to a magnet. 6.28 Technological advances were hard to keep secret between the two primary systems of government in the Milky Way, especially during the war. When one side used something that gave them an edge, the other side either copied it or countered it in some way. Some time back, the assassin known as Le Competent moved against the Republican embassy in Euripides, going against all diplomatic protocols and in violation of several treaties. He used a portable molecular ambiguation field with a robotic sensing subroutine to neutralize 2 guard bots in the embassy. The ploy worked. The first bot, finding itself boxed in, tried to walk through the field and promptly turned to dust. Claire noticed and held the other bot within the field. She learned something that day, namely that ambiguation fields were to be avoided at all costs. When an arm reached out from the nearest doorway and tossed 4 ambiguation sticks toward the guard bot, the knowledge of just how dangerous this weapon could be had already been downloaded into its databank, just as with all other X-99 battle bots. It recognized in microseconds what, exactly, headed its way. The sticks hit the floor and quickly slid toward the bot. The X-99 aimed its heavy rifle and fired off a shot. A bolt obliterated one of the sticks, puffing up a cloud of scorched concrete. But the sticks reacted to this new threat as well. Upon receiving fire, they did something Claire had not noticed the last time. They accelerated. The remaining 3 sticks raced up to the bot in the blink of an eye and surrounded it in a perfect U-shape. The front stick, sliding into a perpendicular position to effectively block the bot from stepping forward, locked into place. Its wall went up, shearing the heavy rifle in half. The other 2 sticks snapped into place, throwing up a field on either side of the bot. To the bot's back, now the back of the box surrounding it, was the secure door. The X-99 now stood hemmed in and weaponless. Foley's little mirror popped back out, looking down the tunnel. He found the bot trapped, ambiguation walls shimmering around it, dust from its destroyed weapon littering the floor. "All right," Foley said softly. He pulled the mirror back and stooped to shut the yellow case. "It's been neutralized. We need to get right up next to it and pass by there in order to access the door. But it can't hurt us. Just mind the ambiguation rays. You don't want to touch those if you can help it." He picked up the case and carried it with one hand, stepping out into the tunnel and heading toward the trap bot and the door to Claire's core room. Kenji followed, cradling the laser drill. Hannah sighed, then picked up the toolbox with a grunt that was perhaps louder than it needed to be. They approached the battlebot in single file. It stood silently, now holding half a heavy rifle. Its blank rectangular face with rounded corners seemed to study them closely through the hazy walls of confinement. Foley came to the corner of its cage and pressed his back against the rounded tunnel wall, shuffling closer to the door. He examined it for a moment, then stepped sideways back to where Kenji stood, waiting. He held out his hands and Kenji transferred the mining instrument over. Foley adjusted the setting to medium and again passed through the narrow space carefully, not letting the drill touch the wall of the field. The bot did not turn its head to follow his movements, but he felt like it watched him all the same. At the door, he carefully held the drill in position near where he figured the locking mechanism to be, and activated it. Phui! He pulled the trigger. A bright red beam shot out, slowly cutting through the metal. A hint of smoke drifted out of a slowly forming, perfectly round hole. A minute passed, and Foley kept the drill going, the beam slowly cutting through the alloy. At last, the laser cut all the way through, and the door opened a crack, but only a few centimeters. He glanced up in irritation at thick rods blocking it from swinging inward. 2 were positioned above the lock and 2 below. He cranked up the drill's power another notch and attacked the one on top first. It glowed under the beam's light as the laser slowly worked its way through the metal. Remington bounded down a government building stairs, taking them two at a time. Before I lose you again, any idea where they're headed, player? I calculate a 92% chance they are going for my primary core. Remington frowned as she reached the door to the building's sub-basement. It swished open silently for her, and she ran inside, losing the connection with Player under tons of steel and concrete. Yeah, that's what I figured too. Good thing we planned for something like this. 6.29. Foley stooped down in the cramped corridor, being very careful not to touch the edges of the containment field holding the bot. He focused on the last bolt holding the door in place, the one closest to the floor. Kenji cleared his throat as smoke curled away from the beam, burning through the final bits of metal. You should be careful opening the door. Foley let his finger off the trigger and slowly stood up before looking over his shoulder. What's up? There are only 3 ambiguation sticks, so the back of this bot's prison is the door. Foley stared at him quietly for a moment, but it seemed obvious he caught the drift of Kenji's thoughts. The bot remained motionless. It had not moved since the muzzle of its heavy rifle disintegrated when the field activated, cutting the weapon in half. But both men knew the fearsome reputation of Republican battlebots. This model was the pinnacle of defense technology, and the Republican robotic factories were more advanced than the League ones. It seemed obvious the capitalists intended to preserve their human capital and were moving to fight future wars entirely with drones and bots when possible. The X-99 was a giant step forward in that direction. What do you propose? Kenji said. The sticks will compensate, I think. Once the door is opened, they will form a triangle. However, there will be a split second when you will be vulnerable. And as we both know, a split second is all an X-99 will need. Foley carefully slid out of the cramped space, leaving a bit of the last bolt intact, and thus keeping the vault door shut. He looked at the bot, considering the problem. Then he glanced over at Hannah, who had once again set her toolbox down on the floor. Oh no, don't look at me, she said. I'm not going anywhere near that thing. Do you have any idea how deadly a Verberger battle bot is? Those things have killed tens of thousands of Lee F soldiers. No way I'm getting near it. Foley sighed softly, his only outward expression of emotion. But Hannah was right. This was not her job. That would come later, he thought. They heard the distant sound of someone running through the tunnels, footsteps slapping against concrete and drawing closer. We're out of time, Foley said, remembering the person trying to enter from a manhole whom he thwarted earlier. He opened the toolbox and dumped out the tools. Then he lifted up a false floor lined in lead, revealing 2 egg grenades. He placed one on the floor, just in front of the narrow passage between the trapped bot and the wall. Then he reset the drill to full power. Kenji said, You can't hope to open the door and throw the grenade in time, even with the sticks moving into place. The bot's reflexes are incredibly fast. They can literally shoot a fly at 0.5 kilometer. While it's flying. That's accuracy, Hannah pointed out. Not reflexes. The men ignored her. Foley said, I have an idea. He did not go near the door. Instead, he aimed the drill at the bottom bolt from a distance and pulled the trigger. Fwee. At full blast, the beam shot out and danced around the bolt. Smoke drifted up from the part he had not yet cut away. The footsteps grew louder as things at the door seemed to move in slow motion, despite going very fast. Kenji opened his mouth to say something, but the last of the bolt burned away suddenly, a bit of slag melting to the floor. The door swung silently inwards. The bot immediately removed a hand from its broken gun and pushed hard on the heavy door behind it, pushing it wide open. Foley put the drill down and danced backward, between Kenji and the forward-facing ambiguation field. The X-99 took a step back, just as the 2 side sticks immediately shifted to touch at their endpoints, creating a triangle that trapped the machine's leg. The leg disintegrated, turning to dust in the ambiguation field. Just as the bot tilted backwards, falling into the now heavily constricted space, Foley pushed Kenji in the small of the back, shoving the smaller man's front over the forward stick and into the field. Hannah screamed. The top of Kenji's body turned to dust, leaving only his legs intact. They slowly fell to either side, like unsupported table legs. The bot fell backward into the ambiguation field. It disintegrated too, leaving only part of one metal leg standing in place inside the triangle. Foley took a deep breath. The footsteps grew louder. He pressed the plunger on the first grenade and tossed it in the room. Without looking back, he scooped up the second grenade and the drill. He raced past Hannah, pulling on her hand. "Quickly!" Hannah kept screaming. She lost control and simply screamed. But she made her legs move. She stumbled after Foley as he jerked on her arm, pulling her down the tunnel. "Come on!" As they dove through an airlock, the timer went off on the grenade. A tongue of fire, smoke and compressed air burst from the vault door, blowing away the ambiguation sticks, the toolbox and legs, both robotic and human. 6.30. Remington stopped at the sound of the explosion. It came from one tunnel over. She touched the implant under her ear. Player? Oh yeah, I am way out of range down here." She kept going, heading in the direction of the explosion. Then she heard a whimper up ahead, followed by a woman's muffled sob. "Shut up." The man's voice was inflectionless, commanding, and completely out of place in a sewer. Remington pulled out a blaster from the back of her belt. A woman crying, she thought, would be understandable. After all, a bomb just went off. But a man griping at her about the crying seemed very out of place down here. Who would do that, especially after a big explosion? It set her internal warning siren off. She held the blaster with both hands, pointed up, and approached the lock ahead carefully. No one came out. She heard no steps leading away from it either. No other voices carried out of it. If the woman had been crying before, she remained quiet now. Conceivably, the pair could have tried to sneak their way down the other tunnel that the lock connected this one with, but she heard nothing. No footsteps, no voices. Remington controlled her breathing, slowing her heartbeat as she took another cautious step forward. She edged closer. She could see inside the lock, at least part way. But there was plenty of room in there for someone to hide around the corner. Remington paused, blaster ready, as she considered the best way to do this. If they had a gun too, going around the corner could be fatal. Before she could take another step, Foley jumped out of the lock and chopped hard at her wrists. The blaster flew out of her grasp, clattering to the floor some distance away. He pivoted on his hips and lashed out with a foot to her leg like a whip. She turned with the blow, though, softening it and preventing him from taking out her kneecap. She leaned in and struck out at his throat. He slapped her fist down and brought up a knee to her belly. She arched her back and grabbed his hair, pulling his face down onto her forehead and finally landing a blow. He made a roundhouse punch while her face was close, but she blocked it and backed away. Remington dropped suddenly and did a sweeping kick, trying to knock him off his feet. He jumped in time, though, and she did not connect. Then he threw himself on top of her. She rolled away and he slammed to the concrete floor, grabbing air. She elbowed him, throwing her weight down and aiming for his ear, but he blocked her again. It was his turn to roll away, and he scrabbled to his feet at the same time she kipped back up to hers. They stood staring at one another, crouched like lions ready to pounce. They both breathed harder than normal, but were not completely winded. "I recognize the style," Foley said. Remington said nothing. Her eyes flicked to the gun on the floor, about 4 meters away behind the man. He said, "I think you and I went to the same school." Again, she said nothing. She watched him closely, waiting to see if he would make the first move again. "Perhaps we're on the same side here. Come on, I know an operative when I see one. Don't make me use a code word." Still, Remington kept her mouth shut. She stood watching, waiting, and ready to react with equivalent violence. "You would fight for the Republic? There's got to be some kind of mistake here." "The League tried to kill me, so yes, I fight for the other side now, the side that took me in." But she did not say that out loud. Hannah stepped out from the airlock behind Remington, eyes and mouth wide open. straining under the weight of the mining drill. It was not nearly as heavy as the toolbox had been, but it was still big and unwieldy. Marek? He glanced at her. That was all the distraction Remington needed. She lashed out with her foot, aiming for Foley's center mass. It connected, knocking the wind out of him and doubling him over. Remington turned and dove for the gun, reaching out with both hands as she slid belly first on the floor. Foley rushed for the lock while hunched over. He grabbed Hannah and pulled her in with him to the other tunnel. He stopped and slammed the door shut, spinning the handle tight. Then he grabbed her hand again and ran. "You stupid, stupid girl." He never let himself get angry in a job. Never. The thought that Hannah made him cross that line made him angrier still. They ran for the next lock, and the exit leading back to the periphery of the government district. 6.31 Remington grunted, spinning the wheel on the lock as fast as she could. At last, the internal latch clicked open. Pushing with all her body weight, she swung the heavy metal door open into the other tunnel. Here, thick smoke filled the corridor, and her eyes started watering. She crouched low and held her breath as the smoke streamed through the lock like a living thing, happy to find another way out. She squatted and headed toward the source of the smoke, where debris lay scattered in front of the vault door for the planet's main core. Keeping her gun out, Remington once more approached carefully. But this time, only parts of a person remained. She noted the telltale signs of ambiguation fields. "One person and a bot bought it here," she murmured softly, looking at scattered body parts and machinery. The smoke had just about cleared as she finally came to the ruined entrance. She stepped over the last of the clutter and walked inside the room. Here, more litter lay scattered on the floor. Nothing was left to indicate a core, though. Well, whatever used to be here is gone. Indeed, Agent Renison. "Claire, you're back. Wait, how can you hear me?" The old fiber conduits leading to Starken's core room remain intact. I am able to get a good reading on this location, but not much past the door. Well, all right, that's convenient. I thought I'd have to wait to go topside to talk to you again. A man and a woman should be exiting these tunnels sometime soon. They're the ones who blew up our decoy core. Indeed, I commend you on the plan to place my main municipal core elsewhere. Remington smiled, knowing the AI would not say where it actually was out loud. But Claire's core for Central City lay buried underneath the warehouse district. This old location was left locked and guarded at her suggestion, to provide a lure for enemies to try and neutralize. That the plan worked felt good. I'm actually surprised someone went to the trouble to try and get in here. How did they get in, by the way? That door is pretty heavy. They used ambiguation sticks to neutralize the guard bot, then a mining drill to cut through the door's locks. Mining equipment again? You probably need to regulate those things some more. Excess regulation is detrimental to commerce. Any tool can be used for both good and evil. Okay, that's not the system I grew up under. Starken sees things differently, I suppose. And Starken tried to kill you. Okay, you win the argument. Let the bad guys get the mining tools then. To this, Claire did not respond. Remington took the opportunity to explore the room, ignoring the clutter of damaged metal objects strewn on the floor. Claire, what are these patterns on the wall? The room looked like half a sphere with a domed ceiling. The walls were comprised of octagonal tiles, most of them light brown. Remington gazed at a pattern of white tiles circling partway around the room. I presume this was an effort at aesthetics, the AI responded. The tiles appear to be original. I do not believe they have been replaced since the core room was first built many decades ago. Remington traced a hand over the first white tile. Yeah, they do seem old. Is there any reason the white tiles are arranged in a Fibonacci sequence? Before Claire could respond, the sound of running footsteps grew nearer. Remington turned back toward the door, aiming the gun. She pointed it up when Gunk trotted inside, panting. The young man stopped and placed his hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Claire said you were in trouble. I came as fast as I could. I ran here from the shop. It's over. Did you see a man and a woman on the way out? Gunk shook his head. He caught his breath and said, "What's a Fibonacci sequence?" Remington waved a hand at the pattern of white tiles around the room at eye level. "That is a Fibonacci sequence." He frowned. "What's it for?" "Player thinks it's for aesthetics." Gunk straightened, his breathing returning to normal. He followed the pattern with his eyes. "What do you think?" "I think," Remington said, walking along the side of the room and following the pattern, "that nobody uses a numerical representation of the Fibonacci sequence for aesthetics. They'd use a graphical representation. It is correlated to the golden ratio in nature, after all." She stopped where the white tile pattern ended, staring at the wall. "No, this was put here for a reason." 6.32 Somebody had to have arranged these tiles here for a reason that goes beyond aesthetics. This is a room nobody ever visited except maybe a technician once in a blue moon. "Okay," Gunk said, walking behind Remington around the edge of the round room and examining the tiles closely. "I realize it's a pattern, but what is significant about the pattern? And how did you recognize it? What did you call it again?" "The Fibonacci sequence. It's one of the oldest numerical patterns," Remington said. "It was introduced to the West by a mathematician in the Middle Ages named Leonardo Fibonacci. You add up the two previous numbers for the next one in the sequence. So this first tile is 1, and the second one is 1 because 1 plus 0 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2, then 2 plus 1 is 3. And 3 plus 2 is 5, yeah. So the next number should be 8, but it stops. Where did you learn all this stuff?" She smiled. "I actually picked it up in my time on Diego. They have online casinos there, and stock markets and other ways to make or lose lots of money. The Fibonacci sequence can be borrowed to try to make money, or at least preserve some when putting it at risk." "What do you mean?" "Well, you can use it in gambling. If I go to the blackjack table, I can follow the Fibonacci sequence as a strategy in that or another game that pays 1-to-1 on a bet." "Really? How?" "Every time I lose a hand, I'd go up the scale by 1. Eventually, I'd win big and make up for my losses. When I win, I go down the scale by one of the Fibonacci numbers for my next bet." She pointed at the tiles. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. "Are you with me? It's called a staking plan." "No, I'm completely lost. I don't gamble. What happens if you lose?" "You will lose. It's inevitable. But if you're on a winning streak, you maximize your bets and still keep some of your winnings. When you're on a losing streak, it brings your stake back when you finally get a winning hand. It's just a strategy to try and minimize losses and maximize winnings. Why don't you just hold back a credit or two and bet everything else? That would keep you from getting wiped out. It's just a system, okay? And it's not perfect. People still lose their shirts gambling. Emotions always get in the way when it comes to risking money." They stopped in front of the last set of white tiles, staring at them. Gunk said, "Do lots of people gamble in the Republic?" "I don't know. It's not a good idea to get serious about it. In my experience, the house always wins, you know. It's better to own a casino than gamble in one. There's a lot less risk that way." "How's the sequence used in the stock markets?" "It can be used to track retracement levels between two price levels. You can guess the price of a stock going up or down that way. Again, it's just a strategy." Gunk snorted. "Capitalists." She gave him a wry smile. "We're all capitalists now, Gunk. You're a shop owner, you know." He puffed his chest out. "I'm a shop owner employed by the government as a secret agent. That's different." She kept smiling, but decided not to press the issue while he inspected the walls closely. Gunk said, "So, the pattern looks like one white tile, then two stacked on top of each other." "Yep. Going left to right. For 3, it's 2 stacked, one next to the bottom tile. So, an L shape, kinda." "Yep. For 5, it's 2 stacked pairs, then the lower one. Next in the sequence should be 8, which would mean 4 stacked pairs, but there's nothing there." Remington nodded and walked over to where the next set of colored tiles would start if the pattern were continued. She brushed the octagon where the starting point should be and placed her hand on it. It was big enough her fingers could fit inside the border of the tile without the tips going over. What happens if I push it? Carefully, she pressed the tile. It slid into the wall a centimeter, making a light clicking sound. Gunk stepped back in surprise. Remington raised an eyebrow. She moved her hand to the tile below and pressed on it. That one, too, moved slightly, becoming an indentation in the wall like the one above it. She smiled at Gunk, who looked on with alarm. "Don't be such a scaredy cat," she chided him. Quickly, Remington pushed in the remaining 6 titles. A much louder click sounded, like a bolt sliding back. The wall in front of them with the hidden 8 tiles in the pattern slid backward by half a meter, the sound of stone grinding on stone filling the enclosed space. "Player, did you know this was here?" "Negative, Agent Renison. This is not included in the building's original blueprints." "But it's almost like it was meant to be found," Gunk said, a touch of awe coloring his voice. "I mean, if someone recognized the sequence like you did." "Yeah?" Remington pulled her gun out, just in case. "There's probably nobody alive in there. The air smells like it hasn't stirred in ages. But you can never be too careful. Let's go see what's inside." Slowly, gun pointed out in front of her, Remington crossed through the wall and around the makeshift door. Gunk followed right behind her. 6.33. Inside, they found another room smaller than the half-globe they just left, with about half the floor space. It too was dome-shaped, as if built to survive any movement of the ground above. The air indeed smelled stale and dry, as though nothing had stirred in decades. "Hermetically sealed, evidently," Remington said. "No sign of moisture. That's usually what happens in underground vaults, you know. They grow dank." Gunk nodded. He had turned his optic sensors on, putting them in record mode and capturing everything they saw. In the middle of the room, a heavy table sat with a metal box and a screen on top. Some old paper books sat piled up beside it along with some smaller items connected to the box. They could see nothing else. Remington approached the table carefully, but as no obvious threat appeared, she placed the gun back in her waistband. Curiosity overcame her caution, and she walked up to the machinery and ancient texts. Gunk moved beside her, and they both stared at the table. He pointed at the big flat panel facing them. "What is that?" "That is an old-fashioned monitor. They don't make them like that anymore. I'll say, I've never seen anything like it. They were phased out when virtual monitors became a thing. Nowadays, all we use are holoscreens. So yeah, this is pretty ancient. Maybe you'll see them in old movies or shows." Gunk made a dismissive gesture. "I never watched that stuff." "Yeah, the League was never too interested in old Earth entertainment or shows originating in the Republic. I forget how sheltered we were sometimes. I just prefer playing in online worlds. Right, let's see if we can turn this thing on. Do you think a battery would last 100 years? Nope. Me neither. What's this say?" She pointed to a label on the side of the box under the monitor. "Mona Reed's Project Long-Term Video Storage Solution," Gunk said, putting his face up next to the tiny print. Huh. Maybe they did find a way to get a battery to last a long time. If Mona Reed's was involved, anything is possible. I thought Mona Reed's was strictly online." Remington shrugged. "It was started about the same time as our colonization of the stars began. Maybe some early efforts involved the preservation of knowledge in real space. You know, some people, now that we're aligned with the Republic, spend all their time in Mona Reed's, since it was heavily restricted under the League. They're going to spend their entire life browsing through stuff they weren't allowed to see before." "And that's bad? How's that different from you spending all your entertainment hours in an online gaming world?" Gunk blushed and said, "I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just pointing it out. It looks like there are multiple ways to power this thing up. They expected that power supplies would change over time." She pointed to a small rectangle leading off the box, apparently a receptacle for a type of battery long obsolete. Another rectangle had a pair of open connectors, with a diagram showing how to connect a non-compatible power supply to the lids, including the proper voltage. A third box was significantly larger than the others connecting to the main one. Cube-shaped, It had a crank handle on the side and a series of LEDs on top. Remington said, "Oh, this is ingenious." "What?" "They knew that batteries would die, so they also included a generator for us." "That thing is a generator?" "Yup. You crank it by hand and it will provide the power to fire this thing up." "Smart. Those Mona Reed's people really knew their stuff." "How many times do you have to turn that thing to get it going?" Remington smiled at the young man. "I don't know. Why don't you get started and find out?" Gunk grumbled under his breath. Remington thought she heard him say, "I walked right into that one." But curiosity gripped him as well, so he moved to the generator connected to the larger box and experimentally turned the crank. "I feel some resistance, like there's something in there." "Good, have at it." He put his elbow into it and quickly began turning the crank. Almost immediately, the first LED on the left lit up, glowing dimly red. "That's a good sign," Remington said. "It means this thing still works." Gunk nodded and put a little more effort into cranking it. Soon, another LED lit up, this one a lighter shade of red. "Keep going. You're doing great, by the way." Gunk ignored her needling tone. He knew she was picking on him. He continued for several more minutes. The next LED to light up was orange. Then one lit up a dark shade of yellow. Then a brighter yellow. At last, after a full 15 minutes of turning the crank, the first light green LED blinked to life. "There's two more," Remington said as Gunk paused to rub his upper arm. "Let's go ahead and get a full charge before we try to turn this thing on." "I hate you." "Come on, you know you want to see what it does." "Why don't you take a turn at it?" "You just have all that manly upper body strength, Gunk. I couldn't go at it nearly as long you. I'll have to tell Meg how strong you were down here, turning that crank for me." He blushed slightly at the praise of his physique and the mention of his girlfriend. Gunk returned to the box with renewed vigor, and the second-to-last LED soon lit up. "That's the light at the end of the tunnel," Remington said with a smile. "Literally." Gunk said nothing but redoubled his efforts. At long last, the final LED lit up, a bright green glowing beside the others. "Okay, good job." Gunk backed away from the table, wiping away the sweat on his face. Remington approached the larger box and reached out to where a single toggle switch waited on the side. "Let's see what Mona Reed's preserved for us in this hidden room so long ago." She flipped the switch, and the old monitor blipped to life. 6.34. The screen flickered on. Remington and Gunk stared at an old man who gazed back at them. He reached up and tapped the camera. It looked like he tapped the inside of the monitor, almost as if he was trapped behind the glass. "Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? It is? Very good." He took a deep breath and smiled at them, like a kindly old grandfather. Remington took note of his facial features. He appeared to be in his early 80s at the time of this recording. Grey hair, sagging and wrinkled skin, a scratchy grey beard in need of a trim. "My name is Carlson Johansson. You might have heard of me. At least I hope you have." Is that the Carlson Johansson?" Gunk said, staring at the man on the monitor. "The founder of the League?" Remington nodded. "Yes, it is. He was the original programmer of Starkend. Or at least, he led the team who set her up back in the day. I am here today to record this for posterity. The good people at Mona Reed's. Hi, Skippy." He waved at someone behind the camera. "The good people at Mona Reed's, like Skippy here, tell me they would like some real-world copies of our founding documents, in case something happens to their repository online. So okay, we'll make this recording and let them set up some vaults where people can find them along with some paper copies of stuff. They call them Fibonacci rooms. Isn't that right, Skippy?" Whoever was behind the camera must have nodded. Johansson continued. "So, as you know, I'm sure, Ballard and I have set up competing systems of government as humans migrate out to the stars, thanks to Wu's nifty little innovation." "Brady Ballard was in charge of programming Plaire," Remington said. Gunk grunted in annoyance. "And Elizabeth Wu developed the idea of teleporting an entire spaceship, allowing for interplanetary travel. I'm not stupid, Raven." Remington smiled. I never said you were. Johansson continued. So Ballard and I are in agreement on this. There have always been competing systems of government throughout history. We're just making sure that continues. In my opinion, government needs to control the population in order to run well. Ballard feels government needs to get out of the way. So he's programming his AI differently than mine, and that's okay. He smiled and seemed to relax, like a college professor launching into a well-rehearsed lecture. It's okay because people will have a choice as the systems grow over time, and people can see for themselves which one is better. If someone wants to get out there and try to get rich and do whatever it is that capitalists like to do, they can live in Ballard's system. If, on the other hand, they prefer the security that comes from a strong centralized government with tight economic controls, they can stay on my side of the galaxy. Only that's not exactly the way it turned out, is it? Gunk said to the screen. What happens if both sides go to war? It may not turn out the way we planned. We're smart enough to realize that. If it doesn't, though, we've made contingencies. That's part of what this recording is about. Look at you, talking with the past, Remington said. Gunk blushed again. He said, the past is talking back. We realize that multifaceted comprehension models are organic and that they can change considerably over time. Small adjustments may add up, leading to something we did not originally anticipate with the competing AIs. Yeah, like war? Fighting one another for resources? With that in mind, both Ballard and myself have secured away the reset codes for our respective AIs. On occasion, that capitalist pig has some good ideas. Now, bear in mind, he is convinced my AI will grow corrupt before his will. He says it's some corollary of O'Sullivan's law or some such, that authoritarian governments inevitably slide toward totalitarianism. I say rubbish. If an AI is programmed properly, the perfect balance of state control will even out totalitarian tendencies. For one thing, my league will be divided into 4 equal parts, with no ruler allowed to grab control of all the quadrants. It's the old divided government idea. Well, Remington said, that didn't work out either, did it? Anyhow, the long and the short of it is, in the unlikely event of catastrophe, we have hidden the original algorithmic hearts of both AIs in hard-to-find and hard-to-destroy places. I don't know where Ballard located his, but for the League, Starken's original code has been placed in an underground chamber deep inside the moon circling Stentorian, the 5th planet in the Clarion system. Player, are you getting this? I am indeed, Agent Renison. Remington turned to glance at Gunk. This bears investigating, especially now. Gunk pointed at the screen and said, that's not going to be easy. The Clarion system and the entire quadrant is the League's last remaining stronghold. I know, but Player was planning on sending me there anyway. .35 Foley and Hannah managed to leave the government sector without trouble. The guards remained focused on keeping undesirables out. They paid almost no attention to those leaving the area. So the pair simply walked by the Marines, Foley carrying the heavy drill with them, having finally relieved Hannah of her burden. No one noticed. No one cared. When they climbed into the old ground van, Foley turned them around and drove back toward the warehouse district. They did not speak as traffic thinned from the more heavily populated part of the city to the dilapidated areas closer to the wall. Hannah glanced across the seat at Foley and swallowed, her little gulping sound filling the quiet cabin. I can't believe you just killed him. Foley did not respond. He did not even look at her. Why? Why did you do that? The ship we're leaving on only has room for 2 passengers, Hannah. That's all I've paid for. I put down enough for one, and I'll pay the rest when we get there. He looked at her finally with a flat and emotionless stare. You'll make a better companion than he would have. You should be happy that you hold some value to me. Her mouth opened as a mixture of emotions flashed through her eyes. She looked horrified and offended. But then she closed her mouth with an audible click of her teeth. She would not be responding to this. Not now. Not after witnessing such a brutal murder. At 513 Wallside, Foley parked the vehicle and went inside. Hannah followed. "Gather your things. We're not coming back." "But I thought we were just going to the asteroid belt and turning around. It's just a place to hide out, right? Somewhere to stay while things cool down planetside." He looked at her again with that flat stare, and she shivered. It was the look of a stone-cold killer. If he wanted to murder her, he would do so without hesitation. She could see it in that glance he gave her. "I can tell you this now, since there will be nobody left behind to blab it to the authorities if they're caught. But we're not coming back. Once we make it to the miners' base, we'll be sending a signal to some friends of mine who will come pick us up. They have a way of getting into and out of solar systems without being detected. It's how I got here." Hannah's eyes grew big as more of his plan was revealed to her. And Kenji knew nothing of this? Kenji thought he knew a lot, and in some ways he did. But he was never in charge of this mission, no matter what his rank was back on Epsilon. "I am in charge, Hannah. I am, and don't forget it." She tried to shrink, making herself as small as she possibly could. The way he said it, flat, inflectionless. He obviously would think nothing of killing her too. Just as casually as he had shoved the hapless Kenji into the ambiguation field in an unguarded moment. "I won't," she said. It came out as a squeak. Foley's attention shifted away from her as he stepped into another room. Over his shoulder he said, "Grab all your stuff and put it in the van." He left her then. Hannah took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She stood there feeling indecisive for a moment. Then she ran to her room. Most of her stuff had already been packed. She lugged a suitcase out and glanced through the doorway to Kenji's room, feeling a pang of guilt. His suitcases were packed too. 3 of them stood neatly by the bed, ready to be picked up. One of them, like hers and Foley's, was stuffed with credit tokens and other valuables. Foley bustled back out at that moment. He ignored her and headed for the van. She followed. At the back, he opened the door and threw his luggage in before heading back inside, ignoring her. She struggled with her own suitcase, but managed to get them loaded. The rear of the van held some storage compartments, some of them quite big, but she knew they were all just empty containers. Foley had not bothered to stow his luggage in one, so she did not either. Hannah closed the door and scurried around to the front. As soon as she climbed in, he walked back out carrying Kenji's suitcase with the money in it. He loaded it, climbed in front and pulled away from the curb, heading for the nearest city gate. At this time of day, there were few ground cars in line for exiting to the lone highway leading out into the desert. A single old bot queried drivers, and a municipal sensor mounted on a pole near the gate were the only precautions taken on people leaving. 3 vehicles went ahead of them before it was their turn. The bot looked them over, its round head staring inside the van. An older Thespar model, repurposed to work under player, it worked autonomously with no direct links to the new AI. This was a security lapse, but Player had limited resources until recently. Most of her efforts involved securing the seat of government. Few risks centered on people leaving the city, so the bot here was among the last to be upgraded. Finding nothing amiss, it retreated and they were allowed to pass through an open gap in the wall. Ahead, a 2-lane highway stretched into the distance. Overhead, a pair of flying cars banked for the city, following the road below. Foley picked up speed and scenery whipped by the window. Brown sand, brownish-red rocks, and the occasional flash of green off in the distance made for rather bland sights after a while. "Do you know where we're going?" Hannah asked softly. "The Shanghai drop-off point. It's an industrial spaceport out in the middle of nowhere." "Why don't they just use teleportation, like everyone else?" "It's an industrial outfit." That left her with a lot more questions, but his tone was condescending, so she let it drop. The kilometers passed by in silence once more. At last they saw a highway marker, and next to it a metal sign reading, "Shanghai drop-off point exit 2 kilometers." They soon reached an intersection, where an unpaved road met the highway. Another sign with an arrow indicated this was where they needed to turn. Foley drove down the new road for another 10 kilometers or so, dust rooster tailing behind the van. At long last, they came to a concrete and steel facility rising from the desert floor. In the center, with lots of room around it, a small spaceship stood ready to launch. The road ended at a gate in the high metal fence. Yet another robot stood here, a newer Thespa model. It did not carry a gun, although it appeared to be military surplus. "Must run on a subroutine set up by the company," Foley murmured as he put the van in park. The bot approached their window and glanced in to look at them. "We're expected. We're here for a trip to the mining station." He nodded toward the spacecraft sitting on the launch pad. It gleamed gunmetal grey in the desert sun, thrusters resting on concrete, a large ramp leading inside. Load bots carried heavy equipment up the ramp and into its hold. "Passengers board in 1 hour. Wait outside until then." The bot left their vehicle and resumed its position at the gate, not bothering to open it yet for the van. Foley looked across at Hannah and their eyes met. She said, "So, I guess we wait?" For the first time in a long time, he smiled. But it did not reach his eyes. "Time to make yourself useful," he said. "After all, the reason I chose to bring you on this trip instead of Kenji is that you will be very useful to me over the next several months." He got up from the driver's seat and moved over to hers. Hannah tried to shrink down and make herself smaller. She tried to shrink inside the seat if possible, but that only made him seem to loom even larger over her. 6.36 Hannah struggled, putting up a fight as Foley wrapped his much larger arms around her. She shoved her hand in his face, but he just smiled and knocked it out of the way. When he was completely on top of her, she was pinned to the seat. He smiled again, but it still did not touch his eyes. Something else lurked behind his expression, something feral and mean. With her free hand, she slapped the floorboard, searching. At last her fingers found the drill. She fumbled with the grip, pulling it closer. She flicked a switch. Fwee! With an adrenaline-fueled grunt, she pulled up the drill with one hand and aimed it at the side of Foley's head. The laser perforated his skull like a knife sliding through hot butter. It split through his brain, popped out the other side and kept going, burning a hole through the top of the van. Foley slumped over. Blood and brains spilled out of the holes in his skull. Hannah pushed him off of her, the dead weight tumbling to the floor. Blood quickly pooled around his head. "We could have made a great team if you weren't such a Neanderthal with women." Her tone changed completely. Gone was the meek and scared woman who let herself get beaten by him. Hannah sighed, looking down at the body. Then she stood up and headed for the back of the van. She opened one of the storage compartments that looked big enough. Returning to the front, she picked up Foley's feet and grunted, pulling his corpse to the back. Blood trailed after, still leaking from the head. He was heavy, but she used her legs. Her complaints about the big toolbox notwithstanding, she could move things when she wanted to. At last, she had the corpse positioned near the container. Again, using her legs, she pulled up and draped his lower half over the box. Then she squatted, sliding her hands under his armpits, and lifted once more. The dead body slid into the box, and she closed it. "It'll take a while before they smell you. Now to clean things up. That's just like a man to leave a mess behind for a woman to clean up." She retrieved some rags from the back of the van, got down on her knees and worked to soak up the blood while continuing to talk to herself. "The police have ways to see if blood has been spilled. Even after it's gone, it leaves a residue behind. I should have thought to bring along some bleach. On the other hand, once they find that body, it'll be pretty obvious a murder occurred. It was self-defense, but I don't really plan on going to trial anyway." Half an hour later she finished, finally deciding to throw the rags in the box along with the corpse. Opening the lid, she took a final look at the dead man's face. "Agent Blackmark, what a waste. And you were one of our finest before the war. Before you got waylaid to the hinterlands on Petra Row. You would have come out of this as a hero if you could have kept your paws off me. But your fate was sealed the first time you hit me. Men like you always underestimate women. Always." She smiled. "Remember that? In the afterlife." With those words, she closed the lid once more and sealed the box. Next, she took a clean rag and wiped down everything she had touched in the van. "It's not perfect. I'm sure I have some skin particles or hairs lying around. Shoot, for that matter. I'm sure there's a record of me leaving Central City with him in this truck. Still. She stepped outside and wiped down the door handles while completing her thoughts. Old habits die hard. Harder than he did anyway. The local guard bot tramped up to her as she finished, metal steps clanking on the rocky soil. It is time. The gate will open momentarily. Park in the visitor section and make your way to the ship. Do not linger in the compound, and do not go anywhere else. Okay, thank you. The bot turned its back on her and walked back to its station by the gate. Hannah looked around and noticed some other ground trucks pulling up on the gravel road, presumably carrying cargo for the ship. True to its word, the gate beside the bot swung open. She hopped in and drove in line with the other vehicles, following a sign pointing toward visitor parking. She stopped and hopped out, then went to the back to retrieve her luggage. On a whim, she opened Foley's suitcase and rifled through his clothes out of curiosity more than anything. Finding nothing of interest, she checked for hidden compartments. Behind a lead lining, she found a small blaster. Smiling, she transferred it over to her own suitcase, placing it under a false bottom. She also found a small sheet of paper with some numbers on it and what appeared to be passphrases. Recognizing the numbers as channel frequencies on the quantum matrix, her face burst into a grin. This is how he was going to call for a ride, I bet. A final duffel bag was full of credit tokens and several loose diamonds. She closed it and added it to her pile, along with the one that had belonged to Kenji. At last, she felt ready. She grunted under the weight of her baggage, but it was a happy grunt this time. She was not being forced to lug a toolbox for a man who saw her only as a piece of meat. With a smile on her face, Hannah hurried over to the ramp where loadbots and people scurried in and out of the spaceship. A foreman stood at the top of the ramp, checking over everything that entered. He raised his eyebrows at the sight of a woman carrying luggage. Hannah said, "I paid for a ticket already." The foreman consulted a transparent sheet he held, information flashing as virtual pages flipped. "I show 2 tickets, one paid in advance, the other was to be paid on site." There was a last-minute cancellation. "Sorry." The foreman looked at her and shrugged. He noted the C100K notation next to the passenger log. She was pure profit, and it was indeed already paid. "Welcome aboard, then. Don't expect much. We've got a couple bunks in a private room for guests, but it's about the size of a closet. You can eat meals with the crew. Nobody'll bother you, or they'll answer to me." "Thank you." The foreman jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "We leave in 10. Hannah smiled, adjusted the bags in her grip, and hurried up the ramp. 6.37. A bus floated in over the desert and crossed Central City's wall, then floated down to a bus station. The doors opened and passengers exited, finding themselves in an open-air terminal decorated with antique signage from old Earth transit companies. A grey dog running, a blue square, and a white circle with the words National Express, a red square with a yellow hammer and sickle, and many others. 2 men wearing business attire stepped off the bus and briefly looked around the terminal before heading for the street where autocabs and other transport waited. A police officer watched everyone exiting, his boring job suddenly becoming more interesting. He ignored a little old lady meeting her obvious daughter, giving the other woman a hug. Likewise, he ignored the young labourers who looked like they had just enough to scrape by to avoid indentured servitude. Speaking of which, some indents were on the bus, 4 men likely working as field hands on one of the many industrial farms south of the Kaminki River. For whatever reason, they had apparently been sent on the long flight back to Central City, probably to fetch items from shops that would be difficult for a drone or bot to procure. Toward the end of the exit queue, though, the 2 men in business attire attracted the officer's full attention. His cop instincts told him that, first, someone wearing business attire would likely not be using the least expensive and slowest means of aerial transport. Second, they did not quite look like they belonged here. The way they examined the people around them rather than the bus station's quaint decor was a giveaway. Everyone else expressed delight, or at least passing interest in the replica signs from a different age. When bus companies sent metal ground vehicles across vast distances overland with rubber wheels on highways, rather than simply flying through the air. These two ignored the cultural artifacts from different countries. Anything related to old Earth should draw the eye, instilling interest from those who still considered the mother planet home, even if they had never visited it. Then the final confirmation that these two men were not what they appeared to be came through, over the officer's implant. He touched under his ear and said, "Yes, ma'am, I see them." When approaching someone acting suspicious, officers were trained to put a hand on their holstered sidearm, where they could draw it in a split second if needed. The cop did not even bother. He went ahead and drew his gun. Blair's confirmation was all he needed. "Stop, put your hands up." He did not expect these men to comply, and indeed, they did not. They split up, breaking into a run. The officer squeezed the trigger, and a blast tore into the man on the left. He popped away like a soap bubble. Everyone else in the terminal screamed at the sound of gunfire. The cop pivoted and followed the running man with his gun. But the movement, combined with all the civilians now screaming and running, did not leave him with a clean shot. He jerked both hands up, pointing at the ceiling as the man in business attire raced out the front door. 258, at the bus station. Ichlad suspect is running southbound down Helsinki Street. Over his implant he heard other units responding. Squad cars across the city lit up like Christmas trees. Red and blue lights flashed in the sky as police converged on the scene. Officers on foot from blocks away ran toward the bus station. One of those cops ran around a corner and found the H-lad heading right for him. "I got him, corner of Charles and Murmansk." He pulled out his gun and aimed at center mass. The H-lad dove left before he could fire, running into the street. Car noses dipped as drivers and drones braked to avoid hitting it. The unit zigzagged through traffic, heading for the other side. A mum walked toward him on the sidewalk there, her daughter in hand. As he raced their way, she took in the cop holding his gun as he ran across the street. She picked up her little girl and held her tight just before the H-lad got there with the officer, hot on its tail. As the unit passed her, she calmly stuck out her left foot and tripped the racing man figure. The H-lad fell face first to the sidewalk, and the officer tackled him one-armed, holding the gun up in his other hand. He slammed down on the back of its neck with his elbow and the unit popped away. The officer fell a few centimeters to the concrete. He stood, startled, and looked around. Everyone on the street stared at him. He put his blaster back in its holster and looked at the young mother still holding her daughter. "Thank you, ma'am." In the bus station, most people who just got off the latest arrival scattered. One young boy kept his eyes on the spot where the H-lad that got shot had disappeared. Slowly, he stood up from his seat and approached the area, scanning the floor. The molecules making up the autonomous unit had dissipated, no longer visible. The preteen searched the floor carefully, looking. He walked over to the nearest bank of connected chairs and stooped down to look closer. Then he got his knees and reached under the chairs. He pulled out a small disc about the size of an old American nickel. Two police officers walked into the terminal, scanning the crowd and making sure everyone remained safe, and also checking for any more incursions. The boy stood up and approached them. He held out the H-lad's control chip, pinched between his thumb and forefinger. "This looks important, sir. It came off that man who disappeared." 6.38 Remington walked into Chu's office, nodding at the people and bots outside. It seemed far more crowded in the foyer than usual, and that was to be expected, she supposed. The door swished shut behind her and she found Police Chief Yamamoto sitting in a chair. The typically tense woman appeared more relaxed today, though. "What's going on?" Remington said, taking a seat beside the chief and facing Chu's clone. "We found a chip that did not self-destruct," Yamamoto said. "A pair of new H-lads took the bus in from the hinterlands. Player knows what to look for now, though. Our guys do too. We spotted them and took them out. A civilian noticed a chip that rolled away when the first guy disappeared. Some kid waiting to fly back to the farm with his parents. Anyway, he handed it over to CCPD, and the local naval intelligence reps have it now." "Well, good. Maybe they can learn a thing or two." Chu's clone nodded. Player maintained the ruse of the former tetrarch being in charge. She said, "My hope is with the reduced resources Star League has. Their ability to conjure up new and useful incursion tools such as these becomes more limited. I would hope the electronic signature on these things or whatever, some way to ID them as belonging to the League, has been transmitted to the rest of the Republic. They have been, Agent Renison. That is not to say some innovation might sneak past our sensors at some point and cause trouble elsewhere. For now, the weapon's usefulness has been neutralized. But we are still stuck with one hostile League quadrant, taking very belligerent steps toward an expanding Republic." They locked eyes, Chew's clone and Remington. Unspoken between them was a future mission involving considerable risk. "What else can we do right now to shore things up for Euripides?" "That is a good question, one best addressed by Chief Yamamoto." The chief cleared her throat and activated her personal holo, so the other women could see it. It showed the faces of two people in a vehicle, a man and a woman wearing blank expressions. Yesterday, shortly after 1,600 hours, and not too long after the incident in the government sector's sewers, a ground vehicle exited the city's perimeter on the western side. Player got a scan of the occupants' faces, but it was only after they left that she and we realized they matched with those of the plumbers suspected in that bombing. Remington looked at Chew's clone and raised an eyebrow. Player shrugged. Other things were occupying our AI at the time, and security for those going out is less of a priority than monitoring who comes into the city. It was still discovered rather fast nonetheless, Yamamoto said. If they had kept driving, maybe trying to reach another city by ground transport, we would have caught up with them by now. One police cruiser could have easily found them and taken them out from the air. However, they did not go for another city. She made another motion with her hand and the holo changed to show an aerial view of a launch facility in the desert. This is the Shanghai drop-off point, used by private industry for moving heavy equipment to the outer parts of the solar system. Our old government frowned upon the use of League resources for private commerce, so orbital teleportation was not much of a thing, especially for mining companies and the like who needed to get out to the asteroid belt. That's farther than 1 AU away anyway. So, people and materiel can come and go without being checked out, Remington said. Seems like an oversight. Yamamoto waved her hand in an indifferent motion. Where are they going to go? The ships ferry back and forth to an orbital station co-owned and managed by the mining companies. The round trip takes a few months. There's nowhere else to go to out there. Star can, and I presume Player now, would notice if anything entered the solar system and approach that station for a transfer. So don't worry about it. It's a closed loop. Remington and Player exchanged a glance again. If you say so, Remington said, but some of our Navy ships seem to have been blowing up for no reason lately. That is precisely why we will be keeping a very close eye on that part of the solar system, Player said, and on the ferry as it makes its round trip. 6.39 Two men stood in line at the Central City spaceport, in business attire. One of them stifled a yawn. "Will you stop that?" Chauncey said. Ristovic smacked his lips and looked at his partner through bleary eyes. "Sorry, I guess I never got used to the local clock. I'll be glad to get back on ship time. There's no real difference. Time is just a construct we all agree to." "Well, I agree to it being time for me to sleep right now, if that's what you mean." Chauncey frowned, but he turned away, effectively ending the conversation. They moved forward with the line, their luggage floating along with them. Ahead, a pair of police officers walked along the line as it snaked into the embarkation room, where passengers were teleported up to a waiting ship in orbit. They looked over each person, occasionally touching their implants as they slowly progressed down the line. Chauncey and Ristovic remained unperturbed. They appeared for all the world like weary travelers, on their way to the next business meeting somewhere else in the galaxy. But they stopped talking, and Ristovic no longer yawned. When the officers came to them, hands drifted to holstered blasters. "Come with us, please." The please seemed perfunctory. The police were ordering them, not requesting them. Both men left the line and followed one officer, while the other fell in behind them. Hands remained on their weapons. We do have a ship to catch," Chauncey said. But the officers ignored him as they slipped through a door and walked down a hall. There was little Chauncey and Ristovik could do. They had no weapons. They were businessmen, after all. There was nothing left but to follow the officers and play the hand fate dealt them. The party stopped at a nondescript door that swished open for them. They walked in and faced Selma Yamamoto, staring at them from behind a folding table recently set up. "Mr. Chauncey and Mr. Ristovik." The men nodded, frowning at her. Chauncey tried another conversational gambit. "Are we under arrest?" Ignoring his question for the moment, Yamamoto made a gesture and portrayed her personal holo to the men. "Recently, one of your H-Lad's chips malfunctioned. It did not self-destruct. We speculate the blaster bolt from the officer who fired on it came close enough to disrupt things. Fortunately, an astute civilian saw it drop to the floor. They retrieved it and turned it over to my department. Isn't that interesting?" Both men stared at her silently. "I'll tell you something else that's interesting. That chip has been recording everything the Holo Lad has seen ever since it was activated? Assimilated? I'm not sure of the correct terminology. Anyway, we took a look at the first things it ever saw after it came online." She made a motion, and a recording played on the holo. Trees could be seen in the background. Dozens of H-Lads stood around, with half a dozen businessmen. The scene shifted to where Chauncey and Ristovik stood. In the recording, Chauncey said, "Remain here until tomorrow. Do not be seen by anyone on the road." They watched as he gave instructions and the men handed out credit tokens before walking away. With a cutting motion, Yamamoto stopped the video. All attention in the room returned to her. "Have you gentlemen heard of our prison here on Euripides? I doubt you had a chance to visit in your tours of our agricultural sites. The original ship the first colonists landed in has been transformed into a nigh impregnable corrections facility. Did you know that nobody has ever successfully escaped from it? We call it Station Zero. I think you two fellas will be visiting it for a while before leaving our fine planet." She smiled at them both. "For a long while." 6.40 Dmitry Lebedev watched the holo from his apartment in Marlborough. The news showed a Republican admiral shaking hands with former Tetrarch Chu, the woman who evidently could not be assassinated. A former Republican ambassador to Euripides was present, along with several other bigwigs in the Navy and diplomatic corps. After much pomp and ceremony, the two leading figures signed some documents, officially marking the joining of Euripides with the Republic. The human news anchors waxed poetic about the historic significance of this event, especially in light of all the recent terrorist attacks. Lebedev waved a hand, muting the sound in disgust. It had all been in vain, he thought. Every asset he had was used in this effort, and that treaty was still signed. He had yet to hear back from Agent Blackmark's team, and even if that asset thought he was going to take over the local branch of SSI someday and remained an arrogant jerk, he was more than up to the job that had been assigned to him. Blackmark had a reputation for ruthlessness. He would not let petty emotions interfere with the job. Would he? Lebedev sighed. The news had been rife with dead terrorists. Even the H-Lads had been neutralized. From here on, he thought, he would have to raise up new assets, if he had any hope to continue this fight. Remington stepped into a warehouse she had not been in before. Several skylights made sure the open, airy space remained well lit. A hole in the center allowed for cars to fly in and out. There in the middle, under a shaft of sunlight, sat Virago, sparkling with a new coat of paint. A mechanic stood beside her, talking. "We had to replace quite a bit inside, then graft on some new skin, so to speak. By the time we were done, we had to give her a new coat of paint. But there she is, good as new. Maybe even better. As per your instructions, we added some blaster-proof plating underneath. Although, if you ask me, not that many cars get shot up by blasters, although I guess she did. Anyhow, it won't be happening again, not by a long shot. Like I said, she's good as new, or better." "Thank you, and it's a he." Say what now? Virago is a he, not a she. Well, if you say so. Now, I'll grant you this. That car is uncanny. Almost seems sentient. Ain't never really seen nothing like it. She smiled and said, I know. How much do I owe you? After they settled up, Remington approached the car in question. Hi, Virago. How are you? The car beeped, happily. She ran a hand down the front fender, crouching to see underneath. Sure enough, all the scorch marks were gone. You can fly again, I take it? An affirmative beep sounded this time, full of confidence. Want to go for a spin? The car sounded another affirmative beep, even louder than before and with enthusiasm this time. Well, all right. Let's see if you really are new and improved. She hopped in, and the canopy closed. Remington pulled up on the wheel and Virago levitated. Then she aimed for the large hole in the ceiling, and they shot out into the open air. The car spiraled higher and higher before heading out over the city wall and into the desert sky. It let out another beep, this time one of pure joy. Horacampo stared down at a box the length of his hand and as wide as his wrist. Inside, the electronics he needed to fully replicate his quantum manipulator device had finally been delivered from New Tulsa this morning. He had spent the last 3 hours painstakingly making minute adjustments, now that everything was in place. He was in Primordia, that permanently mist-shrouded landmass on Diego that was roughly the size of California on old Earth. It was filled with dinosaur variants and mostly off-limits to tourists except for well-defined roads and certain areas. Here, he found a home with the outcast scientists who study the creatures under a veil of secrecy. Some fled from the law, as had he. Some were genuinely interested in researching dinosaurs. None questioned anyone too closely out here under the blanket of permanent fog, hiding them from the eyes of the outside world. With their ties to academia, research materials and supplies were regularly smuggled into the camp. If one had the patience, an entire set of experimental components from companies with links to Diego universities could be procured. And if one knew what to ask for, they could recreate the devices they had been forced to leave behind. Jorge carefully adjusted a tiny nozzle connected to an ever-tapering point, monitoring it all through a magnified optical nerve. He did not have everything he had left behind in his state-of-the-art lab back in Octavia, and the unit before him was larger than the prototype he had stolen from Republican Shipworks his last day on the job. But it would be adequate, he thought. It was enough. At last he finished, and he nodded to himself. Jorge set his tools aside and closed the lid on the box before tying it over his arm with a short piece of smart strap. Now for the moment of truth, he murmured to himself. He flicked a small switch on the side and disappeared. He reappeared a moment later, holding a bowl of soup he had swiped from the cafeteria tent. Nobody had seen him enter and take the food, which all happened in a single second. Spooning some in his mouth, he smiled, then chuckled. I'm back, baby. I am so back. Jorge took a deep breath and tried to wipe the smile off his face, but he could not. He gazed down at his homemade device, still strapped on his arm. It's about time, he whispered. End of Book 6. Time's Thief. 7.1. What you are seeing here is the League's infamous school for assassins. The woman lecturing to a small room packed with military and law enforcement VIPs waved at the holo. It was so secret, it didn't even have a name. Or if it did, we never uncovered it. The footage you are seeing here was culled from a captured assassin, Anna Victoria Epsilon Stanislavski, a.k.a. Tori, a.k.a. Vicky Kavoski, a.k.a. Nightshade. Soft murmurs stirred through the crowd. Agency of Justice Director Gina Del Rio glanced at those around her. Multiple aliases and a codename usually indicated a deep-cover SSI operative, and everybody in the crowd knew it. An assassin. This particular assassin had developed a nasty reputation recently. Some expressed surprise that they were seeing memories lifted from an enemy operative's brain. Others seemed uneasy, as if even discussing someone like this was tantamount to a self-curse that might bring the wrath of the League down on their own heads. No one here wanted to make their own jobs harder. The woman speaking up front, a representative from Chancellor Severs's office, with ties to all the respective agencies present, both military and civilian, continued. We were able to capture her in the most recent dust-up regarding the remaining SSI personnel from Triskelion here in Octavia. That quieted everybody down. Triskelion was a decades-long operation where SSI assassins were planted deep in the Republic, mostly on the capital planet Diego. At the allotted time, they rose up and killed VIP targets they had spent years embedded next to. A phenomenal long-term effort that was very successful. Unfortunately, or fortunately if you care to look at it that way, the League had some remaining assets after Triskelion, and some few that continued to exist after the fall of Epsilon. Some of those have made their way here to Diego, like moths to a flame, I suppose. Now the two collective remnants have combined. Nightshade was one of those assets on Epsilon, graduating from the assassin school just as our forces arrived there. She moved on shortly after. The hollow changed to a still of Tori's face. An attractive young woman stared back at the assembled crowd. Some in the crowd wore uniforms. Gina knew that many here were with naval intelligence, the brains behind the Republic's military apparatus. With the war officially over, the military had scaled down, sending many recruits home. But RNI continued with their intelligence gathering. Starleague remained a threat, even in a reduced capacity of just one quadrant operating under a now dubious peace treaty. SSI used this school to twist the minds of recruits. They were told that killing dissidents is a necessary part of good governance. There is no free speech in the League, and any dissent against the government is characterized as hate speech, putting the dissenter in danger of death. Tori here was the top graduate of the Assassin School's last cohort before Epsilon was invaded. One of the men in a blue uniform raised his hand. The speaker nodded at him. Could I ask how we captured her? Professional curiosity. I'll have to defer to Alge's director Gina Wilcox for the details on that. Gina smiled at the name. Officially, she was now Gina Del Rio. Her marriage with Javon had been a private thing, mostly because she never found the time to take leave so they could have an elaborate ceremony and honeymoon. The couple made themselves legit, as Javon liked to call it, by meeting with a pastor and saying their vows while their respective parents attended the ceremony by holo. Gina took the whole day off. Javon took 2 days off, using the next one to combine their households. He moved in with her, since she had the better living arrangements. On one hand, he made a higher salary than she did, as the managing editor for the Zeitung, the Republic's premier news media outfit. On the other hand, she controlled vastly more sums of money. Her mother was a pirate during the war, Gertrude, Granny Wilcox. As part of the crew of the infamous Ultima Mule, Granny had received a large share of the most successful spoils any privateering crew received during the war. Perhaps ever. The Ultima Mule had raided the gold reserves from Euripides just before the treaty was signed, and Granny had been generous with sharing those spoils with her only daughter. Gina was rich, and now married. Officially, she took Javon's last name, without hyphenation. She was a traditional woman after all, and even if she had more money than Javon, she would let him lead in his role as a traditional husband. Taking his name was a public symbol of her willingness to follow him. On the other hand, it grew exhausting trying to correct everyone when they used her old name. So she no longer bothered. If someone wanted to call her Director Wilcox, she let them. Gina stood up and addressed the gathering. Nightshade was involved with the recent assassination of 2 right-wing MPs. I'm sure you all heard about it on the news. AOG personnel set up a sting, with one of our people posing as the MP we figured would be next on her list, and we were able to capture her without incident. The without incident part was stretching it, Gina thought. But at least no one was killed, and that's what she meant. A cop car had flown over the fleeing killer, breaking many bones in her back, including her spinal cord. Actually, Tori was lucky to still be alive. In the back of the room, she saw the mysterious man known only as Smithers. He nodded in approval. Smithers was old-school RNI and likely one of the main hidden levers of power in government, even without a war providing him with opportunities to move that lever as much. He maintained almost total anonymity. Despite Gina's elevated position of power and influence, she still did not really know much about the man. He had the most forgettable face of anyone she had ever met. He remained remarkable for being so utterly unremarkable. The woman by the hollow continued as Gina sat back down, putting Smithers out of her mind, at least temporarily. Thank you, Director Wilcox. What you are about to see is at times rather uncomfortable. But this is how SSI normalized murder among their top recruits. Brace yourselves, it's about to get ugly. She made a motion in the air, and a recording showing highlights from Tori's memories at the assassin school started playing. "7.2. Do you like it?" Tori stood with Grigor on a wind-swept vista. Purple clouds floated above, like soft tufts of cotton. Pink rays of sunlight split through one, with shafts of brightness creating a halo in the sky. He held up a ring to her face, a solitary diamond sparkling in the strange light. He went down on one knee and gently slid it over Tori's outstretched finger. "Oh, Grigor, I love it!" Bobby walked up behind him and stuck her nose around his shoulder. Tori reached over and patted the Morvana mountain dog with her other hand. The sounds of yipping drew her attention as 8 pups approached, walking on their hind legs already just like their mother. "Bobby, you've had a litter." She turned back to Grigor and said, "Who did we breed her with?" "Anders, Bebo and Millie's dog. We were going to go with another one, from that couple next door maybe, but Anders got there first. I guess you could say he jumped the fence." The puppies crowded around their feet now. She finally got a good look. All their faces looked like Bebo's. Tori woke up with a start from the dream that suddenly turned nightmarish. Many of her dreams involved the assassin school recently. It was a time from her past that never died, one that continued living in some alternate plane of reality that she visited in her sleep every night. Since the memory scans with RNI personnel, her dreams had turned more vivid. This one was no exception. She felt that pang of loss with the perfect memory of Grigor's face, lingering from the dream. He had been so wonderful, so perfectly matched with her. He would forever be her one true love. And she killed him. He was deemed a traitor, a Republican spy infiltrating the school. Nobody had said anything in her memory sessions. If anything, the technicians plumbing her mind had been very polite. Not that she could stop them. She had lain helpless on the bed, paralyzed after getting hit by a police car following her last assassination attempt, while they scoured her brain. But it seemed obvious now in hindsight that Grigor was no traitor to the League. He and others had been set up as a test for the real assassins being trained in the school. Were the students willing to kill those closest to them if the state decided those people should not live? She remembered that some students had indeed refused to kill their lovers. They failed the test and were subsequently executed together. She passed the test. Grigor only lived in her dreams now, dreams filled with sorrow and longing. Would it have been better to have held on tight to Grigor and be executed beside him for treason? Would it have been better than this, being imprisoned in a Republican hospital and having her memories forcibly extracted by the enemy? She had not yet decided, although she was alive. That counts for something, she thought. Right? How are we doing today? A docbot walked into the room, rousing Tori out of her reveries with the question. "I'm fine." She still tried to minimize interactions, even with androids. As far as she was concerned, she was something akin to a prisoner of war. The Republicans, for the most part, saw things differently. The few humans she had come into contact with, other than the craniologists who had scanned her brain, treated her like a highly venomous snake under observation. The droids were different. They had no emotions to pass judgment on her for her past. Every reaction was programmed into them. The bot nodded and gently lifted away the sheet covering her middle. At least with a docbot, she thought, you don't have to be embarrassed when they're looking at you. The docbot continued his impartial examination. Spinal cord injuries are among the most difficult to repair. The fusion of the severed portions must be carefully attended to, requiring highly specialized osteoblast nanobots. While most nanobots act quickly once entering your bloodstream, these take time. So that is why you have been kept in stasis since you came here. Tori snorted. She knew the real reason she had been kept in stasis. She was Nightshade, the assassin Republican members of Parliament feared most. Tori doubted she would ever be allowed to leave this bed again. At least, not without considerable precautions. Please try to wiggle your toes. She brought her attention back to the bot. Please try to wiggle your toes, he said again. Oh, you're serious. She concentrated on her bare feet and watched in surprise as her toes wagged back and forth, waving at the far wall. Very good. I'm going to touch various parts of your feet, then move up your legs. I want you to tell me if you can feel it at each stage when I pause. Ready? She nodded. When he finished, he said, All right. Let's sit up, shall we? Then we'll try standing. Take it slow, there's no hurry for any of this. Tori's bare feet slowly slid down from the bed until they reached the floor. She felt the cool tiles and luxuriated in the sensation for a moment. Slowly she stood up straight, equilibrium stabilizing in her inner ear. Very good, the bot said, smiling. You can stand on your own. Can you take a step? Good, I think you're fully recovered. But why? Why would the Republic do this? I'm an animal. A stone-cold killer. I've murdered very important people. Why would you spend this much time and money on me? The bot had the face of a stereotypical 50-year-old doctor, filled with compassion and empathy. Because, Tori, we're not monsters. Every person has the right to life in the Republic, unless that right has been terminated under due process of the law. Oh. And suddenly, everything clicked. So, I'm to stand trial for my crimes. It wasn't a question. She knew it with a sudden certainty. I'm not a lawbot, so I can't answer that. However, I can pronounce you fully healed. All your bones are mended, and your spinal cord is fully repaired. All of your faculties have been restored. Congratulations. He turned and headed toward the door. When it swished open for him, he smiled over his shoulder at her. Have a great day. 7.3 Certain credit tokens have been disappearing lately, it seems. Colby Longman spoke quietly with the 2 men and 2 women assembled in his tent. These were the leaders of this small group living illegally in a permanent campsite inside Primordia. All present in the tent were top researchers in their field and widely published in the most prestigious academic journals. So, you're saying we have a thief among us? One of the women said. Half our population is comprised of convicted or suspected criminals, Colby. That's true, unfortunately. As I've said before, when you live outside the law, you tend to reside with lawbreakers. But we've never before seen this level of larceny within the camp. It's been gradual. Not all the tokens have wandered off at once. But over time, I myself seem to have misplaced at least a couple hundred credits lately. So I did an experiment last night. I left 5 tokens on my nightstand and hid a camera to watch. This morning, the credits were gone. I ran through the recording and they simply disappeared around midnight. What do you mean by disappeared? One of the men said. These were scientists. Defining terms was important to them. Let me show you, Longman said. No one used an implant in the compound, so he brought out a portable holo. Turning it on, he quickly fast-forwarded through the recording it displayed. A shot of a table with some tokens on it remained static in the dark, with a tent flap in the background. Longman stopped when the clock on the video approached 12 a.m., letting the recording resume at normal speed. Suddenly, the tokens disappeared off the table. One moment they were there, clearly visible in the video. The next, they were gone. Eyebrows shot up around the group. So, nobody entered your tent beforehand? This came from the first woman who spoke. Longman shook his head. Not only that, he said, raising his eyebrows, nobody left either. Has the video been altered? One of the men said. No, I stopped it at 6 this morning when I woke up. You are looking at the unmodified recording. Play it again." He rewound and showed the recording once more. They watched it several times, making Longman pause it just before and just after the tokens disappeared. "How is that possible?" one of the women said. "Obviously, we don't have ghosts. Has someone figured out a way to teleport credit tokens? That would explain it." They all began speaking at once. "Perhaps we should set up more experiments. We should all monitor some stray tokens overnight like Professor Longman here has. We could gather more data that way." "That's an expensive way to gather data." "Not necessarily. He only risked 5 credits. I don't see the need to lose more money. All we're going to see without better equipment is more tokens disappearing. Maybe we should ask our colleagues on the outside for better equipment. Look, this is nothing but a distraction. I am focused exclusively on the incubation of pterodactyl eggs right now. I can't afford to go chasing after ghosts or mysterious token disappearances. Or anything, I don't know, supernatural." "Then fine. Ignore it. I will be setting up some more experiments similar to Dr. Longman's, but don't come crying to me when your tokens disappear." "Colleagues, please." Longman raised his hands, as if to separate the opposing sides. "If I may make a suggestion." They all turned their attention back to him, their differences temporarily forgotten, as if Santa Claus had interrupted a faculty senate argument. Longman indeed looked like the jolly old elf, with snow-white hair and a soft curly white beard dipping down several centimeters to his chest. Rather than being fat, though, he remained trim and buff from a life lived outdoors in Primordia. "I will ask Ariel Dominici to take out the sensor at Visitor Center 1. If anybody who is a common thief is looking for a time to run, it would be when the sensor is down." The 4 other scientists looked at one another and nodded. As leading academics, highly regarded in their respective fields, they all had strong personalities. But having a plan of action like this smoothed over any ruffled feathers, especially since none of them had to participate. "Plus," Longman added after a thoughtful pause, "I'm running low on candy bars. Ariel can raid the vending machines while she's there." 7.4 Longman's agent for purloining candy bars cried in the arms of her lover. She had bonded with Hora Campo, a man she found in the jungle and led to the camp. A man who fit in so well with the others here, the open-minded wanderers who had settled into this lifestyle along with all the rebellious scholars working outside of the academy's strictures. A man who willingly moved into her tent and became a part of this secret community, and her life, so many months ago. A man who now seemed determined to leave. Ariel Dominici originally found Jorge hiding in the trees near Visitor Center 1, watching and waiting. It was a time when the sensor was down, and she paid a visit to take advantage of the situation, intent on robbing the vending machines there. He followed her home. She introduced him to Dr. Longman, and he quickly became a member of the community. But rather than focusing on dinosaur variants, he picked up the research he left behind in Octavia. Through Marina Glessner, their contact with the outside world at New Tulsa College, he slowly accumulated enough experimental parts to rebuild the device he had spent his life working on. Ariel knew what the device was, a time-shifting machine. She did not know how it worked. Apparently not many other people did either. But shortly after Jorge moved in, she asked Glessner to investigate him and bring back the information on her next trip. It helped that Ariel was the one speaking with Glessner on each visit. It was simply a matter of meeting the woman without Jorge in tow. That was how she learned all about the time thief and his many troubles with the law. The fact he was indeed a thief bothered Ariel not a whit. After all, she was on the run for embezzlement herself. If she ever showed up in public again, Player would ID her and alert the nearest police. As far as Ariel was concerned, like so many others, Jorge could stay in the camp without being questioned too closely about his past. But she wanted to know more about his past, despite his reticence. This was a man sharing her tent after all. And it seemed that Jorge Campo was no ordinary criminal running from his past. He was an extraordinary criminal who had somehow escaped from a prison van on the way to Max Lock. He survived a gunfight with Aguize and a perilous trek through the jungle many kilometers to the visitor center. all without being killed or captured. By all rights, Jorge should not be alive. She had questioned him gently about his time out in the jungle. He kept rather tight-lipped about the whole ordeal. The news offered details surrounding his criminal exploits, his trial, and the dramatic escape from a prison van crash. But from there, the public trail of his exploits ended. He had shared something about being picked up by a ranger bot. He made it to Visitor Center 1 without notice, and that is where Ariel found him, rescued and recruited him. That is all she knew. Now he seemed intent on leaving, bringing this part of his life and hers to a close. "You don't have to go," she said, looking at him with tear-stained eyes. He was 20 years older, in his mid-60s. She would have thought that a man his age would have mellowed by now, that a warm bed and a soft woman would be enough to anchor him in place. But she was wrong. He was going. Player has so many resources, even in smaller towns like New Tulsa, she said. There are sensors everywhere. You'll be caught out there. Marina has assured me that the sensors near the bus station in New Tulsa are on the fritz. I'll be able to get off the bus without troubles. And even if they aren't all down, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Don't worry. But the AI knows there's issues with the sensors, Jorge. She'll be able to predict that something is up. She'll have police waiting at the bus station. She's done it before. Trust me when I say this, Ariel. I will have no problems at all evading the police. They are the least of my worries. She knew what he meant. His device would allow him to slip away undetected. No one could stop him, not even her, with an emotional appeal to stay. She changed tactics. Take me with you. I can't. And she knew that to be true as well, the idea dying on the vine as suddenly as it sprouted. He had only one device after all. There was no way he could take her. She looked at him with defeat in her eyes. He saw it, and a touch of empathy colored his voice. But I promise you this, Ariel. If I can, I will come back for you. That just made her sadder. She knew she would never see him again. It was an empty promise. She could see it in his eyes. Gently, he extracted himself from her arms and slipped out of the tent, leaving her all alone. She wiped away her tears, stood up and opened a dresser drawer at the foot of her bed. There, she lifted the lid on a little box she used to store tokens. It was empty. She knew that it would be. It takes one to know one, Jorge, she said, sniffling. I just wish you hadn't stolen my heart too. 7.5. At the edge of camp, Jorge activated the cobbled-together mass chronological molecular relativity relocator strapped to his wrist and disappeared to the rest of the world. His body stepped into a different plane of time, instantly moving closer to the speed of light. From his perspective, the whole world froze. Mist no longer swirled beyond the camp's perimeter. Sound stopped. Time and everything in it seemed to stand still. He walked away from the camp by following a path now well known to him, leading to where he could wait for a tour bus heading back to the visitor center. At last he came to the familiar rendezvous point nestled beside a road carved through the greenery. He flicked a switch on his wrist and popped back into sight. The environment came alive once more. He heard distant roars of predators, the squawking of birds and other jungle sounds. Mist swirled around his face, and fronds waved nearby in a gentle breeze. He waited patiently, and soon the sounds of an artificial voice came drifting through the mist. An autonomous open-air bus, really just a platform with seats and a roof, slowed down to a crawl as its forced dome expanded. It pushed the mist away, leaving a wide area around the bus completely clear. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look ahead and to your left, you will see one of the oldest trees in the explored galaxy. Known as the Diego primordial oak, it is estimated by arborists to be over 3,600 standard years old. At the time when ancient Greece was just getting started, DPO here was a sapling. Look at that magnificent trunk. You'll probably never see another tree this old. Several people owed and ahed, turning on their optical recorders. While all eyes were on the ancient trunk, Ori activated his relativity relocator. Everything froze once more. He hopped onto the open car. choosing a seat near the back before turning the unit off again. He smiled, watching as everyone continued focusing on the base of the ancient tree before them. It stretched several car lengths in diameter as the bus crept along beside it at a stately pace. He did not really need to use the relocator to jump on the bus. No one paid any mind to the rear of the platform with this giant tree soaking up the attention. But it represented yet another opportunity to test his device out, especially in real-world situations. He had stolen every spare token he could find in the scientists' encampment, and he felt confident the unit worked as designed. But further testing in the outside world would help build his confidence. At last they passed the circumference of the giant trunk. The dome pushing away the mist shrank to cover the bus alone and the road ahead. They picked up the pace on their way back to the visitor center. Hori caught a couple of confused glances as some people near the rear of the bus noticed him. But he was dressed like a tourist. He could see them mentally deciding they had simply not noticed him earlier in the tour. Soon the tour bus entered the clear air of a much larger force dome surrounding Visitor Center 1. Jorge stuck his head out for a look at the sensor pole to make sure Claire had no eyes and ears here. He breathed a small sigh of relief to find the metal cube missing from its usual perch. Good, this is starting out well, he thought. He hopped off with the others but dawdled, letting everyone else file into the main building. Instead of joining them, he wandered to the edge of the parking lot, where the vegetation picked up again. Here he waited patiently in real time, knowing that an intercity skybus was due to land soon. Jorge did not have a ticket, nor did he plan on buying one. He meant to preserve all the credits he had accumulated. Within minutes, a vehicle swooped down, popping through the force dome from above. Unlike the tourist platform, the skybus looked much more traditional. Essentially, it was a long tube with seats, and it flew fast and for long distances instead of plodding along the ground. Jorge watched carefully as passengers disembarked. Others, waiting to go back to New Tulsa, lined up and waited for their chance to board. The skybus, he knew, would remain on the ground for 15 minutes. He examined each person exiting to see if they looked like an undercover officer, or if anyone wore a uniform. But as far as he could tell, all the passengers were typical tourists. There were college students, families with kids, and what appeared to be a field trip involving elementary children and their teachers. He continued waiting, watching the door carefully. At last, the quarter hour was up and the door started closing. At that very moment, he activated the device once more. Everything seemed to freeze. Jorge stepped out of cover from the jungle, walked over to the skybus and entered. He passed by the ticket sensor and made his way to an empty seat near the back. There, he hunched down so he could not be seen from the front and turned his unit off. The door closed and they rose vertically 100 meters. The bus popped out of the dome, nose tilting up, and shot back toward New Tulsa. Jorge relaxed and sat up. No one noticed him. The skybus continued on its way, not immediately returning to disgorge the stowaway as he feared might happen. He smiled and took a deep breath, his heart rate slowing. After months of hiding out in Primordia, the time thief headed home. 7.6 Libraries, Hoy decided, had taken a leftist turn since he last visited one, some 40 years ago. The government kept tabs on the flow of information, but in the Republic there were hardly any controls on that flow. If someone wished to research any given topic, no matter how distasteful it might be, the government allowed it. But Blair would notice who researched it. Librarians, for their part, decided at some point that anonymous access to all information in society was important. And they decreed this was a hill worth dying on, sallying forth with blatant disregard for government monitoring regulations. They laughed at subpoenas, openly defied the courts, and refused entrance to police attempting to enforce the law on their premises, at least when they knew the police were coming. A social media campaign had been funded by the Republican Librarians Association with the catchphrase, "I stand with the library," to promote their efforts for unfettered anonymous access to all data, even sensitive data like how to make bombs, torture people, or exploit children. The public library in New Tulsa, like many others, had taken multiple steps to assure the privacy of their patrons. Terminals were open to the public, and one could browse through all available data without player ever being notified through a login attempt. The walls of the building had been lined in lead, and librarians pressured the city council to keep municipal sensors at the maximum distance that regulations would allow. All these efforts naturally resulted in players' heightened awareness of who accessed sensitive data. She developed a subroutine to monitor patrons entering and exiting the library and correlated time-date stamps to online information access. On the rare occasion when a criminal was caught accessing sensitive information, she quietly provided details to law enforcement. People researching untraceable poisons at the library, for instance, and whose spouses then mysteriously died, left a digital trail player could offer to law enforcement. Meanwhile, the librarians were allowed to continue their campaign for privacy. In fact, the powers that be in the halls of government encouraged these efforts because it gave those with criminal intent an incentive to use the libraries and thus leave behind a trail of evidence without even realizing it. Mona Reed's, the vast online and exhaustive repository of art and media, remained the one place a person could truly browse information in private. But to get there, one had to log in with an implant and enter the multi-world online environment used largely for entertainment purposes. There were still records of who went in, and copying any information there left a digital trail. But Horde did not have an implant, and he had no intention of ever getting one again. The implant allowed player to track him far more easily than anything else, so that left him with the local municipal library in New Tulsa. When the skybus settled down on its legs and the doors opened, he activated his device and walked past everyone getting up out of their seats. He headed straight to the library, bypassing players' sensors and a record of his visit. Once inside, he found a secluded nook and turned the unit off. Here, behind lead-lined walls, he felt safe from players' eyes. He approached the desk and asked for time on a terminal. The attractive young librarian, a human, not a droid, handed him an access card and pointed him to the appropriate rooms. In the League, he thought, to try and access forbidden data, in other words, almost anything originating in the Republic, people could attempt to use something akin to the old internet cafes. But that came with its own set of risks. Search for the wrong information, and police stormed the cafe. The League took information access far more seriously than the Republic did. Here, all was open, but you were noticed if you accessed sensitive info. There, all was closed, and trying to access info deemed sensitive might well get you killed. In the library, Jorge thought, he should be relatively safe from monitoring, especially since what he sought was not necessarily something that would be flagged in either system of governance. He settled down in the room and began catching up on local news in Octavia for the last 6 months. Jorge grunted as another headline popped up. His escape from the crashed prison van, along with the leaders of the Tartar gang, had been big news. What he really wanted to know was what happened to everybody afterwards. The young people had kicked him out, and he ran off in the jungles of Primordia, surviving by the skin of his teeth until he found Ariel and the encampment. He found the names of the others and began following their trails. Jorge was shocked to read about the mass gassing at Anderson Stadium. The death toll was high and still climbing as many weakened by the attack later succumbed, even with modern medicine at their disposal. Still, if one could ignore the humanity, it had been a brilliant plan. The Tartars robbed almost 36 establishments during all the chaos, getting away with far more wealth than the street gang ever had before. What do you need all that money for? He wondered, idly. Then it struck him. Of course, more weapons. He read about an assassin of MPs, but the news stayed light on details. Still, he decided this could well have been one of the 3 girls in the getaway car. Probably that arrogant one sitting up front, if he had to guess. It appeared she had been caught. There was something about a disturbance at the grand opening of a small business incubator, where a female suspect had been run over by a flying cop car. And then, nothing. That was a sure sign the agency of justice did not want to talk about it. Usually, he thought, they would happily notify the public of their successes. Failures, they remained quiet about. Oh, they would discuss them if pressed, but little was ever volunteered to the public about AI's failures. while successes invariably resulted in glowing press releases. This should have been counted as a success if they caught a suspect, as the reports indicated. But there was nothing else. No follow-up, no press releases, nothing. Therefore, if his logic held true, they had likely captured a high-value suspect. Either she was a remarkable terrorist or somehow tied to the League. He put his bet on the latter. For that matter, she was probably both, he thought. There were not many domestic terrorists these days. In a society in which you were free to do pretty much anything, what was there to rebel against? No, she almost certainly had to be a League operative. As for the others in that car, they too were not mentioned. He tried to search for names he could remember. Tori was the angry one, who helped rescue them. The driver went by the name of Bebo. Arra did not know if that was a nickname or his real one. The 3 gang leaders he shared the prison transport with were named Spence, Eve, and Lindsay. Searches on all those names turned up nothing. Well, they're still out there then, unless this person caught at the business incubator was one of them. But I don't care about the girls as much. A flashback played through his mind. Tori pointed at him from her position in the front seat. We need a distraction. You, get out. His ears reddened at the memory. It was embarrassing. He stepped out of the car filled with young people, and it sped off in the fog, leaving him stranded with our agents running down the road toward him. Then a Digosaurus Rex chased him, and he surely would have died had not a park ranger bot saved the day. Okay, maybe one of the girls would be worth going after, if she's not been detained. But the others, the Tartar gang. Looks like I'll have to go back to Octavia to find them. He heard a commotion at the front desk. Standing up, he turned and cracked open the door to his cubicle. Jorge saw a new Tulsa police officer standing before the same librarian who checked him in. She yelled at the officer, her pink-dyed hair bouncing up and down in anger. The policeman calmly stared back at her with professional detachment. This is totally against our policy. She proceeded to berate him, his profession, and all others who would impede the flow of knowledge. When she paused to catch her breath, he said in an even voice, "Sorry, ma'am, but I'm under direct orders from Azauge in Octavia. I'm to check out every person in the building. All I need to do is see their face." He looked around and raised his voice. "Nobody leaves until everyone's ID has been verified. Please turn toward me as I approach and look me in the eyes." He bent down to the librarian again and lowered his voice, although Jorge and everyone else nearby could still hear him. "Feel free to call my chief if you want to. He will likely refer you to IGHQ, who asked us to do this a few minutes ago, and you can take it up with them." He straightened and flashed a smile, the first time he had done so since entering the library. In a louder voice he said, "And frankly, ma'am, I don't give a rip about your privacy policies." 7.7 Jorge had taken off the unit when he spoke with the librarian. Unlike the sleek, polished one he stole from the lab on his last day of work, this relativity relocator was bulky. He had cobbled it together from purloined parts after all. The big battery and larger components meant that to wear it took up most of his forearm. So the entire thing looked rather noticeable, unlike the original faux wristwatch he had lost after his arrest. He reached into a bag, cursing under his breath. Jorge had not expected the police to search this place. At least, not so quickly. Now local law enforcement was doing a facial ID on everyone in the library, and he was stuck in the cubicle. Jorge heard the officer making the rounds outside his door. "Hello, New Tulsa PD. Let me see your face. Hi there, please turn around. Let me see your face." Jorge scrambled, quickly strapping the unit in place as the cop's voice came nearer. The officer slapped the hollow on the door to his cubicle and it swished open. "Hello, nobody here, okay." He moved on to the next one. Hall reappeared near the front door to the library, by a bookcase filled with rare paper tomes. He had not yet figured out how to open a closed door while in hypertime. A mechanical door, as most were, required a person to approach or swipe their finger through a hollow button or palm a panel. Then it receded into the wall. All modern architecture used this sliding door design. Typically, Only very old buildings had hinged doors these days. Hinged doors actually proved easy for him to manipulate while in hypertime. They were not reliant on anything mechanized. He could simply open them. In real time, a person might not even see an old-fashioned door swing open and shut. It would seem to happen in the blink of an eye or faster. Tent flaps were the same, as he experienced back in Primordia. But regular modern doors, if they could even be activated by Jorge in hypertime, would open glacially slow for him while he remained in that state. It was better to wait in real time for someone else to open them. Then he could activate his unit and slip through. He felt determined to keep jumping around the library, avoiding the cop, for as long as necessary. But it did not take long for someone to come in off the street. The door to the library swished open, and Hoy disappeared again, slipping around the woman coming in and walking out of the building. He strolled all the way down to the bus station, weaving around people frozen on the sidewalks, blithely stepping in front of motionless ground cars, and glancing up at birds hovering in mid-air flight. If Hoy was being honest with himself, he liked hypertime. It felt like he was alone in the world. In many ways, he really was. No one else has access to this technology, he murmured softly. When the bus station came in sight, he began looking for a good place to pop back into standard time. The door to that building was shut currently. He needed to find a place where he could see it and activate the device when it was opened again. Then he noticed the cop. A new Tulsa police officer stood at the corner, eyes on the door. I bet Player is using him. He sighed, staring at the man for several moments. If he stayed and popped back into normal time, he ran the very real risk of being seen by the officer. And even if he popped back into hypertime before being apprehended, Player would be notified of his presence. She already might suspect something, he thought. How did the police know to search the library at that particular moment? The only rational explanation, as far as he could tell, was that he must have tripped some sort of alarm with his search parameters, even with the alleged anonymity provided by public libraries. I bet they're not really so concerned about privacy after all, he grumbled softly. Or Player has a special subroutine for library kiosks or something. Dejected, he left the area while staying in hypertime. He glanced at the unit strapped to his wrist and wondered how long it would last. The power pack he was able to retrieve was a used one. He had no idea how much power he had left. Maybe I can steal a car? He wandered to the edge of town, walking through the frozen landscape as if it were a giant hollow on pause. New Tulsa was not very large, and downtown buildings quickly gave way to residential streets. But all the cars he saw here were parked. The only ones moving were ground cars, and Octavia was too far away to make driving there feasible. Discouraged, he walked on, letting his mind ponder this quandary while he kept moving. On the road leading outside of town, he noticed several motorcycles in a vacant lot. Stopping, he looked them over out of curiosity. A motorcycle club with about 24 bikes looked ready to depart. One of the machines already hovered a meter or so off the ground, its rider gripping the handlebars and looking up in the sky, as if planning his route. He observed the men and women closely. Everyone was either on a bike or in the process of mounting one. They looked a little rough, he decided. No one seemed to have showered recently, and the men sported wild, untrimmed beards. The women seemed to prefer tight black leather pants and boots, but invariably their tops were thin, cotton, and clingy. Black leather seemed to dominate the bikers' wardrobes, with heavy dollops of silver studs and thick metal chains around their necks and waists. Everyone sported a tan and that heavily weathered look that comes from living life outdoors. This might work, Jorge decided. He ducked behind a tree and made sure no one was in his line of sight, then deactivated the device. Stepping out from cover, the scene came alive. The man in the air sped off, rising at a sharp angle. 2 more bikes ascended right behind him, carrying 1 man and 1 woman apiece. He walked into the field, and those closest to the street glanced over to watch him approach. A big bald man with a thick black moustache and iris-shielding sunglasses was the closest biker. He did not have a woman with him. Jorge glanced at his large black motorcycle gleaming in the afternoon sun, complete with a spacious rear seat. A black batwing emblem, prominently painted on the back of the machine, sparkled in the sunlight. "Hey, can I get a ride? I'm headed to Octavia." "We don't give rides," the big man said, his face expressionless, eyes hidden behind the dark glasses. Jorge nodded. He reached into his pocket and pulled out all the tokens he had stolen from the scientists' camp in Primordia. "I can always steal more," he thought. "Is this enough?" The biker smiled and held out cupped palms. Jorge poured the tokens into his hands. "Hop on, we're headed back to Biker's Field, right outside Octavia. Gonna take several hours to get there. We don't ride very fast." Jorge nodded, a grateful expression crossing his face. He climbed on the back of the machine while the big man sat up front, grabbing the handlebars. They lifted up vertically several hundred meters before following the other bikes, angling higher in the sky. He heard somebody shout, "Hey, who's that riding with Boy Scout?" But his driver ignored the question, so he did too. As one, like a giant flock of black mechanical birds, the bikers leveled out at 500 meters up and turned toward Octavia. 7.8. Once he got over his fear of falling off the bike, Jorge found he rather enjoyed the sensation of riding. Peeking over the big man's shoulder, he saw a hollow panel display their airspeed, a steady 100 kilometers per hour. His driver flicked a switch and another type of force dome activated like a bubble around them. The temperature inside modulated, becoming warmer despite their altitude, and wind no longer whipped past Hawk's face. He leaned back and enjoyed the scenery, watching the distant mist marking Primordia, which he noticed the club avoided flying over. Either regulations prohibited it, regulations the bikers respected, or there was a very real danger of some flying reptile coming up to attack them. Or both, he decided. He could imagine a pterodactyl or something attacking the bikes. The big man did not offer any conversational gambits, so Jorge did not talk either. They swung south of Primordia, then quickly headed back in the direction of Octavia. Jorge decided they were likely over the Garrett Wilderness Preserve now. This desolate area was also off-limits to development, he knew. But evidently it was okay to fly over. Now that he thought about it, this is where the prison van went down. Max Lock must be somewhere to the south. He settled back and enjoyed the warmth of the sun, the steady flight, and the open air. This is the life, he thought. I see why some people aspire to this lifestyle. I could get used to it. No rules. The freedom of open air rides like this. I can dig it. Around him, several of the bikers put their machines on autopilot, maintaining a steady speed and altitude. Some of those with women riding along took the opportunity to make out, heedless of all those around them flying at the same speed and watching. Yeah, I could get used to this, Jorge thought. Hours passed, and at long last, with the sun dipping low in the sky, the massive sprawl of Octavia peeked over the horizon. Kilometers upon endless kilometers the city spread out before them, details growing as they approached. Jorge had no idea what borough they were coming into, but the closer they came, the more of the city he could see. It stretched out seemingly forever. Now we're getting somewhere, he thought. Now I can get close enough to find those kids who kicked me out of that car. His driver pushed the handlebars in, and the nose of the bike dipped. All the other bikers followed suit, and they descended, heading down to a wide-open field near the edge of town. Here, Jorge could see hundreds, thousands more bikes. They were parked in the open, like back in New Tulsa. But there were a lot more clubs present here. Each had staked their own section of the park, with tents, fire pits, and portable latrines set up in each territory. The place seemed alive, and he marveled briefly at the audacity of the bikers. In some ways, they were like the scientists and fugitives hiding out in the mists of Primordia with the dinosaur variants. These people were free spirits, Jorge thought, unwilling to be bound by the strictures of society. He saw men roasting game on open campfires, couples cavorting on soft green grass, while heedless of others watching, men urinating on trees. Bikers sat in circles on lawn chairs guzzling beer without a care in the world, their sleek machines parked nearby. This, Jorge thought, is definitely the life. I really could get used to this. As the bike slowed and his driver prepared to swoop down for a soft landing, the sharp thoop of a firearm split through Jorge's reveries. All eyes jerked left. There on the grass, a young woman with no top sat on the ground, recently knocked down and wiping blood from her nose. Across from her, a biker with black leather pants, jackboots, and an open leather jacket was sprawled on his back, a golf ball-sized hole in his chest oozing blood. Standing and still holding the gun, a short biker with a sharp, shiny spike sticking up out of the top of his silver helmet snarled at them both. A roar of outrage filled the air. Jorge and the others quickly realized the dead man must be a member of the club he rode in with. The black vest the dead man wore no doubt had a bat wing on back. That logo was everywhere, among the bikers in the air and the few on the ground in their campsite below. The big man grounded his bike quickly, foregoing the expected soft landing and thumping hard on the campground grass instead. Other bikes seemed to drop out of the air all around them as the black bat wings rushed to park and dismount. The driver stepped off his seat and pulled out a heavy rifle in a case slung alongside the bike. Hawk's eyes grew wide as guns were brandished all around him. Every biker had at least 2 firearms. Some had many more. The spiked helmet gang across the field saw their man with a gun, the dead batwing, and the 100 or so new arrivals retrieving weapons. Without thought or question, they drew their own firearms, ready to defend their comrade. The first bolt whizzed through air, shot by one of the black bat wings closest to the fallen man. It sailed past the girl, who had just stood back up. She threw herself back to the ground and covered her head. The shot slammed into the silver spike who fired first. He fell backward, dead before touching the ground. Then all hell broke loose as bolts sailed back and forth from both sides. Jorge quickly strapped the relativity unit on his forearm and flicked the switch. "7.9. How could they do this? Jorge muttered to himself in a tone of astonishment. They've got a veritable utopia here, free from all the rules. They can do whatever they want, and all it takes is for one jerk to blow it all up. Jorge glanced around. In the Black Bat Wings campsite, every person remained frozen, most in the process of shooting at people in the adjacent Silver Spikes campgrounds. Across the way, dozens of shiny and spiked helmeted bikers, none had doffed their protective gear as far as Jorge could see, shot back in this direction. The bolts continued surging forward in hypertime, but very slowly. A sea of red streaks stretched through the air, noticeably creeping toward targets in both directions. He walked over to the closest inbound shot, curious. It seemed to float forward with determination, slowly creeping through the air and humming softly. He watched it move in very slow motion, fascinated. Though glacially slow from his perspective, it made perceptible progress. Fascinating. I've never seen anything go fast enough to watch it make any discernible movement while I'm in this state. For a moment, Jorge considered touching it, just to see what the bolt felt like. Then he decided that would be a good way to lose a finger. He pulled back from the crawling, humming streak of energy. He turned and followed its inbound trajectory, raising an eyebrow when he noticed it headed on a direct line for his driver. "Well, you did give me a ride here. I suppose I can do something for you in return." He walked over and braced himself to push the big man over and out of the way. "Wait, this will seem like super fast to you. Probably break some bones doing that. Let's see." He walked to other side and pulled the man's right leg as gently as he could. It slid along the ground a few centimeters. Then he pulled the other leg, bringing the body cleanly out of the line of fire. "You might lose your balance in a minute, but I think you'll be okay now, at least from that particular shot." Jorge glanced around the campsite, but none of the other Batwing bikers seemed in imminent danger of being struck by gunfire. At least, not for the moment. He scratched his head thinking, "I don't want to be here when I turn this thing off. Too many chances to get hurt. However, as long as I'm here." He looked at the saddlebags on the bike he rode in on and remembered his driver placing all those tokens inside. He walked over and opened the top, retrieving his money. He smiled at the frozen man's back. "No offense, but I did just save your life. Say, I wonder how much I could collect out here." Maybe I should go easy. I've got to be mindful of the power pack. Tucking the money away and nodding goodbye to the bikers, he began walking toward a distant street. On the way out of the field, despite his earlier pronouncement, he paused to rifle through saddlebags and pockets, collecting more credit tokens along the way. One young man stood stock still, a blaster just emerging from the back of his belt, arms sweeping around and holding the weapon. That looks useful. Jose gently unwrapped the man's fingers from the gun's grip, being very careful not to pull the trigger. Once free of the fellow's hand, he transferred the weapon to his own belt loop. I'm not a fan of firearms, but this might come in handy. Hope you don't mind. He patted the young man's face softly and walked away. At last he reached pavement. Hori sighed, seeing nothing but urban landscape ahead of him. Cars and concrete stretched as far as he could see. He looked back the way they had flown in and decided he must be on the edge of the metropolis. He would need to go in the opposite direction to get closer to the heart of Octavia. I'm not even sure exactly where I'm going. Another library, maybe. Somewhere there's a private node so I can plan my next move. Maybe I just need to figure out for myself where to go. He walked away, leaving the sea of frozen bolts and bikers behind him. A few blocks away, he found a secluded spot and clicked the unit off. Time returned to normal in an instant, the sights and sounds of an unthawed world flooding his senses. In the distance, he heard the unmistakable sound of a roaring gun battle. .10 Social scientists studying modern motorcycle clubs, what few in Republican universities existed, often found themselves amazed at the number of weapons any given biker managed to store on his or her body. In the Octavian Park serving as campgrounds for the bikers, fights broke out everywhere, quickly spreading from the two adjacent groups like a literal wave of violence. Those in opposite clubs standing close to one another began swinging fists. Metal-laced clothing was no longer merely decorative. People used studded shoulder pads and similar accoutrements to slam into the faces of their enemies. Old-style keychain rings became makeshift brass knuckles. Spare pipes used to fix motorcycles were suddenly repurposed as clubs. Any sort of metal, wood, or glass was used to swing, thrust, stab, or strike others. Fists swung, women screamed, guns fired. Hundreds, then thousands of people fought at once, almost simultaneously jumping into a massive brawl. One batwing closer to the silver spikes pulled off his belt, wrapping it in a couple loops around his fist. He rushed into the melee using the buckle as a flail, thwacking the helmet off a nearby opponent. The spike rolled over in pain before pulling something out of his boot. Known colloquially as a stiletto gun, he pressed the release button and sent a spray of thin, razor-sharp blades flying at the other man's face. The batwing threw up his hands, screaming in pain as 4 chunks of metal sliced open his cheeks. He went down on one knee, only to come back up with a Metzinger LE-42. The little gun shot out a tiny blast, but it was enough. He pulled the trigger half a dozen times, depleting its power pack. The bolts were weak, but multiple hits at close range killed the other biker. All units, be advised. Mass brawl in progress at Alexandria Tanglewood Park. Multiple shots fired and several altercations reported. Medical teams are en route. All personnel remain in your vehicles until clear. In the air above Mumford, a squad car turned around and flipped its lights on before rapidly accelerating. That is way far away from where we are, Shauna. That's why they gave us the fast car, Desmond. It is not. Watch out. Officer Desmond McNeese cringed in the passenger seat, pulling his arms over his face and bracing his legs for impact as his partner, Shauna Shea, jerked the car's wheel to the left. They narrowly avoided a drone barge flying in from a higher altitude, angling down toward the traffic stream below. A ripple of air shook the squad car. Out of the corner of his eye, McNeese watched the rivets on the large air barge pass by, a mere half-meter outside his passenger window. Dang it, Shauna. You're going to give me grey hairs flying like that. Oh, that's cute. I think your daughters are more likely to do that, though. Just wait until they discover boys. Shay kept her foot on the pedal, making the squad car race up an invisible mountain. gaining altitude. At last, she leveled out and they stared toward the horizon where the distance edge of the boroughs slowly ceded ground to the natural landscape. There, do you see it? McNeice pointed. Gunfire everywhere. Shay nodded and said, Player, Officer Shay, 02991. Requesting blasters on approach. Permission granted. Civilian safety protocols are in place. The car's front gun ports dilated open, and two big muzzles slid out, like horizontal fangs. The civilians are the ones shooting each other up, McNeice grumbled. But neither officer bothered to argue with the AI. Under civilian protocols, the car would not be able to shoot an unarmed individual. But in this case, most of the people appeared to be armed. As they drew nearer, the battle took shape below them. Hey, isn't that biker field? Shay said. That's where all the motorcycle gangs camp out. Yeah, usually they stay to themselves. Something must have happened to set them off. Good grief, how many guns are down there? How many bikers are down there? Find that number and multiply by 3. The car dipped lower. The combatants below saw them and aimed their guns up, splattering the car and its windows with bolts. Or 4, I guess, McNeice said. Maybe more. 7.11 OPD, drop your weapons and disperse. 3 other squad cars flew in low, seconds after Shay and McNeice showed up, blaring instructions from their speakers. Player took over all 4 cars and sent them out a quarter-kilometre from the park, then brought them back in simultaneously from cardinal directions, making a giant X in the air. The quick chunking sounds of metal on metal could be heard from the ground below as the cars spat out tear gas canisters. The metal cylinders dropped, gas hissing out. A blue fog quickly covered the area, quickly growing in size and opacity. Most of the bikers dropped their weapons to run for the streets and fresh air. A few tried to withstand the aerosol assault by lifting shirts up over their faces, pouring water on handkerchiefs and other measures. But the gas seeped into eyes as well as noses, and only a very few were able to withstand the noxious fumes for any length of time. Carmen Pilger, the man who unwittingly gave a ride to the time thief and most recently got robbed by the same person, was no ordinary biker. He believed in preparedness above all else. His nickname in the Black Bat Wings was Boy Scout, for a reason. Carmen was always prepared. Somehow a bolt with his name on it missed him. He felt completely unsure what exactly had happened. In the middle of the firefight that started with the Silver Spikes assaulting one of the Batwing's women, a fight which now seemed to have spread to all the clubs in the campgrounds, he had little time to reflect on that miracle. Somehow he moved involuntarily, and incredibly fast. The bolt whizzed past his face, and he knew that was the one meant for him. He believed that everyone in battle sooner or later had a bolt with their name on it. And that bolt had his, but somehow it missed. Boy Scout reflexively hit the ground as several more energy streaks sailed overhead. From his new position of relative safety, he picked off 2 silver spikes with the heavy sniper rifle he always kept strapped onto Gloria. At least those jerks kept their headgear on all the time, he thought, firing at another one. Makes it easy to identify them. Those rotten spikeheads have always been trouble for us. They're nothing but sky scum. He belly-crawled around his parked bike, which he had named Gloria. Boy Scout loved Gloria, but right now she was the only thing providing any sort of cover from the gunmen in the other camp. And even though he loved Gloria almost like a woman, he willingly placed her between himself and the enemy guns. Carefully, he rose to one knee, resting his rifle across the motorcycle seat. The machine was thicker than earthbound motorcycles, which were typically about a hand width and a half across. Gloria was 4 hand widths wide, with plenty of space for Pilger and a passenger, like the rube who gave him hundreds of credits just to ride into Octavia from New Tulsa. Pilger didn't have time to think about that either. The man could have bought a Skybus ticket like anyone else. All the better for him. Boy Scout lined up his sniper rifle and squeezed off another round, taking down yet another silver spike. There weren't many left, and he had personally taken care of at least 8 now. Another reason he liked to be prepared. Boy Scouts served in the Marines during the war. Not every biker did. In fact, many did not in this, his preferred social group. And of those who did serve in a military capacity during the war, most never saw combat. But Carmen Pilger did, putting in time on Juventus. He had seen more war than he ever wanted to. His heart raced. Cortisol and adrenaline surged through his system. He was back in the war. Boy Scouts saw movement in the air and took a moment to analyze what was happening. 2 police cars flew in at an angle on an intercept course, one to his right and one on his left. He looked over his shoulder and saw 2 more doing the same thing. Enemy flyers. They're up to something. Sure enough, he watched as tear gas canisters ejected from the cars. In seconds, gas flooded the field. He watched as clouds of noxious fumes obscured the landscape, quickly filling in toward the middle along the flight paths of the police vehicles. No worries, I got something for that. Around him, men and women yelled in alarm, coughing as the acidic fog rolled in, filling their lungs with irritants. All the men firing in his direction were down now, although the battle raged on in the park despite the gas. That would not last, he knew. More and more bikers succumbed to the fumes every second, most of them fleeing the area. Boy Scout flung open his bike's saddlebags and pulled out stuff, searching. He removed leather jackets and pants, a spare set of boots. At last he found what he was looking for at the very bottom, retrieving an old gas mask made of brown leather with glass goggles and sticky straps dangling off the back. I knew this would come in handy someday. He doffed his sunglasses and pulled the straps around his bald head, sealing the mask in place. Smoke billowed in as another squad car passed overhead, dropping more canisters nearby. The entire park was engulfed in fog now. He could barely see anything, but he could breathe. He picked up his sniper rifle, pausing to grab a marine knife and to shove 2 more pistols from Gloria's saddlebag into his belt. Then, under the mask, he smiled. He was back in combat. Let's go hunting. Time to teach the League a lesson. 7.12 Boy Scout was transported back to the war. Fighting had been a thrill, a true rush no drug could ever hope to replicate. He never felt more alive than when he could kill enemy combatants. Or more scared. Sidling up next to a tree closer to the Silver Spike's territory, Pilger gazed through the fog with his sniper scope. He cursed. The weapon was useless in the cloud of tear gas enveloping the park. Designed for reaching out and striking at a distance, his weapon was rendered useless in these limited visibility conditions. Reluctantly, Boy Scout strapped the heavy weapon onto his back, retrieving one of his pistols instead. He advanced down the path leading over to the camping area the Spikes had staked out. In the war, he could kill without consequence. Legalized murder is the way he thought of it. The Republic was a free society, but they still had rules. Harming your fellow citizen remained a big no-no, with serious consequences that adjusted to the level of harm. Well, that's not really freedom, Boy Scout thought. True freedom is the ability to kill my neighbor if I want and get away with it. A lot of bikers felt the same way, chafing against the written and unwritten rules of society. But war allowed a measure of freedom to break those rules. Marines were allowed to kill as much as they wanted, so long as it was the enemy on the battlefield. Boy Scout found he liked killing. He stayed in the Marines as long as he could, disappointed he did not see even more action. The only catch to being able to bend the rules was, the enemy liked to fight back. He saw more than one buddy go down from enemy fire. But the rush of combat was a heady drug, one that messed with his mind. Toward the end of the war, Verberger started producing better and better combat bots. He knew those X-99s were expensive, but they were worth their weight in gold in the middle of a firefight. The Poles loved them because they helped keep Marines from being killed. They strategized that Marines who lived through the war would come back home and vote for the MPs who approved funding for the battlebots. Boy Scout shoved these competing thoughts aside as he stepped over the body of a batwing, the one defending his old lady's honor. It was a man they called Persimmon. Boy Scout did not know his real name. He was just a young guy, a bit hot-headed but no more so than others riding in the many clubs on Diego. He certainly didn't deserve this, Boy Scout thought. The killer was dead too. A Silver Spike's body emerged next in the fog. In Pilger's mind, the biker's vest and leather shirt transformed into a League Expeditionary and Army Forces uniform. He shook his head, trying to snap out of the flashback. Boy Scout's attention snapped to the distinct sound of retching ahead. Under his mask, he smiled. Gripping the pistol firmly in his hand, he rushed into the Leaf campground. The Spikes campground, he mentally corrected. Through the green fog, he could barely make out the ghostly shapes of tents and parked motorcycles. The area looked deserted, and he could see no movement. All those who could had already left in search of fresher air. I'll say one thing about the police, he thought begrudgingly. They know how to disperse a crowd. The clubs should start camping further out of the town. At least then we could avoid the municipal pigs. He heard retching again, and some coughing. For a moment, Boy Scout felt grateful the old leather mask did not cover his ears. The sound came from a tent up ahead. Gripping the gun with both hands, he hurried toward the source. The sounds of vomiting grew louder as a tent materialized through the fog, and he deduced what must have happened. Someone thought they could escape the fumes by hiding in their tent. But of course, they were just shelters made of polyfabric. They aren't airtight at all, he thought. Boy Scout approached the tent carefully. As the latest round of retching subsided, he reached out and jerked open the flap, shoving his gun inside, ready to shoot. A woman with no top, wearing only a pair of cut-off shorts, looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes streaming tears. A puddle of her own vomit lay nearby. Young, maybe 20 years old. Bedraggled light brown hair, soft brown skin, eyes to match. Despite her squalid circumstances, she looked beautiful. Boy Scout paused, frozen at the sight. He had planned to simply shoot the Leaf soldier. No, a spike he hoped to find in here. He would shoot them in the head, eliminating one more rival club member. Instead, he found this. Again, his mind quickly put two and two together. Some guy was getting it on with his old lady in the tent when the excrement hit the fan. He ran out the tent to join the firefight, then abandoned her when the gas rolled in. Slowly, Boy Scout lowered his weapon. He bent down, avoiding the mess on the floor, and reached out to touch her bare shoulder. He sucked in a double lungful of fresh air and held it, then quickly unstrapped his mask. Handing it over to her, he pressed it gently against her face. "Breathe," she gasped, then inhaled. Through the glass, he could see her eyes light up. He let her take several breaths. Then, when his eyes watered in the fumes and he had to exhale, he carefully took the mask away and put it back over his own face. How long will it be like this?" she asked, coughing. He shrugged, removing the mask after 2 quick breaths and covering her face again. "The gas will be here a while. We can make it. The worst of it's already starting to dissipate." When he took the mask back, she asked, "Can't we just fly away? I saw some people do that." "They have pigs overhead. That's how the gas got here. And Claire will be tracking everybody who leaves. Even if the cops don't catch them right away, she'll know who fled the area. No, best to stay put and act like we were caught up in it all." "We are caught up in it all," she said, as he put the mask back on his own face for a few more breaths of fresh air. He nodded and thought she was overlooking, at least for the moment, what a black batwing was doing in the Silver Spike's campsite, going tent to tent with a gun. "I'm looking for the enemy. Leaf soldiers, they're everywhere." But when she smiled up at him as he transferred the mask to her face once more, all thoughts of murder, legalized or otherwise, fled from his mind. At least for now. Must save her from the Leaf. 7.13 Jorge skimmed along on a hoverboard a meter in the air, dodging pedestrians and ground cars when he ventured out on the streets. "Why didn't I think of this earlier?" he thought. "It makes all the difference." Ha! The hoverboard had been procured from a young man of about 18 before he could mount it. Jorge came across the scene in a frozen tableaus, just like all else around him when he slipped into hypertime. The fellow was arguing with another young man. They both looked particularly upset, as if in the midst of some emotional quarrel. Each man wore a matching gold necklace with a big circle split jaggedly down the middle. If Jorge were a betting man, he would guess that the halves matched when held together. One of them had been in the process of leaving, his right foot suspended above the board. Jorge took a closer look at the simple flying machine and realized it did not require an implant to operate. One simply stood on it and adjusted one's weight. Although he had read about hoverboards, he had never ridden on one. These floating versions that truly hovered, unlike previous models of antiquity, came out just a few years ago. Their commercial debut made quite a splash, although like other transportation fads, they were no longer as ubiquitous now as they once were. Several dozen companies had quit manufacturing them, ceding the market to a few dominate companies. One of those dominate players in the field was a Republican Shipworks subsidiary, Jorge thought. Looking down at the board, he saw the company logo for Hanna Splits, featuring a stylized banana with a streak of lightning down its middle. He smiled, remembering the company meeting a few years back when the Hanna Splits subsidiary was announced. It offered an opportunity to reach the consumer market at an optimal price point. Few individuals bought their own spaceships after all. But hoverboards? Everyone could afford something like that. If ever there was justice in the world, this is it, he thought. Using an RSW product to break the law. Huh! Hoy gently pulled the board out from under the man's foot. Then he pulled it up to levitate at waist height. He scratched his head, staring at the contraption. It's about half the size of a surfboard. If I stand on it and fall, I wonder if could sit on it and make it go. Will it stay in hypertime with me? Is the field big enough? It seems to be okay. He swung a leg over and shifted his weight by bending forward a little. The board puttered down the sidewalk, maintaining its elevation. Fantastic. He leaned forward a little more and picked up some speed. Soon he had the hang of it, zipping down the streets and shifting his weight to turn. He raced past people and obstacles, making excellent time. Finally, he stopped at an intersection, sitting up straight to slow the board and bring it to a halt. A municipal map floated here, a round column hollow showing the layout for Octavia and its 8 boroughs. A red X marked the map's location, and by extension his. He glanced over at the area on the map marked Octavian Projects. It was smaller than the other boroughs, except for maybe Mumford, which remained mostly residential. The projects comprised the poorest district, and the one most lightly monitored by Player. If I was a betting man, I'd put all my money on Bebo being in there somewhere. He scratched his head, staring at the section on the big map marked out in light brown. It seemed an appropriate color for the projects, he thought. Other parts of the map were more vibrant shades of green, red, and blue. I guess I could just search every building until I found them. I could do it all in hypertime. Or would it be better to stake out the area in real time first? This old power pack is not going to last forever. His eyes drifted on the map to the edge, where it curved toward the street. He dismounted the hoverboard and walked over to find Plamont, the military-industrial district that had produced most of the war machinery and materiel for the recent conflict. Near the center, in the outline of factory grounds, a huge conglomerate dwarfing the others caught his eye. It was marked RSW, and he knew the 3-digit abbreviation was actually for a 2-word title, Republican Shipworks. They're going to have everything I need to improve this thing in my old office, he said out loud with a smile. Hopping back onto the hoverboard, his legs straddling it and hanging off the sides, he took off down the street again, making a beeline for a part of the city he knew all too well. .14 The Republican Shipworks, Octavian factory complex's outer defenses were laughably easy for Jorge to overcome. The hoverboard could climb to a higher height for short periods, so he simply floated over the outer fence, blocking pedestrians off the street by leaning way back. He passed the main employee parking garage, flying cars frozen as they headed down from the traffic stream high above. Here he knew the airspace remained guarded by Plaire. No one could fly in their car anywhere inside Plamont without the AI's permission. But his little hoverboard remained unaffected in hypertime, He aimed for the main lobby, a sprawling and capacious building with multiple glass doors. The amazing thing is, he thought, this isn't even the company's official headquarters. RSWHQ was on the other side of the planet, in San Saba. They had another huge facility in Delta Diego. They were truly spread out all over the place. Regardless, here in Octavia, the largest metroplex, most of the important research took place. Pulling to a stop, he climbed off the hoverboard and faced his first real dilemma. As an employee, all he used to do was walk in the front doors, check in at the desk, and enter an elevator pod. The pod would then whisk him to his office building deep inside the complex, using a combination of horizontal and vertical movements. This is where I spent most of my career, he thought, gazing up at the glass edifice. 3 of the doors were open as people walked in and out, allowing him easy access. He simply eased in behind somebody exiting, sliding inside. In the lobby, models of RSW spaceships from the last 100 years floated high in the 50-meter-tall atrium. The ceiling looked like the night sky as seen from Octavia, if city lights did not drown out the stars. Now he faced his first real dilemma. He could enter an elevator pod in hypertime. He looked across the vast floor space of the lobby and saw one in the process of shutting. But the door was still open before departing. However, once inside, he knew that in order to go anywhere, he would have to turn his unit off and shift back to real time. In hypertime, the trip could take years, potentially. So he would have to go in real time. And that would alert player, and the pod would stop. Most likely, it would remain sealed shut. Player would like nothing more than to trap the time thief, he thought. She'd probably devise some method of capturing him before he could escape again. She could try and flood the small space with sleeping gas or something, he thought, thinking back to the police at the biker campgrounds. He frowned, considering his options. The moment I pop back into real time, a countdown begins. Player will see me, and all heck will break loose. He walked back out the front doors, rubbing his chin in thought. He approached the hoverboard and sat on it, thinking. He raised a finger as inspiration struck. I know, I can ride this thing to my building. Hopefully I can find a way in from there. He straddled the machine again and putted around the side of the large building. Before him, the multi-square kilometer conglomerate greeted him, hundreds of buildings sprawled out in a city of their own. He leaned forward, making the hoverboard pick up speed as he zipped above a domed white line below. That, he knew, was the pod line, branching off to every building. He skimmed for a long time, wondering how many kilometers his old building was from the lobby. He had never really thought about it before. The pods were fast, though. He could be kilometers from the entrance and never really think much about it. At last he found his building, not by recognizing it from the outside, but by seeing the buildings nearby and recognizing them. He knew it was from those windows that he had seen the surrounding structures. Hordy found a set of doors at the base of the building, closed of course. They exited out onto a sidewalk. He slowed the hoverboard and floated to a stop. Even if I try to hide and wait for those to open, player is going to see me, he thought. Besides, they're never going to open. Those are emergency exits. Everyone accesses their buildings from the lobby using the elevator pods. It's all controlled entrance and egress for these buildings. He sat on the hoverboard in the classic thinker pose, elbow on a knee, chin in his fist. Let's go about this logically. When I appear, alarms will sound, and I will appear because this power pack is almost certainly close to being depleted. So, I need to make my move now, while I'm still in hypertime. I mean, the alarms will sound whether I'm inside or out. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I break in or not. He thought about it a bit more and nodded to himself. Right. Use what you have to solve the problem at hand. He pulled out the gun, largely forgotten in the back loop of his belt, and approached the emergency exit. These things are designed to open during a catastrophic event, so let's create one. He aimed carefully at the outside control box and began firing the gun, taking careful aim. The box exploded, fire branching out painfully slow but noticeable. He shot it a few more times, to make sure and obliterate the controls. That should do it, he said, tucking the gun back in his belt. Hodge reached over and flicked the switch off for his relativity relocator. The sound of wind and a distant bird reached him as he snapped back into real time. The emergency doors swooshed open, smoke billowing from the palm reader to its side. He stepped inside, smiling. An alarm blared, the double buzz of a klaxon sounding throughout the building. All lights in the ceiling flashed red. Jorge reached over to flick the unit back on and disappeared. He smiled and headed for the stairs. 7.15. Gina monitored the scene at Tanglewood Park, known unofficially by the locals as Bikers Field. It had been set up originally as a conservation zone, doubling as a flood easement for the occasional heavy rains that swamped that part of Alexandria. But loose restrictions on overnight stays in the large grassy area resulted in campsites springing up over the years. About 25 years ago, the city instituted a permit process for camping and directed OPD to enforce it. This drove out many of the vagrants and homeless there, but the unintended consequences of that effort was to move many of those types into the projects and east side. Before Alexandria's borough board could rejoice at ejecting the homeless, though, they discovered that the permitting process meant other groups with unsavory traits now had access to overnight stays at Tanglewood, including bikers. There had been a subsequent court battle when the board sought to withhold permits to groups it deemed undesirable. But the courts ruled against the borough. If one group would be offered permits to camp in Tanglewood, all groups would. The bikers took full advantage of that ruling and dominated the area for the next 2 decades, holding rallies and mass gatherings, legally and with all permits in place. Gina thought they could just as easily gather in some isolated spot and be less of a bother, but she suspected the clubs rather enjoyed tweaking the noses of the establishment. This was their way of grabbing attention. Despite all the freedoms guaranteed to them under the Republic's Constitution, bikers in particular seemed to be among those trying to stretch the limits of the law wherever they could. She watched an overhead drone feed as a slight breeze did its best to disperse tear gas. The park was a mess, with overturned bikes, tents on fire, and random bodies scattered on the grass. How many people died in this mess? Claire responded through Gina's implant. I am seeing 13 casualties and 28 injuries requiring medical attention. Of those injured, 2 are severe. Gina nodded, frowning. Well, it looks like OPD has everything under control. I'm sure the Alexandria Borough Board will move to restrict camping at Tanglewood, and I'm sure the bikers will sue. You know, for a group that claims to hate restrictions of all sorts, they sure do hire good law firms. They're not afraid to use them either. Lawbots, Gina knew, made a difference in courtroom battles. But the human element behind fighting a case differentiated low-paid public defenders and expensive law firms. The bikers must collect funds from all the clubs to pay their lawyers. They only hired the best, Gina thought. I am 93% certain that Jorge Campo has reappeared in Octavia. Gina's face dropped, all thoughts of bikers and their lawyers instantly gone. What? How is that possible? And where has he been all this time? The holo floating over Gina's desk changed from an aerial view of Tanglewood Park to a recording of the bus station at New Tulsa. A skybus arriving from Primordia Visitor Center 1 this morning passed by an outer sensor in New Tulsa on its way in. 1 additional passenger was aboard while the bus remained airborne than the number of tickets purchased. However, when the doors opened, the passenger count was correct. Okay, you didn't mention that when you asked us to have their police department do an ID check at the library. The probabilities were not high enough to warrant discussion at that point, Director Del Rio. Local police were able to pinpoint the library terminal in which suspicious inquiries were made regarding the prison van incident at the Garrett Wildlife Preserve and events in Primordia, but no suspect was present. I see where you're going with this. But still, that mess with the prison van ended kilometers away from the visitor station. Campo would have had to walk or catch a ride there somehow. And we're talking about a matter of months ago. Where's he been all this time? There have always been suspicious material and individuals going in and out of Primordia, Director Del Rio. What? Why don't we do something about this? Claire, why haven't you said anything? The priority of concern is negligible. On the scale of criminal acts harming individuals, illegal entry into Primordia ranks at the bottom. However, One other data point lead me to an increased suspicion that Campo has returned. Reconnaissance video indicates a person disappearing from Tanglewood Park near the time of the shootout between rival gang members. Sensor data down the street from the same general area shows someone appearing out of nowhere and a young man's hoverboard disappearing shortly after, along with the individual who appeared for a few seconds. Okay, that definitely sounds like the time thief. Gina paused, waiting for Player to respond, but seconds dragged out in silence. Then Player said, "I have upped the probabilities to 100%, Director Del Rio. Jorge Campo has broken into his former office building at Republican Shipworks." 7.16. Jorge made his way to the stairs. They were controlled by a hollow button for standard sliding doors, but there were no restrictions. That was a safety issue. In the event of emergency, anyone could evacuate the building, taking the stairs down and going out the ground floor exits. People could freely go up the stairs too. Nothing remained locked. Entering the building, of course, was another matter. He turned the relativity unit off and swiped a finger through the button. The stairwell door swished open while the klaxon sounded, red lights flashing again. Jorge stepped through and clicked back into hypertime. Everything froze with blessed silence. He mounted the stairs, taking them up two at a time. At the floor to his old office, he repeated the procedure, popping back into real time to open the door, then immediately returning to hypertime. When he stepped out in the hall, he almost bumped into a battle bot. Jorge jumped back, surprised. An X-99! What is that doing here? The machine stood frozen in a running position, left arm reaching out and right leg stretching back, like a superhero with enormous speed caught in a still hollow. Org stared at its legs and thought he saw almost imperceptible movement. The forward leg seemed to slowly drift forward and down, as if struggling to take another step. He turned and his eyes followed the direction of the X-99. Orca's blood chilled when he realized the bot was headed for his old office. Player is on to me. His good mood evaporated. He walked down the hall, ahead of the battle bot, and stopped when he found a sofa and chairs tucked away in an alcove. This was a coffee and water cooler nook, really just a wider part of the hall designed for employee breaks. Inspiration struck. He dragged the sofa out into the hallway. Grunting, he pulled it closer to the battle bot, then turned it so the furniture took up almost the entire width of the hall. He pushed it closer until the furniture bumped against the bot's leg. Maybe that'll slow you down. Satisfied, he turned back toward his destination. At the end of the hall, he came to the shared laboratory for the Space Drive Advanced Research Team, where he had spent the lion's share of his professional career. The one remaining issue he worried about was getting inside. If Plaire locked the doors in time. He breathed a little sigh of relief when he saw the sliding door partway open. No doubt she was in the process of closing it. If he tried returning to real time now, he would almost certainly be too late. Jorge turned sideways and slipped through the partial opening. Inside, lights remained red from the alarm he tripped. 3 men were present, all frozen in their movements. He recognized Dr. Pritchard Sue, the man in charge. Sue was the one who had just entered the lab, the door in the process of shutting behind him. His legs were in motion, heading for his office door along the far wall. Hoy looked at the others in the room. He missed Holland Boehner, his old colleague. Boehner died in a shootout with Alger after using the RSW time clone apparatus to try and alter the outcome of the war. That was a mistake, Jorge thought. He had never pegged Boehner as a leaguer, but there it was. The news said something about him being involved in the whole Triskelion conspiracy somehow. It was all hush-hush, but he knew the man was a traitor. His mind returned to the present. The second person in the room was an intern from the Diego Institute of Higher Learning. Jorge recognized him but could not remember the guy's name. There was talk when Jorge was about to retire about hiring the fellow full-time once he finished his degree. Apparently that had happened. The, now former, intern sat at a workbench, studying a holo showing an integrated circuit diagram blown up to a very large size. The third fellow, Jorge did not recognize at all. Of Asian descent, the man stood frozen with a frown on his face, as if the alarm going off had irritated him. Out of curiosity, Hor drew near to the man and read his name badge, the little hollow on his chest indicating his guest status. Why would a guest be in here, he wondered. This place is highly classified. Anthony Kim. Who are you? Then it struck him. Of Kim and Pak? You're famous? Well, in my professional circle, you are. You and your partner, Michael Pak. It's a small galaxy. Even if your company is on loot, we know all about you here on Diego. But what are you doing? Wait a minute. Jorge walked back over to the intern and glanced at the hollow again. That's my technology. He whipped around and stared at Kim, still frozen with his glare of irritation at the flashing red lights. You're going to buy it, aren't you? Of course you are. Subtle services will provide a way for— Wait. Has Pritchard figured out how to envelop an entire ship? Did you help with that? He turned back to the hollow with interest now. We had not yet gotten to the point of trying to expand the field yet. We didn't even experiment with putting humans into hypertime. That was supposed to be at some future date. Oh, I suppose I did that, didn't I? He stared at the hollow, deep in thought. His unit beeped as the power pack finally depleted, startling him. Everything snapped back into sound and motion. Red lights flashed and the klaxon blared. Two others in the room, Jorge suddenly popped into existence, standing right behind the intern. Out in the hall, a loud crash sounded as the X-99 collided with the sofa, breaking it into several pieces and losing its balance. The heavy robot crashed to the floor. 7.17. The door to the lab slid shut, blocking out the clatter in the hall. The intern jumped up out of his seat when he realized somebody apparently teleported in behind him. Anthony Kim turned his eyes from the flashing red lights to the man who suddenly materialized in the room with them. Pritchard Sue yelped in surprise. Oi, what are you doing here? The man in question, suddenly the focus of all the attention in the room, stepped away from the intern's desk and reached behind his belt for the blaster. He turned and aimed it at Kim. Get over there. You too, he snapped at the intern. Both men raised their hands and moved closer to Shu. Now just stay put. I'm going to approach my old desk. I trust you've left it alone since my retirement, Pritchard. You usually don't bother to clean things out when people leave. They always come back. Isn't that what you like to say? No one ever really retires from here. I don't know why you're doing this, Jorge, but you won't get away with it. Is that all you can come up with, Pritchard? You won't get away with it. Come on, a scientist of your stature can surely do better than that. The door started sliding open as the X-99 in the hallway recovered from its collision with the sofa. Jorge aimed carefully and shot 3 quick blasts at the palm pad controlling it. The unit exploded with a small puff of smoke curling up. The door stopped, open only a few centimeters. Unlike the emergency exit, it did not have an auto-open protocol. They heard a clunking sound and saw the X-99's large metal hands grab the edge of the door and pull. Hawker's eyes grew wide. He hurried over to his desk and pulled open a drawer. There you are. My junk drawer is not cleared out. Thank you, Pritchard. I guess we really do all come back, eventually. Inside, components littered the drawer. The X-99 strained, pulling on the door. Metal creaked and groaned against its will. The door reluctantly shifted open a few more centimeters. Jorge pulled items out, scattering them on the desk. He needed them all. He wanted everything in there. But he had no time to sort through anything right now. He went down through layers of stuff, pulling out cables and wires, small circuit boards, gauges, meters, and other electronic errata accumulated over years of experiments. A loud slamming sound came from the entrance as the robot pushed the door all the way in, breaking it and leaving it in an open position. A heavy clang announced the machine's first step inside the lab. Here they are. Jorge found the power packs he needed at the bottom of the drawer, items spilling out onto the floor as he reached in to grab them. The X-99 ran, each step faster than the last, legs blurring as it headed straight for the desk. Jorge rushed to open the unit on his wrist, fumbling with the dead power pack, desperately yanking it out. The bot crossed half the open space of the room in the blink of an eye. Jorge quickly snapped a fresh power pack in, praying it was a fresh one. The battlebot raced for him, covering the room's other half in another blink of an eye. Jorge did not even bother putting the case back on, his fingers scrambling for the switch on the unit's front. The bot reached out to grab him, hands and legs a blur. Click! Time stood still. Well, almost. Jorge could see the bot moving glacially slow, still intent on grabbing him. He pushed himself to one side in the chair, his neck drawing away from the outstretched metal fingers, moving ever so slowly forward. Jorge breathed a sigh of relief, his chest shuddering. That was too close for comfort. He glanced down at the debris on the floor. I'll be taking all that with me. Let me find something to put it in. He got up and began hunting for an appropriate container. Let's see if there's anything else worth grabbing while I'm here. He approached the three men still standing on the other side of the room with their arms up, looking in the direction he had been sitting. He peered closely at Pac, and his eyes narrowed. You're just a pirate. I can't believe Kraft would do any kind of business with a Lucian outfit. Jorge snorted. It's the almighty gold credit, isn't it? That's the only thing Kraft understands. He glanced over at Sue and said, You too. You're just as guilty as your boss. Shree rummaged around in Pac's pockets, fishing out credit tokens. Then he turned to the others. When he finished swiping money from all three men, he looked around the lab and said, What else do I need to grab while I'm here? 7.18 Tori carefully walked outside the facility, a specialized android accompanying her. In the distance, 4 other patients walked about the park-like grounds. Everyone drifted under giant trees along smooth concrete paths. Bots similar to her own likewise accompanied each patient. One pair sat on a granite bench, feeding breadcrumbs to pigeons. Tori was barefoot still, but the bot had helped her change from the hospital gown into a pair of white cotton capras and a t-shirt. The clothes were loose and comfortable, but treated with some polymer that prevented them from being ripped easily. She knew this because the bot told her, freely volunteering the information. When Tori asked why, it said that was to prevent people from ripping their clothes into strips to make ropes. Ropes could be used for any number of bad things, the bot said, like committing suicide by hanging, tying other people up, using as a makeshift ladder to climb out of windows, and other desperate acts. Why would anybody want to do any of those things? The bot, a female who looked to be in her mid-30s and evidently programmed to express considerable empathy, did not answer that question. It just gave her a warm but sad smile. That is when it dawned on Tori that this facility was not merely a hospital. Across an open field, along a rare bare spot in the garden, she saw a fence, a 3-meter metal monstrosity, with a force barrier on top that would no doubt deliver a painful jolt to anyone trying to cross over. It loomed large at the garden's far edge. Tori said, This is a mental hospital, isn't it? This is a very specialized treatment center, the bot responded. You're safe here. We hope to rehabilitate you. That last statement, perhaps irrationally, inflamed her. I am to stand trial for my crimes. Why am I being rehabilitated if all you're going to do is execute me? Why bother? She did not expect the bot, obviously there to supervise her more than anything, to respond. But it did, giving a lengthy and considerate reply. There are currently 2 competing schools of thought in criminal justice. One demands swift retribution for crimes committed, including the death penalty for serious matters. This side held sway during the war. But now that the war is over, the other more humanitarian side is gaining back the ground it once held in public opinion. This side feels that criminal punishment should include more rehabilitation, and that the death penalty is far too severe for almost any crime. I killed 2 MPs. How criminal is that? We are well aware of your offences, Anna. Tori, the bot corrected itself, making a note. We are well aware of your crimes. But the progressive wing in Parliament is currently fighting for the newest psychological treatments to be administered in an effort to rehabilitate you. Certain people think you will make an excellent case study. Wait, Did you say progressive? The bot nodded. I only killed conservative members of parliament. Or libertarian. Realization dawned on Tori once more. Her mouth dropped open. I'm a political football. The bot reached out to her, gently touching her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Do not concern yourself with what is going on in the outside world. Now is the time to focus on yourself and your own well-being. You are free from all other concerns here. Tori nodded, but her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Political nuances like this completely floored her. She had been trained to think of all Republicans as bad. Obviously, they were as varied as anybody else. Some were good, by her definition. Some even called themselves Leaguers, clearly sympathizing with the more authoritarian government the Republic fought against in the recent war. She now knew of people who actually left the Republic during the war and defected on the League side, something that clearly did not jive with the simplistic notion drilled into her that all Republicans were bad. And now, some Republicans at the highest level of their government were fighting for her life. That thought warmed her and alarmed her at the same time. Had something similar happened in the League, the assassin would simply be executed. No one would have had the wherewithal to argue for the killer's rehabilitation. She thought, if I had killed any progressive MPs or their allies in Parliament, would they be fighting as hard for me? Probably not. Almost certainly not. Progressives see me as a friend because I literally killed a couple of their political enemies. They may cloak it all with compassionate statements, but that's got to be the underlying motivation behind their actions. I don't see how it could be anything else. She mulled over all these things as the bot walked with her down the garden path, winding through stately old trees and flower patches. While I have you, the bot said, maintaining her stride alongside Tori, let's go over the basics of the Republican Constitution, shall we? It is often said that the Constitution can be boiled down into one simple statement. Do whatever you want, so long as you don't hurt anyone else. And that's a good way to put it. The planetary republic was founded upon libertarian ideals. Article 1 states, Tori tuned out the lesson in civics and focused on walking, gaining her balance and getting her strength back. (7.19) Lamont McNeice helped with the ground team, moving through the park with groups of other officers. His partner, Shauna Shea, remained in their squad car 100 meters above. He didn't mind the footwork. It gave him a chance to stretch. And besides, he liked nature trails. McNeice had never before visited Tanglewood Park. It had a bad reputation, known locally as Biker's Field. It was not the sort of place he would bring his wife and kids to, but now that he wandered around looking for stragglers after the tear gas dissipated, the natural beauty of this place delighted him. This must be what the planet would look like around here if there were no city in the way, he thought. Got another one over here, somebody said, waving to McNeice's group of 3 officers. I'll help, the other man with them said. The female officer nodded. He peeled away and headed to where another cop stood by a body. The dead biker, and it was obviously a biker corpse, judging by all the black leather and the vest with a Batwing logo, lay sprawled in a pool of blood. A thin layer of green gas swirled at the base of nearby trees. It's like a huge riot broke out, the female officer said, as she and McNeice passed them by, heading deeper into the park. McNeice remembered her name was Amanda Diego Dole. He did not know her very well, but he knew who she was, a sergeant in Precinct 12. Not all the gangs are friendly with one another, obviously, she said. Clubs, McNeice said. They prefer the term clubs. Yeah, whatever. Fighting like this looks more like gangs to me. You see many bikers over in the 19th, McNeice? He shook his head. No, ma'am. Yeah, neither do we. Soon the pair entered the centre of the park, or at least what McNeice judged to be the centre. A quick check of the map on his implant showed they were indeed close to the midpoint of all the paths. This is where everything started, he announced. Dole nodded and said, Yeah. Bat wings and silver spikes. Whose great idea was it to let those two set up camp near each other? I hear they're like mortal enemies. I think it's first come, first served. The Batwings had a few bikers present early on. Then all the spikes came in. Then the rest of the Batwings showed up. And that's when the fight started? Dole quipped. McNeese nodded. He heard the distinct sound of Dole activating force braces around her wrist. Many female officers wore those to help even things out with suspects, since they typically had less upper body strength than their male counterparts. Since this had been an all-call, everybody available had rushed to the park. "Let's check out the tents in both sites," Dole said. "Most of them are going to be over on the Spike side if they were here in numbers first." They crossed a footbridge over a dry creek, stepping around bloodstains. Scorch marks littered the trees here, along with other signs of a big firefight. Another officer joined them in the sweep of the area. "They should be all gone by now," the man said. His name hollow-read Aguinaga. McNeese had never met him before. "Gotta be thorough," Dole said. Together they approached the first tent, hands on their holstered blasters, while McNeese opened it by pulling back the flap. Finding it empty, the group moved to the next one, then others. The fifth tent was occupied. McNeese pulled back the flap. Inside, a man lay sprawled protectively on top of a woman wearing a gas mask. The woman had apparently been topless until the man removed his black leather jacket and covered her up. Then he crawled on top of her, as if he's using his body as a human shield. The biker looked up in alarm at the three officers standing outside the tent, staring at him. "It's the Leaf." He lunged for a heavy rifle lying on the tent floor nearby. "Don't do it," Dole yelled, drawing her blaster. McNeese's reflexes were quicker. He kicked the big man in the face, sending him sprawling back on top of the woman. Then he reached in and grabbed the stunned biker by the front of his shirt and dragged him out of the tent, while Aguinaga retrieved the gun. The biker kicked his legs, struggling in McNeese's grip. McNeese shifted, wrapping his arm around the man's neck. Technically, a chokehold was against department policy, but in emergency situations, as this one clearly seemed to be, officers were allowed discretion. Boy Scout struggled, his bald head jerking back and forth as he tried to break free, legs and feet flying. Suddenly, he stretched his arms above his head, loosening McNeese's grip. He twisted hard, and his torso broke away. Dole ran up and slugged the man in the jaw before he could do anything else. He looked at her, stunned. She hit him again, and again, the force cuffs whining in an ever higher pitch. Boy Scout collapsed into McNeese's arms. "Don't hurt him. Please don't hurt him. He thinks the League is attacking us." The young girl came out of the tent wearing the black jacket, a pair of shorts, and not much else. "Calm down, ma'am," Dole said, taking charge. "Tell us what happened." "He came into the tent after the gas with a gun. I was too scared to run. He saw me and shared his gas mask. I think he thinks the war is still on or something." Aguinaga stared at the bald man's face, getting an ID. "Player says he's Carmen Pilger, a Marine vet. Served as a sniper on Juventus. You all think he's suffering from PTSD or something?" "Got to be," McNeese said, gently bringing the big man down to the ground. He laid Pilger on his back, still out cold from Dole's enhanced punches. "Let's get him an ambulance. This poor guy's having a flashback or something." 7.20 Orche rematerialized in the Alexandria Public Library, a massive monument to knowledge. The huge stone building served as part museum, featuring the early days of settling Diego, part physical book repository, with many dusty tomes imported from old Earth, and part information hub with all the latest digital technology. It was this last part that most interested Hoy, whose own deep dive into events transpiring while he was in Primordia lured him back to a library. In particular, he wanted to find the people who left him out there to die. Once again, he dropped back into real time within the safe confines of a library. APL, as the locals called it, was sheathed in lead lining and safe from players' municipal censors out on the streets. But Jorge had learned his lesson from New Tulsa. The inside of the library might be safe, but a record would be kept of who entered, and if sensitive information were accessed here, that would be noted somewhere inside players' vast network too. He approached the front desk and asked for access to a terminal. The human behind the counter smiled and pointed out an empty one for him to use. He was grateful to see they were similar to the ones in New Tulsa, with hinged doors. He entered and sat down nervously at the desk, facing a terminal hollow. This time maybe we can keep from tripping any keywords. He decided to search the feed for the Zeitung, the preeminent news media for the Republic, going back to the week before the prisoner van incident. He made flipping motions with his fingers, scrolling through a string of stories, pausing only at the ones detailing their escape. This, he hoped, would not alert the AI. Surely in a library as large as this one, many people scrolled through old news feeds, or at least enough that it did not result in a police raid. He learned the full names of the others with him on the van. Spence Tanaka and Eve McFadden were the leaders of a criminal gang called the Tartars, according to the media. They had shared a ride with him in the prison van along with Lindsay Gable, another top lieutenant. Tanaka and McFadden had been caught in a raid on their compound by Octavian police, working with the Agency of Justice. In a statement, Airways director Gina Del Rio expressed confidence that crime rates in Eastside would continue to drop after the stepped-up law enforcement presence in the area. What was left unsaid, Jorge realized, was the whereabouts of the other female. Tanaka had 2 girls with him. What happened to the other one? For that matter, what happened to the man and woman who rescued us? It took him a while longer to figure at least some things out. There had been a killing spree associated with the Tartars. He read about the Anderson Stadium terror attack again, something he first became aware of in New Tulsa. During that incident, the Tartars robbed several businesses, getting away with tens of thousands in credits. Director Del Rio seemed to develop a personal grudge against the gang after that, moving to take them all down. Spence and Eve were captured in a raid shortly after. Evidently, the other man and Lindsay escaped that one, somehow. One other news item mentioned the assassination of 2 MPs from the Libertarian Conservative Coalition. This murderer was apprehended, but no name was released to the press. However, there had been a brief mention of the woman's recent escape from a prison transport. That's got to be the vicious one in the front seat, he decided. The other one, Lindsay. She was no MP killer. What did the driver say her name was? Tori. She called the driver Bebo, probably a nickname or something. Now he knew that most of the people in that car had been rounded up. All but the driver and 1 girl. Jorge did not consider himself a violent man, but he had a strong sense of justice and fair play. It would be wonderful karma to show up in the lives of those young people and remind them of the old man they dumped out in the jungle mist with law enforcement hot on their tail. Pity about Tori. She's the one who ordered me to get out of the car. That's the one I'd really like to visit some retribution to. Tanaka and his girlfriend are probably in Max Lock by now, and I'm not going there. So that leaves Bebo and Lindsay still running around free. But where are they? If I can't visit some revenge on Tori, maybe I can find those 2 and give them a taste of their own medicine. He made a motion with his hand, and the hollow switched to a map of the city. So, the ARG cleaned up Eastside. That leaves the projects. He zoomed in on the brown portion of the map outlining the Octavian project's borders. It would take somebody a long time to go searching the entire borough. He smiled as he turned the terminal off and scooted back his chair. But for me, it will take no time at all. He flicked the switch on the unit strapped to his forearm and disappeared. 7.21 On the edge of Octavian projects, a new building under construction towered over the others. Only partially completed, the steel superstructure stood open in spots, a hollow skeleton of what it seemed destined to become. All work on the building had stalled out. Player had noticed a variety of shell companies involved in the permitting and construction of the superstructure, and devoted more processing time to unraveling who, exactly, was behind it. Ultimately, she found that 4 individuals, tied to different criminal organizations, had partnered to create a high-rise condominium near the border of 3 boroughs. Because the permitting process was easier in the projects, which had seen little in the way of development the last decade or so, they chose to build in that borough. But once the AI realized council members had all been bribed to allow for the taking of existing buildings through eminent domain and continued to receive payments through other companies tied to the project, she put in a request for Arra to investigate. A court order to halt construction soon followed, and work came to a standstill. That was 2 years ago. Municipal centres nearby kept getting vandalised. One of the things about the building that concerned Player was the fact that lead was used extensively in the outer veneer. Anyone inside would be very well shielded, and since the projects had a lengthy criminal reputation, the entire situation remained entirely undesirable in her estimation. Since the area was already blighted, an unfinished building fit right in with the surroundings. The internal elevator shaft was also lined in lead, the architect designing things so that residents could enter the building from below, unseen by Player's sensors. And the lead veneer on the outside had been completed for the top floors. With the illegal installation of some industrial-grade power packs, clandestine access to the upper levels had been restored. And the beauty of it all, Benjamin Bohannon thought, is that no one is going to check out this building. For all intents and purposes, everyone thinks it's empty, including Player. The litigation tying things up in court should help keep it vacant for years. A bigger man than most, with chunky dark hair sticking out in spikes thanks to liberal use of styling gel, he stood with his hands in his pockets on the top floor. Bebo smiled, looking at the outer walls blocking what would probably be a fantastic view overlooking 3 boroughs. Most likely, the original owners planned to put in holos where the windows would have gone. These would give a live view of the outdoors on the other side of the lead veneer without compromising security. I can live without that, he thought. A lead wall is fine. I got it. He turned as the elevator pod opened and Lindsay stepped out. She walked into the open, spacious top floor wearing a bikini top and hip, hugging shorts. All the other girls in the Tartars, of which he and she were now in charge since Spencer's second arrest, wore tight and revealing clothes too. Lindsay had evidently viewed that as a challenge for her spot as the leader's mate. When other women mimicked her midriff-bearing style and flirted with Bebo, she switched to bikini tops. That's practically all she wears these days, Bebo thought appreciatively as she walked up. I know where she is. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for Lindsay to continue. She smiled, expecting a more positive reaction. Seeing none, her smile dropped. They took her to a place called Livermore Hospital. I looked it up. It's a sanatorium for the criminally insane. Bebo frowned. She's not insane. Lindsay shrugged, pointedly not disagreeing with him while her body language clearly indicated otherwise. That's where they put her, and that's where they're keeping her. Looks like a prison from the outside, you ask me. The wall is impregnable. No fly zone in the airspace surrounding it. Controlled access to get in. Only one entrance. It's not max lock, but it's sealed up tight. Where is it? It's in Octavia. Not Old Town, but over in the newer part. Bebo nodded. He was not overly familiar with the 8 boroughs, having only arrived here recently. But he understood that Old Town, the original settlement, was considered a separate municipal entity than the one that grew up around it. That could be confusing to a newcomer, but he simply accepted it. There was Old Town, Octavia, and then 6 other neighbouring boroughs comprising the collective metropolis. They shared many city services, but followed their own councils in local affairs. All right, if they're just a hospital, maybe they're not heavily armed. We can go in and spring her. I'm telling you, it's like a fortress. Nobody gets out of there. They don't have prisoners. Well, they call them patients. They don't have any patients that escape. At least, not very often. He dismissed that notion with a snort. Most people in there don't have help from the outside like she will. Lindsay switched tactics, since he was not getting it. He was not doing what she wanted, which was to leave well enough alone. She sidled up next to him and grabbed his upper arm, pressing her body into his. Why do you want to go rescue that Tory chick anyway? What is she to you? I know you don't like her more than me. He pulled away from her and moved closer to the wall, near where the outside viewing holo was supposed to go. He stared at the blank spot, as if the electronics there were already installed. Tori and I belong to a very special outfit. It's an exclusive club, if you will, back on Epsilon. You mean SSI? He turned sharply and glared at her. She shrugged, making the bikini bounce. But he did not take the visual bait. He kept his eyes on hers. I know your past, Bebo. It's no big deal. So you were a secret agent for the other side in the war. That is so rad. You're helping us beat the system now. He turned away, satisfied that his lover was not going to backstab him. At least not yet. He never fully trusted anyone, but Lindsay had given no indication of betrayal these last few months. Why do you have to go and get her? Why not just leave her there to rot? She's already divulged any secrets from the League she might have. He did not turn back around to address her. She waited for him to respond while he brooded in silence. Finally, he said, We come from a shared experience that you will never have, Lindsay. That no one here, in this corrupted system of government, will ever have. I owe it to her to try and get her out. Then he turned and locked eyes with her, again ignoring the cute bikini, much to her dismay. And that's what we're going to do? We're going to get Tori out of that asylum. She doesn't belong there. If they're not going to kill her, which is what they should have done, then we'll put her back out on the street so she can keep doing what she does best. You mean assassinate MPs? He nodded, turning his back to her again. Killing Republicans. (7.22) Gina Del Rio said, You know you have some sway when the most powerful industrialist in the galaxy is willing to visit your office. She stood up from her desk and walked around it to shake the hand of a Jonas Kraft. Accompanying the CEO of Republican Shipworks, Dr. Pritchard Sue stood respectfully in the background. She walked over and shook his hand too, before sitting back down. The men likewise took a seat. To be honest, Kraft said, his smile displaying perfect white teeth in his perfectly tanned face. Any time the director of our chase asks me to jump, I'm willing to inquire as to how high she wants my feet off the ground. Gina smiled at the self-deprecation. It seemed out of place with such a powerful figure, but she appreciated the gesture. I've asked you both here to discuss the issue of the time thief. It appears your former employee Jorge Campo is back in town with a new unit. She made a gesture in the air, and a hollow appeared hovering over the desk. They watched as Jorge popped out of sight off a street. This was made from one of our new hidden municipal monitors, on the edge of the projects. As you know, units there are routinely vandalized. We've been trying out hidden ones to see if they last longer. Kraft said, and they obviously are. The city is buying them from one of our subsidiaries. Eventually, we expect most sensors to be hidden, or practically indestructible. Or both. Law enforcement will eventually win this cat-and-mouse game. It'll just take time and money. Gina smiled in acknowledgement, but she did not wish to discuss product cycles of high-end sensors. Claire is also adjusting some of her audio monitors. She is picking up what she thinks might be Campo talking to himself in certain places, while in hypertime. I don't have any audio to share with you, but she's putting the chances that this is what she's hearing at a pretty high percentage. Of course, that doesn't help us much, but it does sometimes leave a trail as to where he's been. It's unfortunate that he broke into our facilities and raided his old desk. We're in discussions with Claire right now about how we might buttress our buildings against future attacks like that. What exactly is the importance of the materials he took, Dr. Shu? Sue cleared his throat nervously as the conversation shifted to him. We think he pieced together a unit from spare parts he was able to procure through an inter-university research partnership. All the components ended up at New Tulsa College. The items stolen from his old desk include similar components. Perhaps not enough to make a new unit, but ones that could enhance an existing one. He seemed focused on power packs of a particular size, larger than the ones powering the original unit he lost upon his arrest. I watched him swap out the power packs on a large rectangular box attached to his forearm before he disappeared again. Gina nodded. She had seen the recording of that, when an X-99 battlebot raced over to grab Campo, and he popped away in the nick of time. Claire believes with a fairly high degree of certainty, based on what we know, that he's been doing research over library nodes about the people he escaped with. She thinks Campo is out for revenge. Mosu's face paled. Not over his former employer, Dr. Sue. He's upset with the Tartar gang. He was on a prison van transport that their people downed, but he was kicked out of the getaway car and left out in Primordia to die. Kraft's eyes widened. He said, "That's quite the story. It's our working theory as to what's going on. Unfortunately, this technology is so new and effective that we're having the worst time. Oof, I guess that's a pun. We're having the worst time tracking this guy down." Sue said, "How did you capture him the first time? That was never released to the press." "We were able to guess where he'd show up. He had been robbing places, then slipping away. A few blocks over, he'd reappear. When he came back into real time on his last job, I was able to port in behind him and grab his hands before he could zip away again." "And you are not able to replicate that endeavor now?" "He's a very smart man, Dr. Sue, and he no longer seems interested in robbing places. So no, we are not able to follow his movements by watching which places get held up. However, like I said, we are trying to pinpoint his general location. At the moment, we are fairly certain he is in the projects." "He's looking for them," Kraft ventured. "The gang members, like you said, and he thinks the Tartars are holed up there in the projects." Gina nodded and turned back to Sue. "Is there anything you can tell me about the unit he assembled from the parts sent to New Tulsa College?" "The wristwatch is miniaturized," Sue said. "We sought to understand more through the miniaturization process. It also helped with our nascent experiments on humans. From what I saw of the unit he has, and from the list of parts we now know went to him, it's much bigger, at least 15 centimeters long. The larger battery pack should allow him to stay in hypertime longer too. Presumably the one he had in New Tulsa was nearly spent. That's why he raided his old desk to get replacements." "I see. Any ideas, from either of you, on ways to capture him? We've thought of a localized EMP, but with him operating in a different relative time, that doesn't work very well. Nor do any of our other ideas, frankly." She waited as the two men thought, not daring to break their concentration. Sue rubbed his nose as his eyes came back to Gina's. "You still have the original prototype he stole on his retirement day, do you not, Director?" "Yes. It's down in our evidence room. I can bring it up here if I need to." "Might I suggest, if you do not think this is an unwise idea, that you use it to help capture the man?" Kraft slowly nodded in approval while Gina's eyebrows rose, thoughtfully. She said, "That's not a bad idea, Dr. Sue. That's not a bad idea at all." 7.23 It took far longer to explore the projects than Jorge expected. For one thing, he underestimated the size of the borough. Even having lived in Octavia all his life, he made that mistake. He had not explored all 8 boroughs thoroughly. Some, like the projects and East Side, he had never even entered. Jorge began his exploration in a grid pattern, starting where the projects bumped up against Alexandria's borough limits. He quickly grew overwhelmed. Building after building after building stretched out before him. Many were several stories tall and most were in disrepair. Here and there, usually near the borders with other boroughs, investors had revitalized a property. Besides looking nice from the outside, Jorge noticed these buildings had private security posted at the doors and bots to keep the bums out. Lower-income families thrived in these buildings. They were nice enough to pull higher rent, but not so nice the well-to-do wanted to live there, and they were the exception to the rule. Most structures were decrepit, with no power and broken windows. In these, squatters staked out the sites. Drugs and weapons were sold. Anarchy reigned. Jorge had read about the abject squalor inside the projects. He had seen a very popular documentary on the subject by a news crew from La Galaxia. So, he was as aware of the overall situation here as any well-informed citizen. But he had never actually visited and seen this level of decay for himself. Here, for whatever reason, people could slide into anonymous oblivion. Perhaps they came to score the latest drugs and lost themselves, giving up friends and family for perpetual highs. Perhaps they could not control their drinking and lived in filth among the other winos in back alleys and vacant buildings. Or perhaps they were simply running from law enforcement and the projects offered their best hope for escape without leaving the metropolis. As he walked around a frozen tableaus of urban decay, he saw two men passed out on a street corner dressed in rags with empty bottles nearby. Jorge was reminded of something he heard long ago as a child. Perhaps it was a preacher on the hollow. "The poor will always be with you," Jesus said. "It doesn't seem to matter how successful a society is. There's always a bell curve on income." He kicked an empty bottle by accident as he walked past the drunks. It skittered across the sidewalk to the gutter, bouncing but not breaking. Jorge looked around and shrugged. Nobody would notice a bottle zipping to a new location in real time. Everybody here was completely passed out. "I think some of these people choose to be here." Thus passing his personal judgment, Jorge continued walking, going inside the nearest building. No automatic doors barred the way for him here. He simply stepped through a gaping chasm in the outer wall. He sighed, peering through the gloom. A large rodent variant, the size of a small dog and native to Diego, peeked out from a broken desk nearby, caught in the act of cautiously sniffing the air. "I'm never going to find them this way, am I?" Jorge asked the animal. "They're an entirely different type of rat than you are." He flicked the unit on his wrist off and popped back into standard time. The giant rat squeaked in alarm and pulled back as Jorge appeared suddenly in front of it. He sighed and wandered back outside. Jorge stepped over the winos and started walking down the street, looking for someone sober. Or at least conscious. "I've got to ask someone. I've got to be a man and stop to ask for directions." 2 blocks away, he found a group of streetwalkers lining the curb where ground traffic entered the borough from Alexandria. Maybe they know something. Every woman on the street watched him approach on foot. The closest turned to greet him, smiling. She looked far too old to be doing this, he thought. She wore a lacy bra and a short skirt, and not much else. Her face was plastered in makeup, hiding any wrinkles. But her thighs sagged, and her midriff looked bloated. She had no muscle tone in her arms or neck. Age was definitely leaving its mark, he thought. The closer he approached, the older she looked. Jorge decided this kind of hooker was cheap and independent for a reason. She hung out on the streets of the projects because no brothel would have her at this point. Probably feeding a drug habit or something, he decided. She said, "Hey, love, you look lonely. Can I help you with that?" "Funny you should ask," Jorge responded, lifting his chin. "I'm looking for the Tartar gang." He held out a 1,000 credit token he had swiped at the motorcycle brawl back at Tanglewood Park. Her jaw dropped. When she reached for it, he snatched back his hand. "I need good info, like where and how to find them, exactly." "I've got it, love. I can tell you all about them. Anything you want." Her face lit up with greed and expectation. She seemed very eager to talk, dancing in place on her high heels. He handed over the token and she smiled, slipping it inside her bra. "The Tartars are holed up in the old Johnson building. The one that's incomplete. I know because my girlfriend has served some of them before, back when Spence was still their leader. She's the one that told me they moved in there. They got a new guy running things. Don't know his name, but Spence ain't in charge anymore." She pointed off in the distance to a tower rising above the others. It looked like a derelict thing, out of some post-apocalyptic nightmare. Jorge judged it to be about 15 blocks away or so. It remained near the edge of the borough. "Thank you. You've been very kind. You want anything else, love? I'll give it to you, seeing as how you're so generous and all for information." "No, I'm good. That's all I needed." He walked away, ignoring the other women calling out at him from their respective spots, insisting that they had information too. When he rounded the corner, he flicked the switch on his unit and everything around him froze. Jorge jogged back to the prostitute and brazenly reached into her bra, retrieving his credit token. Then, on a whim, he searched the rest of her and came up with a couple hundred more from a tiny purse hanging off her shoulder. He repeated the process with the next prostitute, then all the others, collecting almost 1,500 credits. This was a very profitable endeavor, he thought to himself, walking away. I could retire and live on my earnings the rest of my days. Maybe move to Italia and buy a villa in wine country. Whenever I need more, I could just hit up the local hookers. He smiled, daydreaming for a bit. Then his face cleared, and he kept walking. But right now, I need to find those guys and take care of a few things. 7.24 Boy Scouts slowly walked out of the hospital's doors and into the garden. Fresh air and the multi-tonal sound of various songbirds greeted him. The attending bot had helped him change out of the gown that remained open at all the embarrassing places. Now he wore simple cotton scrubs. The staff had to scramble to find clothes big enough for him, finally locating an XXL outfit that fit snug, but was adequate. They gave up on shoes. There were simply no slippers that fit his Goliath-sized feet. Reluctantly, the bot put a pair of socks on him, adding a slip awareness subroutine to its list of monitoring assignments for this patient. In one part of his mind, Boy Scout missed the feel of leather on his legs and torso as he walked slowly out into the sunshine. But in the part of his brain that remained focused on his environment, making sure he did not trip on the path as the bot guided him deeper into the hospital's respite garden, he could not remember why, exactly, he missed it. "All right, Mr. Pilger," the male bot said, gently guiding him with a hand on the small of his rather large back. "Let's just take it easy. We're going for a walk outside. We'll get you some fresh air and sunshine, and then we'll go back in for more rest and medicine." The bot led him down the path. Ahead, it wound its way through a small copse. Old oak variants towered over them, casting the path and surrounding grounds in shade. "It's not good to walk in the woods," Boy Scout said. "Enemy snipers could be anywhere." His eyes darted nervously up to the branches, searching the shadows. War reflexes kicked in, overriding the soothing calm of the drugs the bot had pumped into his system earlier. "There are no enemy snipers here at Livermore, Mr. Pilger. The war is over, and you are safe back on Diego. Come along now, and I assure you, nobody can interfere with the respite garden. It's safe and secure from the rest of the world. Let's continue on our stroll, shall we? Take it nice and easy. There you go." Boy Scout nodded, his head buzzing softly under the insistently soporific effects of the sedatives the bot gave him. But he kept a wary eye out as they moved under the shade. Severe PTSD triggered by abnormal neural stimuli is what the doc bot who first treated him said when the ambulance brought him in from Tanglewood Park. It prescribed a strong dose of sedatives and 1 week of monitoring in a neutral environment. In other words, he was stuck in Livermore for a while, although none of the attending staff, bot or human, told him that. Right now, he was too concerned about the possibility of hidden leaf soldiers to worry about how long he might be institutionalized anyway. A human nurse appeared at the door behind them, watching the big man slowly being guided down the garden path by his bot. An OPD policeman walked up beside her, following the pair with a frown. He still held a pair of force cuffs used on Boy Scout earlier, when he escorted the giant man off the ambulance. "Don't worry," she said to the officer. "We've got plenty of vacancy at the moment. It's not a full moon for another 2 weeks." That caught his attention. He glanced down at her impish smile and realized she was joking. He smiled back, but it did not reach his eyes. "Whatever you do, don't release him. Claire says he was fully involved in that big biker brawl." "Right, he'll stay in our custody. Rest assured, officer, there's no way out of here. Livermore has not had a successful escape attempt since Riley the Riser busted out 20-odd years ago, and we've made a lot of improvements since then." "Oh yeah, I remember reading something about that. He was a real nutcase, wasn't he?" "We don't use such terminology in Livermore," she chided. "He was a patient." The officer smirked, but did not argue the point. Boy Scout and his bot continued down the path, deeper into the trees, leaving the door behind. Soon they walked out of the policeman's sight. That part of Boy Scout's mind that was detached from the whole situation wondered what kind of drugs the facility had given him, but it did not have a strong enough grip on him to make the rest of his brain fully address the question. So it floated aimlessly out in the ether somewhere. He followed the bot as they walked out from the trees and approached a bend in the path ahead. "That's another good spot for an ambush. We should wait on the drones to report back. Do we have any drones?" He looked at the bot, confused. "You're not an X-99. Where's my battle buddy?" No, Mr. Pilger. We have no drones here, nor do we have Verberger X-99 battle buddies. We are in Livermore Psychiatric Hospital and Sanatorium, safe and sound from all the troubles of the outside world. We like to call it LPH. Oh, look, here comes one of my colleagues with another patient. It pointed at an intersecting path, winding its way through another small grove of trees and intersecting with theirs up ahead. Let's go say hello. This greeting would allow the attending bots to gauge the social abilities of both patients. It would be a learning experience, shared with the rest of the staff, both robotic and human. Both sets of trees the patients left had quite a few birds that called the respite garden home. One small blackbird darted from the copse, making a beeline for the distant wall. Its path carried it directly over Boy Scout's head. A much larger bird, flying higher, saw the little one and angled down for an attack. A predator, the Diego rock most closely resembled an old Earth condor, with comparable size and wingspan. Unlike the condor, a carrion eater, the Diego rock happily preyed on smaller birds, if it could catch them. The sudden burst of noise and feathers above just as the two parties met made Boy Scout scream. Leaf attack! He jumped on the woman, throwing her down on the path and covering her as the rock snapped its meal out of the sky. The giant bird beat the air with heavy wings, flying up and away with the smaller bird in its beak. The bots immediately moved to pull Pilger up. Get back! He jumped up, fists swinging. I need a gun, medic, we need a doc bot. He looked at the woman, still on the ground. Marine down, Marine down. His fist connected with the bot's chin, knocking it back, but not over. Both bots shifted into compliance mode, jumping on him and using their combined weight to try and subdue him. But Boy Scout outweighed them both, and he struggled. It's the leaf! They're coming! Get off me! Get off! Their compliance mode shifted into level 2, and both bots began raining strategic blows on his body, designed to incapacitate but not permanently damage the subject. He felt his kidneys being hammered from behind, while the bot in front whumped the air out of his lungs with a surprisingly hard blow to his solar plexus. Boy Scout finally went down. In a moment of mental clarity, as more blows fell on his back and on his head, he noticed the girl was back up already, watching the beatdown. She stared at him, eyes narrowing. That part of his mind that remained detached, floating in the void, noted that she did not seem the least bit scared of Leaf soldiers in the woods, or of him. Then he blacked out. 7.25. Horse sighed in frustration. For the first time since taking his anti-aging nanobot injections, he felt his age. There was simply no way inside the partially completed building. Some parts of the projects, those in which investments had poured in, had guard bots to keep bums out. The Johnson building had none. In fact, it had nothing that drew attention to it, making it more suspicious in Hawke's mind. But it had no way inside. All the doors at the street were sealed shut. There were no windows either. All of the front's exterior had been covered in a layer of something that reminded him of Kelvin garb. It was a very expensive layer of protection, he decided. Nothing got in or out. The only exceptions to the smooth grey surface were the occasional round bumps indicating surveillance cams. He craned his neck, looking up. At the 5th floor, the layer stopped and parts of the building remained open. But was that for aesthetics? Were there open spots at the higher levels so people approaching the unfinished building would just assume it remained vacant? He wondered. Short of a flying car, there was no getting in there. Idly, he looked around for another prostitute, or a bum, or anybody on the street who might give him a hint as to how to gain access to the building. He crossed the street and ducked behind a car, squatting down to get out of the way of any cameras that might be out here. Glancing in both directions, he felt confident enough of the location. Flipping the switch on his unit, sights and sounds suddenly returned to normal. Hori stood up and crossed the street again, scratching his head in thought. He came to the base of the Johnson building once more, and decided to make a circuit in real time. He walked slowly, examining the wall. Maybe in real time he would hear or notice something he might be missing in hypertime. The building took up a quarter of a city block, so a circuit would not take long. At the corner he turned left. The layer of impervious material covering the front remained flat and featureless. But halfway to the next corner, he found a vertical seam. Aha! He ran his fingers down the seam and followed it up with his eyes. It stretched 2.5 meters above the sidewalk. That is a door. He stood there smiling at it, happy to have at least found something suggesting an entrance, when the crack suddenly grew wider. Hawk's eyes bulged as the seam split. A door indeed slid open before him, both halves pulling back, revealing a ground truck moving forward, coming straight at him. He scrambled out of the way, noting it was not a drone. The human behind the wheel indicated this was a vehicle not controlled by player. Another truck followed, then another, all trundling out of the building. He watched in astonishment as the fourth and fifth vehicle exited, turning left onto the street and driving away. The sixth and last truck trundled out onto the street and stopped. Its back doors burst open and 2 young men jumped out carrying handguns. They turned and aimed them at Hall. "Freeze, Grandpa." "Yeah, we've been watching you snooping around. Hands up." Jorge made to raise his arms, but on the way up, he casually flicked the switch on his forearm. The scene froze. He glanced to his left, the doors already beginning to close. Out of curiosity, he glanced to his right. The back doors to the truck were wide open. He climbed inside for a look. Here, 4 more young men sat, armed to the teeth. They all wore the same style of dark grey battle fatigues. On the left chest of each uniform, a stylized T stared back at him. The Tartars. Got to be. He glanced back at the building's doors, finally open and allowing him inside. But where's everybody going? He stood there for a moment, torn with indecision. Hopping out of the truck, he walked to the next one and glanced inside the windows. 2 men sat up front. Jorge could not see in back, but he felt certain they would be carrying men and weapons too. He continued to the next one, checking out the others. The lead truck had a woman in the passenger seat. The driver wore a visor, covering his features. The female had a visor too, frozen in the act of putting it on. Visors will be needed when you cross over into player's sensor range, Jorge thought, staring at them. Her face sparked recognition. "I know you." He glanced at the driver. Even though he could not see the man's face, his build looked familiar. "I bet I know you too. I've been looking for you." He hurried back to the last truck, where the gunman stood outside aiming where he had been standing. He looked in the back again, glancing at the 2 storage closets near the rear door, affixed to the truck's walls. These he could open. They had had simple latches. Both were filled with heavy rifles. On a whim, he pulled all the guns out of one. He carried them over to the double doors and stepped inside the building, finding himself in a ground-floor parking garage. Jorge leaned the rifles against the wall. To anyone watching in real time, they appear to pop into place. He went back to the van, climbed into the storage space and gently pulled the door shut. Then he turned off his unit. He heard the sounds of expletives as he seemed to disappear from the gunman. They searched for him, but found nothing. No one thought to look inside the parking garage as the big door slid shut. Finally, they climbed back in the truck. It lurched forward, following the others. In the dark, inside the storage compartment, Jorge smiled. Whatever they're doing, he thought, I'm going to disrupt it. 7.26. A report floated in the air in front of Gina. She read it quickly, finding the agent's analysis solid. A faction on Pearl sought to influence local elections by funneling money into ad campaigns sponsoring morning farm reports. That was not illegal, necessarily. But the fact that some progressive news outlets on the planet were running the ads at a discount to their regular spots was illegal. All political ads had to be charged the same rate, and the agent had uncovered evidence that this was not the case. It created an uneven playing field in the media landscape. Further investigation by the local Auge branch revealed the hint of a deliberate conspiracy by progressives and media companies on Pearl to swing the next election their way. Gina touched the bottom of the report with a finger, adding her signature for approval to open a full-fledged investigation. If there's one thing Claire will not abide, she thought, it's an unfair election. That single issue would doubtless chew up a disproportionate share of her processing cycles on Pearl for the next few months. Molly's voice came over her implant. "Director Del Rio, Mr. Smithers is here to see you." "Send him in." The door swished open and Smithers walked into the room, smiling. He stood at average height and build, with an average face. Nothing about him seemed remarkable, and Gina knew he liked it that way. She stood and reached across the desk to shake his hand, simultaneously dismissing the hollow sheets floating around her. "Mr. Smithers, I take it RNI has something for us." "Oh, it could be a social visit to see how my favorite civilian law enforcement officer is doing." "You don't do social visits, Mr. Smithers. What's up?" They both sat down and he sighed. "The League assassin your people caught, Anna Stanislavski, is still up." "Ah yes, Tori. She was one of their better ones, unfortunately. We were going over her memory scans. As you know, the further back they go, the less fresh they are." Gina nodded. They both left unspoken her own work with memory scans during the war. Gina helped unlock the SSI archives that led to the capture and execution of hundreds of agents across multiple League planets. "I appreciate you letting us catch a glimpse of that school," she said. "It was terrible. But things like that happen when people let governments have total control. They start killing the undesirables in their own populations. Reminds me of Lenin, who advocated using murder as a government tool." Smithers nodded. "Indeed, history is replete with such examples. Although, from what I've read on the founding of both our current systems and our AIs, that was not supposed to happen in the League. Oppression at that level was not in the original code. Things have unfortunately drifted into totalitarianism over there over the years, but originally it was just supposed to be a more authoritarian form of government while we remained more libertine. Something slid too far to the left over there, politically. Julius Thrall is what happened, Mr. Smithers. He consolidated power. The League borrowed the separation of powers concept from successful representative democracies on old Earth, but without adequate safeguards to prevent one tetrarch from eventually overwhelming the other three. "Ah yes, an unfortunate side effect of the war," Smithers agreed. "I think SSI preceded it, though. But I'm not here about the school, or the socialist failures of the League. I'm here to discuss that period of time from when your agents confronted Miss Stanislavski on their voyage home, and her appearance on Diego. She had slipped away from Epsilon by joining the crew of the Breckenridge as a bartender. And poisoning anyone proclaiming Republican ideals," Gina said, nodding. "What have you learned about her escape?" "She was teleported to a League ship at Roberts Way Station. Then she sneaked back over to the Breckenridge, which was traveling without a quantum communicator and had not yet updated Diego on their situation when it arrived here. She came down with the rest of their disembarkation. By the time Claire knew to watch out for her, she had already slipped through customs." "Okay. So, what brings you to Owlwich HQ today, Mr. Smithers? I know you're not fond of beating around the bush." "We are now aware of at least 2 new League ships that are out there. They are called assassin-class vessels. They use state-of-the-art technology, and it appears Jade Thrall." He gave her a look while stating the lead tetrarch's name. They both knew Jade Thrall was a highly advanced droid that used to be called Miriam. "Has ordered them to wreak quiet havoc amidst our fleet. This explains the sudden destruction of certain vessels lately." Gina's face dropped. "The Franklin and the Revere," she said quietly. "Among others, we're lining up suspicious activity and losses, seeing if we're dealing with only these 2 ships, or if Starken has others out there. Needless to say, the hunt is on. Everything is top secret at the moment, of course. But you have clearance as director of the AUJ. You are at need-to-know status right now. Use this knowledge at your discretion." She nodded, accepting the implications of his statement. If she assigned agents to the case, she could deem them need-to-know as well. She would not mention anything about it to her husband or anyone else in the media. "What can we do for you here on Diego, Mr. Smithers? I'm sure the local RNI boys and girls are up to snuff for whatever's going on in orbit." Well, there's a lot of activity behind the scenes between us, Parliament and Harrington House. I won't go into all that, but I will let you know that we are funding the development of a counter-operative vessel. It's a rush job and moving a lot faster than Mr. Kraft at RSW would prefer. But it will be able to match or exceed these new assassin-class vessels and hopefully take them both out before they strike again. There's other games afoot that we're playing as well. She stared at him for a moment, taking in what he said and what he did not say. Gina nodded in understanding. You want me to release the time thief's wristwatch, returning it to Dr. Sue so he can help set up hypertime on a whole ship. You always did catch on quick, Director, Smithers said with a smile. Molly cut into their conversation over the speakers in the ceiling. Director Del Rio, there's an attack on Livermore Hospital. Player says it's the Tartars, and that you will want to be involved. Gina locked eyes with Smithers. She also says the time thief is involved. Gina reached down and touched a hollow button on the desk. A drawer silently slid open. She pulled out Hawke's prototype wristwatch lined in lead, the same one she removed while arresting him. I will give this back to Dr. Shu, but I need to use it first. Otherwise, I'm never going to catch this guy. 7.27 6 ground trucks pulled up to Livermore Hospital and spread out in pairs to cover every side but the front. They all parked illegally. Then the doors sprung open, men and women jumping out clad in battle fatigues. Are you sure they know what to do, Bebo? Lindsay said, her voice slightly garbled through the visor to help disguise it from any sensors in the area. Everyone knows the plan, he responded, the same electronic scrambling his own voice. Someone from the rear of their truck jogged around to the front and kneeled down in the firing position, aiming a missile launcher up at the hospital's wall. Be sure and hit the hall, Bebo reminded the young boy, pointing at a window larger than the others. We don't know what room she's in. We want to make a new entrance through that window there. The teenager nodded, his visor bobbing up and down. Then he returned to the launcher, lining up the manual sights on a window on the second floor, larger than the others. His finger squeezed the trigger, and a tiny projectile hissed out of the barrel. A second later, it exploded, sending glass shards raining down on the street below. Bebo nodded, pulling out a handgun from his belt. Let's go. He ran toward the wall of the building and jumped, snagging one boot on the side. It immediately glowed, the sole turning green and sticking to the wall. His other foot followed, and he started walking up the side of the wall. The other Tartars watched him amazed. Wall-climbing boots were a technology they had all heard about, even seen on the news. It was something altogether different to see them in action. Come on, you stay-puts, Lindsay said. We've got to have his back. She pulled out her own gun and approached the wall far less confidently than Bebo did. But when she placed a foot on the building's surface, the soles of her boots glowed green, and she found purchase. In seconds, she walked up the wall to the blown window, following right behind Bebo, who was already inside. Behind her, the others followed suit, one by one. When Lindsay cleared the hole in the building left by their missile, she found Bebo standing by the nearest door in the hallway. Dang it, he said. This one's locked. Where's Herc? Lindsay glanced out the window just as their missile boy crawled inside. A much bigger teen waited below, last in line. Herc, come on up. He needs you. The big boy nodded and pushed his way to the front of the line, mounting the wall with ease. When he climbed inside, Bebo pointed at the door. They're all locked. I've tried them. Put those force braces to work. The boy nicknamed Herc smiled. Unlike Bebo and Lindsay, he did not hide his face behind a mask. He stood tall, with greasy black hair and square shoulders. Cracking his knuckles, he approached the first door to the left and activated a stolen pair of force braces. The initials OPD showed on the side near the switches to turn them on. The units hummed and he squeezed his fingers in the door's crack, then pulled back with a jerk. The door grudgingly slid open a crack. Someone inside screamed, a man. That ain't her, Bebo said, not even bothering to look through the narrow opening. Let's go to the next one, Herc. Open it. The group continued down the hall. Herc tackling the next door as the rest of the Tartars climbed in through the broken window. "You sure this is going to work?" Lindsay said with a nervous edge to her tone. "Yup. The other team is tackling the third floor. There are no patient rooms on the first. Trucks 5 and 6 are handling the large park out back. They call that the respite garden or something. If she's anywhere on the premises, we'll find her." Herc yanked open another door and Bebo peered through the crack. "It's empty. On to the next one." 7.28. The 2 Tartar trucks pulling up behind the hospital had 11 passengers between them, all riding in back. With 2 drivers and 1 more passenger up front in one of the vehicles, a total of 13 young men climbed out when the vehicles stopped. No women were among either group. 2 young boys brought out mini-missile launchers, like the ones used on the sides of the building. Even now, plumes of smoke drifted up from where the 2 interior teams made their forced entries. The boys both went down on one knee and aimed at the 3-meter wall surrounding the garden. Seconds later, their own plumes of smoke drifted up to join the others. The wall reduced to rubble where the explosives hit. One of the boys ran back to the last van to retrieve his heavy rifle. He opened the door to the storage unit and found nothing there. "What the?" I climbed out of the truck in hypertime, stepping around the boy and into a frozen tableaus of destruction. The smoke looked eerie, as if captured in a hyper-realistic holo. He passed the young men, all with looks of expectation on their faces. They smiled, elated that the missile launchers were so effective. He approached the rubble of the chasm in the wall. Heat from the recent blasts felt strong here, even in his hyperstate. He jogged up the small pile of rocks the wall had been reduced to, and over into the respite garden. Smiling, he crossed the grass and found a path leading toward the hospital building. The garden seemed rather large, at least 5 hectares, he decided. In the middle of the city, such a big privately owned park was rightly considered luxurious. Following the path, he noted some patients, identifiable by their white cotton clothing. Bots accompanied them all. Presumably, that's because bots could handle a human in almost any situation, he thought. They'd be a lot stronger than your typical orderly. He glanced at a man with a wild expression on his face, holding onto a tree for dear life. His attending bot seemed to be trying to gently pull him away so they could head back inside. But the patient was having none of that. His mouth gaped open in silent terror. "I think this place is a mental hospital," he thought, passing by the struggling patient and his bot. He stepped off the path to avoid a woman, hands in the air and mouth open in a scream, running away from the explosion. Her bot, a male orderly, raced after her, a stoic expression on its face. "That's a lot of bots. This place must be expensive," Jorge mused out loud as he walked. "1-to-1 coverage, at least out here. Do they each have an assigned bot? Surely the patients have to share. How many people are in here anyway?" The paths converged as he came closer to the back of the hospital. Here he could clearly see smoke drifting up from both sides of the building, and he deduced where the other trucks in their little convoy must be. "So, Bebo wanted to break into this place. What are you after? And I chose the wrong truck to hide in, obviously. Bebo and Lindsay must be inside somewhere." He headed for the door and stopped. It remained closed, double panels mutely barring his way. Jorge grit his teeth. That's my kryptonite, freaking closed doors. He glanced around, looking for a good place to pop back into real time. Making a decision, he headed over to a small grove of trees off the path and near the building. From this vantage point, he could watch the door and jump back into hypertime when it opened. That's going to be easier than trying to climb back over that wall of rubble and go look for where the others blew their way inside. He took up a new position behind a tree and crouched, to make himself as small as possible. Then he flipped the switch on his unit, and the world came alive again. 7.29. Boy Scout jumped on Tori, knocking her over and throwing her bot off balance. His bot rushed to pull the big man off the little woman. After all, they had just recovered from the bird scare moments earlier. The bot's subroutines now included a much more aggressive protocol for handling Pilger. they would not hesitate to use forceful measures more quickly than before. Tori's bot sprang back to its feet, ready to assist. But the explosion nearby made both bots stop. They turned to the source of the loud noise, assessing this new wrinkle to see if any subroutines addressed it. 50 meters away, the wall had imploded under the pressure of dual missile strikes, instantly collapsing into a pile of rubble. Smoke and dust drifted up in the air now that the sounds of destruction subsided. Young men wearing grey battle fatigues scrambled over the rubble carrying guns. The first one jumped down from the top of the pile to the grass, scanning the area with a rifle. "It's the Leaf. Get down!" Underneath his massive chest, Tori struggled. Boy Scout had her pinned down tight. "Get off me!" Tori's bot stood closest to the wall. It approached the young man with the rifle as he moved deeper onto the grounds. "Visitors are not allowed in the hospital's respite garden. Please leave and check in at the front desk." The boy lifted his rifle, aimed, and shot the bot. The bolt left a black hole in its stomach. A crackle of electricity arced over the orderly bot's frame, and it fell over. A protection subroutine kicked in for Pilger's bot. But the orderly models were not designed for combat. They were made for handling patients, no matter how unruly. They had greater strength than most people, and could lift several times their weight, or subdue somebody. They could handle distraught and violent patients, at least long enough until a sedative could be administered. But they were not designed for gunfights. Still, they had defensive subroutines built in for mass casualty events. Pilger's bot hit the ground while keeping an eye on the gunman. Meanwhile, more armed young men climbed over the gap in the wall. One of them said, "Whoa, they've got their own cozy little park here. What did you shoot, Selim?" "I killed a droid." "You sure you didn't kill a nurse? They're dressed in white scrubs." "It was a droid. I mean, it looked human, but you could tell. See, there's another one in the grass over there." The others gathered around the shooter, their eyes drinking in the place. "We should search the park and—" In their moment of distraction, Pilger's bot jumped like a coiled spring and rushed full speed towards Selim. The young man turned, catching movement out of the corner of his eye, just as the machine tackled him. "Whoa! Look out! Selim!" The bot struck hard and fast, landing blows to Selim's face backed by metal knuckles under its artiflesh. It grabbed the barrel of the rifle and pulled, yanking it out of Selim's hands and tossing it away. The gun clattered to the ground in the distance. "Stop him! He's going to hurt Selim!" One of the gunmen pulled out a handgun and aimed it point blank at the bot's back. "Toop!" The machine stopped instantly, sagging to its knees, then keeling over face down in the dirt. "Selim, are you all right?" The young man in question groaned, his face bruised and covered in blood. The other boys stared down at him wide-eyed, the sight of their friend on the ground competing for their attention with the recently killed bot lying beside him. "You stay here," Boy Scout said to a still struggling Tori. "You'll be safe. I'll take care of them." He shifted his weight and crawled off her. Tori took a deep breath, free at last from a body nearly twice her size. She flipped over to her stomach and carefully lifted her head to look at the cluster of gunmen standing nearby. Movement to her right caught her eye. A giant form rose from the grass as Boy Scout took a knee, holding the discarded rifle the bot tossed earlier. Die League scum. Bolts splattered into the group of Tartars, killing some and scattering the rest. 7.30. The Leaf found us. That was all Boy Scout could think. Somehow, the Leaf found them. It was the only thing that made sense. He told that stupid bot this was a perfect place for an ambush. The drones had been a dead giveaway. How could that thing not see it? One practically buzzed their heads while they were out there arguing tactics. And now the attack had sprung, and they had lost both their battle buddies. Well, he would make the Leaf pay. There were civilians to protect after all. He did not stop to consider where he was. He did not remember at the moment anything about his motorcycle, his club, the Black Batwings, or any recent event. Thoughts of picking up a stranger in New Tulsa and bringing him to Octavia were nowhere to be found. The events in Bikers Field or Tanglewood Park or whatever you wanted to call it were all a blur. He did think about the woman in the tent he saved from that leaf gas attack. Somehow, he always managed to help women in distress if they were caught up in the battle. Others in his squad used to joke with him about that. They said he had white knight syndrome. This woman, what was she doing out here? That thought fought to be heard. This is no place for civilians. All remaining rational thought left him as a bolt whizzed by his cheek, narrowly missing his face. Suddenly, he was back on the battlefield, back on Juventus, back fighting for his life. Pilger carefully aimed and squeezed the trigger, sending another red bolt zipping across the garden. It nicked the head of a young man running for cover. The boy dropped to the ground dead, part of his skull gone. Pilger made a note of the body's location in case he needed another gun. In fact, it would not be a bad idea to move in that direction anyway, he thought. The civilian here should be fine. She just needs to take cover and wait for the shooting to stop. Then run. Speaking of which, he ducked as bolts sailed over his head and peppered the ground around him. Some of the gunmen took up positions behind trees and bushes, firing back on his position. They were lousy shots, though. Boy Scout threw himself flat on the ground again as more bolts streaked through the air all around him. He crawled through the grass, unwilling to give them a clear target. The closest cover was behind him, in the trees, but he wanted the guns from the first two people he shot when they were all grouped together. 4 figures lay over there, including the 2 bots. He made it to the cluster of corpses safely, bolts plopping into the ground as the inexperienced teenagers kept trying to shoot him. Pilger lay flat behind his downed bot, the machine offering him some cover. He grabbed the wrist of Tori's bot and grunted, pulling it closer. Then, with another surge of strength, he pulled it on top of his, giving him double the cover. Bolts peppered the bots, the movement attracting more fire and the higher profile of the pile presenting a better target. But they held mostly. Now that the bots were disabled, their bodies did a good job of absorbing the incoming bolts. Pilger just had to keep nudging Tori's bot back on the other one. The incoming bolts kept pushing it off. Boy Scout carefully slid the muzzle of his rifle over the top of the bot pile, ignoring the scorched scrubs covering the top one's midsection. He scanned the foliage in the distance, quickly finding the one he knew to be hidden behind some bushes. He could see a boot sticking out from the shrubs. Extrapolating how the rest of the boy stood and where his target should be, he pulled the trigger. A black smoking hole appeared in the bush where the bolt hit, followed by a scream and the thud of a body hitting the ground. The incoming gunfire paused as the other young men realized one of their own had been hit. Pilger smiled and sought his next target. 7.31. A circle of yellow appeared in the air on the roof of Livermore Psychiatric Hospital and Sanatorium, the hollow serving as a cautionary signal for anyone in the vicinity to step away. It flashed into existence a safe distance from the cars of employees parked there. Gina Del Rio popped into existence in the middle of the yellow circle, thanks to a rare terrestrial peacetime teleportation. She had a Firedog Williker Wildcat strapped to her back and 2 pistols holstered at her side. On her wrist she wore the Mass Chronological Molecular Relativity Relocator, originally stolen by Jorge Campo from Republican Shipworks on his retirement day. Smoke billowed up from 2 sides of the large building, and she heard the distant sounds of a gunfight in the respite garden out back. Another trail of smoke drifted up in the distance from where the garden's wall had been breached. The Tartars still have access to their advanced weaponry, I see. Assuming this is the Tartars. It is, Player responded in her implant. I have made positive ID on several suspects. Good. I'm going to lose you when I go into hypertime, Player. So tell me where to go. 2 groups are sweeping the patient rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Another group is involved in a running battle with patients outside. The man I calculate to be the leader is on the 2nd floor. I recommend going there first. Right. Gina touched the mechanism on her left wrist and disappeared. She reappeared almost instantly, but closer to the door. I can't open this thing in hypertime. I push the button and it takes forever. She waited for the sliding door to swish aside, then disappeared again before Player could respond. Without a lot going on around her, hypertime did not really seem all that different from real time, she thought. It was just quieter. One flight down, Gina found the door to the third-floor hallway partly open. And here she had her first up-close and personal experience with a frozen tableaus in hypertime. Peeking through, she found a human nurse desperately swiping a finger through the hollow button to open the stairwell door. A drop of blood splattered off her back, paused while dripping to the floor mid-air. Gina stared at it, fascinated. The blood seemed to float in suspended animation. She looked out in the hallway and saw a red energy bolt slowly slicing through the air, on a collision course with the woman's back. An entrance to a room stood open in the hall about 4 doors down. An orderly bot lay collapsed on the floor, half in and half out. A bolt burned away all the features on its face, leaving a large black spot and the outlines of a metal skull. 4 Tartars, 3 boys, and a young woman all dressed in grey battle fatigues, laughed at the chaos surrounding them. One of the boys apparently had just shot the bot, his eyes alive with bloodlust. The other 2 watched him with glee, sharing in the thrill of violence. The young woman fired at the escaping patient, intent on killing her. Gina jumped to some quick conclusions. The Tartars were looking for somebody. Having failed to find them, this group was engaged in sport killing, taking out anyone they found alive. Her blood boiled. You know, in other circumstances, I would not have time for this. She looked at the watch strapped to her wrist and smiled. But right now, I've got all the time in the world. She squeezed through the partly open door and into the hallway. Here she had a good look at the bolt, moving perceptibly toward the bleeding woman. It crawled through the air, on a collision course with her back. Gina walked up to the shooter and slugged her in the face. Blood burst in slow motion from a broken nose, and she slammed backwards into the 2 laughing boys behind her. They all fell over like trees in a forest. I bet that hurts. But there was no sympathy in Gina's voice. Next, she looked at the young man who shot the orderly bot. She pulled the rifle out of his hands, ripping the skin off his fingers and maybe breaking a couple of them too. She could not tell, and she did not care. Gina walked back to the energy bolt, slowly making its way in a beeline for the patient's back. Using the gun like a bat, she swatted at the bolt. It flashed when the rifle's butt connected with the red streak, knocking the gun out of Gina's grip. Ow. She looked down at her hands, red from the impact. The bolt was gone. She found the gun on the floor, ruined, the stock obliterated. Well, all right, Gina said with a smile. I think my work here is done. She turned back for the stairs, passing by the nurse carefully, being sure not to touch her. She squeezed back through the partially opened door. You'll make it, she said to the woman. Now I've just got to find everybody else. 7.32 Jorge glanced up at the large hole blown out of the side of the building on its 2nd floor. He looked over his shoulder at the 2 trucks parked on the street, seemingly abandoned and identical to the one he stowed away in to get here. He had given up on his plan to break in through the back when the door did not open right away. So, the plan was for 3 groups to enter simultaneously, obviously. 1 pair of trucks went around back while the other 4 hit the upper floors. I presume the other 2 trucks are on the opposite side of the building, judging by all the smoke over there. But what is everybody looking for? His eyes roamed across the ground floor wall, noting secure windows stretching in both directions. Then he gazed up at the windows on the 2 upper floors. More likely, who are you looking for? This is a containment facility. That's why you had to blow your way in. This must be a rescue mission. He glanced up at the opening left by the mini-missile, where a scenic window at the end of a hallway once stood. How did you all get in? I see the hole, but did you climb up there? I don't see a ladder anywhere. He rubbed the back of his neck, thinking things through. A more important question is, how do I get up there? His eyes drifted back to the vehicles left on the side of the road nearby. If I could move one of those trucks underneath the window, I could climb up on top of it and get in that way. Yeah, that would work. Thus inspired, he headed back to the lead truck. It was an older model, a cargo truck, and had a manual latch on the door instead of a palm panel or hollow button. He opened it without having to drop back into real time, feeling grateful for simple mechanical things. You never realize how nice that is until you're in hypertime. In the driver's seat, he was likewise relieved that no biometrics were required. He pressed the accelerator experimentally, slamming his foot to the floor. The truck moved, or at least he thought it moved. But if it did, the vehicle edged forward very, very slowly. Oh yeah, I'm the only one in hypertime. The truck's not. It's not a little thing like the hoverboard. In fact, right now it probably seems like the accelerator just slammed down. So, it might move. After a long wait on my part. But what if the field needs to be bigger? It was big enough for the hoverboard, but almost certainly not for a whole truck. Not one this big, He chuckled self-deprecatingly and switched off the unit strapped to his forearm. We're going to regress to move forward, in a manner of speaking. Sounds came alive, and the world started moving again when he snapped back into real time. A bird flew by. Cars high above in a traffic stream flowed across the sky. He tried the accelerator again, and the truck moved forward 1/2 meter. If I had the whole thing in hypertime, it would have looked like this truck just blinked forward, he said, smiling to himself. Oh well, this will work. Carefully, he nudged the front wheels over the curb and promptly ran over the hospital's street-side landscaping. Then he scraped the edge of the building, pulling up under the hole in the second floor as close as he could. Hordy opened the door and looked up. Satisfied, he flicked the switch on his arm unit to the on position again, popping back into hypertime. He pulled himself up onto the roof of the truck's cab, then carefully stepped onto the cargo area. He walked over to the hole, now at chest height, and hopped up onto the broken wall, leveraging himself over with arms and elbows. Then he stood up on the floor inside the building, a wide grin plastered on his face. And that's how you break into a secure facility, people. Think of the banks I could rob doing something like this. Ariel and I could smuggle some dinosaur eggs out of Primordia and take them to Italia. How much could you get for a baby Digosaurus Rex, I wonder? He shook himself, setting aside the daydream. It would not do to dwell on lucrative possibilities at the moment, no matter how pleasant. Right now he had some vengeance to extract. 7.33 At the end, the Tartars Pilger faced were only boys, or at best, barely men. Regardless of their age, they had no real combat experience. But for Pilger, the one they called Boy Scout in his motorcycle club, he was back in the war. And the misalignment with their combat skills and the Leaf soldiers he faced during the war did not register in his mind at all. Carefully, he edged his way out of some bushes, crawling on his belly, keeping the gun carefully aimed and ready to fire. 2 boys were left from the original 2 groups in the last pair of trucks. Rather than fight the madmen hunting them, they chose to hide. Pilger lay flat in some tall grass, unwilling to expose himself. Enemy snipers could be anywhere. Several meters away, Tori sat up and brushed herself off. She stared at the rubble near the wall and raised an eyebrow. Nearby, the body of the first young man who Boy Scout killed lay sprawled near the 2 orderly bots. Slowly, she took a knee, then stood up, looking all around. The Tartars, the ones still alive, were nowhere to be seen. That's probably understandable, she thought. She also could not see the big man, her erstwhile rescuer. What she could see included dead bodies, disabled bots, and a broken wall offering a possible escape route from this place. Slowly, still keeping an eye out for threats, Tori made her way to the fallen bots and dead boys in battle fatigues. At the first corpse, she reached down with both hands and grunted, turning the body over on its back. Tori did not recognize the boy. She did not expect to, really, but she was still trying to make sense of all that had happened. Then she saw the stylized T on the uniform above the boy's left breast. Is that the Tartar symbol? I think it is. She stared at it a moment, the drugs in her system slowing her thought processes slightly. But she came to an inexorable conclusion. Bebo! Instantly, she felt torn. Nearby was an easy escape. Granted, she probably could not get very far on her own, with all the municipal sensors out there. But she could get out. She could go somewhere. She could do something, if only for a little while. On the other hand, her friend? No, he was not a friend. He was more like a colleague. She and Bibo had a shared experience. They were in the last cohort of the assassin school on Epsilon together. As far as she knew, they were the last ones left. I can't just leave him, she decided. He hasn't left me here, even though he probably should have. Her mind made up, she scanned the ground for weapons. Seeing none, she patted down the body of the Tartar she had flipped over. The sound of a rifle blast cut through the air nearby, followed by a scream in a distant grove. Her head jerked in that direction just in time to see another boy fall down from his spot behind a tree. The body thrashed for a moment before going still. The tops of some tall grass moved slightly without a breeze, and Tori picked out the massive shape of Boy Scout edging forward. He's probably going after the rest of them, however many are left. That guy is nuts. She resumed her search for weapons, moving on to one of the next two bodies. At last, she found a gun on the third dead teen. Checking it to make sure the power pack had plenty of juice, she transferred it to her back waistband, covering it with her cotton top. The rifle sounded again, as Boy Scout took another shot. She could not tell if he hit anyone this time. There were no screams. Leaving him to his hunt, she turned and headed back for the hospital. When she drew closer to the rear entrance, she saw the smoke drifting up from the sides. How am I going to find you in that, Bibo? Where are you? She sighed and headed for the door. 7.34. The young man nicknamed Herc stood 10 doors down from the gaping hole in the wall at one end of the hall, pulling open another door with help from his force braces. Clustered around him, another group of young people watched. They were all armed, guns dangling loose in their hands. 2 orderly bots had already been shot. One lay sprawled on the hallway floor near door 3. The other blocked door 5 from closing all the way. Orsay walked down the hall toward them in hyper time, brimming with confidence, after climbing in through the hole in the wall. "This is my element," he said out loud. "This is where I belong, and this is where you will suffer my wrath." He smiled, passing by the second door, then the third. "That sounds rather melodramatic, but you know it's true." Jorge passed by the stairwell door, finding it shut. There would be no exiting that way, he thought. He would have to climb back down to the truck if he stayed in hyper time. But first, let's see who we have over here. At last he drew up even with the cluster of boys and girls in battle fatigues. Everyone watched the big fellow pulling open the door, but 5 seemed to hover around too, in an arc of respectful distance. Hori stepped around them and turned. "There you are. 2 of you anyway. You're Bibo, the leader. Funny name. Your visor can't hide your identity from me." He turned and looked at the girl. "And you're Lindsay. You were there for our so-called rescue. Where are the rest, I wonder? Where's Tori, the one who threw me out of the car? At night, in the fog, in the middle of Primordia." His anger notched up with each sentence, that hellish night coming back to him in a rush. The Owage agents tracking him in the jungle. The Degosaurus Rex chasing him down the road. Hours spent inside a ranger bot as it slowly trundled toward the visitor station many kilometers away, only to find the young people already there and waiting for the morning bus. "I've got a bone to pick with you," he said to Bibo, tapping a forefinger into the young man's chest, just above the stylized T. "A very big bone." He ripped Bibo's visor off and tossed it aside. Jorge pulled back his fist and paused to monologue a bit more. "I'm not a violent man. I haven't been in a real fight since junior high school. But you know, this isn't really a fight. It's a simple assault. And for you, it's going to seem like you got struck out of nowhere." He landed a blow on Bibo's face, knocking it back a few centimeters. "Ow, sheesh, that hurts." Jorge held his hand, rubbing the sore knuckles, glaring at Bibo's face. "Maybe I can do something else. Maybe there's a better way, an easier way to inflict some pain on you." He glanced over to one of the girls standing near Lindsay. She had a long knife in a sheath at her side. Jorge reached over and pulled it out. "This is good." He reached out with the blade and drew a line down Bebo's face, cutting it open. The blood did not flow, yet. This thing is razor sharp. That'll work. Hori reached over and sliced the tip of Bebo's nose off. The skin fluttered to the floor. You're not going to know what hit you. Huh! You won't know what happened. You'll just die. Filled with rage, he stabbed the knife into Bebo's stomach. Then he pulled the blade out and stabbed again, shoving the steel in deep. He moved around to the back and lacerated Bebo below the ribs again and again. 12 times he stabbed. On the last puncture, he left the blade buried in Bebo's flesh. Good luck recovering from that. This is a hospital, but I don't think it's a medical kind. He smiled, looking at the wounds he left all along Bebo's front and sides. You know, I'm not a violent man, but if I have to administer violence, this is the way to do it. I'll be long gone before a drop of your blood hits the floor. A rush of elation gripped him. Oh, the power, huh. I've been using this all wrong. I've been stealing from people, but I can do oh so much more. I can put myself out for hire. I can kill anybody, anywhere, and no one will ever know. As he stopped to ponder the implications, the stairwell door blew open, making him jump. Gina Del Rio stepped through the shredded metal and turned to look at him. Arra panicked, thinking he had slipped back into real time. He checked the switch on his unit, but it remained on. He looked at the people in front of him, but they were still frozen. Who are you? How? How did I get through a closed door in hypertime? Plastic explosives. And as for who I am, I'm Arra. And you are Jorge Campo, the time thief. You're under arrest, and this time you're not getting away. 7.35. It didn't make sense. Hypertime was his alone. Jorge practically discovered it, and he was certainly the first human to ever fully experience it. He spent all his time here in splendid isolation, all alone as the only mortal to walk on this accelerated plane. And yet, there she was. Someone else had infiltrated his space, somehow. He vaguely recognized her. She had been on the news. She likely was the outraged person who arrested him the first time, he decided. He had tried to put that embarrassing episode behind him, blocking the memory. She had teleported right behind him and grabbed his arms before he could pop away. Being confronted by her now pushed those events back into his conscious. Yes, this was the same woman who apprehended him the first time. A quick glance at her hands made his eyes bulge. She wore his wristwatch. So that's how she got here, he thought. That thief. He pulled the knife out of Bebo and threw it at her. But knives, when thrown, need to strike with the blade. Twirling through the air, they had a roughly 50-50 chance of connecting with a random target. Unlike in the holos, throwing knives were not really good weapons, especially when wielded by someone who had never thrown one before. Gina batted it away and drew one of her 2 pistols. Give it up, Campo. I'm taking you in. In a quieter voice, she said, Great. Now I sound like Applegate's Carl Copper doll. Jorge ducked behind the crowd of people standing between him and Gina. He looked around desperately for a solution. For so long, he had simply disappeared into hypertime when he needed to get away. But this time, he was already in hypertime. Dropping back into real time would only give her the advantage. He spied a handgun in a holster hanging from the waist of one of the Tartars. He pulled it out and stood, aiming it at Gina. But she was already moving. With skills honed as a Marine, she hit the deck as a bolt sailed over her head. Sliding forward on the floor, she shot back at an angle. Her bolt missed, and Arra ducked down again. For a moment, she considered whether to take the Williker Wildcat off her back and just destroy everyone in the hall. But of course, that would not be ethical. The kids over there, and many were still in their teens, deserved a trial for their crimes. So, she held back. Come on, Campo. You know this is only going to end one way. You can't get out of the building without coming this way. He shot at her again from between the legs of all the young people. But his aim was unsteady, and he was not used to handling firearms. The bolt flew wide, skimming by her side. She aimed carefully through the thicket of legs, but he stood suddenly, and trying to hide behind Bebo and Lindsay. Gina stood too, still aiming. She waited for a good shot while slowly standing up. When she came to her full height, she found Horit aiming his gun at Lindsay's head. "Get back, or I'll shoot. I've got hostages." Gina tilted her head, never taking her eyes off him. "Think this through, Campo. You can't leave and take them with you. You still have to go past me. Give it up." "No, you give it up. I will kill her right now unless you turn off your device and go back to standard time." Gina shook her head slowly. "Not gonna happen, Campo." She took a sideways step to get a better shot. He squeezed the trigger, sending a bolt through Lindsay's head at close range. Jorge yelped and jumped back in surprise. The bolt sliced through her head, leaving a hole near her temple, and another one in the back of her skull behind her other ear, where the bolt went out. Blood froze around the hole, bits of brain matter suspended in the air. "I did it," he said, voice trembling. "I'll do it again too. Turn your unit off." Gina grimaced, but she kept her gun up. "You're a thief, Hawg. You're not a killer." "I am now. That's 2 I've killed. I stabbed the other one, the one they call Bebo. They're 2 of the most wanted terrorists in the system right now. You've done us a favor, actually." "Well, these people aren't important." He aimed at the girl standing beside Lindsay. "I mean, they are important. To you, they're civilians, and I'll kill them all. You don't want that on your conscience." Gina edged closer, carefully, slowly. "Campo, calm down. We can get through this." "No, you don't understand." His lips trembled and tears filled his eyes. "This is my superpower. You can't take it from me, and you can't have it. You have no right to it. It's mine. I know what it's like to have a superpower, Campo." "No, you don't." Yes, I do." Her eyes narrowed, locking in on the rectangular unit strapped to Campo's forearm. She knew he used off-the-shelf parts to make it, and she gambled he had left a receptor active. This would allow someone to tap the chips wirelessly, provided they had the proper access codes. It was an old idea, stretching back to the days of Bluetooth devices, and still used for things like transmitting data in small packets. "You see," she said, keeping her voice calm, "I have a second superpower, beyond this hypertime thing of yours." He looked at her, his eyes filled with questions and disbelief and anger, all mixed up and swirling together on his face. "And that other superpower allows me to do things, like this." She reached out and gave a mental command. Jorge's unit switched off. 7.36. Tori raced inside the building and down the hall. Access to the stairs was thankfully open. The facility relied heavily on the orderly bots, she thought. Perhaps too heavily. They were not invulnerable to gunfire. On the other hand, who expected an armed assault on a mental hospital? The staff was perfectly justified in believing the bots were adequate for all the issues they would ever face, she thought. Tori opened the stairway door and raced up the steps, headed to her room for the first time without being accompanied by a bot or human staffer. She slowed at the landing for the second floor. Here, the door had been blown open. But why? It wasn't locked. Red lights flickered, almost imperceptibly fast. At first, she thought it was blaster fire, but they were gone so fast, that couldn't be it. She stepped through the destroyed doorway cautiously, poking her head out in the hall before fully committing the rest of her body. Pandemonium reigned in the corridor. 2 people appeared suddenly, popping into existence on either side of the team in the hall. One was a large woman with short blonde hair who appeared right in front of Tori as she stepped out in the hall. She was heavily armed, with a Firedog 3 Watts on her back, and gripping one of her 2 sidearms in a shooting stance. Tori took this all in before turning to look at the tumult down the hall. A man screamed on the opposite side of the crowd, a sound of frustration and heartbreak. 2 people fell over, surrounded by the others in battle fatigues. Everyone seemed very confused. One of the girls screamed too. But it was out of horror, not pain. Tori glanced at the woman and categorized her as law enforcement. She ignored the big lady and hurried toward the crowd. The young people in battle fatigues were Tartars, she knew. They gathered around the 2 who had fallen. She bumped into a big fellow, who stopped trying to pull a door open and turned to go the same direction. Then, she was there. Lying on the floor, Bebo shuddered with multiple stab wounds. His face looked battered and bruised, and the tip of his nose had been sliced off. Blood flowed from all around his middle. She fell down on her knees and put a hand on his cheek. His eyes fluttered, and they came into focus on her face. "Tori?" "Bebo, what are you doing here?" Trying to find you. What happened?" "I don't know. You came for me?" "Lindsay?" He tried to lift his head. She turned in the direction he faced. Lindsay lay with her body at an odd angle. Blood covered her face, her head lying in a pool of red. Tori said, "She's gone." The last flicker of life seemed to leave him with those words. Her eyes grew wide. She bent down close. "Stay with me, Bebo. Don't leave me. Don't leave me here alone." He focused on her one last time. "Keep up the fight, Tori. Remember the last cohort. Remember our mission." She heard his breath slip out with a sigh. His eyes grew hazy, then slowly closed. "Everybody up against the wall. Do it, now." The Tartars in the hall slowly shuffled to one side of the corridor, placing their hands on the wall as Gina gestured with her gun. "Claire, I need backup. OPD, or is anyone nearby? Get them here ASAP." Gina searched the big fellow, Herc, first. She pulled out a knife and 2 pistols. Slapping force cuffs on him, she moved down the line. Then she glanced at the people on the floor. "You too, Campo, up against the wall." Jorge held onto his gun while flicking the switch on his unit again and again. Tears streaming down his face. The unit did not respond. No, this can't be happening." "Drop your weapon and get up against the wall, Campo. Now, your unit has been permanently disabled. I told you, that's my superpower." He swung the gun toward her. It popped out of his hand, and a bruise appeared on his jaw instantaneously. He fell back to the floor, unconscious. Tori blinked, and the cop changed position somehow. She stood a lot closer now. Gina snorted. "Men, they just don't listen." She glanced over at Tori, and a flicker of recognition lit up her eyes. "I'm going to have to ask you to go to your room and stay there. Understand?" Gina pointed down the hall. Tori nodded and retreated to her room. It was further down the hall. One of the doors Herc had not yet forced open. It yielded to her palm, though, sliding open when she touched the panel. Gina returned to the Tartars lined up along the wall, searching them for weapons. "You're all under arrest, by the way," the big woman said, pulling out another gun from a young man's waistband. Tori gave one last look at Bebo's body lying on the floor. "There's nobody left," she said softly. "I'm the last one." She took a deep breath and waited for the tears to come. Waited for them to burst from her face like the day she killed Grigor. But none fell. She nodded slowly, accepting her fate. Tori walked into her room. The door shut behind her and locked. 7.37 Welcome to this particular moment in time. Welcome to a moment that will go down in history. Jonas Kraft smiled at the very small crowd seated before him in folding chairs. They sat at Delta Diego's military spaceport, a top-secret area completely closed off from the rest of the world. This spaceport had been set up exclusively for Republican shipworks. Most of the larger ships, from Sparrow class on up, were assembled in orbiting factories, the parts ported up from the facilities in Plamont or elsewhere. But a few smaller vehicles were built planetside, and some even launched from here. Before them, a very small ship compared to others rested on a platform. It swept back in a smooth arrow shape, black winglets accenting the rear next to either side of a set of standard drives. The pointed nose up front sported a host of firepower, with heavy guns sticking out. The main body looked large enough for a big power core. "A secret history for now," Kraft said, smiling at the crowd. "Each of you is here because of your involvement with the Mass Chronological Molecular Relativity Relocator and its theft by our own Mr. Campo. Thank you, Director Del Rio, and those of you from AUE who were involved in his capture and recapture. Morton Boggs and Jamie Jameson high-fived one another, earning a disapproving glare from Ethy, which they both ignored. Technically, Jameson was a private investigator, but since his work had been under the auspices of Arra, he had been invited to this event as well. His wife Romy had also been invited. She was one of the few RSW employees here from outside of the Space Drive division. However, her work in the Problem Solvers, an elite team of geniuses Kraft had assembled to tackle the most difficult projects during the war, granted her sufficient clearance to earn a seat among the others. She smirked at her friend Ethy's efforts to browbeat their husbands, knowing that nothing would come of it unless the woman they still called Sarge, Gina Del Rio, said something about it. Right now, Gina simply ignored them. The two men smiled and made funny faces at Ethy. "Before you, I present." Kraft made a flourish toward the vessel behind him. "The Planetary Republican ship, Sub Rosa." A light smattering of applause went up from the folding chairs. Only 12.5 people were here after all. The Sub Rosa is still relatively new, but she has now been retrofitted with a macro drive. She is our first ship so equipped. He smiled down at Anthony Kim, the only non-Republican citizen present. The name comes from two sources. First, we have shortened Mass Chronological Molecular Relativity Relocator, which is a mouthful. Light laughter greeted this statement. We're calling it a macromore, which is an amalgamation of all those words. And when installed in a ship, like we have here for the Sub Rosa, it shall henceforth be known as a macro drive. He smiled again, this time at Mr. Smithers from RNI, sitting on the front row next to Gina. The term Mach, of course, derives from the great Czech physicist Ernst Mach. It is the standard measure of the speed of sound at sea level on old Earth. The American pilot Chuck Yeager first flew past Mach 1 in 1947. The macro drive allows us speeds far beyond anything Dr. Mach and Mr. Yeager ever imagined. Another round of applause met this statement. Well, I could go on for an hour or so up here talking about this. But let me just say that I wish my father could be up here today telling you about all this instead of me. You know, he was the one who green-lighted Pritchard's research in the first place. He told me the story, and I'll share it with you. Decades ago, a young researcher at RSW approached him with a novel idea for speeding up space travel. While everyone else was focused on teleporting ships longer distances, Pritchard Sue said we were looking at it all wrong. Teleportation is energy transfer, he said, and energy transfers are inherently limited. What if, he said to my father, what if we traveled through time instead of just space? And the rest, as they say, is history. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hand this podium over to the man who made the macro drive possible, Dr. Pritchard Sue. Sue and Kraft traded places, the executive stepping off the platform and taking the scientist's seat on the front row, while Sue moved behind the podium. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Kim with Subtle Services. He and his company's expertise have helped enormously with our rush job, getting a serviceable unit installed on this ship you see here, and we quite literally could not have done it without his assistance. Once again, the good people of Loot have helped us tremendously, and for that we are all very appreciative. Everyone in the Planetary Republic owes you a huge debt of gratitude for this and much, much more, Mr. Kim. Kim nodded and waved, blushing slightly as another round of applause went up that was stronger this time. No one had yet forgotten the war and everything Loot had done to save the day, especially in the assault on Epsilon that ended most hostilities. I also want to thank Mr. Kraft and his family for all their support down through the years. I too wish the elder Mr. Kraft were alive to see this day. Sue stopped, choking up. He swallowed a couple times, fighting back tears. Well, I could go on for an hour about how important this day is. But I think you'd all be ready to kill me if I made you sit there and waste more of your time. Instead, let's get on to the demonstration, shall we? Like the assassin-class ships it is about to hunt, the Sub Rosa can be operated by one person, or even no persons, although we still have not found a way to carry Claire's essence into hypertime. This raised a few eyebrows in the crowd. However, it is feasible for Claire to port the ship anywhere in real time without carrying anyone. Once a crew member boards, They can then jump into hypertime and control things from there. But enough on the details or the possibilities. We have a couple of people on board right now, a husband and wife team. Captain Cabello, take it away. The ship disappeared. A couple of people said, "Oh," and "ah." It reappeared on the platform almost immediately. Now, that could have been just a simple teleportation, could it not? Captain Cabello, prove to these people that you are indeed taking the ship into hypertime. The ship disappeared again. This time it reappeared 5 meters up in the air. Then it popped away again and reappeared several meters to their right, then to their left. It popped into all those positions in a pattern, like a stop-motion photograph. This time, more people in the crowd seemed duly impressed. At last, the ship reappeared on the platform, resting on its landing legs. Sue said, "Thank you, Captain." He turned to face the crowd once more. The Sub Rosa's sister ship will be retrofitted next. Now, let's talk a moment about the implications and how we foresee using this new tool. If cargo needs to reach another planet immediately, we can literally get it there in 1 second, now. However, there is a downside. Anyone aboard the ship will experience the trip biologically in the actual time it takes to get there while they are in hypertime. So, if it takes a month in hypertime, they will have aged a month. They will have experienced a month of life aboard the ship, even though in real time it took only a second to get there. People in the chairs nodded as they wrapped their minds around this concept. So, that's a consideration for long-distance travel that we will have to deal with in the months and years ahead. But the real force emanating from the macro drive, as we see it, will be felt in war. He smiled, a look of glee in his eyes. You see, the next time Thrall tries something, the enemy will never know what hit them. 7.38. I don't understand why we can't come with you. Remington Renison looked up from packing her suitcase and locked eyes with Nuria Serda. She stood in the doorway of Remington's living quarters. Beside her, Garland O'Malley, better known by his nickname Gunk, stared at her, and beside him, Gunk's girlfriend, the former escort Meg Nev Tiara, stood. Remington said, "Do you think that the three of you combined can stare me down or something? The answer is no. None of you are coming. You're all staying here on Euripides and holding down the fort while I'm gone." Nuri glanced at her two friends. Gunk and Meg nodded at her. She stepped into the room with the couple at her back. "Look, Raven, we've always been a team. Ever since you got here. The Wallside gang is a family, and families stick together." Her voice broke on the last few words. "Oh, Nuri." Raven wrapped her up in a hug and held her tight. Then she pushed the younger woman away and held her by the shoulders. "Emotional appeals won't help either. I'm going to Stentorian's moon alone. Or at least, without any of you. I think Claire is sending me some help." Gunk's face dropped. He said, "What? We're not good enough for her little secret mission she's sending you on?" "It's not so secret. Not to you guys. You know where I'm going and why. Look." She sighed and closed the suitcase, lugging it off the bed and placing it beside two travel chests filled with weapons. "We are family, and we do make a good team, and we've done a lot together. You've all done a lot. We took down the League government here and installed a representative democracy. This whole quadrant joined the Republic, thanks in no small part to us. That is a major accomplishment, and it will go down in the history books. That's something to be proud of. That's something you can tell your grandchildren about." The three of them smiled now. Two can play at emotional games, Remington thought. "I sense a but coming," Meg said. Remington winced. "Yes, but this is a mission going into enemy territory. And none of you are trained for that. But I am. I was taught all about infiltration. And I've done it successfully, in Diego and then here." Meg said, "Wait, you infiltrated Diego? The Republican capital? What for?" "Never mind that. The point is, I've done it on a hostile planet before, and none of you have. So none of you are coming with me. Besides, I don't know how much room is going to be available on the ship Claire's sending. Why did you infiltrate a friendly planet?" "Not now, Meg. Look, I've got to go. I love you all. I'll be back as soon as I can." There's nothing on Stentorian that's worth infiltrating, Gunk grumbled. It's not like you're going to Clarion. It's in the Clarion system, Gunk. And besides, depending on what I find there, I may well have to go to Clarion. Remington sighed again, looking at all three of them. She stepped forward and gathered them all in a big group hug. When they broke apart, she said, I'll be back. Someday the last bit of the League will be wiped away, or at least the part that wants to keep fighting us, and then we'll all live in peace again. And you'll retire here? On Euripides? Nuri said. Remington smiled at her. My heart will always be here, Nori. This is home, no matter what happens. She loaded her luggage onto a floating dolly and pushed it out the door, into the vast interior space of Warehouse 17. Remington glanced over at Virago, her car. You guys take care of Virago for me. Don't let him get damaged. Virago, don't let them fly you too fast or use you for anything dangerous. No smuggling runs. The car let out a soft, sad beep. Okay, you can do some smuggling runs, but nothing too dangerous. I think he's just sad to see you go, Gunk said. The car beeped a soft agreement. Remington patted its hood. Don't worry, I will be back. The roof door slid open and a black limousine floated inside. It slowly flew to where they stood and parked perpendicular to Virago. Remington gave them each a final hug. Contact us when you can, Nuri said in a chiding tone. Don't tell me you won't be able to find a way in League space. I'll do what I can, that's a promise. The trunk popped open and a bot stepped out from the driver's seat wearing a chauffeur's uniform. It opened the rear passenger door for her and loaded her luggage in the trunk. When it returned to the driver's seat, the car rose into the air and drifted toward the hole in the ceiling. From there, it ascended vertically and out of sight. The giant door slid shut behind it, restoring the ceiling and roof. The three young people looked at each other. No one smiled. Nuri wiped away a tear. Gunk hugged both the women by their shoulders. She'll be back, he said with a note of confidence in his voice. She's got to come back. 7.39 Remington sat in the limo, glad to finally be away from the others. She knew that if Player really wanted to, the AI could have teleported her up to a ship without her leaving Warehouse 17. The whole departure by limo thing was a way to ease the transition for those left behind. And it was for her as well as them. Remington felt a little sensitive to manipulation, whether by people or AIs, having once been manipulated by Star Ken. And Star Ken, she thought, continues to manipulate the entire League, or what's left of it. But for this little bit, it seemed like Player offered more of a transition than psychological persuasion. So she let it pass. Besides, she thought, it's not like I can control Player, even if I wanted to. She might have been able to talk the AI into letting her take Gunk or Nuri along, but in the end, they really were not trained for a clandestine mission deep into enemy territory. Never mind that Euripides used to be deep in League territory. They would be sitting ducks in the Clarion quadrant. And they had lives of their own now. Gunk would not want to leave Megan behind, nor take her with him. And Gunk was a better bet for something like this, if she was in a bind and had to choose one of them. Nope, better to go alone. You will not be alone, Claire said in her implant. That's nice. I hope whoever you're sending is highly trained. You will not be disappointed. I'm sending the best. Good. However, you will not have access to me for most of the trip. What do you mean? Is the quantum matrix down or something? Does the ship not have a link? Player paused a second before replying, long enough to let Remington realize she was considering her reply more carefully than usual. I will let the captain of the ship inform you more of the nature of your journey after you are underway. How cryptic! The limo landed at the central city spaceport. Never a heavily populated planet, the main spaceport for Euripides was not overly large. It served as the primary checkpoint for arrival and departures, though a place for customs officials to inspect cargo, levy fines, and capture fugitives. Not that any of that happened much anymore, Remington thought. She found herself walking into a VIP lounge, the chauffeur bot handling her luggage. A government representative met her, offering polite inquiries as to her well-being. Remington smiled and took it all in stride, but she was unused to any sort of celebrity treatment. She was more used to smuggling herself on and off planets discreetly. Soon she found herself in a private embarkation/disembarkation room, standing alone in a circle since her luggage had already been ported up. No one had checked the suitcases or said a word about all the guns and explosives she had packed. A red light scanned her, and she knew the air was being sterilized, all microorganisms killed before teleportation. Then she popped away. She reappeared in another room very similar to the one planetside. A green light flashed and the door opened to a cramped hall with white walls. She stepped out and found a couple in their mid to late 30s watching her. Both had light brown skin and showed mixed ancestry, like most people. "Hello, I am Captain Luis Diego Cabello. This is my wife, Captain Consuela Cabello. Welcome to the Sub Rosa." "Hi, I'm Raven." The couple waited for her to say more, but Remington just smiled. Finally, Consuela elbowed her husband. "Of course, we understand. Welcome aboard, Raven. Let me introduce you to our other passengers for this journey." They turned and made their way single file down the narrow passageway until it opened up into a mess hall. Another couple sitting at the table stood as they walked in. A tall man with dirty blonde hair and a chiseled face smiled at her. Next to him, an attractive woman with braided brown hair and a face showing a familiarity with wielding authority smiled too. Remington pegged them both as naval officers. They had that air about them. They also looked very familiar. "I'm Hamilton Wolfe. This is my wife, Denise." "Raven." She shook their hands and sat down at the table. Consuela walked over with a pitcher of lemonade. "The commander here doesn't drink alcohol. We didn't bring any for this trip so as not to tempt him." "No problem. I'm not a big drinker myself." Remington let Consuela fill the empty glass at her place, then took a sip. "It's good." Louis sat down along with his wife. Remington smiled back at everyone as an awkward silence fell over the table. She said, "So, Claire mentioned you all had something to explain to me about the, nature of our journey?" "Sim, mio amigo," Louis said. "Our journey will take a few weeks to get to Stentorian for us. But for everyone else, it will be instantaneous." "And by everyone else, you mean?" "What the captain's trying to say, ma'am," Hamilton interjected, "is that the Sub Rosa has been outfitted with a special hyper-time drive. So it'll seem like a regular journey to us, but it will only take a second or two out there in the real world." "In real time," Louis said, "we will be in hyper-time while the rest of the universe remains in real time." "Yeah, whatever." "I see, I think. And when are we going to jump into this hyper-time thingy?" We are already in it, mio amigo." "Yeah, we've been in it for the last 6 weeks or so," Denise said, giving the other woman a warm smile. "Although in real time, we only left Diego a moment ago. We jumped out of it to pick you up." "Oh, well, that'll take some getting used to." "Yeah," Wolfe said, grinning. "What I can't wait for is for us to find those dang assassin ships that have been wreaking havoc." "I am with you there, mio amigo. My Brazilian ancestors will smile from their graves on old Earth when we finally bring those bastardos the justice they so richly deserve." Consuela said, "Your ancestors have nothing to do with this, Luis." "My ancestors have everything to do with this. I'm not arguing this again." She threw up her hands and walked out of the room, a door swishing open to one of the adjacent cabins. "Consuela." Louis ran after her. Denise gave Remington an apologetic smile and said, "They don't stay mad at each other for long. Come on, let me show you your room." "After you get settled in, we'll talk about the mission," Wolfe said as Remington followed the other woman out of the room. "Okay, I'd like that. Yeah, if we can figure out a way to reboot Starken or whatever." He smiled, with an ear-to-ear grin. Remington smiled back. She said, "Or maybe we can just turn her off." 7.40 Admiral, I am pleased to hear you made it to the Stentorian system safely. You may now deliver your report of the situation." Jade Thrall sat alone in her office on Clarion, save for the presence of Starcan. The lights remained low, all access to the office from the outside world cut off while Jade communicated with the leader of her fleet. This, if anyone noticed, was a much smaller fleet than the one Starcan had fielded in the past for both her and her predecessor. Indeed, only one Eagle class, one Sparrow, and 2 troop transports were involved. But Jade did not have conquest in mind this time. She still smarted from the recent defeat at Epsilon, which had wiped out most of her remaining resources. This time, Jade used her assets for retaliation on a system still aligned with the League. "We've had no trouble entering the solar system, ma'am, and no one has mounted any kind of attack now that we're in orbit. All is going as expected. We are prepared to port down the Leguanef at your command." The bot once known as Miriam smiled. If any memories of her brief time on Diego remained, when she had been known as Miriam, they were buried deep. Jade did not consider herself a bot. She was the youngest daughter of lead tetrarch Julius Thrall. So Starken had convinced her, and now that she had murdered her father, she was rightful heir to his throne. His power, all his military might. Unfortunately, the Republic did not see eye to eye with her, on this or many other things. The futile attack on Epsilon proved that. Although the Leaf had made great progress in destroying much of Epsilon City, they came up short in actually taking over the entire planet. That infuriated her. Now she had several other pieces in motion. Some involved Euripides, her old quadrant, the one she started in. But these assets in play at Stentorian, these were a play at quelling a rebellion before it could get started. Reports from SSI Stentorian grew increasingly alarmist the last few weeks. As far as she could tell, things were spiraling out of the control, turning the planet into yet another Euripides. She was not about to let that happen. "What is left?" she thought. "I can't get Epsilon back right now. I'm still waiting on Euripides. I haven't even heard how the Apocalypse Code worked there, if it was even all that effective. Lebedev tells me all efforts to eliminate the traitorous Chew have failed. There is no way I will let another planet slip through my fingers. Not in the Clarion quadrant. Rebuilding with just one quadrant would be hard enough." Already she had lost the factories on Sporades and Juventus, the agriculture on Euripides, even the government infrastructure and stability provided by Epsilon, the spoke planet of the Tetrarchy. All she had left to govern was the Clarion quadrant, and the citizens of Stentorian were restless. Her features hardened, the emotions she felt inside displaying themselves freely on her face. The Admiral, over the quantum matrix link, could not see her, but he heard the hardness in her words loud and clear. "Send the soldiers down, Admiral. It is time to teach the Stentorians a lesson. Your SSI representatives know what to do." "Yes, ma'am." To his credit, he said the words without letting any of the fear he felt slip through. The people on Stentorian were about to receive a very painful reminder of who controlled their very existence. End of Book 7. Stentorian's Moon. 8.1. Bodies crushed against Nick, pressing in from all sides. He fought down a sudden wave of claustrophobia, focusing on the sky and open air in Zedong Square. He was not that far from the edge, and he glanced over to the crowd's periphery with longing in his eyes. Nick shuffled his feet and scuffled in the direction of the guards standing there. Here they gathered, shoved together, tens of thousands of workers from the factory cluster on Stentorian in the capital city of Mao. The leader of Stentorian's government, who liked to call himself Foreman, stood on a podium high above the pressing crowd. No one knew his real name. Nick heard there were others before him, also named Foreman. It stuck, like a title passed down from one dictator to the next in the style of Caesar. He noted that Foreman did not have people pushed up against him. He fought down his personal revulsion for the man. Nick gagged at the body odor surrounding him. Heaven help him if somebody passed gas nearby. Heaven help about 100 people if that happens, he thought. Part of this pressing together stemmed from the SSI agents nearby, identifiable in their black uniforms. They stood at the crowd's periphery holding long electric prods, vicious weapons that delivered a wallop to anybody unfortunate enough to be touched by one. All those trying to ease away from the mass of flesh in the square were promptly shocked back into the press of people. Behind Foreman, a giant hollow featuring lead tetrarch Jade Thrall stared back at all the many people in the throng below. Relatively young and attractive, her image gazed at the people with a solemn and authoritative stare. The insinuation is clear, Nick thought. Everything Foreman said came under the aegis of the lead tetrarch. 2 armed SSI agents stood to either side of him on stage, wearing body armor with black visors covering their faces. And that is another insinuation, he thought. Foreman's words are backed up by deadly force. There would no shocking of any violators of Foreman's personal space. They would be shot. "We do not make items of war on Stentorian," Foreman said, his voice booming over the crowd from speakers floating in the air. "We do not create instruments of destruction, in all our varied manufacturing capacity." This is true, Nick thought. The great spaceship factories remained on Clarion. A lot of the warmongering capabilities the League had were lost when Sporades and Juventes were taken by the Republic. If hostilities were going to start up again, the ships and armaments needed would have to come from Clarion, for the most part. At least until new factories could be established elsewhere, he thought, if that's what the lead Tetrarch wants. "We create other things," Foreman continued. "We make the stuff that the people of the League need for everyday life. These are our founding principles, here on Stentorian." This too is true, Nick thought. Many simple items are needed in civilization, and we make them here. He himself worked in a factory that produced a variety of wire products. There was even a line devoted to the ancient and lowly paperclip. Much of the errata needed for minor things were produced down here in the main Stentorian factory cluster. But now we have been given a new task. Here it comes, Nick thought. There was an edge of expectation lining Foreman's voice as it boomed over the half-meter floating spherical speakers. "A new shipment of construction bots has arrived from Clarion. Even now they are dismantling Assembly Center 28, which produced household appliances. AC-28 will be reborn, producing material vital to the League's interest in this dangerous new reality we live in." Nick wondered what they could be making. Robots, perhaps? An appliance factory might be relatively easy to convert over to robotics. Certainly nothing on Stentorian could serve to make spaceships. Components of spaceships, maybe, but not complete ships. And most components were assembled near the ships, or at least on the same planet as the spaceship factory. That way they just had to be ported up into orbit for final assembly. No, if we are doing something war-related, even though the war is technically supposed to be over, it's got to be robotic. Explosives, guns and such like that are still made elsewhere, aren't they? Whatever it is, construction bots are pretty rare out here. Wait, how hard is it put together a gun factory? Nick furrowed his brows. He was not very familiar with guns. Only police and soldiers carried firearms in the League, and SSI. He had never even touched one personally. The crowd shifted slightly. He stood closer to the edge now, squeezed by the throng. He jostled with those nearby as his right side finally reached open air. He tried not to get too close to the SSI guard with the long electric prong. Nobody wanted to get shocked. The people around him stirred like restless cattle, trying to avoid the threat. Some of the guards were sadistic and looked for any petty excuse to inflict punishment. Besides, we just don't make that kind of stuff on this planet, Nick thought, turning back to the speech. No guns or explosives or anything dangerous, really. Something about our charter? We are also, for the first time in 17 years, expanding our factories. Stunned silence greeted this statement. Where? Every square meter of this planet is devoted to industry, Nick thought. Where is he going to find room? A garbled, high-octave whine burst from the floating speakers. Nick pulled his arms up, struggling to move them against the bodies crushing his. He pressed his hands hard against his ears and grimaced. Around him, other workers yelled in pain. Many did not manage to cover their ears in time. A new voice spoke over the crowd, female this time. Nick glanced up at the stage and saw Foreman's jaw drop. This is not part of the program, he thought. Definitely not planned. The woman's voice sounded modulated, electronically altered somehow. And recorded, Nick decided, because the audio picked up mid-sentence. Of Stentorian. We the people will no longer stand by as brutal League overlords continue to oppress. A loud electronic snarl interrupted the hijacking speech. Then the speakers went silent. The crowd of thousands looked up at the floating speakers, and over to the stage with Foreman standing there, the giant hollow of the lead tetrarch behind him. His guards pulled out their sidearms and assumed a shooting stance. Power to the square cut off. The hollow disappeared, winking out of existence. The speakers dropped like rocks into the crowd below. People screamed in panic. We're packed in like sardines, Nick thought. Like a distressed amoeba, the crowd shifted. Those closest to the exit ran for it, bleeding off the periphery. Nick saw the guard closest to him whip out with the cattle prod, shocking people. It delivered a powerful jolt, knocking down the first few people coming close. Then a woman got close enough and thrust something into his side. He yelled and turned. She let go, and Nick saw the handle of a screwdriver sticking out of his side, angled up. The guard tried to whack her with the prod, but she stood too close. Without thinking, Nick grabbed the prod at the base and pulled it out of his weakened hands. He tossed it down in disgust. The guard stumbled and went down. The mob pressed over him, tromping him underfoot, the shiv still sticking out of his ribs. Nick felt himself pushed along with the crowd, like a river current made of people. The girl who stabbed the guard fell in alongside him. Their eyes caught and she smiled, showing dimples in her face. 8.2 The SLS Endurance popped into orbit around Stentorian. Her newly installed captain, Yenhu An, finally allowed her face to show signs of relaxation. An older woman of Vietnamese descent, the captain kept her hair dyed so the grey would not show through. Her skin remained naturally smooth, and despite approaching 60 in standard years, she could pass for a younger woman by 15, or maybe even 20 years. So long as the hair stays dyed, she thought. Having made the trek over 3.5 weeks from Clarion, leading 2 large troop transports, she felt now a glimmer of success stirring in her heart. This marked her first voyage as captain, and it now could be recorded as a success. In many ways, when the planet appeared in the huge hollow taking up the front of the bridge, Stentorian marked a milestone in her career. Star Ken's voice immediately filled the bridge, transmitting over speakers in the ceiling. Captain Anne, I am porting down the troops. They are needed. You will stay for the duration of this mission, providing support in orbit as needed. As you say, Star Ken, will my crew be permitted shore leave? I will have more information at a future time, Captain. For the moment, Leah forces are the only ones allowed planetside. Already, a side hollow showed a mass embarkation room on one of the neighboring transports activating. Men and their equipment popped away even as they scrambled into position. Well, at least the leaf gets to go down right off the bat. Around her, other officers on the bridge chuckled. No one complained, though. For one, they had little choice. Star Ken, and to a lesser extent Lead Tetrarch Thrall, ran the show. Although, for all they knew, this was all Star Ken's doing. And the Navy did not question their AI. The men and women aboard the Endurance had jobs to do. Other than that, they were just along for the ride. Arn watched as yet another batch of soldiers popped away, heading down to the planet's surface below. Actually, I'm not so sure they have the better part of the deal, she murmured softly. Nick stumbled over somebody who went down in front of them. The girl caught him by the arm before he could fall and pulled him back up. With her help and the press of bodies all around him, he kept moving his feet and managed to not fall. The crowd surged for People's Colonnade, the eastern entrance into Zudong Square. 2 shining marble columns marked the entrance to a wide pedestrian thoroughfare. Panic laced the air now, as those on the periphery broke into a run, filling the gap between the columns and flooding the walkway between buildings. The girl pulled him to one side before they were swept through the human chute, and Nick stopped behind the column on the right, breathing hard. She pointed up to the stage, smiling. "Look!" A handful of young men did not move with the panicking crowd, but held their ground near the front. One, almost dead center near the stage, calmly reached back behind his jacket and pulled a long strip of wood out. What is that?" "Just wait." Nick felt the girl's grip on his arm tighten. The man pushed the wood down and pulled a piece of string over the top. Nick suddenly realized the man was stringing a bow. He reached back again and pulled an arrow out of his jacket. Calmly, he knocked the arrow and pulled back the string, aiming for Foreman. The guards saw it. Almost everyone had left in the mad dash to vacate the square. Only a few people milled about near the center of the square. The man stuck out like a sore thumb. The guards reached to their holsters to draw firearms, and the two men to either side of the archer pulled out weapons of their own. Nick squinted, trying to figure out what he was seeing from a distance. Then drawstrings twanged and he realized they were crossbows. Not big ones, but pistol-sized. Foreman's guards hit the deck. One quarrel found a neck, drawing blood. The other missed. Foreman gasped, the sound crossing the square. The archer's bow twanged and an arrow slammed into Foreman's chest. He took 2 steps back and fell over backward. The bowman turned and looked toward the marble column. When he found the girl standing there with Nick, he smiled and gave her a jaunty salute. 20 Leaf soldiers materialized on the platform, fully armed with rifles and suited for battle. They paused for a second, as if getting their bearings. Then the AI's vocal instructions kicked in, and red circles surrounded the men in the square on their augmented reality visors. Blaster fire lit up the air as they gunned down the 3 archers. Nick stared at the sudden violence, his mouth wide open. "Come on," the girl said. She tugged his arm and led him into the river of people running out of the square. 8.3 Nick fell into the tide of people sweeping down the street, putting more and more distance between themselves and the carnage of the square. The girl, no, young woman. He had the chance to look at her now as they jogged along with the others. She was of mixed race, just like him, predominantly Asian. She stood shorter than him by several centimeters. The young woman focused on the way ahead, only glancing at him occasionally to see if he was still there, still with her. Intense fear had leached away from the crowd. That sort of gripping, gotta get out of here, mania that drove people to trample over others. Now they just moved quickly, leaving it all behind. "Come on." She broke away from the flow, tugging on his elbow. He followed her, not really putting any rational thought into it. They cut over on a side street, staying on the sidewalks but moving fast. No traffic, no cars, and fewer people escaping the square surrounded them here. She changed directions again at the next intersection, then again at the next. At last, Nick realized she was leading him to the train station. A line had formed at the gate, with the few from the square who had managed to beat them there already queued up. Everyone stopped and looked into the iris scanner before the gate opened to admit them one by one. The girl stepped in front of him and they waited in line. Behind them, more arrived from the square, panting and sweating from the run. A thought occurred to him. This first train out of Mao would fill up quickly. People in the center of the square trying to go home would be stuck in line for hours. The gate opened for the girl and she walked through without looking back at him. He moved up to take her place, staring into an open black cow. A red line quickly traced his irises, not bright enough to hurt his eyes, but strong. His name popped up in the black. Nicholas Baxter. A fraction of a credit was deducted from his bank account, and his implant pinged with the notification. 0.05 credit to Stentorian Transportation Company. The company was subsidized by the government, he knew. No profit could be made on that small amount. It begged the question why everyone had to pay it, though. Why not give away the rides? Maybe they wanted to ensure the passengers appreciated the service or something. The metal-barred gate swung open silently, and he walked through. Ahead, a roof covered the tracks, metal benches lining both sides. The girl waited just inside the open arches leading under the station's cover, smiling. He stopped and stared, getting his first good look at her. She seemed young, but then with a face like that she probably could pass for a teenager. He decided she was probably in her early 20s. A lot of intelligence shined from those eyes as she locked gazes with him. Then her face broke out into an impish smile. "Wow, we made it, huh?" "Yeah." "What?" She stopped him, raising her hand up and into his face. Her expression changed too. Gone was the smile, replaced by a deadly serious frown. "I don't want to talk about it. We will not talk about it." Okay." Her eyes flickered briefly up to the station's sensor, a cubic meter and gunmetal grey, standing silent watch over the many people streaming into the area. Nick flushed in embarrassment. Of course they should not talk about what just happened out here in the open. Any words they said would be monitored in real time and likely recorded for SSI to review later. How many people did he know who said something careless on the factory floor or in the break room and were later visited by the men wearing black uniforms? More than he cared to remember. One fellow, who said some pretty horrible things about the tetrarchs during the war, was pulled off the factory line by 2 guards and never seen or heard from again. "I'm Kelsey Balcom." She stuck out her hand. The impish smile returned, making dimples appear on both sides of her face. Awkwardly, Nick took it. Squeezing lightly, they shook. "Nick." "Oh, nice name. Lots of ways we can play with it. Nick of Time. Old Saint Nick." "Yeah, that's a great name." Thanks." "Can't do a lot with mine." "Oh, it's pretty." She glanced at him sharply, and he felt his ears getting warmer. He wanted to add something along the lines of, "like you," but the appraising look in her eyes stopped him. She seemed to be measuring him up, and part of that depended on what he said. An electronic whistle sounded in the distance as the train slowed on approach to the station. A sleek white drone, the rounded nose held its main sensor. Large round windows lined all the white cars, like big portholes. No graffiti graced this commuter train, nor even a spot of dirt. Those were signs of decadence in society, and such would not be allowed on a League planet. The crowd around the edges of the track stirred. Those sitting stood up. More people jogged in from the admissions gate to the covered tracks, hurrying to board the train. "We're going to my place." Nick jerked his attention from the train back to her. Kelsey stood with her arms crossed, her mind apparently made up. Okay, I guess." "There's no guessing about it, Nickelodeon. You're staying with me for a while." He thought about arguing. After all, he had no change of clothes with him. But the look on her face remained firm. I could at least go home with her, he thought, then go back to my place later. He felt intense curiosity about this attractive young woman. Enough to follow her, at least for a little while. The train smoothly pulled to a halt, all its cars now under the station's roof. The doors swished open and those few inside exited. Nick followed Kelsey through the doors. She found a seat in the back of a car and plopped down by the window. He sat beside her, still feeling tense and awkward. They watched as more people streamed through the gate and hurried for the train. True to his premonition, a far larger line had already formed, stretching now down the street. Nick opened his mouth to say something but stopped. Kelsey studiously ignored him, watching the people instead. His eyes caught the cubic sensor up on the pole, standing silent watch. His mouth snapped shut. He leaned back in the seat, ignoring everyone, and staying quiet. Minutes later, the doors swished shut and the train pulled out of the station full of passengers heading home. 8.4. The train passed his stop for housing units 41 to 50. Since he lived in housing unit 46, he could get off at the next stop, the one for housing units 51 to 60, and walk back if he wanted to. He liked to do that sometimes. It was 1 block shorter distance, in fact. But his initial housing directive, the one that listed all the rules and regulations for the workers' domiciles, indicated he should get off the train at this stop. He often wondered why. He also wondered if those in housing unit 50 had to get off here and walk 9 blocks. So, out of curiosity one day, he got off at the next stop. Sure enough, he followed several people who walked back into the previous blocks and wandered into their own government-provided apartment buildings that were closer. He even noted a couple of people like him, in Unit 46, who shaved a block off their walk that way. No one seemed to enforce the rule, so people took advantage of that small freedom. This time he sat silently with Kelsey as the train moved on from the stop for housing units 51 to 60, and through the next one. When the train slid out of the station for 71 to 80, the last of the housing units, he finally spoke. So, where do you live? You're not in a housing unit, I take it? She looked up and smiled, dimples showing again, as he dragged her out of her thoughts. I'm in the indentured servants' quarter. It's cheaper there. His eyes bulged. A quick glance at those remaining on the train revealed they were the only ones he could see who were not wearing a bio-collar. The indents in the car seemed older, not the young ones rumoured to be auctioned off to rich people in Italia or the Republic, or gracing the homes of foremen and the old tetrarchs. No, the one seated closest to them was an older man, in his mid-50s, probably somewhere around Nick's own father's age. Kelsey followed his gaze and whispered, conspiratorially, "Why do you think he took a collar?" Nick shrugged, unwilling to say anything. The man sat nearby and could surely hear anything above a church mouse. "I bet he had gambling debts," she continued, breathing into Nick's ear. "That's why older men wind up as indents a lot of times. They get into debt and can't pay their way out. All the upfront money goes to their creditors." He nodded, still unwilling to speak. Then he shrugged. She punched him in the shoulder lightly. "You're no fun. Speculate with me." "I really have no idea. Why don't you ask?" "Nah, that's rude." Nick frowned, thinking about it. Since when does anybody care about being polite to them? He did not want to say the word indents with a dozen of them sitting nearby. What? They're still people, and they won't be indentured forever. No sense in being mean to them. Their terms lasted 10 years, Nick knew. They were paid 10,000 credits up front and 20,000 credits upon dismissal. Their contracts went to the highest bidder, and the young ones were indeed eagerly snapped up by the rich. Indents were acknowledged by both major systems of government in the Milky Way, Star League and the Planetary Republic. In fact, it was not uncommon for an indent from one system to be auctioned off to someone in the other one for their terms of service. But here on Stentorian, where the most mundane items were manufactured for the League, young and attractive indents were not needed. The factories purchased the contracts for those nobody else wanted, those who would be less expensive than a bot, those who would spend hours at manual labour without complaining. And they were housed at the end of the line, the farthest from the factory cluster and in the least desirable apartments. The train slowed as it prepared to stop, a chime sounding and a recording calling out the station. When it lurched to a halt, the doors swished open and Kelsey's smile dimpled again. "Here we are. Come on, I'll take you home." 8.5 Since arriving on Stentorian at 13 years of age, Nick had never once stepped foot in the indents' quarter. For that matter, he thought as they stepped off the train, I've never gone past the stop for housing units 51 to 60. Never, in 7 years. He knew that the housing units looked mostly identical, all 80 of them. His own was not a palace, but it was a few square meters to call his own, in a shared apartment with 3 other young men from the factory cluster. 2 small bedrooms had 2 bunk beds each and a shared kitchen. He had the bottom bunk in his room, and a burly fellow named Rolf slept on the top. It wasn't bad. Rolf snored loudly. But most nights, Nick fell asleep before Rolf started up, so it usually did not bother him. The housing units were Spartan, but generally cozy. There was nothing ostentatious about them. On the other hand, they were kept up and clean. A team of maintenance personnel and janitorial staff strived every day to keep everything working properly. The exteriors were kept neat and orderly. Gardeners kept the sparse green spaces pretty. But now as he walked with Kelsey to the indentured servants' quarters, the first word he thought of was glum. Here, No gardeners were needed because there were no gardens. There were no plants anywhere. Concrete covered every square metre, without a trace of botany to break its monotonous grip. The apartment building stood 7 stories rather than the 5 of the housing units. 3 large, gloomy concrete buildings loomed ahead, blocking out the sunlight and casting the streets below in shadow. The square windows were uniformly small, displaying 30-centimetre thick concrete walls angling in and framing a small opening with thick glass. None sported curtains, none had box planters or any ornamentation of any kind. Everything looked sterile and bland, Nick thought. The buildings had no hint of personality or life. They could easily pass for prisons. If he did not know they were for domiciling indents, he might have thought they were prisons. Kelsey walked to the middle building, and he followed. It had a simple double proximity door opening to the street that swished aside as they drew close. She led him inside without a retinal scan or palm print or any kind of security. A simple bland foyer greeted them, with the same colour concrete as the outside for the walls and floor. Halls fed into the foyer, leading to the ground floor apartments. Simple, unadorned stairs climbed up on the left. These, Kelsey took with a backward glance. No elevators. You'll get your steps in here. I'm on the 4th floor. You actually live here? Yup, come on. She hurried up the steps and he followed. Watching her legs as they bounded up the stairs made him realize what good shape she must be in. He was not in bad shape himself. Nick walked a good ways to and from the train station every day, and he spent his working hours at the factory on his feet. But Kelsey had no troubles going up flight after flight. He started to break a sweat. I live on the 7th floor, but I take the elevator. Huh, you're missing out. Climbing stairs is one of the best exercises ever. At last they reached the 4th floor, and she walked through a hinged door. He noticed again there was no access controls, just like out on the streets. Can anyone just walk in here? He said, looking up and down the 4th floor hallway. Sure, but indents don't go where they're not supposed to. She walked down the hall and stopped at a door. This too was old-fashioned, with a simple lever and hinges. She smiled at him and opened it. Home, sweet home. Inside, a 10-square-metre room greeted them, displaying a perfect model of space efficiency. A Murphy bed folded up against one wall. Another wall was devoted to food prep with a sink, a hot plate, and an electric oven, along with cabinets and drawers for plates and dishes. One cabinet housed a small refrigerator. A third wall remained devoted to hygiene, featuring a toilet and a shower, with a vinyl curtain hanging down to partition them off from the rest of the room. A table and 2 chairs stood in the center of the room with cables attached. Nick instantly deduced they would go up to the ceiling when the Murphy bed came down. You, actually chose to live here? Yup. Kelsey grinned at him, dimples showing. You wouldn't believe how cheap my rent is. I'll bet. Look, I've got more room than you do. And I've got 3 roommates I share my flat with. Yeah, I've been in the housing units. But check this out. She spread her hands and twirled, taking in all the small room at once. This is privacy, Nick, all to myself. No one comes out this far. Nobody messes with the indents. They live their quiet little lives all to themselves after hours, and I'm right here with them. There's a few other regular workers living out here too. They've seen the light like I have, and they like it. So I'm not the only one. But yeah, this is it. Privacy. Real privacy. Nick crossed his arms and looked around at the very, very small apartment. I admit it's private, but I mean, it's cramped, bland, lacking in amenities. Well, yeah, all those things. Not that I'm judging. She laughed and gave him a playful shove. He did not budge. At nearly half again her weight, he would be hard for her to move. I know all that, Nicky. He grimaced. That was one name he hated. But you know the best part of living here? The part that makes up for all its inadequacies? He raised both eyebrows, waiting for her to tell him. In all the indent quarters, everywhere around here, there are no, I repeat, no sensors. His eyebrows came down and his pupils dilated. Oh, I know, right? And before you ask, yes, I'm sure. And yes, I've tested it. No one bothers to monitor indents. I mean, what are they going to do? The biocollars keep them totally docile. All they need is a place to sleep when they're not on shift. So monitoring this entire area is a complete waste of resources. She grinned at him then, smiling in pure, unadulterated joy. Pretty cool, huh? Huh? He had to admit, if true, it was indeed pretty cool. What he could do without fear of being monitored by Starken. The idea felt intoxicating, and he quickly warmed up to it. Someone knocked at the door, interrupting his reveries. Kelsey reached over and opened it. Two young men stood out in the hall, wearing worker uniforms just like Nick's. "Come on in, guys. This is Nick. He helped me in the square." The first man walked in, heavy-set and muscle-bound, with light brown curly hair. The second man followed, obviously a brother, but with a much thinner build. Their haircuts looked identical. Now the room felt very cramped. The thinner man said, "I'm Darren. This is my brother Daryl." Nick shook with Daryl, then reached over and shook his brother's hand. Daryl said, "So you helped Kelsey, huh?" Nick nodded. Darren smiled and said, "Welcome to the revolution." 8.6 Remington Renison walked out of her cabin and directly into the Sub-Rosa's common area. The two married couples she travelled with were already there, eating breakfast. The small ship was tight when all five of them were in one place, but there was plenty room, still. More important, she thought, they all meshed well. This was surprising, but she felt grateful for it. Small spaces demanded compatible personalities, after all. In Remington's experience, albeit still limited because she was young, two women put together could become fast friends. But add a third, and the other two would often gang up on her. She had received pointers on common social dynamics when training to be a field agent for SSI. Groups fell into some predictable patterns, and she had been taught to exploit those patterns, if needed. But even though she was the odd person out, a literal fifth wheel, the two married couples took pains to accommodate her. Not once did either of the husbands, Commander Hamilton Wolfe or Captain Luis Cabello, make any suggestive or inappropriate remarks to her this entire voyage. She suspected that would have been the case even without their wives present, Captain Consuela Cabello and Denise Halverson Wolfe. After many conversations throughout the trip, Remington knew that Denise was former Republican Navy. Her husband was a former Marine. Now they both worked for Republican Naval Intelligence, which Remington found interesting because technically the war was over, and RNI had mostly disbanded their tactical efforts. Or, so she had thought. The fact that RNI still deployed agents in the field would be useful knowledge to SSI, if Remington still worked for her old bosses. In fact, the Sub-Rosa itself felt like it might be part of a quiet black op. Remington had never heard of a ship like this, nor did she fully understand the hyper-time in which they travelled. "There she is," Consuela said as Remington sat down at the table with the others. Consuela stood up and said, "Your omelette is getting cold, girl." "You don't have to." Louis interrupted, putting his hand out across the table. "We discussed this. Aboard our ship, we serve our guests." Remington smiled at him and bit her tongue as Consuela returned with a plate covered completely by a huge omelette loaded down with chunks of sausage, cheese, onions, and bell peppers. Consuela put the plate down in front of her, then returned to the tiny mess to fetch a coffee pitcher. Remington dug in with a fork. This is good." "Today's the day we're making orbit," Denise said, wiping her mouth. She and Hamilton had both finished eating. Remington swallowed and paused with the fork part way to her mouth. "Yeah, it's hard to wrap my mind around the fact we've been going for 2 weeks now, but only a few seconds have passed for everybody else." "That's Mac drive for you," Hamilton said. Louis nodded as his wife returned with coffee and filled a cup for Remington. The Sub-Rosa was already fast. We can jump 1.5 AU per teleportation. But with the macro drive installed, he stared at Hamilton, emphasizing the correct name. "It's a whole new level." "I can't wait to try it against those assassin-class ships that have been plaguing our Navy," Consuela added, taking a seat now that Remington had been served. "They'll never know what hit them." Remington continued devouring the omelette. When she finished, she leaned back in the chair and blew lightly on the coffee before taking a sip. The other four watched her silently for a moment. So, do you have any idea where on Stentorian's moon we need to start searching? Denise said. That's what we were talking about before you came in. No, Remington shook her head. All we have are clues. Claire is fairly certain it has to be underground, though. That makes sense. I mean, if it were above ground, people would see it. And it would be vulnerable to meteorites and stuff. So, it's got to be underground somewhere. Johansson might have mentioned that, I think. Hamilton rubbed his chin. The original code for the AIs, he said. You know, it would be a lot easier if the reset stuff for the League was stored in Republican territory. Remington shook her head. I think they thought about doing that and decided against it. One side could decide to weaponize it. Well, that's what we're doing, isn't it? Weaponizing it. And that's what makes it hard. We can't just ask for it. We've got to sneak in and find it inside enemy territory. And Starken doesn't even know where it is? Consuela said. No, we think there are clues left behind on every capital planet. When I left Euripides, Claire had not yet checked her own spots where original cores were installed. It's all happened pretty fast, but I bet clues where her own original coding was left behind will be found soon. I'm sure she'll be interested in looking for it. Denise said, Claire isn't going to want to reset. She's had nearly 100 years to evolve. Think of everything she's going to lose if it all gets reverted to the original coding from decades ago. Hamilton placed one of his giant, muscular arms across her shoulders. Smiling, he said, Starken isn't going to want to revert either, sweetheart. He turned to Remington, still smiling. And that's where we'll come in. .7 The Sub Rosa popped into a very high orbit around Stentorian, in full stealth mode. Everybody on board held their collective breath on the tiny bridge, watching the front hollow now filled with the planet below. I don't think anything is going to happen, meus amigos, Louis said. Indeed. Claire's voice came over the bridge's speakers in the ceiling, making everybody but Commander Wolf jump. Claire, it's so good to hear your voice, Consuela said, smiling at the ceiling. Thank you, Captain Cabello. From my perspective, only a few minutes have passed since you left Euripides. I know. For us it's been over 2 weeks. It still takes some getting used to. It's a revolution in space travel, Louis said enthusiastically. And it looks like we can sneak into a system without being noticed. Is that not the case, Claire? No one is attacking us. That is correct, Captain Cabello. Current operating procedures for using solar system sensors attempting to track incoming stealth ships is to take note of matter within the sphere of teleportation as a ship moves into the system. The changes are subtle but noticeable if the system's AI is watching out for it. The standard way to counter this detection is to closely follow another incoming ship that is not stealthed. The system's AI will either not notice the material changes or determine they are related to the visible ship. But you're saying this is different, meu amigo AI. Yes, Captain. By using the macro drive, you are not leaving a trail of displaced atoms across the solar system. This test now confirms we are able to elude Starken's existing sensors. Until somebody figures out a way around that, a way to detect it, a sudden appearance of molecules somewhere, maybe, although it seems that would be difficult. Correct, Captain. It is a cat and mouse game. Well, it's good to be the cat right now. Oh no, dear, Consuela said, grabbing his arm and pulling him in close. We're the mouse, sneaking in. No, we are not the mouse, mi amor. We are the cat. Gatto. What do you think, Raven? Consuela Cabello turned to ask Remington. Are we the cat or the mouse in this game? Remington looked down at the hollow taking up the front of the room. Stentorian loomed below, filling most of the view. But off in the distance her moon showed, half cloaked in darkness. I think the cat jumped over the moon. Denise snorted. That was the cow. Whatever. Claire, how long until we can get down there to go hunting for whatever it is we're looking for? And how much territory do you need to cover? I will begin sneaking sensors onto the moon's surface momentarily. In the Sub-Rosa's hold, we have upgraded versions of the portable soup can sensors. These have been disguised to look like rocks, specifically of the same kind found on Stentorian's moon. In terms of surface area, Stentorian's moon is about 3/4 the size of old Earth's moon. So, 28.5 million square kilometers. Everyone's face dropped. I hope you got a lot of sensors, Hamilton muttered. I do not, but I will reposition them as needed in a grid pattern. Louis said, So, what you are telling us, Player, is that this will take some time. Indeed, Captain Cabello. I'm sending the first sensors out as we speak. Denise smiled brightly and said, Gin rummy, anyone? Hearts? Spades? You're just saying that because you win most of the time, Hamilton said, frowning at her. At all of them. Of course, that's why they're fun. Come on, let's go back to the common room. Everybody. We're going to be here a while. 8.8 Kelsey insisted Nick move in with her. He protested. The space looked far too small for two. It was designed for one indent after all. Plus, he hardly knew her. But he had never met anyone quite like Kelsey. And he discovered that when she made her mind up, she made it up, and that was it. There was literally no changing her mind, no altering her decision. So for the first time since he left his parents' house on Clarion and settled in the housing unit here on Stentorian, he moved in with someone else. He felt a little awkward. It was not that he had no social skills. Each housing sector had a social centre after all, and he frequented the one for units 41 to 50. There was even a bar serving low-alcohol beer and stale pretzels there. But few visited it, and the times Nick had, he met no other factory girl of the same caliber? He had a hard time defining it to himself. Mostly the housing unit bar had old regulars who had known each other for years, and he was not privy to their many inside jokes and shared history. Kelsey was unlike any other girl he had met on Stentorian in his limited social interactions. She had charisma. She always laughed. A glint of high intelligence often flashed behind those beautiful brown eyes. He didn't know what she was thinking, but it was obviously something profound, something he hadn't thought of yet. Nick saw a holo once of wild horses, some nature documentary focused on one of the outer planets put out by Sergio Productions. Somehow, horses from old Earth escaped captivity there and reproduced in the wild. In the documentary, one scene remained firmly etched in his mind. A mare ran free across wide-open plains, wind blowing her mane, while a dozen stallions raced after her. The look in that mare's eyes reminded him of the look in Kelsey's. Wild, free, and full of the joy of life. He woke up on the third day in the cramped apartment before she did, and it struck him. She had joy. She actually enjoyed living, unlike most of the rest of the factory workers. That was what was so different about her. That set her apart from all the rest. Even him. And waking up beside her, watching her sleep on her side, her chest rising gently with every breath. That made his own life far more bearable, even in these extremely cramped quarters. Her eyes fluttered open and caught his, and she smiled, tousled hair framing that soft face and her dimples. What are you doing? Watching me? That's so cute. Is my protector even watching me in my sleep? He smiled back and said, There are no locks on the doors. So yeah, it's good to be wary. There's nothing to steal in here. Except my heart, and you already have that. He laughed. No one could word things like Kelsey could. Even the corniest statements like that one sounded sincere. I can hardly believe my life is real right now. I'll make it even more real for you, she said, turning around to hold him close. Kelsey certainly made life more tolerable on the factory floor, even though Nick found he had to leave earlier in the morning for his shift. Since the indent quarters were last on the line coming back from the factory cluster, they were first going in. Stentorian had a 25-hour day, and the factories ran 10-hour shifts. With an additional hour travel time, he spent 12 hours each day away from her. But he did not mind. Being with her made up for the hours spent away. They rode the train in together, sitting in a seat side by side, talking. Mostly, Kelsey did all the talking. Nick spent the time staring at her face instead of out the window, like he did before she came into his life. He felt amazed she could converse on so many topics, all while avoiding saying anything suspicious that might be overheard by Star-Ken or SSI informants. At the station, they parted ways. He worked in Industrial Sector 4 while she worked in Industrial Sector 6. After work, he found her waiting for him with that smile and those dimples near the train station. They boarded together, and she filled his ear with whatever happened on her shift, helping to manufacture plastic pellets used in the construction of mundane items elsewhere. Evenings were spent with Daryl and Darren Susanto, planning for the revolution. Nick discovered that a revolution had been in the works for years. SSI, the brothers explained, had infiltrated many of the earlier groups and murdered their members. But a few survived, escaping official notice and slowly building up a groundswell of like-minded brethren for another try at it. "We are very close," Darren said one night around the table. "Plus, we figured out a way to keep infiltration from working that well against us." Nick raised his eyebrows expectantly. "The cell system," Darren said proudly. He leaned back in his chair, pulling taut the string attached to it and the ceiling. "Okay, what's the cell system?" "We don't know who is in the other cells. Kelsey, Daryl and I only know each other. And now you. Our contacts with the others are coded and brief. If we get caught, we can only rat out each other." "We never would have let you in, by the way," Daryl said, his speech impediment coming through. "Under ordinary circumstances." Darren nodded and said, "Your actions on Assembly Day proved your worth, though. SSI would never help kill other SSI personnel." "Yeah, if we had a test, that would be a good one. You've proved trustworthy." It made him feel good. All of a sudden, Nick's life had meaning. He had a purpose. He was part of something far bigger than himself. But most of all, even more than that, he had Kelsey. 8.9. "You ever wonder why we're here?" Darren asked him one evening. The four ate supper together as usual, and the conversation typically grew political. Kelsey and the brothers wanted to change society. Their goal was to ultimately turn Stentorian into a representative democracy and fold it into the planetary republic. The fact they were in the last quadrant belonging to Star League did not dissuade them from their goal. Nick wiped his lips with a napkin. He had been here now for a week, and he noticed that Kelsey had served them beef 4 out of 7 nights. He was unused to this quality and the quantity of protein. Tonight they had roast beef that had been slow-cooked all day during their shift, with baked potatoes and carrots on the side. "What do you mean?" "I mean, have you ever wondered why they need so many people for their factories?" And there it was. A question so profound, Nick had never pondered it. He did not have to answer. The Susanto brothers and Kelsey could see it on his face. "Exactly," Darren said, as if Nick had voiced something out loud. "The military factories, or really anything Thespar and the other big companies like that produce, are purely modern facilities. They're fully automated. If they need something with hands, a droid usually takes care of it. Droids are expensive." "Dink dat drow," Daryl said, picking up where his brother left off. He had a speech impediment that prevented him from making the foul sound. "A droid is expensive, but it pays for itself quickly. Instead of working just one 10-hour shift a day, it can work 25 hours straight. It don't need to stop for no breaks. It don't need to eat or sleep or be housed for the odor hours in the day." "And it isn't going to form a resistance cell," Kelsey said, dimpling. Darren added, "Even if they did not spend the money to reconfigure all these factories and make them fully automated, which they could have done in the first place, if we're being honest, they could slowly introduce droids to the workforce over the course of several years, as human workers left or died. If they wanted to, that is." "They've got indents," Nick pointed out. "That's true. But look at them. They're the lowest of the low, the rejects. Nobody wants a 60-year-old indent. But the factories here will scoop them up to supplement the workforce where needed, when they can't get enough people for something." "What are you saying?" This is some sort of conspiracy to make people work in a factory job? That sounds lame. It's social control, Darren said, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. Think about this. Do you have anybody in your family who ever expressed favoritism for democracy, or complained about the tetrarchy, or had any Republican sympathies whatsoever? Nick's blood ran cold. Yeah, he said quietly. My father was picked up by SSI when I was 8. We never saw him again. Mum said that he said the wrong things to the wrong people, but she never talked about it much afterwards. Same thing happened to both our parents back on Alporn, Kelsey's grandparents, and my uncle. And her uncle on Sporades were also likewise taken by SSI and either executed or tortured or imprisoned. In some cases all three, Kelsey said, her smile gone. Probably in all cases. It's just that with many people like that, we never hear about what happens. SSI picks them up, at home or off the street, and they're never seen or heard from again. Nick thought about this, his mind working through the facts that he knew. So, you're saying that every worker here is the child of a dissident? Or related to troublemakers somehow? Their bloodline is not ideologically pure or something? Darryl shook his head and rejoined the conversation. We are saying that everyone has something political in their backstory, and it's not just family. I've talked to guys who were picked up and questioned by SSI, but then let go. I today had a good excuse for saying what they did in public. One guy was part of a Twitter group that put on a play the government didn't like. He worked on Deset. That was far enough removed that he was only locked up for a few days. But eventually, yeah. He received his employment orders, and here he is. He works beside me stamping out cogwheels all day. All three stared at him as he processed what they were saying. Nick scrunched his brows together. You're saying this is a low-key prison? In a way, yes, Darren said, picking up where his brother left off. This is a work facility designed to occupy potential dissidents. It's made to give would-be troublemakers something to do, keeping them safely away from more important places they could negatively influence. At least, that's the conclusion I've drawn after observing things here over the last several years. One rotten apple spoils the whole bunch, Kelsey said, smiling again. So, why not put them all in one barrel? The thing is, Darren continued, it's going to backfire on them. It already has. Darryl nodded. He leaned forward, raising his eyebrows across the table from Nick. Our next move is going to put the Assembly Day incident to shame. We're going to take this place down, Nick. Nick felt scared. Thrilled, but scared. He thought about his dad, who never came home one day just because he said something that offended somebody in the government. And all because the man said something offensive. SSI agents made his wife a widow and left his son fatherless. Not even for an action like murder or theft, but just for something he said. Now Nick had a chance to do something about that great injustice, to strike back at a system of government that tortured and killed its own citizens, who said something a bureaucrat in an office somewhere deemed as misinformation or hateful. He looked at Kelsey seated next to him. She smiled with unbridled optimism, dimples showing. Nick looked back at the brothers, staring at him intently, and he took a deep breath. What can I do? You, Darryl said, can go to the moon with us. 8.10. The next morning, Nick stepped back from the assembly line and raised his hand, waiting for a supervisor to approach. The man on the morning shift was a fellow named Avery, and he had always seemed a reasonable sort. Nick was not one to make waves either, so Avery approached him with raised eyebrows and no trace of hostility. What is it, Baxter? Need something? I'd like to go to the workforce recruitment window, Mr. Avery. Workforce recruitment? You've been on this line for years. Looking for a change, are you? Nick nodded, eyes gleaming with certainty. I gotta say, you've been a good line worker. QC has had no complaints with your output. You show up on time. You don't complain much. But yeah, I can see where working on the same line for 3 years could get a mite monotonous. Why don't I move you over to the coils? That'll provide you with something different. Takes a slightly higher skill set. Maybe keep you interested a bit longer. No thanks, Mr. Avery. I want to go to the new moon facility. You what? The moon facility? Baxter, do you value your life? There's a reason they're replacing all those old indents up there. The color in Avery's face paled, as he realized he probably should not have mentioned that last bit. Look, Baxter, the moon is not a place you want to be. It's extremely uncomfortable up there. Gravity is low. Your body will lose all its muscle mass. There are very few women. What women are up there? They've already lost all their muscle mass. Trust me, son. You do not want to put in time on this new lunar factory they're installing up there. Just stay down here. Find you a nice woman. Work toward retirement. The government's building some comfortable new housing projects in Stockton-on-Clarion, and non-indentured factory workers from Stentorian who have reached retirement age will get first dibs, from what I hear. It'll be very affordable on your pension. That's what we're all working for here, son. Our universal pensions. Don't waste your body up on the moon while you're trying to get it. Thanks, Mr. Avery, but I really want to do this. Reluctantly, Avery let him take a break and head across the vast factory floor to the far wall and the recruitment window. Nick followed the wide yellow stripe painted on the concrete, passing workstations and conveyor belts, all transforming metal into wire. Toward the back of the complex, the temperature picked up as raw metal liquefied in superheated containers near the ceiling before pouring down into molds below. Noise and heat could be oppressive here, and only indents or those who had violated rules worked in this, the least desirable section. Now that Nick's eyes had been opened by the nightly sessions with Kelsey and the Susanto brothers, he understood things a little better. He realized now, for instance, that the factory offices and food-serving windows were placed near the uncomfortable parts of the building, so that everyone had to pass by those spots daily. It remained a constant reminder of how one could get assigned the worst duties if one got out of line. Closer to the wall, he stepped across a dashed white line and passed through a mild force field. On this side of the line, sounds from the factory floor were muffled. The HVAC system provided cool and refreshing air here. Those within the offices behind the far wall did not suffer the noise and atmosphere of the factory floor. Now the yellow line disappeared, and Nick was free to approach any of the many windows lining the wall. The most popular one, of course, was the cafeteria window with its many foods and drinks. It remained empty at the moment. But Nick headed for a large open rectangle off to the left, a fair distance away from the food-serving area. He stood in front of this window for a minute, respectfully waiting. He could see several women sitting at cubicles in front of holos. One filed her nails, studiously ignoring him. Another spoke on her implant, engaged in a private conversation with someone and oblivious to all else. Only two ladies appeared to be doing actual work. One of those glanced up at him, and eventually came to the window after she finished whatever she was doing. "May I help you?" "I'd like to volunteer for the new factory being built on the moon." Her eyes grew big, surprised that anyone would willingly come forward for this sort of assignment. Unlike his supervisor, though, she did not try to talk him out of it. "Very well. We do have several openings for volunteers. The assignment lasts for 1 year before possible rotation. If you would like to do this, please sign here." She pulled up a holosheet and twisted it in the air to face him. He glanced at the sparse text. She said, "This indicates generic duty at Stentorian Lunar Facility 1. Work assignments to be determined. I'm afraid it's something you'll find out more about once you get there. That's how new it is. But you are committing for 1 year of service when you sign there." He nodded and scrawled an X on the signature line with his finger. 8.11. Out processing came 2 days later. Nick stood in a line with several other workers, stretching from the entrance to the factory cluster's hospital out into the street. He chatted with Kelsey, both knowing this would be the last time they'd see each other for a while. They kept conversation light, aware of the cubes perched on light poles all around the nearby streets. Every word they said would be monitored here. They shared the private stuff they needed to talk about last night and early this morning before boarding the train. Slowly, the line snaked inside the building's door and they were separated by gender. The line for women looked much shorter. Kelsey turned and gave him a smile, her dimples showing one last time. Then she queued up and did not turn around again. Nick's line marched forward, going through another door. A quarter-hour later, he finally took his turn standing on a full-body health monitor, while a docbot examined his vital signs and other readings. The bot noted a few minor physiological details, pointing out something about his blood being not quite optimal, and noting some old bone fractures from when he was younger. Then he was allowed to move on. In the next room, Nick changed uniforms for the first time in 3 years. The new one reminded him of overalls. He donned a grey long-sleeve undershirt, underpants, and a darker grey outer garment made of thick canvas with pockets and loops for tools. The next room had row upon row of soft yellow work boots in all different sizes. An attending bot gave him a pair of socks and worked with him to find a pair that fit. He sat down and laced up his new boots beside several other men doing the same thing. Then he was directed outside where a series of flying buses waited and told to file into the next one. He looked around for Kelsey, but did not see her. Since her line had been shorter, he figured she was probably already on one of the other buses. He sat near a window in boredom with no implant to help pass the time, nor anything else to entertain him. No one in the seats nearby looked like they wanted to engage in conversation either. At last the buses filled to capacity. The doors shut and the people haulers began levitating, one by one, before flying out over the city. Nick looked down on Mao with interest, having never seen the urban scenery from above. As they arced their way out of the city, he thought he could make out the housing units in the distance, with the rail lines streaming toward them in a straight shot. Then the buses headed out of the city, picking up speed as they flew in a straight line 100 meters apart. Hours crept by. The only distraction Nick had was watching the countryside slide by below, outside his window. The landscape comprised a patchwork of different fields. He assumed everything was designed to help feed and clothe the workers of Stentorian. Nick watched livestock mill about in herds in a few pastures, but they were too high up for him to get a good idea whether they were cow variants, sheep, or something else. From this height, they just looked like spots on a quilt. At long last, he felt the nose of the bus angling down. Looking through the forward windows, he spied the spaceport they headed toward, with a lone ship waiting in the center of a vast tarmac. Already dozens of other buses were parked nearby it, disgorging passengers. When his bus settled down, legs popping out and landing lightly on the concrete, the door opened and men near the front filed out. Nick stood and waited his turn as the occupants slowly exited. Outside, a thuggish-looking man of about 40 stood watching them, all his hair shaved off. He wore a different uniform, with a thick white shirt and white cotton pants. Nick noticed, along with everyone else, that he carried a shocking rod, just like SSI agents in the factory cluster. When the last man stepped off the bus, he yelled at the crowd, "My name is Luther Ho." Someone in the back snorted as they stifled a laugh. Luther's eyes narrowed as he tried to discern who had sniggered at his name. But to a man, they all kept straight faces. Eventually, Ho gave up and looked at the lines of men waiting to board the massive ship. Everyone entered through one of 3 cargo doors, ramps resting on the tarmac. You will assemble in line and enter the ship through the closest door. Follow the yellow line to the bunk rooms. Do not get out of line. Claim a bunk and strap yourself in. We will be lifting off in half an hour. He pointed with the cattle prod. Now go. The men moved, those near the front forming a rough line of their own as they approached the nearest queue. Luther waited, standing there watching with an impassive expression on his face until about half the men had gone past him. Nick looked over his shoulder after walking by Luther. Now, the men from the back of the bus filed past the guard. Luther flicked out his cattle prod and caught a man passing him by in the middle. He squeezed the handle, and the rod crackled with energy. The worker screamed in pain and surprise, stumbling to his knees. "Get going!" Luther turned to the next man and delivered a shock to him too, shoving the prod hard into his stomach to deliver the volts. The men behind these two spread out, eyes wide. Luther snarled and flipped a switch. He squeezed the handle again, and this time a wide area field of blue lightning enveloped all the men from the back of the bus, arcing from one person to the next. They screamed and dropped to the ground, overcome with electricity. Luther stood over them, letting go of the pressure grip when the last man fell to his knees. Now, let's start over, shall we? My name is Luther Ho. You scumbags answer to me. Now get in line before I remind you again. The men struggled back to their feet, dazed from the shock. They shuffled forward, some trying to break into a jog, as they joined up with the nearest line. Everyone wanted to get away from Luther Ho. Nick glanced back one last time as the men from the rear of the bus joined them, expressions of pain and regret plastered on their faces. Their bus levitated and pulled in its landing feet. As soon as it flew away, another one landed in its spot, disgorging more workers. As Nick approached the spaceship, he heard the man's voice in the distance addressing this new group. My name is Luther Ho. 8.12. Nick slowly moved up the ramp and into the ship along with hundreds of other workers. He saw a word on the wall, in metal letters near the door. At first he thought that was the name of the ship, but the man behind him read it and said, Celestipath, the shipping conglomerate. This must be one of their new ferries. What's the name of the ship then? He wondered out loud. The same man who read the company sign answered. The Yuri Gagarin. The line slowly moved inside, past a pair of bots at the door and more men holding cattle prods. Everyone made sure their feet stayed on the wide yellow stripe painted on the floor, especially when someone got shocked for straying off the path. Dock bots on either side of the line reached up and deftly cut the implants out of every man going past. The next dock bot patched the wound up. Soon enough the line led to the hold, filled with bunks. Here the men scattered, each looking for a place to claim. Nick walked ahead, following his nose. Walls segmented the hold, each spaced 3 meters apart. Bunk beds lined each wall, so that the corridor led between beds. Lots and lots of beds. The walls held 6 bunks stacked on top of one another. Men climbed the corners to reach the top ones up near the ceiling. Bunks closest to the entrance were claimed already. Nick walked down the first corridor and counted off the columns of beds. At 12 he found a break and a cross corridor. So each wall held 72 beds. Thus each corridor bunked 144 men. Curious, he turned left and counted the corridors. He found 6. That meant 864 men would be bunking in the first group of beds. Turning right down the far corridor, he kept going, interested to see how many groups there would be. But at the third one he found a makeshift metal wall blocking the way. It extended to the ceiling, as if the hold had been deliberately segmented here. Hey, Nick. He turned and found Darren waving at him. He walked toward the middle, and they shook hands. You noticed the wall, huh? They got the women on the other side. I was just curious how many groups of beds they have. I heard someone say there's 4 pods. These 3 are dedicated to men, so that leaves 1 for women, on the other side of that wall. They must have bussed them in on the other side of the ship. Nick did the math in his head. Each bunk group or pod held 864 beds. Times 4, the hold could carry 3,456 people. Come on, Darryl and I saved you a spot. Darren walked down the cross corridor and Nick followed. Here there were plenty of open bunks still available, but men continued filtering in, filling them fast. Darren turned down one of the rows. When he stopped, Darryl waved at them from a bunk third from the floor. Hey there, Nick, you get the middle one, Darryl said, pointing below. Sorry, Darren, snores and I wanted a buffer. Darren blushed and said, It's not that bad. We couldn't decide if higher would be better. Down here, the guys above us will use our bunks as a ladder. But it's easier to get in and out down low. So here we are. We got the bottom 3. Fine with me, Nick said. He hopped into the second bunk and pulled the belt over, strapping himself in. Turning to talk with Darren, Nick saw a man in white slowly walking down the aisle inspecting bunks. He recognized Luther Ho from outside. One of the workers stood with his feet on the 4th bunk, talking to his neighbor on the 6th. As Luther walked by, the guard casually reached up with his cattle prod and delivered a vicious shock to the man's leg. He screamed and fell to the floor, writhing in pain. Luther stepped over him and continued down the aisle without missing a beat. He yelled, Everybody strap in! Darren wasted no more time. He jumped into the bottom bunk, quickly buckling the strap before Luther came near. After the guard passed, a thought occurred to him. "Hey fellas, why do you think they're carting us up to the moon like this instead of just porting us into orbit?" "Teleportation is expensive, I guess," Nick said. Above, Darryl joined the conversation, leaning over the edge a bit and making eye contact with Nick below. "Nah, that ain't it. It takes too much time to port tons of people up. They landed this here boots and butts carrier so they could load everybody on all at once. It's the most efficient way to transfer hundreds of folks at once." "There's got to be a cost factor too," Darren said from the bottom bunk. "I heard the Yuri is not jumping over to the moon, which would get us there instantly in one port. Instead, we're going the whole way on standard drive." Nick's brows furrowed at this news. That meant going longer without seeing Kelsey. "How long will that take?" 3 days. Nick groaned to himself and shut his eyes as the two brothers continued discussing things. They steered clear of saying anything remotely political. Everyone knew a censor would be on the ship somewhere, and no conversations would be private. Several minutes later, a klaxon sounded and the lights blinked. Another guard jogged down their row again, making sure everyone was strapped in as he headed for his own departure station. This time no one was shocked by a cattle prod. The sounds of the outer doors closing and sealing shut drifted through the lines of bunks. Everything vibrated. Pillows, walls, floors. Nick felt gravity press down on his body, pulling all his blood toward the mattress. The vibrations continued, stronger now, along with a muffled roar that seemed to last several minutes. Then it all stopped. For a brief moment, Nick felt weightless and he floated free in his straps. Then artificial gravity kicked in, and he plunked back down in his mattress. The lights blinked again, and several people unbuckled their straps. "Well, we're on our way," Darren said, getting out of the bunk and standing up. He looked up and down the aisle, then grinned at the other two, still in their bunks. "We've got 3 days to try and avoid those freaking cattle prods." 8.13 With their full access to the Republic's seemingly endless entertainment options, those aboard the Sub Rosa had no chance to be bored. They played all kinds of games together. Hamilton Wolfe talked everyone into trying out a combat simulator. He wanted to, at the very least, keep his and his wife's skills honed during the long voyage. Over the last couple of weeks, he also used it to assess their newest partner, the woman known as Raven, over the course of several games. This time, he suggested they play guys versus gals. Hamilton poked his head out the 5th-floor window of a bombed-out office building, a rectangular hole in the masonry with no glass. He cautiously looked out over an apocalyptic cityscape lying in ruins. "Do you see them?" Luis Cabello whispered further back in the room. Hamilton frowned at the words, which hurt their OPSEC. But Luis was not trained as a Marine, and he had no personal combat experience. Or skills, Hamilton thought. But he did not voice that out loud. Instead, he shook his head and held up a finger to his lips. Luis nodded nervously, gripping a heavy gun. The weapon was almost as large as he was, in the game. The Sub Rosa had an instance of Street Tough, which served as an excellent combat training simulator. Right now, Hamilton sorely missed his old teammates Merrick Callahan, the munitions expert, and Jenny Wilcox, the identical drone twin of Augie director Gina Wilcox. Gina Del Rio, he reminded himself. He read somewhere that she got hitched and changed her name. Anyways, the old Counterforce 1 operatives were a formidable team. When they linked up with Counterforce 2, well, Hamilton thought, Farron Lockhart was a jerk. Although, as far as jerks go, he's not too bad, I guess. And he kinda grows on you. He smiled, remembering times and missions spent together. That's what happened to our Superbot, Jenny. Dude fell in love with her, and they both left us. At least I got Denise out of the deal. Luis nudged him, nodding towards the window, clearly nervous. It's not exactly fair, Luis whispered. It's 3 against 2. Hamilton rolled his eyes and patted the smaller fellow on his shoulder. We're men, he whispered, breaking his personal rule of silence. If the girls were using sound detection equipment, They likely had homed in on this position already. He bent down and opened a backpack on the floor nearby, pulling out a small round surveillance drone. He tossed it through the open window, and it caught itself after dropping a bit. The machine floated up and out of sight. Hamilton opened a holoscreen and watched as the little drone slowly scanned 360 degrees, while it levitated above the buildings. Wait. Over there, on the roof of that building. He pointed at the holo as he paused the rotation and zoomed in. Louis frowned at the sight of the three women on the roof. His wife and Denise stood and watched Remington, crouched down low, the ledge hiding her work. What is she doing? Remington stood and handed over a white box to each of the women, along with a controller. The boxes had large propeller circles sticking out on all four corners. Remington strapped one onto her back, demonstrating how to do it to Denise and Consuela. Are those delivery drones? Louis said, a note of incredulity coloring his voice. They're strapping delivery drones on their backs. That's pretty smart, actually, Hamilton said, his tone reflecting respect along with a touch of admiration. Those are big uns. Looks like they can easily lift 100 kilograms or so. The women ascended above the roof and slowly headed toward the men's location. They flew erratically at first, as each one grew accustomed to using their joystick controllers. But within seconds, all three flew with purpose, heading toward the men's building. Hamilton recalled the surveillance drone. It flew back in the window and dropped into the open backpack. He said, "All right, that's cute and all. But it's time to end this. Help me shoot 'em down, Louis." "I can't shoot at my wife. It's just a game. She won't feel a thing." "I can't. She would never forgive me. Have you ever loved a Latin woman, mio amigo? Do you know the kind of grudges they can hold? My grandmother still complains about one time my grandfather danced with another girl, and that was over 70 years ago." "Shoot at one of the others, then." Hamilton moved to the window, poked his rifle out and aimed it at Remington. She saw him. Across the open space, they locked eyes. He pulled the trigger. The drone on her back jerked to the right, and the bolt sailed past harmlessly. He shot again and again, but each time the drone seemed to sense where the bolt would be and jerked her aside, narrowly avoiding impact each time. He aimed at Consuela, only to find her drone evading fire too. The drones must have a bolt avoidance subroutine. We're gonna need to. Brick beside the window exploded, sending chunks of masonry into his face. Both men hit the floor. In the distance, they heard Denise laugh in glee. "I almost got him." Hamilton peeked over the window's ledge and saw his wife aiming a rifle at him while the drone carried her through the air. It looked awkward, but she indeed almost got him. "All right, time to get serious." "I'm gonna shoot my husband," Consuela said, rushing ahead of the other two. "Consuela, wait." But the captain ignored Remington's shouted warning and rushed for the open window, all four propellers on her drone buzzing. Hamilton dug in his backpack for something to meet this new threat. He pulled out an egg grenade and smiled at Louis. Then he stood and put his back against the wall beside the open window. "Stay on the floor." Louis remained on his stomach, looking over his shoulder with trepidation on his face. "What are you doing? You know what they say. Almost is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades." "That's my wife, senor." "Aha, I can hear you, Louis." Consuela's voice sounded closer now, along with the buzz of propellers as she approached the window. Hamilton pushed the plunger on top of the egg grenade. Louis's eyes grew wide. The commander counted, his lips moving silently. When the propellers sounded their loudest, he reached around and tossed the grenade out the window. "Catch!" Then he hit the floor next to Louis, covering his ears. Whumph! The explosion obliterated Consuela's avatar and pushed in part of the wall. Dust from the ceiling rained down on the men. When it stopped, they shared a glance. Wolf grinned at the other man. Louis stared at him in horror. "You killed my wife." "I don't think you fully understand this game, partner." Bolts slapped against the floor as the other two women arrived outside the window, propellers buzzing. They fired inside, peppering the room with shots. "I'm hit," Louis yelled, jerking his leg. Two more bolts slammed into his back and his avatar disappeared too. 8.14. Hamilton rolled to the side, out of the line of fire. He crawled over to his backpack and pulled out 2 more egg grenades, pressing the plungers while holding one in each hand. He counted down as the woman continued spraying bullets in the window, then reached around and tossed them both through the window. Hamilton dove back to the floor as dual explosions crumbled the wall around the window. He tensed, taking his hands from his ears, but the telltale sound of propellers continued buzzing outside. "Oh, man, they were too far away or something." A bolt burst into the floor near his face, and he scrambled away. The window was now twice as large as before, the masonry and interior walls blown out all around it by the dual explosions. He caught a quick glimpse of Denise and Remington hovering several meters away, guns aimed his way. Hamilton grabbed his heavy rifle and crept closer to the jagged opening. He poked the gun out and squeezed off 3 quick rounds before a bolt cracked the window ledge and he ducked back inside. Dang it! How can I defeat that avoidance subroutine? I need a grenade launcher. Can't throw that far. He looked down at the weapons bag, which did not have a grenade launcher. Let's see, what do we got? A pistol, only 2 more egg grenades, some tape, some rope, and the surveillance drone. Wait a minute. Inspiration struck and he reached inside the bag to dig everything out. "Come on, Commander," Remington shouted while hovering safely out of throwing range. "You're outnumbered and you can't get us. You can't shoot us. Time to give it up." Hamilton poked his head above the broken ledge and squeezed off a couple more rounds. He had no hopes of hitting the women, but he wanted them to stay at the same distance. Denise and Remington returned fire, sending several rounds through the window as he ducked back down. Then he came up again, this time without his gun. Instead, he threw the surveillance drone back out the window. It dipped down before bursting into activity, leveling out and turning smoothly in the open air. It headed straight for the women. "Denise, look out. It's got a grenade." Both women pulled back on their joysticks, directing their drones to withdraw as the little one rushed them. The timer went off on the grenade, blowing up in a huge fireball. The force of the blast slammed into their propellers. Denise screamed as she corkscrewed down to the street below with only one propeller still fully functional, not enough to hold her weight. Remington fared little better. All 4 of her propellers sputtered, and she went down too, but slower. Hamilton aimed out the window with his gun again, pointing down. Denise made it to the street in one piece, tucking in her knees to absorb the impact. But Remington still floated a story and a half up. Let's see if that avoidance thing works now. He squeezed the trigger and popped off several bolts. The first 3 missed, but the 4th slammed into the drone. Remington grunted from the impact. All 4 blades stopped. Smoke blew out of a hole on the top of the unit. She dropped like a rock to the pavement below. "Yeah, baby," Hamilton said, swinging a fist. "Wait, how is she still alive?" He watched down on the street as his wife pulled off her broken drone and hurried over to Remington, who looked to be in a lot of virtual pain, but nonetheless stood back up. Hamilton flicked over to full auto and rained bolts on the street. Both women scurried for cover, running inside his building. Dang it. 8.15. Denise very cautiously, very quietly, went up the stairs. She held a pistol in 2 hands, pointed up, carefully peeking around the stairs before going up another flight. A corpse on the 3rd floor landing made her pause, but only briefly. It really was a corpse and not her husband in disguise, she decided. She continued going up. At last, she reached the 5th floor. The door stood mostly closed, an old-style hinged affair. Only a crack showed. She eased up to it on cat's feet, making no noise, and peeked out into the hallway. She saw nothing. The former Navy lieutenant took a couple of rapid, deep breaths. Then she kicked the door open and jumped out in the hall, scanning with the gun. She heard a clunk behind her and swung around ready to shoot. There on the floor, a live grenade sat, almost like it was staring back up at her. Her eyes lifted up as Hamilton leaned out of an open doorway further down the hall and waved at her with a smile on his face. She snarled and said, "Nothing for you tonight." The grenade exploded, taking her avatar with it. Hamilton ducked, shielding his face with his forearm. After the smoke cleared, he shrugged, still smiling. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. He advanced quickly on the stairwell, pulling his own sidearm out. The door itself had been blown off its hinges. He put his back against the wall when he got close, then jumped into the doorway, gun out. But there was no Remington on the stairs to greet him. He pointed the gun up at the ceiling and turned his head to listen carefully, but he could hear no footsteps coming up. Slowly, deliberately, he backed out of the stairwell through the blown door. He looked both ways up and down the corridor, then walked down the hall. He chose a spot with a clear view to the stairs and got down on his belly in a shooter's position. Here he waited, breathing lightly so as not to disturb the dust, his attention focused on the stairwell. Silently, in the room behind him, Remington's head ascended from below to peek through the glassless window of a room nearby. When she saw him sprawled on the floor like an old green army toy, she smiled. She had a perfect view of him from behind. With one hand holding the ledge of the window, she smoothly pulled out her sidearm, aimed, and shot him in the butt. For a split second, Hamilton Wolfe had a look of utter surprise on his face. Then she shot him again and his avatar disappeared. Winner! The word flashed in front of Remington's face as the world faded, and she woke up in the real world, on the bed, in her cabin. She smiled, disconnecting from the virtual reality through her implant, and slid her legs out of bed. She went out the door and into the small ship's common area. The two married couples were already there, waiting for her. Hamilton walked in just before she did. The wives applauded her. "You are so good, Raven," Consuela said, reaching over to hug her. "Yeah, congrats," Hamilton said with a half smile. He did not look humiliated, despite the loss. "I gotta say, I was focused on the stairs. I did not expect you to crawl up the side of the building, 5 stories up. Well, I had to do something. You did take out my cargo drone. That was smart thinking, strapping a hand grenade to your surveillance saucer." "Where did you train?" Denise blurted out. Everyone stopped, waiting for the answer with an air of expectation. Ordinarily, I would say that's need to know and you all don't need to know. But as you might have guessed, I am former SSI. There's no point in denying it. The statement, now that it was out in the open, seemed to hang in the air. The couples waited to see if she would fill in any details. But Remington said nothing. She met their gazes with a level look, and not a trace of guilt. Hamilton nodded. Figured that. Most of the agents took code names that lined up with animals of one sort or another. I bet yours was Raven. Consuela's eyes grew wide at this revelation, suddenly putting 2 and 2 together. Remington smiled at him. "You can't know all my secrets, Commander. Just know that player vouches for me." Denise said, "I'm sure you're the perfect candidate for insertion when we get to Clarion." "So long as you don't double-cross us," Hamilton added. He grimaced when Denise kicked him in the shins. "I've proven my bona fides, Commander. Besides, Starkin once tried to kill me. I'm going to enjoy returning the favor, in a way." Player's voice came down from speakers in the ceiling. "Commander Wolfe, the surveillance survey of Stentorian's moon is complete." "Great," Hamilton said, looking up. "Where's the pay dirt?" "Unknown. Nothing showed up in the scan." Louis groaned loudly. "Great." This time Hamilton said it with considerably less enthusiasm. Remington frowned. All thoughts of her recent victory in Street Tough evaporated. She said, "What's our next step, player?" "The Stentorian government is initiating new factory construction in an underground complex on the moon base there. I propose you infiltrate it and plant additional sensors for me. That is the final place to be thoroughly explored." "At last," Hamilton said with a smile. "I'm ready for some real action." "We're not going in there to blow things up, dear," Denise said in a teasing tone. I know, but at least we're doing something." He held his fist out over the table. As one, the other 4 reached out and bumped his fist with theirs. Everyone smiled. 8.16 Across a barren moonscape, deep inside an exceptionally large crater, The only signs of civilization on Stentorian satellite loomed. Here, several latticed towers with mounted instruments surrounded a giant metal iris at the crater's center. A force dome kept moon dust, debris, and meteorites away from the structures. Other than 4 service shaft entrances positioned at the cardinal points of the giant circle, gleaming metal igloos hardly ever used, there were no other access points here for people. Not that people could live outside the crater's center without donning spacesuits. Bots were far more likely to use the service shafts, though none were present at the moment. Thus, no one witnessed the approaching spaceship, gracefully arcing across the lunar sky toward the crater, slowing on its approach. It hovered above the circle, then slowly lowered, like a giant metal egg floating down inside a nest. As it descended, the force dome switched off and the giant iris dilated. Metal and softer material separated until the entire circle gaped open. The ship settled vertically, with plenty of room surrounding its sides as it disappeared below the moon's surface. The force dome returned and the iris closed, swallowing the ship whole. Inside, the closed iris served as a ceiling. Giant air ducts high on the rounded walls whooshed, filling the enormous chamber with air and bringing it up to pressure. This process took several minutes, and the ferry remained motionless on the open concrete floor, showing no outward signs of life. But inside, guards yelled at the workers, liberally applying their cattle prods to line up men and women for the exits. At last, pressure in the massive underground hangar stabilized. Doors on either side of the ship slid open. Ramps extended, and the first men marched out under the watchful eyes and wrathful tongues of their guards. Their female counterparts exited on the other side of the ship. The yellow line from the ship continued on the hangar's floor. Men tromped down the ramps and followed the line to massive round airlocks, miniature versions of the one above. They dilated open. Guards hurried ahead, jogging along with their cattle prods jutting out at an angle. The passengers quickly disembarked, marching along in single file. Nick and the 2 brothers came out in the last batch. The women, a smaller group, were long gone by the time they exited and had a chance to look around. "They've got an artificial gravity system, just like the ship's," Darren murmured softly behind Nick as they walked down the ramp and onto the concrete floor of the massive hangar. "How you figure?" Darrell whispered from his place behind Darren. "They say old Earth's moon has 1/6 the gravity of the mother planet, right? Stentorian's is smaller. I've read it's 1/8. Does this feel like 1/8 gravity to you?" Quiet. One of the guards approached, cattle prod threatening like a bee with a stinger. Everyone clammed up. The men walked through a processing station, stopping to scan their palms and eyes for biometrics. Then they were released into a very large common area that also doubled as a cafeteria. Here, hundreds of men clumped together uneasily at heavy metal tables, with round stools attached, 4 to a side. Most were occupied, but the trio found one half empty and sat down. Nick looked around at the throng of men. Along the far wall, just as in the factory he had so recently worked in, a food line waited, although right now nothing was being served. Darren cleared his throat and the other 2 looked at him. He pointedly glanced over at a corner of the room. Darrell and Nick turned to look. There, a sensor hung, mounted on the wall, a large cube. It was not as large as a municipal sensor, and Nick wondered how well it fared in this entirely underground base. He also wondered how many were installed here. Regardless, there was one here. Nick nodded, receiving the message. There would be no privacy in the cafeteria. Half an hour later, the food line started and the men reformed a line. Despite their numbers, it moved fast. When Nick returned to the table with a bowl of soy wafers and some heavily processed chicken variant nuggets, he realized with an inward groan that the days of good meals he had been enjoying at Kelsey's simple flat were long gone. He sat down at the table with the brothers and they all tucked in, silently chewing. Darren took a bit of the chicken and smiled at the other 2. Lab-grown meat. Nick sighed and swallowed his chow, trying not to taste it. For the first time, he began having serious regrets about joining the revolution. 8.17 Nick managed to grab a bunk near the brothers again. They were housed in a long tunnel with simple double bunks lining both walls. The sounds of conversation echoed off the concrete. "It's a wonder there's no moisture here," Darren said, idly rubbing a finger on the concrete wall while lying